opportunity. This is too good. At this thought, Linny was incredibly excited, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He immediately commanded the system, quickly use this special critical hit opportunity. I want to see how many times this critical hit can multiply and to what level I can cultivate the redstone basic cultivation method. Ding! Received host command, extracting critical hit multiplier. Ding! Critical hit multiplier extraction complete. This special critical hit multiplier is 30,000 times. Buzz! As soon as the system's voice fell, Linny felt the progress of the redstone basic cultivation method, which had just been stagnant, rapidly begin to surge. Redstone basic cultivation method level 3 complete. Redstone basic cultivation method level 4 complete. Redstone basic cultivation method level 5 complete. In an instant, all 6 levels of the redstone basic cultivation method were perfected. Then, just as Linny thought it was about to stop, he never expected that the redstone basic cultivation method was still being cultivated, still evolving. Moreover, it was subtly advancing towards a higher level. Could it be that this redstone basic cultivation method actually has more than 6 levels, and there are even higher tiers? Feeling the inspiration in his mind surging like roaring waves, Linny silently speculated. And time quickly revealed the answer to him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In his mind, countless inspirations collided. Like shooting stars, the vast knowledge of the first 6 levels of the redstone basic cultivation method began to reorganize and optimize, transforming into a more perfect technique. Boom! In Lin Yi's mind, a storm of inspirations roared like crashing waves, causing a buzzing sensation in his head. Finally, in an instant, that multitude of knowledge and inspiration suddenly paused, as if time itself had stopped. Ultimately, they surged again, transforming into a new technique, the 7th level of the redstone basic cultivation method. The 7th level. There really is a 7th level. Feeling the transformation of the redstone basic cultivation method in his mind, which had undergone another internal power metamorphosis, Linny was immensely shocked. The first level of the redstone basic cultivation method was already an incredibly formidable technique. According to the description, once perfected, it would possess a foundation 64 times that of a martial artist of the same rank. 64 times, how terrifying is that? It's hard to describe in words, but just think about it. Linny only has an innate body. His foundational strength is already double that of the same rank, which is already considered a genius of a heavenly level on Blue Star. This 64 times, just thinking about it is frightening. But now, after evolving to the 7th level, it could double again on top of the 64 times, reaching 128 times. This technique is truly invincible. I wonder if this redstone basic cultivation method can evolve to the 8th level? With this thought, Linny couldn't help but feel a bit greedy. However, the system quickly informed him. This wasn't greed, it was truly possible. Boom! As Linny's thoughts settled, the countless knowledge and inspiration storms in his mind after giving birth to the 7th level of the redstone basic cultivation method showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they continued to reorganize and evolve. Finally, at the moment the special critical opportunity ended, it truly evolved into the 8th level of the redstone basic cultivation method. And at this point, in Lin Yi's mind, the redstone basic cultivation method from the 1st to the 8th level was all complete. At the moment Linny achieved the 8th level of the redstone basic cultivation method, in a distant, desolate region of the universe far from the Milky Way, a terrifying existence also awakened. In the silent starry sky, a palace entirely entwined in flames floated. This flame palace was immensely huge. In its presence, even the surrounding stars appeared as mere stones at the foot of a mountain. Stars revolved around it, like stars circling a bright moon. The galaxy wrapped around it, as if draping it with a brilliant ribbon. It was incredibly vast, incredibly dazzling. Has a genius independently evolved the 8th level of the redstone basic cultivation method? Within the massive palace, a great being sleeping inside opened its eyes. At the moment it opened its eyes, infinite flames seemed to swirl within them. Standing there, it was as if he were the embodiment of the source of fire in the universe. His brilliance was countless times hotter than the core of a star, and his existence was more radiant than the galaxy. At this moment, sensing the call from an unfathomable distance, he couldn't help but murmur softly, 100 trillion years ago, I achieved the realm of true divinity, and the Holy Lord commanded me to guard the Wind Shadow domain and over 100 other domains, preventing the invasion of alien races. At the same time, I was to encounter and nurture promising geniuses. However, these over 100 domains are merely the fringes of the universe controlled by Redstone Mountain. Resources are scarce. Energy is depleted. What kind of geniuses could possibly be worth noticing? Wasting 100 million years of my time, and in the end, I couldn't even cultivate a few decent void realm beings. Truly useless. At this point, a hint of anger flickered in the eyes of this great existence. After that, I was fortunate enough to be too lazy to cultivate personally, merely scattering some stone tablets inscribed with the first 6 layers of the redstone basic cultivation method across these hundreds of domains. At the same time, I set it so that only those in the flying realm and below could comprehend and complete the first 8 layers to awaken me automatically. Now, 100 trillion years have passed, and these useless beings have indeed fallen short, only managing to awaken me less than 100 times. It seems that the last time I awakened was 135 billion years ago? The great existence spoke uncertainly, because time, for an eternal and immortal being like him, truly held no meaning. Whether it was 100 billion years or 1,000 billion years, to him, it was merely a moment of cultivation or even just a quick nap. With this thought, the great existence shook his head and then became too lazy to think further. Well, since this little fellow could comprehend the 8th layer in the flying realm and below, then no matter how many spirit fruits he consumes or how many elders support him, it is enough to prove his aptitude is quite good, and he has a great chance of becoming a void realm being in the future. Alright, let's give him some resources for cultivation, and when he reaches the immortal realm, we can see if he can be guided into the Redstone Sacred Land. The Great Existence pondered slightly, then flicked his fingers. A dazzling and brilliant light burst forth from his fingertip. It then instantly surpassed the speed of light, tearing through the starry sky, heading towards the blue star where Linny was located. And along the way, it continued to accelerate. 1 times the speed of light, 10 times the speed of light, 100 times the speed of light, 1,000 times the speed of light. Finally, it reached a staggering 10,000 times the speed of light, seemingly reaching its peak, and began to operate at this constant speed. What happened to this human? In the wilderness area, seeing Linny suddenly struck by a beam of golden light that burst forth from the stone tablet, he stood there in a daze, his defensive golden light instantly dissipating, and the ancient Buddha phantom behind him turned to nothingness, while the surrounding demons and monsters looked on curiously. Who cares what happened? I only know that now is definitely the best time to attack this human. Blue-eyed white tiger, attack this human with me. After a moment of daze, the fiery red dragon suddenly came to its senses, fully mobilizing the flames within its body, and opened its mouth to unleash a terrifyingly hot fireball that shot towards Linny. Seeing this, the blue-eyed white tiger immediately did not dare to be slow, following closely behind. Alright, little prince, I'll help you. Roar. As soon as the blue-eyed white tiger's words fell, a mighty tiger roar erupted from its mouth. In an instant, countless azure winds whipped up from the ground. This wind, known as the azure gold divine wind, could strip skin, shatter bones, and destroy organs when attacking alone, annihilating the enemy's physical body in an instant. When combined with the fiery red dragon's true dragon flame, its power was even more terrifying. With the wind aiding the fire and the fire borrowing the wind's might, it could easily kill a 9th level innate martial artist and severely injure an ordinary marquis level expert. Haha, human, this time I want to see if you can still survive. Looking at his masterpiece, the fiery red dragon displayed a human-like smug smile filled with the joy of revenge. It was just waiting for its attack to land on Lingy's body, turning the defenseless into ashes. Puff, puff, whoosh, whoosh. The powerful flames scorched the void, and the fierce azure wind tore through the earth, unleashing terrifying power that left countless demons and humans like Zhang Xian in shock. Now, having finally seized the opportunity under Lingy's fierce attack, the fiery red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent in the face of such a great opportunity. Although it was just a moment, they still unleashed their most peak strike so far, aiming to kill Linny in one blow. Boom! In less than a second, under the excited and expectant gazes of countless demons and the terrified looks of Zhang Xian, the great sun golden Peng King, and others, the flame entwined with azure winds finally descended before Linny. Boom! The fireball exploded, instantly causing a violent wave. Countless flames surged upwards, and the already charred earth was blown apart in an instant, soaring into the sky. In the area surrounding Linny, it was as if a small nuclear bomb had exploded. All matter vanished in an instant, leaving only endless flames and a massive deep pit. Ha ha, this human, it's over. Watching the scene in the deep pit, where everything had melted into crystalline particles and was then scattered by the raging winds, the fire-red dragon, the azure-eyed white tiger, and the countless demons behind them were ecstatic, jumping and shouting wildly. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian and the others rushed towards Linny, calling out his name. Linny, Linny. Looking into those pitch-black eyes, Zhang Xian and the others' pupils widened, filled with pain and self-reproach. They hated their own weakness, feeling that in the face of demons, they could only hold Linny back. They also regretted having been too far from Linny, unable to step forward in time when he was in danger. Although, even if they had stepped forward, it might not have made much difference. Puff, puff, puff. Time slowly passed. In the air, the sound of flames burning echoed. In the deep pit, the endless flames, having lost their fuel, gradually weakened. Seeing that there had been no movement in the deep pit for so long, the demons outside laughed even more joyfully, while Zhang Xian and the others could only watch in immense pain as the deep pit roared, then struggled to fight against the demons. However, at that moment, a golden light suddenly shone from the endless flames, as if the light of the Buddha made the infinite karmic fire retreat. The next moment, before the azure-eyed white tiger and the fire-red dragon could react, a gigantic hand swirling with black and white energy appeared above them. The endless laughter abruptly ceased. This power. Feeling the terrifying force contained within the massive black and white hand, not only the azure-eyed white tiger and the fire-red dragon beneath it, but even the great sun golden Peng King in the sky and the beast king level overlord, the three-eyed golden toad, who was constantly attacking from the ground, couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat, their minds going blank, because this was a power that completely surpassed that of a king-level powerhouse by an unknown margin. Under this supreme strength, even though Linny was still only using his chi, it was enough to easily crush the vast true chi of a king-level powerhouse. After all, this power was too strong, too terrifying. It was already on a completely different level from king-level powerhouses and beast king-level overlord monsters. Although it had not yet reached the level of a martial saint, it already possessed some of the might of a martial saint. Under this might, even if the great sun golden Peng King and the three-eyed golden toad faced this strike personally, they felt that they were absolutely doomed. Little prince. Seeing this scene, the three-eyed golden toad roared, panic, filling its three eerie light golden eyes. The fire-red dragon was the only offspring that inherited the true bloodline of the Cold River Dragon Emperor, holding an extremely important position in the Cold River Dragon Emperor's heart. If anything happened to it, the three-eyed golden toad could hardly imagine the disaster that the cold River Dragon Emperor's wrath would bring to the cold river region. Whoosh! Before the three-eyed golden toad's words fell, a tongue glowing with a faint golden hue swiftly sliced through the void, sweeping towards the fire-red dragon as if teleporting. At this moment, seeing the situation so dire, the three-eyed golden toad no longer cared about fighting the great sun golden pine king, only wanting to save the fire-red dragon and then escape. As for Lin Yi, that was beyond its capability to handle. Ha ha, you vile creature, with this king here, you won't save that vile dragon. Seeing the tongue radiating a faint golden light suddenly abandon itself and sweep towards the fire-red dragon, the great sun golden pine king immediately understood the intention of the three-eyed golden toad. With a loud laugh, the vast golden true energy within him erupted, transforming into endless golden feathers of the great pine, blocking the bright red tongue. Quack, 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 quack. Seeing his tongue being blocked, the three-eyed golden toad couldn't help but cry out anxiously. Human, let me go. Do you know what kind of person the young prince is? Do you know what kind of consequences will befall Jiangnan province if something happens to him here? The three-eyed golden toad roared. However, its roar did not move the great sun golden pine king in the slightest. Not only did he not understand what the three-eyed golden toad was babbling about, but even if he did, he would never allow the three-eyed golden toad to rescue the fiery red dragon. This dragon's talent was also extremely terrifying, rare even among demons. If it were to grow up, it might not become a beast emperor-level demon, but it would definitely be able to sweep through a territory and have a great chance of being comparable to the sea-overturning king among humans. Such a demon, having a rare opportunity to kill, how could he let it go just because of some nonsense background behind it? What kind of reasoning is that? Ha ha, beast, no matter what you scream, today, this cursed dragon is bound to die. Looking at the fiery red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger, struggling and roaring under the black and white handprint, unable to escape, the great sun golden pang king laughed heartily. Although there was confusion and misunderstanding in his gaze towards Lin Yi, there was even more endless shock and admiration. Die! A cold voice echoed from the deep pit in the howling forest. From the flames in the pit, a figure with an ancient Buddha on its head, bathed in countless golden lights, emerged from the endless flames. With a flip of his palm, the enormous black and white handprint containing immense power shattered the infinite air above, crashing down like a mountain fiercely, striking towards the fiery red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger. Roar, roar, roar. Human, you cannot kill me. I am the descendant of the Beast Emperor. I am the offspring of the Dragon Emperor. If you kill me, not only will you die, but you will also implicate your Jiangnan war base, and even your entire Jiangnan province will have to accompany me to the grave. You cannot kill me. Feeling the power within the enormous black and white handprint above, the fiery red dragon roared repeatedly. At the same time, its body erupted with terrifying power capable of overturning rivers and seas, trying to break free from the lock of the black and white handprint. However, its strength was far inferior to Lin Yi's. At this moment, after practicing the redstone basic cultivation method, the foundational power of the true energy within Lin Yi had quadrupled again. With full force, his power had already surpassed 200 million kilograms. Under such terrifying power, how could the fiery red dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger escape? As for its threats, Lin Yi would not take them seriously. As the saying goes, those who kill will always be killed. This beast may not be human, but since it dared to come and kill him, it must be prepared to be killed in return. Otherwise, if he only hesitated because of its background, allowing demons to kill humans while forbidding humans from killing demons, then what was the point of Lin Yi cultivating martial arts and practicing skills? He might as well just die. Die. As his thoughts flowed, Lin Yi understood everything, and in the next moment, his mind was free of distractions. His palm slammed down, instantly causing a massive earthquake at the spot. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and boundless energy swept across the four directions, the terrifying aftershock shaking everything. Under this palm, within a radius of several thousand meters, terrifying tornadoes suddenly rose, tearing apart countless patches of earth, blowing them into the sky, uprooting countless ancient trees and shattering them into pieces. Young prince! Watching the fiery red dragon truly being struck by this palm, the demons in the distance immediately turned pale with fear, their hearts filled with panic. The fiery red dragon was the offspring of the Dragon Emperor. If it died, not only would humans suffer a great disaster, but they would also definitely incur the wrath of the Dragon Emperor. Thinking of the temper of the Cold River Dragon Emperor, the demons immediately trembled in their hearts. Run! At this thought, all the demons exchanged glances and instantly understood each other's intentions. Then, with a whoosh, they transformed into streaks of light, wanting to escape to some remote wilderness or hidden corner to survive, never to see the Dragon Emperor again. Unfortunately, their thoughts were beautiful, but reality was extremely cruel. Demons, do not be arrogant. Lin Yi, Great Sun Golden Pang King, don't panic. Qing Su Wang, White Brow King, is here. Just as the group of demons was fleeing towards the outside world but had not gotten far, a dark blue disc-shaped intelligent warplane tore through the void in the sky. Immediately after, two figures, one blue and one white, jumped down from it. Boom! At the moment the two jumped from the warplane, endless blue and white true energy surged through the void, like cannonballs carrying terrifying power, slaughtering the group of demons. Puff 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 puff, accompanied by the two's attacks, the sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed. Under the massacre of these two king-level powerhouses, the demons at the 7th, 8th, and even 9th levels of the Beast King had no power to resist at all. Soon, they were all slaughtered by these two. Wasn't it said that there were two demon beasts comparable to the marquee level, a flood dragon and a white tiger? Where are those two beasts? Why haven't I seen them? Seeing that among the demons they slaughtered there was no sign of these two marquee-level demons, Qing Su Wang and Bai Mei Wang were momentarily stunned. But the next moment, a faint voice reached their ears. Right here. The calm voice sounded in their ears, and the two followed the sound, their figures flashing. Suddenly, they saw, amidst a whirlwind of fog, a figure becoming increasingly clear. Beneath the thick fog, he stood on a flood dragon, holding a white tiger, his expression cold and handsome. He looked like a fallen immortal descending to the world, like a divine being coming to the mortal realm. Truly, subduing dragons and tigers. Seeing this scene, even though Qing Su Wang and Bai Mei Wang had lived for over 100 years and had seen much, their minds instantly froze, filled with disbelief. The blue-eyed white tiger and the fiery red flood dragon were both terrifying demons comparable to the marquee level. But what about Lin Yi? He was merely a martial artist at the martial master level. The gap between martial master and marquee level was a full 9 levels of innate martial artists. Yet now, what were they witnessing? They were actually seeing a mere martial master defeat two marquee-level demons and stand on top of them. If one had to make a comparison, it was like an ant crushing an elephant. How absurd. How unbelievable. Lin Yi, how can you be so strong? Incredulous voice came from Qing Su Wang's mouth. Over the past 100 years he had seen countless geniuses and prodigies. However, even the strongest among them had only used their martial master 9th level body to fight against a newly advanced innate martial master at the 2nd level, and in the end, they had still lost to that innate martial master. Previously, Lin Yi's ability to pass the 17th level of the King Tower, comparable to an ordinary innate martial master at the 3rd or 4th level, had already seemed extraordinary to him. A peerless talent that only appeared once in hundreds or thousands of years. But now, Lin Yi was not only comparable to an innate martial master at the 3rd or 4th level, but he had also brazenly killed two marquee-level demons. How could such a terrifying monster exist in this world? There must be a great secret about Lin Yi. Thinking of this, Qing Su Wang and Bai Mei Wang's hearts raced, eager to uncover the truth immediately. Qing Su, Bai Mei, since you are here, what are you waiting for? Hurry and help me deal with this three-eyed golden toad, and let's try to capture it this time. Seeing Qing Su Wang and Bai Mei Wang still staring blankly at Lin Yi, the great sun golden Pen King shouted anxiously from the sky because, after seeing Lin Yi so fierce, the three-eyed golden toad flicked its tongue, repelling the great sun golden Pen King, and then began to hop away towards the distance. In just a breath, it had already escaped 3 or 4 kilometers. Don't worry, it can't escape, Lin Yi said calmly, watching the three-eyed golden toad shrinking rapidly in the distance. Then, under the gaze of the Qingshu King and the great sun golden Pang King along with other powerful beings, his body instantly transformed and disappeared from the spot, leaving only faint afterimages. This speed, the great sun golden Pang King widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Lin Yi's figure. He had created the semi-saint level Great Sun Golden Peng Fist, which was known for its strange speed, claiming to be the fastest under the martial saint. Yet now, in front of Lin Yi at this moment, he felt that he might, perhaps, not be able to match him. Boom! Countless air currents were instantly exploded by Lin Yi's powerful body, leaving only a white cloud ring in place. With a full-force explosion, over 200 million kilograms of power provided Lin Yi with immense kinetic energy. Under this enormous kinetic energy, his speed was already incredibly fast. Coupled with the perfect saint-level movement technique Immortal 7 Illusions, Lin Yi's speed could truly be called the fastest in the world. In Blue Star, apart from the martial saints, there was no one who could compare. Quack, 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 quack. Human, spare me, spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master and be your pet. The croaking sounds came from the mouth of the three-eyed golden toad. Compared to its earlier arrogance, the current three-eyed golden toad was as humble as it could be. It kept begging Lin Yi for mercy just to survive. Die. Looking at the pleading on the three-eyed golden toad's face, Lin Yi's heart was as solid as a rock, showing no signs of wavering. A monster is a monster. Since its birth, it has been the mortal enemy of humanity. No matter how pitiful or humble it is, it cannot change the murderous intent that is ingrained in its bones against humans. Therefore, no matter how the three-eyed golden toad begged or pleaded, it had no effect in Lin Yi's eyes. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the forest, as if millions of tons were exploding simultaneously. Countless dirt and dust shot into the sky, and ancient trees crashed to the ground with a rumble. A gigantic handprint appeared on the ground, with palm lines as clear as small streams. Among them, a three-eyed golden toad that had been flattened lay on the ground as if struck down by divine punishment. Whoosh! A breeze blew through, dispersing the dust at the scene. Lin Yi left the place expressionlessly, with no waves stirring in his heart, because, with his current strength, even a king, though powerful, was merely a snap of the fingers away from being killed. In Huaxia, in the city of Kyoto, 3 middle-aged men, dressed in black, blue, and white, sat cross-legged in a 3-story loft, each exuding a vast aura and radiating terrifying energy. At this moment, they were not doing anything but were all looking solemnly at a huge virtual screen in front of them. It was clearly playing footage of Lin Yi killing the blue-eyed white tiger, the fiery red dragon, and the three-eyed golden toad with a single palm strike. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, endless dirt shot into the sky, and the video went dark. Among the 3 middle-aged men, the man in white spoke. What do you two think about this matter? Lin Yi is merely at the martial Master level, yet his strength has already surpassed the ordinary, strong enough to kill even a king with a single strike. This is completely beyond the realm of common sense. What do you think should be done about this person? As soon as the white-clothed man's voice fell, the man in blue immediately spoke. Capture. God, Lin Yi is a genius of our Huaxia. The reason he is so powerful now is also inseparable from our Huaxia's cultivation. Therefore, I suggest we immediately recall Lin Yi and let him clarify why he is so strong. If this reason can be shared, then it would not only be a tremendous boost for our Huaxia nation, but also for the world and the progress of humanity. No. As soon as the man in blue finished speaking, the man in black interjected, we cannot force geniuses or strong individuals to give up their fortuitous encounters. This is a principle that we human martial saints have always adhered to. It is precisely because of this principle that we, the Blue Star humans, can unite as one to resist the monsters. If we now break this rule because Lin Yi took the lead, then in the future, who among the many talented and powerful individuals would dare to fully showcase their strength and talents to contribute to the development and growth of humanity? I, Li Yuanyin, cannot agree to something that would cause humanity to become divided because of one person. Yuanyin, I know you have the most contact with that little guy Lin Yi and think highly of him. In fact, I also do not wish to violate the rules set by the human martial saints. However, times have changed. This time, Lin Yi's opportunity is too significant to the extent that it concerns the development of all humanity. Just think about it, if his method of enhancing combat power could really be popularized. What a tremendous push it would provide for the martial arts of the world. Upon hearing Li Yuanyin's words, the man in blue immediately retorted, alright, stop arguing. As the two martial saints quarreled, the man in white above wanted to intervene to resolve the dispute. Outside the room, a respectful voice suddenly rang out, 3 martial saints, just now, news has come from outside. It is said that the divine masters of 12 countries, including the god of the European Union, the god of darkness, the sun god of America, the god of light, the ancient fist god of India, the god of the wolf of Russia, and the god of the ninja of Fusong, along with 23 martial saint-level powerhouses, have arrived in Kyoto City to seek a joint audience. A joint audience? What do these foreigners intend to do? Are they trying to force a palace coup? Upon hearing the voice from outside, the man in blue, known as the war god, immediately showed anger on his face, a blue light faintly radiating from his body. He indeed supported allowing Lin Yi to share the secret of such combat power. However, that did not mean he was willing to let a bunch of foreigners come and pressure the martial deity and the god of capture to support him in making this decision. After all, Lin Yi was a genius of Huaxia. Even if he wanted to break the principle and covet the great secret on Lin Yi, it should be decided by the higher-ups of Huaxia first and then send someone to negotiate with Lin Yi himself, explaining the stakes and obtaining his consent. It should not be like now, where a group of foreigners comes to point fingers and coerce them into making decisions for their Huaxia genius. Tell them to go back. Thinking of this, the man in blue shouted, alright, Jisong, they come from afar. As fellow martial saints, treating them so dismissively would make our Huaxia nation seem lacking in grace. Let them in. Glancing at the war god, the man in white, known as the god of capture, spoke calmly. 12 countries, over 20 martial saints, this formidable force could not be underestimated even by them. At this moment, as these martial saints came together, their will could not be swayed, but necessary hospitality was still required. Otherwise, it would make these outsiders laugh at them, saying that Huaxia did not understand etiquette. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white waved his hand, and the wooden door opened instantly. Before long, beams of light pierced the sky outside the loft. In the blink of an eye, powerful presences had already descended and appeared in this small loft. The vast cold river, the rolling waters flow, stirring up waves, rushing towards the sea. At the bottom of the river, nearly 2,000 meters deep and incredibly magnificent, Crystal Palace stands, resembling a fairyland. But at this moment, angry roars shattered this beautiful scene. What? What did you say? My fire was killed by humans. Hearing the report from the Beast King level demon chameleon before him, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief and endless sorrow. He had many offspring, but the fiery red dragon was the only one who nearly perfectly inherited his bloodline. Therefore, he had long placed high hopes on it, viewing it as his successor, eager to cultivate it into a new Beast King level demon emperor. After all, even among the demon race, the competition for status and territory was quite fierce. In such circumstances, if the Cold River Dragon Emperor could produce another demon emperor under his command, then with the cooperation of 2 demon emperors, his status would rise dramatically, even ranking first among all Beast King level demons in the entire Blue Star. It was precisely because of this wish that the Cold River Dragon Emperor had always been extremely indulgent towards the fiery red dragon, pouring deep feelings into it and valuing it immensely. Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor. This is true. I just saw with my own eyes the young prince and the blue-eyed white tiger being killed by that human genius Lin Yi with a single palm. After that, the 3-eyed golden toad tried to escape but still fell victim to Lin Yi's poisonous hands, also being hunted down and killed by him. This Lin Yi, although just a martial artist for some reason, possesses overwhelming combat power, far surpassing that of Beast King level overlords of the same clan. Dragon Emperor, if it weren't for the fact that I evolved from the chameleon and my strength has reached the elite level of Beast Kings, being extremely adept at hiding and escaping, I fear I would have also met my end at the hands of that human Lin Yi, unable to report such news to your majesty. Seeing the expression of the Cold River Dragon Emperor, the chameleon demon was filled with extreme fear, trembling as it replied, What? Lin Yi? You say my fiery child and the three-eyed golden toad were killed by that Lini? Upon hearing the words of the chameleon demon, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's eyes widened in shock. He then waved his dragon claws and exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That Lini is just a mere martial artist. A martial artist. How could he have the ability to kill my fiery child and the three-eyed? Don't say he's just a martial artist, even if he breaks through in battle and becomes a congenital martial artist. He is still just a lowly first-level congenital martial artist. With such strength, let alone my fiery child and the three-eyed, even any random beast king-level demon that went there back then could easily crush him." The Cold River Dragon Emperor roared, unable to believe it no matter what. He had just heard the chameleon say that the fiery red dragon and the three-eyed golden toad were killed by a human. He thought it was the work of several human kings working together. But unexpectedly, it was that Aunt Lini alone. How could he believe that? "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor. I know you. Don't believe it, but the fact is just that outrageous. Lini killed the young prince and the blue-eyed white tiger with one palm and then killed the three-eyed golden toad with another palm. This is what I saw with my own eyes, truly." Seeing the Cold River Dragon Emperor seemingly going mad with disbelief, the chameleon continued to explain. "Ha, ha, ha. You say this is true? It really was that Lini who acted?" Hearing the chameleon confirm repeatedly, the Cold River Dragon Emperor stared with dragon eyes, panting heavily, and finally asked, Yes, it was Lini." Under the terrifying pressure of the Cold River Dragon Emperor, the chameleon trembled. But in the end, it gritted its teeth and nodded in acknowledgement. "Good. Very good. Lini, you must die. Today, no matter what, you must die." After receiving the chameleon's final confirmation, an infinite killing intent flashed in the Cold River Dragon Emperor's eyes. That murderous intent seemed endless, as if not even the waters of the four seas could wash it away. This human Lini was too terrifying. Just a martial artist could easily kill demon monsters of king and marquis level. In the future, if he were to break through to the 9th level of congenital martial artist, what would happen then? Would he not rival the weaker martial saints? And if he were to break through to martial saint, what then? Would he surpass world-renowned powerhouses like Taiji Divine Sword and Golden Body Arhat? Thinking of this terrifying scene, the Cold River Dragon Emperor couldn't help but shudder. Immediately after, he opened his mouth wide and roared out a series of massive sound waves that spread throughout the entire Dragon Palace. By the order of this emperor, all demon clans in the Cold River area, in the Jiangnan province, whether on land or in water, gather swiftly. Today, this emperor will break the rules and personally lead the charge, striking down the Jiangnan province with the force of thunder and lightning, ruthlessly killing Lini. Yes. As soon as the Cold River Dragon Emperor's voice fell, an endless response suddenly erupted from all around, forming countless undercurrents at the bottom of the river. That fierce killing intent seemed to want to break through the riverbed and soar into the clouds. In this battle, the intent was to kill Lini. Outside, the winds were rising and clouds were swirling, and countless killing opportunities began to target Lini. But at this moment, Lini himself had quietly returned to the warbase in the northern area of Jiangnan province, seeking a breakthrough in his innate abilities. At the warbase in the northern area of Jiangnan province, in a secret room surrounded by black walls, Lini sat cross-legged in the center of the room. True Gang. According to the Redstone basic cultivation method, ultimately, it is a kind of sublimation of Gang Qi, a form of enhancement. It's like water turning into ice, or carbon atoms being restructured to form diamonds. Though it becomes harder and more indestructible, at its core, it is still fundamentally the same as Gang Qi. Therefore, to condense True Gang, there are two key points. First, the Gang Qi within the body must be strong enough. Second, the strength of the spirit in the mind must also be sufficiently powerful. If both of these conditions are met, then with some special techniques, condensing True Gang is as easy as a snap of the fingers. In the secret room, Lini silently reflected, instantly clarifying the relationship between Gang Qi and True Gang. Before obtaining the Redstone basic cultivation method, Lini had some understanding of the relationship between Gang Qi and True Gang, thanks to the Martial Dao True explanation as a reference. However, at that time, it was like seeing flowers in the fog. He was only vaguely aware, unable to see clearly. But now, upon receiving the Redstone basic cultivation method, Lin Yi's understanding of the relationship between Gang Qi and True Gang had instantly risen to countless levels, as if he could see the patterns in his palm, effortlessly comprehending the intricacies within. To put it bluntly, with Lin Yi's current level of understanding of Gang Qi and True Gang, even looking across the entire blue star, there was likely no one who could match him. Not even the world's number one, the Taiji Divine Sword Master Changshu, or the second strongest, the Golden Body Arhat Master Kongwan. Both of them were inferior to him. The Redstone Saint Master truly is a great existence in the universe. His understanding of cultivation is incredibly profound. Cultivation is clearly an immensely complex matter. For others, at most, they can only speak in generalities, vaguely. In fact, in the end, they might just dismiss it with a phrase, "It can only be understood, not explained." But now, in front of the Redstone Saint Master, it can be simplified and complicated easily, clarifying the essence and countless key points within. Such skill is truly incredible. Reflecting on everything described in the Redstone basic cultivation method, Lini couldn't help but admire. He then began to close his eyes, silently preparing to condense True Gang and break through to the innate martial master realm. At the entrance of the warbase in the northern area of Jiangnan province, countless martial artists came and went, either in groups of 3 or 5 or alone, moving back and forth within the base. Li Gu, your backpack looks so full. You must have had a good harvest. Ha ha, it's just okay. I was lucky to barely kill a beast general of the 8th level, the two-headed mastiff, with a few other brothers. Upon seeing a familiar martial artist greet him, Li Gu appeared modest on the surface, but a proud smile flickered in his eyes as he responded. If he were in the wilderness area, he would worry about someone coveting his harvest and plotting against him, and he wouldn't dare to speak so directly. But here in the warbase, there was no need for that. After all, the warbase is a recognized safe zone where fighting is prohibited. Moreover, with laser cannons capable of annihilating Beast King level overlords, neither monsters nor humans attempting to harm each other dare to act recklessly against the warbase. Oh, the two-headed mastiff. Brother Li, good luck. Upon hearing Brother Li's response, the warrior replied enviously. Alright, old Li, enough chit-chat, we'll have plenty of time to talk later. Our current task is to quickly sell the rare materials from this two-headed mastiff. I'm counting on this money to exchange for a new martial art. Just as old Li was about to speak again, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, wielding a 9-ring broadsword and exuding a fierce aura, urged him on. Yes, Captain. As soon as the fierce man finished speaking, old Li immediately straightened his expression, then shouldered his backpack, intending to head to the sub-branch of the Demon Slayer Hall within the base. The Demon Slayer Hall is a top official organization comparable to the Six Doors and the military, filled with countless treasures. As long as one has enough money, even semi-holy level martial arts can be purchased. It is truly a paradise for ordinary warriors like them. Rumble, rumble. Just as old Li and the others were thinking about entering the Demon Slayer Hall, they suddenly felt a tremor beneath their feet, followed by a series of booming sounds. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. The piercing alarm echoed in all directions, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Beast Tide is coming. Everyone hurry back to the war base and prepare to resist the beast disaster. Beast Tide is coming. Everyone hurry back to the war base and prepare to resist the beast disaster. A series of urgent alarms spread across the area, revealing an overwhelming sense of urgency. What? Beast Tide? Upon hearing this, old Li and the others outside the door turned pale with fear. That's right. The war base is very safe, but that's only true in most cases. In these cases, there is one exception: encountering a beast tide. Beast Tide. Beast Tide. As the name suggests, this is a disaster, where countless monsters attack humans like a tidal wave. In such a disaster, at the very least, thousands of warriors may lose their lives. At worst, even the warbase could be breached. By then, countless monsters would flood into the cities behind the warbase. It's not impossible for millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people to die, turning the vast city into ruins. Thinking of the terrifying consequences of a beast tide, and considering that if the warbase were breached, their loved ones, friends, and children behind them could perish, countless warriors' eyes turned red, and they roared, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Roar, roar, roar! Break through the war base! Kill all these humans! Hee hee! Charge! Charge! Human flesh is the most delicious. I haven't enjoyed it in a long time. This time, I want a feast! Moo moo moo! Everyone charge!" With Lord Dragon Emperor leading, the Jiangnan province warbase will definitely be breached by us. By then, the hundreds of millions of humans in the city will be at our mercy, especially those little human cubs. They are especially delicious. Chirp, chirp, chirp. About 10 kilometers away from the Jiangnan province warbase, countless enormous monsters roared to the sky, crazily directing their lower-level monsters to attack. On ordinary days, with the warbase's deterrence, none of the monsters dared to approach here, fearing being blasted by the laser cannons. But today, with the Beast King-level Cold River Dragon Emperor leading the charge, they feared nothing, because in this battle, their demon race would surely win. Charge! All of you charge! Kill all humans! Excited roars erupted from the Beast King-level monsters, driving the beasts to attack the warbase. In front of these countless monsters, the warbase seemed like a small boat before a great river, about to be swept away and destroyed. Rumble! Rumble! Accompanied by the command of the Beast King-level monsters, countless beasts charged fearlessly towards the warbase, a mighty force that was unstoppable. Prepare for battle. First, raise the energy shield. Observing this critical scene, a powerful military figure within the warbase roared. Buzz! Before the military figure's words could finish, within the warbase, a massive machine occupying hundreds of square meters, resembling a house, shot a small pale blue beam into the sky. Whoosh! The moment the pale blue beam shot into the sky, it rapidly spread like flowing water. Soon, it transformed into a circular shield, completely enveloping the entire warbase from the sky to the ground. After all, among the endless beasts, there were not only those adept at charging on land but also those skilled at burrowing underground. If this energy shield only protected the surface, it would be practically useless against the attacks of the burrowing monsters, easily torn apart by their coordinated assault. But now, that was no longer a problem. Boom! 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 The sounds of artillery explosions erupted as the energy shield rose. On the walls of the warbase, silver cannon barrels made of alloy emerged from the energy shield, firing powerful shells. Whoosh! 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 Each shell sliced through the air, creating white shockwaves and a series of sonic booms as they rapidly fell into the beast horde. Boom! 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 Under the bombardment of these shells, the tide of beasts was instantly torn apart like a stone thrown into a lake, creating gaping holes. Craters appeared, flames shot into the sky, and countless beasts were annihilated under the brilliance of human technology. For a moment, the beast tide was slightly hindered. Unfortunately, there were simply too many beasts, an endless, boundless sea. Even though many beasts died under the shells, soon, Others flowed in like water, continuing their charge towards the warbase. Charge, my children. Rush. As long as we break through the warbase, there will be countless humans for us to enjoy. Charge. Watching countless low-level beasts being blasted apart by shells, the Beast King-level monsters in the horde were not afraid or panicked. Instead, their eyes turned red, filled with murderous intent, and they roared excitedly. Roar! 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 Woo! Woo! Woof! 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 A woo! A woo! Hearing the encouragement from the Beast King-level monsters, countless low-level beasts also roared in excitement, crazily charging towards the warbase, as if the recently slain beasts were not their companions at all. Low-level beasts, with their low intelligence and limited capacity for thought, were accustomed to obeying the commands of higher-level monsters. At this moment, with so many companions charging together, they naturally fought fiercely and attacked madly. Rumble! Rumble! The endless beasts trampled the ground, causing it to rumble as if an earthquake had erupted. Although the warbase's cannons were immensely powerful and ferocious, under the weight of these countless beasts, they were like a drop in the bucket, hardly making a significant impact. Soon, the beast tide began to slowly approach the warbase. 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. The endless tide of beasts rapidly closed in on the warbase, and in the blink of an eye, they were already within a kilometer range. At such a short distance, these warriors, whose eyesight and senses greatly surpassed those of ordinary people, could even see the beasts' blood-red eyes, their snow-white fangs, and the drool dripping from their mouths. Boom! Time passed in the blink of an eye, and in just a few breaths, the endless beasts had already charged to within 500 meters of the warbase. Then, in an instant, it collided head-on with the light blue energy shield. Puff! 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 At the moment the monster hit the shield, countless sounds of flesh exploding echoed. The surface of the light blue energy shield shimmered with numerous halos. Though it was a thin layer, it seemed even harder than walls of copper and iron forged from ancient divine metal. The monsters that crashed into it were like tofu hitting a stone, their heads shattering and bodies bursting apart in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of flesh exploding continued one after another, countless monsters perishing, driven by the monsters behind them, even though they knew crashing into that energy shield would mean death. They had no choice but to charge forward, because, as long as they were at the front, their deaths were inevitable. Even if they didn't charge now, stopping would mean being trampled to death by the monsters behind them. Time slowly passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Under the blockade of the light blue shield, one monster after another died outside the shield. Countless corpses piled up like mountains, and rivers of bright red blood flowed. In the onslaught of the beast tide, often in an instant, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of monsters would perish. However, in the eyes of the Beast King-level monsters, this was of no concern. After all, the number of low-level monsters was as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Even if they didn't die here today, they would eventually be hunted by humans or kill each other in the future. In their eyes, no matter how many monsters died, as long as they could break through this energy shield, it would all be worth it. Roar! Screech! Chirp! Countless monsters screamed frantically. In the sky, on the ground, even underground, one monster after another charged fearlessly towards the light blue energy shield. From the looks of it, they wouldn't rest until they broke through the war base today. Why is this beast tide so massive this time? Even for a typical large beast tide, it should have weakened by now. Could this beast tide be an ultra-large one? Observing the countless monsters outside that had already perished, yet still continued to surge endlessly, high-ranking warriors in the warbase spoke in fear. Because while the beast tide was terrifying, it also varied in size, generally classified into 4 levels: small, medium, large, and ultra-large. Among them, small beast tides posed the least threat, usually manageable with the warbase's cannons. However, they were a significant threat to warriors in the wilderness, leading to the deaths of countless warriors below the innate martial master level. Medium beast tides were even more terrifying. Once they occurred, even weaker innate martial masters in the wilderness had a certain probability of dying. However, facing the warbase, they would at most attack the energy shield for a few minutes before retreating upon realizing the heavy casualties. As for large beast tides, they were truly frightening. Generally, in the wilderness, apart from king and marquis level powerhouses, ordinary innate martial masters faced almost certain death. Even when facing the war base, they could breach the energy shield. A misstep could lead to countless monsters flooding into cities, causing massive casualties and potentially leading to the fall of one or several ordinary prefecture-level cities. And ultra-large beast tides were a disaster for humanity, not to mention for a province in Huaxia. Even for a medium to large country on Earth, it was a nightmare. Because, as long as an ultra-large beast tide occurred, it meant that among the attacking monsters, there was at least one beast emperor-level monster comparable to a martial saint commanding them. Only a powerful beast emperor could command such a multitude of monsters, integrating all the beasts in a region to launch an attack on humanity. The terrifying result of this event would be the destruction of a large province or even a country, with hundreds of millions or even nearly 1 billion lives lost. It can't be. It can't be. In this day and age, how could there be an ultra-large beast tide? The cold river dragon emperor, how could it dare? Is it not afraid of death? As soon as the high-level warrior finished speaking, another powerful warrior beside him shook his head. Because, long ago, the two greatest beings of the Blue Star, the Tai Chi Divine Sword and the Golden Body Arhat, personally intervened and made an agreement with the Beast Emperor-level beings on Blue Star. They, along with other Blue Star martial saints, would not casually hunt the demons on Earth. In exchange, the Beast Emperor-level demons could not lead their monstrous armies to attack humanity. If any demon defied this, the Golden Body Arhat and the Tai Chi Divine Sword would personally strike down the violators. No matter where they were, they would be killed. Thus, under such an ironclad rule, although the battles between demons and humans below the Martial Saint level remained fierce, those above the Martial Saint level had not acted for 100 or 200 years. In this context, even the boldest of them, the Cold River Dragon Emperor, would not dare to openly defy the orders set by the Tai Chi Divine Sword and the Golden Body Arhat along with numerous Beast Emperor-level demons. It won't happen. It won't happen. Should just be a powerful group of Beast King-level demons forming a massive beast tide, and there shouldn't be any involvement from the Cold River Dragon Emperor. Hearing the powerful warrior's explanation, the other warriors also shook their heads. However, their hearts were filled with gloom, because, judging by the scale of this beast tide, even if there was no Beast Emperor level being leading it, it could still breach the warbase and cause countless ordinary people to perish. Time passed second by second. Under the tense atmosphere, half an hour had already gone by in the blink of an eye. Under the relentless attacks of countless monsters, the light flowing on the surface of the pale blue energy shield gradually thinned, becoming precarious and vibrating as if it was about to collapse at any moment. General, the energy reserves are running low. Given the intensity of these monsters' attacks, the energy shield might be breached in a minute or two. What? Upon hearing the report from the soldier in front of him, the stern-faced general was taken aback, a look of pain crossing his face, but it quickly turned into determination. Relay my orders, notify the demon-slaying hall, inform all soldiers and martial artists that the energy shield is about to fail, and tell them to prepare for battle to confront the monsters head-on. Yes. The soldier replied decisively, then returned to the broadcasting room. The next moment, a voice spread throughout the warbase via the broadcast. Attention all soldiers, independent martial artists, and members of the demon-slaying hall, please listen carefully. The energy sustaining the shield is nearly depleted and can only last for another minute or two at most. In this minute or two, you may contact your families to discuss your final wishes. After that, prepare for battle. In this fight, we must risk our lives for our loved ones, friends, and people behind us. We must win. We must win. We must win. We must win. As the broadcast ended, a wave of fierce responses erupted from countless martial artists. Among them, the older ones had silver hair, while the younger ones were barely in their 20s, and some even bore disabilities. Yet at this moment, each of them had resolute eyes, showing no fear of death. Because, since they embarked on the path of martial artists, they had long been prepared for death. Now, fighting for their loved ones, friends, parents, and even millions of others they would not regret even if they died. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. I just became a martial artist and haven't enjoyed a few good days, and I might have to leave soon. After I'm gone, don't be sad. You must live happily, seeing the world for me, experiencing the beauty of life. And remember, your son, Zhang Feng, is a hero, a great hero. Xiao Feng. In the war base, a young warrior's eyes were filled with tears as he disregarded his parents' calls, hung up the phone, and looked out at the countless monsters, his eyes shining with determination. Xiaoyin, can Daddy play a game with you? After today, Daddy will hide in a very far place, and maybe he won't come back for a long time. After Daddy leaves, you must practice hard. When you become a warrior, Daddy will come back to see you, okay? Wow. Daddy, no. I don't want you to be gone for so long. Be good. Xiaoyin, listen to me, the game is starting now. Watching his daughter cry uncontrollably on the screen, a middle-aged man with white hair at his temples hung up the phone. Little brother, I can no longer protect you. From now on, you must walk your own path. Xiaoyun, you don't have to wait for me anymore. If I don't come back this time, find a good person to marry. But remember this, in this life, I, Lu Hai, didn't marry you. In the next life, you must marry me. Ha ha. One by one, the sounds of phone calls ending echoed as countless warriors spoke what might be the last words to their loved ones, then donned their armor with resolve, gazing into the outside world. In this battle, none of them had any assurance of survival, but for the sake of their loved ones, for the belief of a warrior, they felt that even sacrificing their lives was worth it. Dragon Emperor, it's about time. Looking at the swaying light blue energy shield in the distance, the turtle Prime Minister leaned on his cane and spoke to the 3-meter-long azure dragon beside him. It's about time to take action. Hearing the Prime Minister's words, the Cold River Dragon Emperor nodded. The energy shield of the warbase was too terrifying. Even with the strength of the Cold River Dragon Emperor, he had no confidence in breaking through it in a very short time. In such a situation, if they didn't send ordinary monsters to charge and deplete its energy, but instead acted directly, it would take an unknown amount of time. And if that time was delayed, the humans might send a martial saint to block them. If that happened, with the obstruction of the human martial saint, not only could they not kill Linny, but they might even be dragged down by the human martial saint. If it dragged on until the arrival of the Taiji Divine Sword or Golden Body Arhat among humans, then the Cold River Dragon Emperor would truly be facing certain death. Thinking of the power of these two, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's heart tightened, while he comforted himself. After killing Linny this time, I won't let these monsters wreak havoc in the city. Instead, I will escape into the sea in the shortest time possible, seeking the protection of the Orca King and the Octopus King. Although these two beast emperors are not as powerful as the Taiji Divine Sword and Golden Body Arhat among humans, combined with the underwater environment and other beast emperors under their command, it should be no problem to preserve my life. As for whether they are willing to offend the Golden Body Arhat and Taiji Divine Sword, to protect me, there is no need to worry. After all, this time I am taking action for our demon clan, violating the rules to kill this terrifying genius Lin Yi. As the two strongest beast emperors among our Blue Star demon clan, if they don't protect me, wouldn't that cause the other beast emperors to lose heart? With this thought, the Cold River Dragon Emperor felt a sense of certainty in his heart. Then, he suddenly soared into the sky from the crowd of monsters. He rapidly grew larger in the air, transforming into a terrifying divine dragon several hundred feet long. Boom! At the moment of transformation, the Cold River Dragon Emperor opened his mouth wide, and a powerful flame erupted from it. In an instant, it filled a radius of several dozen kilometers, turning the entire sky a brilliant red. What is that? In the war base, everyone felt a tremendous shock as they watched the fireball, as bright as the sun, hurtling towards the war base. But before they could react, boom! The red fireball had already descended upon the energy shield. Whoosh! As the fiery red flames made contact with the light blue shield, it spread rapidly as if the flames had encountered gasoline. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered an energy shield spanning several kilometers, turning the entire light blue shield a brilliant red. Bang! A sound like shattering glass echoed beneath the terrifying flames. The already trembling light blue energy shield instantly exploded, transforming into countless energy fragments that dissipated into the void. Roar! At the moment the energy shield burst, a terrifying dragon's roar resounded, leaving countless warriors dizzy and on the verge of collapse. All of you, charge for this emperor. In this battle, this emperor will break through Jiangnan province and annihilate that Lin Yi brat. Roar, roar, roar. Charge, charge, charge. The Dragon Emperor is invincible. Long live the Dragon Emperor. Excited and agitated beast roars erupted as they witnessed the Cold River Dragon Emperor unleash his might, shattering the energy shield, inspiring all the monsters to rush towards the warbase. It's over. It's over. This time it's really over. It's the Cold River Dragon Emperor. The Cold River Dragon Emperor has personally made his move. With him here, our warbase, our Jiangnan province is doomed. Looking at the imposing azure divine dragon in the sky, all the warriors felt utterly hopeless, their hearts deadened. The Cold River Dragon Emperor was a beast emperor level existence, a deity among mortals. What could mere humans use to resist? What could they do to survive? Despair filled everyone's hearts. But at that very moment, within the war base behind them, Lin Yi's breakthrough to the innate level was finally reaching its conclusion. Then, with the system's assistance, he transformed from an innate martial artist of the 9th level in the blink of an eye. Boom! A series of continuous explosions rang out, and a terrifying divine light shot up into the sky from the warbase, piercing the clouds. Endless, resplendent true energy stirred the winds for miles. Beneath this terrifying divine light, a figure emerged from the boundless radiance. At the same time, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. The world says that the martial saint is a deity among mortals, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Those who provoke mortals will undoubtedly die. But today, I, Lin Yi, will defy the heavens, challenging the divine with a mortal body. For the hundreds of thousands of warriors in our Jiangnan province's war base, for the tens of millions of citizens of Jiangnan, seeking life from death, striving for a glimmer of hope. Cold River Dragon Emperor, do you dare to battle me? Battle me! Battle me! The roar, containing boundless terrifying power, instantly spread across the land, akin to the ancient mythological giants roaring in the mountains and seas. Within several thousand meters in front of the warbase, countless monsters surged like a tide, but at this moment, they instantly vanished, dissipating as if vaporized. This power, seeing Lin Yi's roar cause such terrifying destructive force, instantly evaporating countless monsters, everyone on the battlefield, whether beasts, demons, or human warriors, even the Cold River Dragon Emperor, felt an overwhelming shock, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at Lin Yi. Is this Lin Yi? How can he be this strong? Among the humans, Heavy Armor Marquis, Zhang Xian, and others, upon seeing the figure, were left speechless, their eyes filled with shock. Is this my brother Lin Yi? Seeing that familiar figure in the sky, resembling a celestial being, countless ordinary warriors on the ground, including Liang Yongzheng, were also filled with horror, stammering, "We are saved. We are saved. Now we are all saved." Compared to the shock of many, more people in the warbase were cheering, celebrating the impending redemption of their lives. Heaven knows how desperate they felt when the Cold River Dragon Emperor first descended. But now, with Lin Yi appearing with boundless momentum, it was like a ray of dawn in the darkness, completely dispelling the darkness in their hearts and granting them hope for survival. How can this human be so strong? Is he the newly ascended martial saint among humans? No, it's impossible. There are only a few martial saints among humans, each one has endured countless hardships to reach that level. How could this young human possibly be a martial saint? Impossible. Impossible. Compared to the cheers of humans, countless beast kings and demons wore expressions of disbelief, their hearts trembling with fear. The power emanating from him was simply too terrifying, just the pressure alone made them shudder. This was a tremor born from the instinct of life, a natural oppression that higher-level beings exerted over lower-level ones. Though martial saint is called a god among men, and this is why. One of the reasons is that the martial saint has already surpassed ordinary warriors and monsters at the level of life, even at the genetic level. In front of a martial saint-level existence, they truly felt like mere mortals. Before a deity, just standing still, the pressure he exuded could instinctively make them submit, robbing them of their fighting spirit. And now, although Linny was not at the martial saint level, his strength surpassed that of a martial saint. His terrifying power still allowed him to achieve this. After breaking through to the 9th level of the innate martial artist, the foundational strength of my true energy has approached 1.1 million kilograms. With the enhancement of the innate body, my foundational strength doubled, reaching nearly 2.2 million kilograms. Adding the 8-fold enhancement from the 3rd layer of the Redstone basic cultivation method, even without using any martial techniques, my strength has surpassed 17 million kilograms, nearly rivaling a noble level powerhouse. And if I use the 2 sacred level martial arts, Golden Body Subduing Demons and Undying Seal, my strength can increase by another 186.4 times. In other words, under full power, my strength has now reached over 3.28 billion kilograms. What kind of terrifying power is over 3 billion kilograms? Even moving mountains and filling seas, destroying mountains and obliterating peaks cannot describe it. With such terrifying power, in my eyes, what does it matter if you are a martial saint? What does it matter if you are a god among men? As a mere mortal, I can still shatter your divine pride with my iron fists and immense strength, dragging you down to the mortal realm, trampling you into the mud. Cold River Dragon Emperor, do you dare to fight me? Thinking of this, Linny felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the 4 corners of the world. Roar, roar, roar. Damn humans, arrogant humans. Just a small innate being, relying on a bit of strength, dares to provoke this emperor and show disrespect. Good. Since you seek death, then this emperor shall grant it to you. Let you know what it means to be a beast emperor, what it means to be a god among men. As soon as Linny finished speaking, the Cold River Dragon Emperor also regained its senses, and a series of furious roars erupted from its mouth. It then swung its dragon tail, soaring into the sky. The strength of a martial saint-level powerhouse was too terrifying, making it difficult to unleash on the ground, so they generally chose to fight in the empty skies. Moreover, there were too many beast kings and monsters on the ground now. Although the Cold River Dragon Emperor didn't care much for its subordinates, it was better for them to die fighting humans than to perish in the aftermath of its own battle. Realizing this, Linny quickly flashed his figure and sped up to follow. Although the true energy of the 9th level of the innate martial artist was not enough to support his body in breaking free from the Earth's gravity to fly into the sky, after 8 transformations of the Redstone basic cultivation method, Linny found that his true energy had already become different from that of an ordinary innate 9th level martial artist. Its essence was far stronger than that of an ordinary innate 9th level martial artist. Under the influence of such powerful true energy, Linny could almost lift a foot and stomp down, easily breaking free from gravity and flying into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, Linny's figure rapidly ascended, streaking through the void like a shooting star, the fierce winds of true energy howling past his ears. However, it was easily blocked by the protective true energy surrounding his body, not allowing even a single inch of penetration. Roar! A furious dragon's roar erupted, and immediately, Linny saw a flame tinged with red and green rushing towards him. It turned out that the Cold River Dragon Emperor, seeing Linny truly following him, had already launched a surprise attack from nearly 8,000 meters in the air. Boom! Feeling the ferocity contained within the oncoming flame, Linny flicked his hand, instantly unleashing a massive black and white palm imprint that tore it apart and exploded it. He then let out a cold laugh. Ha! What a useless dragon! Just a moment ago, you were boasting about showing me what it means to be a beast emperor, what it means to be a deity. Now, taking advantage of my unpreparedness, you start a sneak attack. What, are you lacking the confidence to defeat me? Humph, human, don't be so arrogant. That was merely a small test just to gauge your weight, to see if you have the qualifications to fight this emperor. However, since you seek your own demise, this emperor will grant you that. I will use all my strength to kill you in one blow. Looking at the human before him, the Cold River Dragon Emperor roared repeatedly, appearing unconcerned on the surface, but internally, he was filled with seriousness. For in front of this human, he truly felt a threat. Die! After solidifying his resolve, the Cold River Dragon Emperor opened his mouth wide once more. In an instant, endless flames poured from his mouth, transforming into fiery tornadoes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The endless flames scorched the thin air around, rapidly spreading in all directions, the terrifying heat rising swiftly, even distorting the void. In this boundless sea of fire, Linny stood alone, his entire body wrapped in true energy, like the last piece of fuel about to be consumed by the flames, on the verge of being incinerated. Is this all you've got? Looking at the terrifying flames surrounding him, Linny couldn't help but smile, completely unfazed. In the next moment, with a push of his palms, an immense black and white true energy erupted, surging towards the infinite flames. Whoosh! Under this vast true energy, countless flames were extinguished in an instant. The crimson flames retreated in defeat, as if a sea of fire had encountered a flood, quickly dispersing in all directions. Die! Seeing his flames so easily countered by Linny, the Cold River Dragon Emperor suddenly leaped out from the endless flames, swinging his dragon claws, tearing towards Linny. As a beast emperor-level demon, although his innate abilities were formidable, they were merely auxiliary. Only the body, transformed by the power of heaven and earth, capable of wielding boundless heavenly power, was their true terrifying weapon. At this moment, just like the Cold River Dragon Emperor, filled with rage, when he struck, boundless heavenly power instantly manifested before his claw, transforming into a terrifying and gigantic dragon claw. Just like the legendary dragon reaching out its claw, a single swipe could tear apart a mountain peak. Get lost! A furious shout erupted from Lin Yi's mouth. Facing this enormous claw, Lin Yi slapped with one hand, and an ancient Buddha appeared behind him. In an instant, he unleashed a terrifying force exceeding 3 billion kilograms, striking out a massive palm surrounded by endless black and white energy in the sky. Boom! The gigantic dragon claw collided with the palm imprint in the sky, instantly unleashing boundless power. At that moment, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in the sky, radiating endless light and heat, forming a terrifying mushroom cloud that stirred the surrounding clouds for miles. How can this power be so terrifying? In the sky, feeling the terrifying force emanating from the black and white palm imprint before him, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's face changed dramatically, his heart filled with shock. For under this immense power, he felt as if a child had collided with an adult, instantly dispersing the heavenly power condensed on his dragon claw, which then surged into his body. Whoosh! Under the impact of this force, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's massive body was sent flying back like a kick soccer ball, retreating dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye before finally coming to a stop. Why you? How could you possibly be this strong? Looking at the broken nails on his dragon claws, the crimson blood left behind in the torn scales, the Cold River Dragon Emperor gazed at Lin Yi with shock. In his eyes, even a hint of fear. Because this power was simply too strong enough to rank among the top even among countless beast emperors and human martial saints on Blue Star. Want to know? Go to hell and ask King Yin. Seeing the Cold River Dragon Emperor's astonished expression, Lin Yi's face remained indifferent, and with a flip of his palm, a massive handprint formed in the air once again. Then, like a great seal, it crushed down fiercely towards the Cold River Dragon Emperor. Boom! A powerful explosion echoed again, and under Lin Yi's swift and ferocious strike, the Cold River Dragon Emperor had no way to evade, only able to extend another dragon claw to meet this attack. Whoosh! The terrifying force erupted, and under Lin Yi's palm, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's body was sent flying once more. At the same time, fragments of scales shattered on his dragon claw, blood gushing forth. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. This Lin Yi is too powerful. If I keep fighting him, it won't be long before I might really be beaten to death. Feeling Lin Yi's terrifying strength, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's pupils contracted, and an endless fear arose in his heart. Death, what a distant and unfamiliar word it was for him. Ever since he became a beast emperor, backed by the Cold River, among humans, apart from the two supreme beings, Taiji Divine Sword and Golden Body Arhat, no other martial saints could do anything to him. Coupled with the rule that martial saints and beast emperors could not strike against each other, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's life had been exceedingly comfortable, never once thinking that death would one day descend upon him. But now, in front of this human, this mere innate martial master, he actually felt the sensation of death. Run! Thinking of this, the Cold River Dragon Emperor could no longer suppress his fear. The anger in his mind was instantly doused like being splashed with a bucket of cold water. What did it matter about revenge for his offspring? What did it matter about human geniuses? None of these were as important as his own life. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: to escape quickly. Whoosh! As his thoughts flowed, the Cold River Dragon Emperor made a swift decision, flicking his dragon tail and immediately rushing downwards. He wanted to escape back to the Cold River. He wanted to flee to the sea. Bastard! Where do you think you're going? Seeing the Cold River Dragon Emperor's movements, Lin Yi immediately understood its intentions. In an instant, he leaped up, transforming into a streak of light, landing on top of the Cold River Dragon Emperor's head. Die! From atop the massive dragon head, Lin Yi shouted sharply, then clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and smashed down hard onto the Cold River Dragon Emperor's head. Bang! A sound like metal clashing rang out, and under Lin Yi's heavy punch, the Cold River Dragon Emperor's head suffered significant damage, with scales shattering and revealing streaks of blood. Good, you little bastard dragon, your head is quite tough. Since that's the case, let's see how many punches you can withstand. One successful strike ignited Lin Yi's competitive spirit, and then, with his Dantian's true energy erupting, he smashed down again onto the Cold River Dragon Emperor's head. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Roar! 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 In the sky, the anguished roars of dragons reverberated for dozens of kilometers. On the ground, countless demons trembled at the sound of these dragon roars, because from these roars, even if they were exhilarating, they could feel the pain of their owner. Lord Dragon Emperor, can't you defeat that human? Are we going to fail? Countless demons speculated in their hearts, though they did not believe that their invincible Dragon Emperor would fail. But the sounds ringing in their ears clearly told them that their lord, the Cold River Dragon Emperor, might really be on the verge of defeat. Thinking of this, countless demons were filled with fear, no longer daring to command the monsters to attack the humans. Some of the timid ones had already begun to sneak away to save their lives. In contrast to the trembling and anxious demons, the martial artists in the human camp, who had finally caught their breath, were incredibly excited. Who is this martial saint? How could he defeat the Cold River Dragon Emperor? Yes, this great benefactor has done so much for us, we must remember his name. If we survive today, we will surely erect a monument in his honor and worship him daily. I once saw this great man at Yen University. His name is Lin Yi, from Yang City in Jiangnan Province. What? Lin Yi, from Yang City in Jiangnan Province? Our Yang City can produce a martial saint too. Waves of exclamations rose one after another. The news of the martial saint named Lin Yi quickly spread to all the martial artists. At that moment, everyone in the entire warbase remembered the name of the man who had saved their lives today, Lin Yi from Yang City, Jiangnan Province. Underground, countless people were shocked and gasping. Meanwhile, in the sky, as time passed, the anguished dragon roars gradually diminished until they finally faded away. Just as everyone was excitedly preparing to welcome the martial saint back, splash! Suddenly, a torrential rain of blood fell from a small area in the sky, exuding a fragrant aroma. When everyone looked up, they saw a massive dragon corpse descending from the heavens, illuminated by the radiant sun. At the head of that enormous dragon corpse stood a remarkably handsome figure resembling a legendary deity descending upon the dragon. On this day, Linny achieved sudden enlightenment, comprehending the profound mysteries of true energy, and reached the realm of innate martial artist. At the same time, he overpowered the Cold River Dragon Emperor, elevating his strength to the pinnacle of the world, worthy of being called a divine being among humans. Roar! 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 Long live the martial saint! The martial saint is invincible. Thank the heavens! Thank the martial saint! We can all live. Looking at Lin Yi, who descended like a celestial being under the sunlight, all the humans flushed with excitement. In the war base, some were cheering madly, some were laughing loudly, some were crying tears of joy, then calling their family members to share the good news. Some even kissed the ground beneath their feet in excitement, praising Lin Yi and celebrating their newfound lives. The dragon emperor is dead. Run! Run! Hurry! If we don't run now, we will lose our lives. Run! 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 Escape! 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 Compared to the excitement of the human martial artists, countless demons and monster armies instantly collapsed. At this moment, they were all filled with fear. Even the lowest level, least intelligent monsters understood that the battle was lost upon seeing the corpse of the Cold River Dragon Emperor, realizing just how powerful that human in the sky was. Therefore, at this moment, they had no fighting spirit left, only a desperate desire to survive. Boom! Before the crowd could regain their senses, the endless monster army instinctively retreated like a tide, and in the chaos, many were trampled to death. The Cold River Dragon Emperor is dead, the monster army is defeated, and it has become a non-issue. Everyone, follow me and kill! Seeing the martial artists in the warbase still immersed in joy, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and he shouted loudly. Then, with a flip of his palm, a colossal handprint appeared in the sky, rumbling down like a mountain towards the monsters below. Ha ha! We obey the martial saint's command. Kill! Kill! Watching Lin Yi take the lead, the other martial artists were instantly inspired, eagerly joining in to hunt down the monsters. In this battle, rivers of blood flowed, and mountains of corpses piled up, with countless monsters perishing on this battlefield. Among the humans, due to Lin Yi's intimidation and the overwhelming pursuit, casualties were almost negligible. This battle has achieved a great victory rarely seen in the hundreds of years of the new era, recorded in the annals of history, and is revered as the great victory of Jiangnan province. And the leader is the martial saint of humanity, Lin Yi. In the Huaxia Kingdom, in the city of Kyoto, in a 3-story attic room, dozens of powerful beings stand here, each exuding a terrifying aura. At this moment, among this group of terrifying beings, a middle-aged white man with golden hair and a muscular build, resembling a golden lion, spoke up. War God, you Huaxia Kingdom should not go too far. The reason Lin Yi's combat power is so strong is related to the progress of all humanity. If we obtain this method and promote it, then it will lead to a tremendous enhancement of our overall strength as humans. It wouldn't even be impossible to sweep away all the monsters on Blue Star. This is truly a great benefit for the present and a contribution for the ages. You Huaxia Kingdom must not delay the great matter of all humanity on Blue Star for your own selfish reasons. Shut up. Prometheus Angle, do you think I don't understand your little schemes? As soon as the golden-haired man finished speaking, the man in blue, the war god, angrily rebuked him. Among the many martial saints of Blue Star, in terms of selfishness, you are definitely among the top. Now you want Lin Yi to hand over his opportunity. I see that your pretense of wanting to promote the development of humanity on Blue Star is false, and your true intention is to enhance your own strength. Humph. I advise you to keep your little thoughts to yourself. Lin Yi is a genius of our Huaxia Kingdom. Even if he truly obtains some heaven-defying opportunity, it must be discussed with our Huaxia Kingdom before deciding how to handle it. Who do you think you are, foreigner, to discuss this? The man in blue, the war god, scolded fiercely, each word merciless, causing the golden-haired man's face to flush with anger. He shouted, Wang Jisong, don't go too far. I, Prometheus Angle, am at least the sun god of the Golden Eagle Kingdom, a dignified golden saint. How can you allow such disrespect? Ha! What nonsense about being a golden saint? If you're not afraid, come and fight me. I want to see what progress you, Prometheus Angle, have made in over 100 years to dare to shout in front of me. Hearing the golden-haired man's words, Wang Jisong immediately sneered, disdainfully saying, You? Seeing Wang Jisong's arrogant demeanor, Prometheus Angle's eyes turned red with anger, but he had no way to retaliate. Among the martial saints of the world, the martial saints of the Huaxia Kingdom are the strongest. Each martial saint from Huaxia can create their own sacred-level martial arts, perfectly showcasing their strength. In other countries, there is usually only about 1 out of 3 martial saints who can create sacred-level martial arts. The gap in strength is evident. Therefore, although Prometheus Angle is quite strong and ranks among the top among the martial saints of other countries, he still falls short compared to the renowned war god Wang Jisong of the Huaxia Kingdom. After all, soldiers are masters of killing, and the war god Wang Jisong's self-created sacred-level martial art, Flame God Spear, is incredibly powerful, ranking 4th among the many sacred-level martial arts of the Huaxia Kingdom. It is only surpassed by Taiji swordsmanship, golden body exorcism, and immortal seal technique. The might of this technique is unimaginable. Although Prometheus Engel's self-created sacred-level combat technique, Great Radiance Swordsmanship, is also strong, it ultimately cannot compare to Flame God's Spear. Alright Jisung, Prometheus Engel, you don't need to argue anymore. Seeing Prometheus Engel and Wang Jisung in a heated dispute, the man in white, the captured god Zhang Hanhai, stepped in to mediate, smiling as he explained, the matter concerning Lin Yi's opportunity is indeed too significant, and given Lin Yi's exceptional talent, we must also maintain respect for him. We should seek his opinion before making any calculations. I promise you all that when this matter is settled, regardless of the outcome, we will inform you of the complete facts. Zhang Hanhai smiled as he spoke, his tone gentle as water, but his attitude was already clear. Matters concerning our Huaxia nation can only be handled by us. Foreigners who wish to interfere in our country's affairs should just stay where it's cool and not think too much, just obediently return home and wait for our notification. Upon hearing these words, the martial saints present were not fools and immediately understood. However, they were still unwilling to accept it. Soon, a strong man with a handlebar mustache spoke up. Zhang Jun, we are not trying to make a fuss. I know that your Huaxia has always been gentle and values talent. But the matter concerning Lin Yi is too significant. How can we prioritize his opinion just because of his decent talent? You must know, we are martial saints. We are beings of divine level among mortals. If we demand that he yield his opportunities, how could he possibly refuse? As he spoke, the proud expression on the face of this Fusang divine ninja was evident. A martial saint is the pinnacle of the world, the peak among mortals. In the entire Fusang nation, he was the only divine ninja, martial saint. Therefore, he had long become a deity in the hearts of all Fusang people, always having the final say. A mere genius, after all, is nothing for someone as great as himself. To take notice of him is simply a blessing. Why would he need to seek his opinion? Tian Yuan Xiongyi, our Huaxia is different from your Fusang, we. Just as Zhang Hanhai was about to explain, upon hearing Tian Yuan Xiongyi's words, he suddenly felt his miniature phone vibrate, and a video file was sent over. Oh, it's from the war base in the northern region of Jiangnan province. Isn't that where Lin Yi is training? Receive. With a puzzled mind, Zhang Hanhai spoke softly. In the next moment, a white light shot out from his miniature phone. Then, it intertwined in the void, forming a virtual screen. Finally, a segment of footage began to play. Splash! The video slowly started. It was filmed inside a warbase. In the video, countless monsters surged toward the warbase's light blue energy shield like a tide. Under the relentless assault of these monsters, the energy shield appeared to be on the verge of collapse, almost shattering. This is a large-scale beast tide? How could such a beast tide suddenly occur in Jiangnan province? Seeing the ferocity of the monsters attacking the shield, the expressions of Shin God, Military God, and Dou Wu Tianzun all changed. A large-scale beast tide is a terrifying disaster, second only to a super-large beast tide led by a beast emperor. Once it occurs, it would be a major catastrophe for the entire Jiangnan province, causing countless casualties. This is bad. With such a beast tide occurring in Jiangnan province, even if the warbase notifies the Ceiling King to come to the rescue, it is unlikely to withstand such a disaster. Jiangnan province is in trouble now. Watching the endless stream of monsters outside the warbase, the three felt heavy-hearted, but had no way to help. After all, there had long been an agreement between humans and monsters that martial saints and above should not act lightly. In such a situation, when encountering a beast tide, only the Ceiling King could intervene. However, within the beast tide, there were already Beast King-level overlord monsters present. Under their command, even Ceiling Kings would find it difficult to exert much influence in such battles. If one were not careful, there was even a possibility of falling. Seeing this, the three felt a weight in their hearts. However, in the next moment, the footage in the video directly caused their spirits to plummet. Roar! A powerful dragon's roar echoed from the video. Immediately afterward, a dazzling fireball, like a great sun, flew in from the horizon. Under the attack of this fiery red ball, the originally light blue energy shield instantly turned bright red and then shattered like a mirror. Cold River Dragon Emperor. Upon witnessing this scene, not only the three figures, God of Capture, God of War, and the Martial Arts Supreme, but also the other martial saints present were all shaken. Their eyes were fixed on the video showing a massive blue divine dragon that seemed to block out the sun. This cursed dragon, how dare it! Seeing the Cold River Dragon Emperor make a move, the Martial Arts Supreme Li Yuanyan's eyes turned slightly red. As a martial saint, he understood the destructive power of such a being better than anyone. It could be said that in the face of such a powerful entity, martial artists below the martial saint level were utterly useless, merely waiting to be slaughtered. No matter how many came, they would all die. A martial saint is a god among men, and only gods can deal with gods. Jiangnan province is finished. Seeing this scene, the other foreign powerhouses felt a sense of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox. Although their country had always been suppressed by Huaxia, which made them quite unhappy, when it came to dealing with monsters, all martial artists in the world stood united against a common enemy. At this moment, witnessing the Cold River Dragon Emperor about to wreak havoc on human cities, they couldn't help but feel anger in their hearts. However, all they could do was be angry. After all, the video had already reached them, which meant that some time had passed since the Cold River Dragon Emperor made its move. For a martial saint-level existence, this amount of time was enough to break through the warbase in the northern district of Jiangnan province and lead the monsters into the city. With this thought, everyone couldn't help but mourn in silence. The three martial saints of Huaxia were even more anxious, ready to rush to Jiangnan province to save countless civilians. But But just then, a strong divine light shot up into the sky from the warbase, stirring up clouds for miles. Its powerful and terrifying true energy erupted, producing a series of continuous explosions in the void. In this most critical moment, a handsome young man stepped forward, standing tall before the multitude, confronting the Cold River Dragon Emperor. Then, he let out a thunderous roar, "Cold River Dragon Emperor, dare you fight me?" As his voice fell, a powerful shockwave spread in all directions, and his terrifying and vast true energy cleared away countless monsters in front of him, showcasing an incredibly formidable strength. This is Lin Yi from Huaxia. He has broken through. Watching Lin Yi's overwhelming power in the video, the previously boisterous Fuso shinobi Tian Yuan Yu's eyes widened in shock, stammering as he spoke. Good. Just as many foreign martial saints were astonished, a cheer rang out. Compared to Tian Yuan Yu, the martial arts supreme Li Yuanyan was both surprised and delighted, laughing. As he said, Lin Yi is indeed the strongest genius in our blue star. How long has it been since he broke through as a martial artist? And now he has broken through to innate martial artist. Given his ability to easily crush king-level monsters even as a martial artist, even if he cannot defeat the Cold River Dragon Emperor this time, he should be able to hold it off for a while. And as long as he can hold it off for a while, the Cold River Dragon Emperor will naturally not dare to lead the monsters to attack Jiangnan Province. This time, Jiangnan Province is safe. Ha ha, safe. Hearing this, the god of war Wang Jisong and the god of capture Zhang Hanhai couldn't help but laugh. They then gradually relaxed as they watched the scenes in the video. Roar. In the video, the sound of dragon roars shook the heavens. The cameras at the war base in the northern district of Jiangnan Province were extremely high definition. Even at an altitude of 8 or 9,000 meters, affected by various wind currents and external factors, the cameras could still clearly capture the scene of Lin Yi battling the Cold River Dragon Emperor. Boom! A powerful flame spread, turning the sky into a sea of fire, as the Cold River Dragon Emperor unleashed its innate divine abilities, summoning endless flames to scorch Lin Yi. However, beneath this inferno, Lin Yi merely raised a hand and dispersed the flames entirely. What? This Lin Yi has just broken through to innate martial artist. How can his strength be so formidable? Seeing Lin Yi repel the Cold River Dragon Emperor with a single strike, the martial saints present gasped in astonishment. At the level of martial saints, although the innate abilities of demons are not particularly strong, they still possess techniques worthy of their rank. Moreover, among the beast emperors, they are not considered particularly weak. Therefore, to crush its innate abilities in such a manner, it seems that some of the weaker martial saints present would be unable to accomplish it. Keep watching. With a sense of shock, all the martial saints continued to observe. When they saw the Cold River Dragon Emperor abandon its innate abilities and attack with its dragon claws, many martial saints in attendance broke into a cold sweat. But when Lin Yi once again repelled the Cold River Dragon Emperor with a single palm, the martial saints erupted in another round of exclamations. Subsequently, within this small attic, waves of gasps continued to echo. Until time slowly passed and the video gradually reached its conclusion, the incessant gasps finally ceased. In the end, looking at the youth in the video who returned riding the dragon, resembling a divine being, all the martial saints fell silent. This Lin Yi, how can he be so strong? Even the Cold River Dragon Emperor was killed by him. After a long while, one of the white martial saints finally spoke, gazing at the youth in the video. I don't know, but the fact that he could kill the Cold River Dragon Emperor means that his strength has surpassed many of the martial saints present. Thus, although he is not a martial saint, the title of saint is well deserved. As soon as the white martial saint finished speaking, another white powerhouse solemnly added, alas, since Lin Yi has become a martial saint level powerhouse, he is entitled to the secret behind his extraordinary combat power. So, everyone, regarding the secrets surrounding Lin Yi, I, Beljulroth, will not interfere. Looking at the youth in the video, a black martial saint over 2 meters tall surveyed the surroundings, then sighed softly, transforming into a beam of rainbow light and vanishing. Alas, forget it, I'm not even his match. How can I have the face to force him to reveal his opportunities? I will not participate in this matter. Seeing the black martial saint leave, an elderly man with East Asian features also shook his head in defeat, and his figure dissipated within the room. After the departure of these two, the remaining martial saints all shook their heads and sighed, then began to leave one after another. You all, witnessing the mass exodus, the Golden Eagle Nation's sun god Prometheus, Angle and the divine ninja from the Fusang Nation, Yuichi Tohara, changed their expressions, wanting to speak, but they couldn't think of any reason and could only leave with unwilling expressions. In less than 3 minutes, those who had just been fiercely demanding Lin Yi to reveal his secrets were now completely subdued by his strength. Each one left either in admiration, sighing, or with reluctance. Soon, only the 3 great martial saints of the Huaxia Nation remained standing in the 3-story attic. Yuan Yan, get in touch with Lin Yi. Seeing the many foreign martial saints leaving, the god of capture, Zhang Hanhai, couldn't help but feel delighted and said to Li Yuan Yan, all right. Li Yuan Yan nodded with a faint smile and then dialed Lin Yi's number. Ding ding, ding. On the battlefield, Lin Yi struck out with a palm, killing countless monsters. At that moment, he suddenly felt a call invitation from his miniature phone. Is it the Martial Combat Heavenly Sovereign? Accept invitation. Seeing the caller's note, Lin Yi paused in the sky and answered Li Yuan Yan's call. Soon, a beam of light shot from his miniature phone, weaving in the void to form a screen, revealing the familiar face of Li Yuan Yan. Lin Yi, still on the battlefield? Hearing the sounds of battle around him, Li Yuan Yan asked with a faint smile. Yes, I'm currently hunting. down some remaining monsters. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately realized that Li Yuannian must have understood what had just happened, so he replied, in that case, you should continue hunting the monsters for now. Once you finish dealing with things, contact me again. Master, there's no need for that. These monsters have lost their fighting spirit, and with my continuous efforts, this battle is almost at its end. If you have something to say, please go ahead. Looking at the amiable Li Yuannian on the virtual screen, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He still felt grateful towards Li Yuannian. After all, throughout his journey, whether it was obtaining martial arts like the Undying Seal technique and Golden Body Demon Subduing technique at Yin University, or later acquiring treasures like the 9-turn Soul Ascension Pill, he owed much to Li Yuannian's support. If it weren't for him, even if Lin Yi could achieve his current accomplishments, the time consumed would have been far greater than it is now. It's nothing major. I just wanted to congratulate you on becoming a martial saint level powerhouse. Additionally, I would like to invite you to join the official organization of our Huaxia nation to become a guardian of Huaxia like us. Oh, is that so? Hearing Li Yuannian's explanation, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He had originally thought that Li Yuannian was calling to uncover the secret behind his extraordinary strength despite being merely innate, or why he could directly reach the 9th level of innate just after breaking through. But now, it seemed he had overthought it. The importance Li Yuannian and others placed on martial saints was evidently higher than he had imagined. So high that even if he possessed such a shocking secret, they could remain unperturbed solely to recruit him. Alright, since Master has sincerely invited me, I accept. From today onwards, I, Lin Yi, will be one of the guardian martial saints of Huaxia Nation. As for other specific arrangements, I leave that to you, Master. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Yi hardly hesitated and immediately agreed. Not to mention that he had received national education since childhood and enjoyed the country's nurturing. Now that he had achieved success, he naturally wanted to give back to his homeland. Just from a personal standpoint, joining the nation and becoming an official martial saint was beneficial. Firstly, the restrictions were minimal or even negligible. As a martial saint, one holds the highest authority in any country. No one can command a powerful martial saint. If one wants a martial saint to act, it must be of their own volition. Secondly, after joining the official ranks, the resources available would greatly increase. For instance, the 9-turn Soul Ascension Pill he had previously consumed was one of them. In addition, there were various advanced resources and technologies that would prioritize national martial saints. Therefore, with so many advantages, joining the national official ranks was undoubtedly beneficial. Great. Seeing Lin Yi agree, on the other side of the video, not only the martial god Li Yuannian but also the god of capture Zhang Hanhai and the god of war Zhang Jisong were all beaming with joy. Since you, Lin Yi, are willing to join our Huaxia nation, we will arrange everything immediately. From now on, in addition to the 6 doors, the military, and the demon slaying hall, we will establish another organization parallel to ours. What do you think this organization should be called? Li Yuannian asked Lin Yi. Let's call it the Demon Subduing Hall. Upon hearing Li Yuannian's words, Lin Yi immediately replied with a smile. Demon slaying and demon subduing have always been a connected idiom in our Huaxia nation. Since Master has established the Demon Slaying Hall, I, Lin Yi, will establish the Demon Subduing Hall today, hoping to guard our Huaxia nation's vast mountains and rivers alongside the Demon Slaying Hall. At the same time, I hope that one day, with our combined efforts, we can truly slay demons and eliminate evil, bringing peace to the 100 million people of Blue Star. Good. What great ambition. Lin Yi, I truly did not misjudge you. Seeing Lin Yi make such a grand vow, Li Yuannian immediately praised him. Then, he asked one last question. The virtual screen showed Li Yuannian smiling as he said, Lin Yi, every martial saint has their own title. This title is not like the titles of marquises or kings granted by the state. Their titles are bestowed by the nation. This means that no matter how strong they are, they ultimately have to be managed and ruled by the state, subordinate to the nation. But the martial saint is different. The state will also hold them in high regard and is reluctant to bestow such a title. Therefore, this title can only be taken by yourself. I wonder, what title do you want to give yourself now? Title? Upon hearing Li Yuannian's words, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, and then countless titles surged into his mind. Martial Saint of Yang City, Heavenly Venerable of Jiangnan, Dragon Subduing Saint, Tiger Taming Real Person, and even Martial Saint of Earthstar, Saint of Time, and so on. However, after thinking for a long time, none of these satisfied him. Lin Yi furrowed his brows, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. At that moment, he thought of his past life and his current life. The world changes, and the cycle of reincarnation is indeed unfathomable. Who would have thought that an ordinary boy from Earth would achieve such accomplishments in this parallel world in such a short time? The changes within this are truly astonishing. If that's the case, then I shall call myself the Reincarnation Martial Saint. I hope that in this cycle, I can break free from fate, achieve immortality, and no longer be trapped in this cycle of life. Reincarnation Martial Saint? Upon hearing these 4 words, Li Yuannian and the others were also momentarily stunned, then nodded. Alright, since you like it, Lin Yi, then let it be the Reincarnation Martial Saint. Reincarnation Martial Saint. From now on, my title shall be it. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. It was a smile of genuine satisfaction, because ever since he crossed into this world and learned about the division of martial realms, he had always harbored a dream of becoming a martial saint. However, in the past, his aptitude was low, and even though he had dreams in his heart, they still seemed out of reach. But now, this dream had truly come true. How could this not fill his heart with boundless joy? Lin, since your title has been confirmed, and you have agreed to join our Huaxia official and establish the Demon Subduing Hall, then according to custom, we need to hold a global celebration for you. After all, in our Huaxia nation, no, even in our entire Blue Star, the birth of a new martial saint is a matter worth celebrating. Such a joyous occasion should certainly be celebrated globally, with everyone rejoicing together. This way, it can also further inspire the confidence of humanity in fighting against monsters, ignite the fighting spirit of all humanity, and increase the number of strong individuals. Lin, when do you plan to hold this celebration? Celebration? Upon hearing this, Lin was slightly taken aback. To be fair, he wasn't particularly fond of such formalities, because once such a celebration is held, it would undoubtedly consume a lot of time. With that time, he would rather focus on his training to break through to the martial saint level sooner. After this breakthrough to the innate martial master, Lin felt that his soul strength seemed to have slightly increased. However, he still felt some distance from being able to break through and use his soul power to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth at the martial saint level. While diligently training and calmly comprehending, the speed of his soul's progress, although not as terrifying as when tempered between life and death, was still slowly advancing, gradually approaching the martial saint realm. With this in mind, Lin intended to refuse, but seeing Li Yuanyan's expectant gaze and recalling the happy faces of his parents and sister at home, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Alright, since the Heavenly Venerable is keen on holding this celebration, then let it be held. As for the date, let's set it for the day after tomorrow. There's no need to make it too extravagant, it just needs to be appropriate, and we shouldn't waste too much time. Haha, Lin, don't worry, it won't take up too much time. Upon seeing Lin agree, Li Yuanyan also smiled in the virtual screen and then said, however, Lin, with your status, it's naturally impossible for you to personally manage these matters for the establishment of the Demon Suppression Hall. Therefore, it is quite necessary to select some direct descendants of kings and nobles as well as innate martial artists to help you build and manage your forces. I wonder who you would like to choose to assist you. Oh, selecting people? That is indeed necessary. I wonder if the Celestial Master has any recommended list? Upon hearing this, Lin nodded and asked, yes. As soon as Lin finished speaking, Li Yuanyan immediately smiled and replied, then sent a document for Lin to review. Lin began to slowly make his selections. Over here, Lin was gradually choosing his future team. On the other side, however, the news of his achievement as a martial saint was sweeping across the world like a hurricane. In Kyoto City, within a quaint two-story building, the Dragon Elephant King, dressed in red and radiating golden light, was meditating and cultivating in his secret chamber. Surrounding him, golden light burst forth and boundless vital energy transformed into dragon elephants that coiled around his body, exuding a terrifying and dangerous aura. Sigh. A sigh suddenly echoed from the secret chamber. The Dragon Elephant King's radiant aura dissipated, and he opened his eyes filled with helplessness and frustration, followed by another sigh. Becoming a martial saint is truly too difficult. Clearly, my soul had already reached the limit of kings over a decade ago. Not long ago, the Dragon Elephant Law body advanced another level, and my soul underwent another transformation. However, the level of martial saint, which requires the soul to penetrate and manipulate the power of heaven and earth, still feels far out of reach, like viewing flowers in a mirror or trying to catch the moon in the water. All that I gain is but an illusion. In the silent secret chamber, the Dragon Elephant King sighed softly. Breaking through to martial saint is indeed too difficult. If the power of the soul breaking through to martial saint were like a progress bar in a virtual game, then the Dragon Elephant King estimated that reaching innate would only complete about 10% of the progress bar. Reaching the king level would count as completing 20%, and even reaching the limit of kings would only complete 25%. And those like him who had undergone another transformation within the limit of kings and made some progress would probably only reach about 30% of the progress bar. This little progress is truly far from the martial saint level. I wonder how the Celestial Masters broke through back then. This martial saint realm is so difficult, how could they all manage to break through before 100 years of age? Thinking of this, the Dragon Elephant King couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and unwillingness. Ding ding ding. Just as the Dragon Elephant King was feeling frustrated, a crisp email notification sounded from the miniature phone in his hand. Who sent me an email? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me while I'm in seclusion? Hearing the notification from the miniature phone, the Dragon Elephant King frowned, somewhat angry. However, upon seeing the sender's name, he shivered all over. Martial Arts Celestial Master. The Celestial Master personally sent me an email. What does he want? The Dragon Elephant King murmured to himself but did not dare to delay as he opened the email. As a result, upon reading the message within, he was instantly petrified. Lin has become a saint, and a celebration will be held in Yang City, Jiangnan Province, the day after tomorrow. Remember to attend on time, do not be absent. What? Lin has become a saint? That talented little guy from Yen University back then? How is this possible? How long has it been since then? Seeing the information in the email, the Dragon Elephant King felt his head spinning. Back then, in the Nuwa space of Yen University, his conversation with the martial arts Celestial Master still seemed to echo in his ears. Dragon Elephant King, among my Blue Star, apart from the abbot of Shaolin Temple, Master Kongwen, the Golden Body Arhat, you are the strongest in the path of horizontal refinement. Now, encountering a talent like Linny, do you intend to take him as your disciple and pass on your legacy? In response to the Celestial Lord, I am unwilling. Taking a disciple is merely a burden for me, even if this Linny is exceptionally gifted and achieves as much as I do in the future. So what? As long as he does not become a martial saint, he is of no use to me, and I do not believe he can become a martial saint, and I do not believe he can become a martial saint. This phrase echoed repeatedly in the ears of the dragon Elephant King, making him feel suffocated, nearly spitting blood. I, the Dragon Elephant King, truly have no insight. I regret not taking Linny as my disciple back then. Heavy sighs resounded in the secret chamber, lingering for a long time. What? Linny has become a saint. Wasn't he just a martial master not long ago? Upon seeing the message in the email, the great Sun Golden Pen King, who had just returned to the Demon City, widened his eyes in shock. Rationality told him that such things were unbelievable. However, this email was sent by the Martial Combat Celestial Lord, which made it hard for him to doubt. But, Linny, no, the reincarnation martial saint intends to let me join the Demon Suppression Hall and become one of his first subordinates? Upon reading this, the great Sun Golden Pen King couldn't help but feel excited. Joining a martial saint's newly established organization and becoming one of his first subordinates, becoming a true core member under him, what an honor, what an opportunity. It could be said that this might be the only chance for them to turn their lives around. The news of Linny becoming a martial saint spread, bringing joy to some and worry to others. However, for now, these had nothing to do with him. After discussing the celebration with the Martial Combat Celestial Lord, he returned to his villa in Yang City, Jiangnan Province, which his family had bought. Dad, Mom, Xiaoyi, I'm back. The moment Linny opened the villa door, he shouted into the house. Son, how come you're back? Seeing her son's familiar face, Linny's mother was instantly filled with surprise. Big brother, you're back. Compared to Linny's mother, his younger sister Linny was even more enthusiastic, directly giving Linny a hug to welcome him home. Xiaoyi, didn't you say a while ago that you were hunting monsters in the wilderness outside Jiangnan Province? Have you been too busy to even answer your phone? Why are you back now? Are you here to rest for a while? Compared to Linny's mother and sister, Linny's father appeared much steadier, immediately asking the most critical question. He also speculated aloud. After all, although he was not a martial artist, he knew that some martial artists like to return home for a while after hunting monsters outside. 1. To calm the killing intent in their hearts. 2. To have a good rest for a while. In his view, Linny might be just like that. No, Dad, I've finished my business in the wilderness area, and I won't need to go there for training anymore. Moreover, Yen University just awarded me an electronic version of my diploma and degree certificate, and the paper version will arrive in a couple of days. From now on, your son is a proud graduate of Yen University. Hearing his father's inquiry, Linny smiled cheerfully. Now that he had become a martial saint, there was no need for him to train in the wilderness area. No matter how strong the monsters in the wilderness were, could they be stronger than the Cold River Dragon Emperor who had fallen at his hands? Besides, there was already an agreement between humans and monsters that martial saints were not allowed to engage in combat with each other. So, even if Linny wanted to go out for training, he couldn't. As for Yen University, upon learning that Linny had achieved the status of martial saint, all the higher-ups and teachers were ecstatic, each one filled with joy, and they immediately expedited the issuance of Linny's diploma, fearing that a delay would make him look down on them. After all, a martial saint was a figure that had never emerged in the hundreds of years since Yen University was established. Linny was the first in hundreds of years and might be the only one for hundreds more to come. Therefore, when he said he was a proud graduate of Yen University, it was merely a humble statement. In fact, rather than saying Linny took pride in Yen University, it would be more accurate to say that Yen University took pride in Linny. However, Linny's parents and Linny naturally did not know this. At this moment, hearing that Linny had graduated early, the three of them were shocked. Xiaoyi, what's going on? Didn't they say Yen University doesn't allow early graduation? As a student of Yen University, even if you break through to the innate martial artist level during your 4 years of college, you still have to wait until after 4 years to graduate and receive your degree and diploma. After hearing Linny's words, Linny couldn't help but ask in confusion. However, there was no worry. After all, she had attended the assessment of the Yen University heavenly class that day. With her son's performance, Yen University would cherish him. How could they possibly expel him? Ha, Mom is right. To graduate from Yen University, even if you break through to the innate level, you still have to wait until after 4 years to officially graduate. But your son is a bit different now. Oh, how different. Upon hearing this, not only Lin's mother, but even Lin's father and Linny became curious. Because my innate strength is a little higher than that of a typical Yen University graduate. Oh, a little higher? How much higher? About 3 or 4 stories high. After all, I am at the martial saint level now, Linny said with a faint smile. On Blue Star, the Lin family was joyfully together. But in the silent, dark universe, a beam of light traveling at a speed of 10,000 times the speed of light was rapidly approaching Blue Star. Under this terrifying beam of light, everything in its path, whether it be meteors, planets, stars, or even black holes, was easily shattered and passed through. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This beam of light sped through the universe, It was as if it were controlled by an intelligence system, not only moving at incredible speed but also occasionally passing through various space wormholes, instantly crossing distances of countless light years. Soon, it arrived in the Tsangjian domain of the Milky Way. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, the celebration for Lin Yi, becoming a martial saint and achieving the realm of a divine being, was still being held with great fanfare. Countless so-called big shots from the business, political, and martial worlds on Blue Star rushed from all over the world to congratulate him, hoping to catch a glimpse of this reincarnation martial saint. However, aside from the first day when Lin Yi made an appearance at the celebration, he had not shown up again. This left countless people feeling disappointed, but there was nothing they could do. After all, they were considered big shots among ordinary people and even low-level martial artists. But in the eyes of the reincarnation martial saint, they were merely ants. Even if they felt disappointed, they could only hold it in, not daring to say a word more. Splash! In the Yandan Yuhua space, within the top-level entrance of the Slanted Moon 3 Stars Cave, the void suddenly rippled, and a figure in black, Lin Yi, appeared here. Respected reincarnation martial saint, welcome to the Slanted Moon 3 Stars Cave. How may I assist you? As soon as Lin Yi's figure appeared in the cave, a sweet female voice rang in his ears. Compared to before, the sweet voice now carried a tone full of respect. The martial saint is among the highest-ranking beings in all of Huaxia, and even on the entire Blue Star. Such beings possess the highest authority even in virtual spaces. Under such high-level authority, even if the guide of the Slanted Moon 3 Stars Cave lacks consciousness and emotion, it would still treat such beings with utmost respect due to the program settings. It's nothing serious, just that I happen to have some free time today and wanted to glimpse the wonders of the world's #1 sacred-level martial art, Taiji sword technique. Hearing the respectful tone of the guide of the Slanted Moon 3 Stars Cave, Lin Yi couldn't help but reflect on how times have changed, and then he smiled and spoke. Oh, I see. The sweet voice responded with a smile and continued, since the reincarnation martial saint is interested, feel free to observe. The martial saint possesses the highest authority within the Nuwa space. All resources have long been open to you. Whether it's Taiji sword technique, Great Sun Annihilation Fist, or other sacred-level martial arts, you may view them all. Thank you. After hearing the guide's words, Lin Yi nodded and smiled. Then, without further ado, he placed his palm over the sphere surrounded by black and white, resembling the two sides of Taiji. Boom! The moment Lin Yi's palm covered it, the black and white light sphere immediately emitted endless brilliance. A massive amount of information burst forth from it, flooding into Lin Yi's mind. This influx of information was far greater than when he received the inheritance of the Undying Seal technique, and even larger than when he accepted the Diamond Body Demon Subduing technique. Therefore, even though Lin Yi's spirit had undergone another transformation and was no longer what it used to be, he still felt a bit dazed for a moment. Taiji Sword Technique, Martial Artist Edition. Taiji Sword Technique, Martial Master Edition. Taiji Sword Technique, Innate Edition. Taiji Sword Technique, Elementary Martial Saint Edition. Taiji Sword Technique, Intermediate Martial Saint Edition. The Taiji Sword Technique consists of 5 editions with countless pieces of information and text flooding into Lin Yi's mind in this brief moment. It wasn't until 5 full minutes had passed that the influx of information finally ceased. Name, Lin Yi. Cultivation level, Innate Martial Master Technique, Redstone Basic. Cultivation method, level, 8th layer perfection, actual inner force transformation count 3 times. Martial arts, Hunyuan Wind Thunder Hand, perfection, indestructible body technique, perfection. Undying Seal technique, perfection. Diamond Body Demon Subduing technique, perfection. Taiji Sword technique, not yet entered, can be modified. Indeed, it can be modified. Looking at the words Taiji Sword technique, not yet entered, can be modified, on the attribute panel, Lin Yi's eyes lit up with joy. The Taiji Sword technique is the strongest martial art on Blue Star. When cultivated to perfection, even a martial saint can amplify the natural forces they control by 1.9 times. For those below martial saint, it can amplify inner force by as much as 63.3 times. 63.3 times. This martial art is truly terrifying. Once I master it, my strength will surge significantly, perhaps even surpassing an average intermediate martial saint. Lin Yi silently thought. According to what the Martial Combat Heavenly Sovereign told him a couple of days ago, the strength hierarchy among martial saints can be roughly divided into 3 levels: elementary martial saint, intermediate martial saint, and advanced martial saint. Among them, elementary martial saints control 10 to 30% of the natural forces, while intermediate martial saints control 40 to 60% of the natural forces. The high-level martial saints control 70% to 100% of the power of heaven and earth. Currently, among the powerful humans of Blue Star, there are only 2 high-level martial saints: Taiji Divine Sword Master Chongshu and Golden Body Arhat Master Kongwon. The number of mid-level martial saints is also extremely rare, with only about 7 or 8. The rest are mostly low-level martial saints, such as Divine Ninja Tian Yuanxiong from the Fusang Kingdom, Beast God Walker Bivis from the Soviet Union, and Ancient Fist God Clive Hyman from India, who are all nearly at the low-level martial saint level. Low-level martial saints can control up to 30% of the power of heaven and earth. The initial level sacred martial arts they create generally have an amplitude of only between 1.1 to 1.2 times. Even if calculated at the highest of 1.2 times, the strongest among low-level martial saints can only control about 36% of the power of heaven and earth. 1% of the power of heaven and earth converted into strength is approximately 500 million kilograms. Thus, 36% of the power of heaven and earth equates to 1.8 billion kilograms. Such a level of power pales in comparison to Lin Yi's terrifying divine power of over 3.2 billion kilograms, nearly 3.3 billion kilograms. Of course, because the essence of the power of heaven and earth is extremely high, far surpassing the true energy of innate martial artists, even though the true energy within Lin Yi has undergone transformation through the red stone basic cultivation method, making it different from the true energy of ordinary innate martial artists. Its essence is still far weaker than the power of heaven and earth controlled by martial saints. Therefore, while 36% of the power of heaven and earth may only convert to 1.8 billion kilograms of strength if engaged in battle with Lin Yi, it could exert about 1.5 times its might, which is 2.7 billion kilograms of power. However, even at 2.7 billion kilograms, it still falls short of nearly 500 million kilograms of my full power, Lin Yi pondered. Thus, among the low-level martial saints on Blue Star, they are simply no match for me. Even the strongest among them is inferior to me. My current strength should be between low-level and mid-level martial saints, ranking about 10th among all humans on Blue Star, at the bottom level of first-class martial saints. However, if I can now cultivate the Taiji sword technique to perfection, then it would be different. With this thought, a smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. He then commanded the system, modify the martial art Taiji sword technique with the modification time set for 10,000 years. Yesterday, some matters delayed me, and I apologize for not updating. However, the updates from yesterday and the one owed from the previous 2 days will be made up as soon as possible during this time. I hope all readers can forgive me. Ding! Received hosts. Command, modifying martial art Taiji sword technique. The moment Lin Yi issued the command, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once again. Immediately, Lin Yi felt countless flashes of inspiration surge in his mind, and numerous martial arts insights began to surface. In an instant, he felt as if he had lived through hundreds of years with his understanding of the Taiji sword technique deepening continuously. Taiji sword technique, entry level. Taiji sword technique, minor achievement. Taiji sword technique, major achievement. Taiji sword technique, perfection. It's perfected. Feeling the progress of his understanding of the Taiji sword technique in his mind, Lin Yi was overjoyed. But what delighted him even more was that after the Taiji sword technique reached perfection, the insights in his mind did not end immediately as they usually did when modifying martial arts. Instead, various martial arts insights and countless other inspirations continued to reorganize, propelling the Taiji sword technique towards a new level. Amplitude of heaven and earth power 1.9 times. Internal power amplitude 63.3 times. Amplitude of heaven and earth power 1.91 times. Internal power amplitude 63.66 times. Amplitude of heaven and earth power 1.92 times. Internal power amplitude 64 times. As time flowed endlessly, Lin Yi's mind continuously optimized the Taiji sword technique. Soon, the amplitude of the power of heaven and earth reached a terrifying level of 2.0 times, and the amplitude of true energy reached 66.67 times. Peak level intermediate holy martial arts. Feeling the immense power of the Taiji sword technique in his mind, Lin Yi was suddenly inspired and immediately had this thought. According to the information provided by the martial arts heavenly sovereign, among the holy martial arts, the amplitude of the power of heaven and earth for primary holy martial arts is between 1.1 times and 1.5 times, while the internal energy amplitude is between 36.66 times and 50 times. Intermediate holy martial arts are much stronger, with an amplitude of the power of heaven and earth between 1.6 times and 2.0 times, and an internal energy amplitude between 53.33 times and 64 times. As for advanced holy martial arts, they are even more terrifying, with the amplitude of the power of heaven and earth reaching 2.1 times to 2.5 times, and the internal energy amplitude reaching 70 times to 83.33 times. 83.33 times, what a terrifying multiple that is. If Lin Yi could evolve the Taiji sword technique to this level, it would instantly allow his strength to nearly double from its current foundation, reaching a terrifying level, close to 6 billion kilograms. Such strength would be comparable to the current third strongest in Blue Star, the evil King Li Zixuan, the first among intermediate martial saints. Continue to evolve. This time, I must evolve a true advanced holy martial art. With this thought, Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement, and he dared not let his mind wander even for a moment, continuing to push forward diligently. Whoosh! Time flowed swiftly like water. Boom! 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 At this moment, in Lin Yi's mind, countless flashes of inspiration and martial arts insights surged like a torrent towards the level of advanced martial arts. Once, twice, thrice. Finally, after countless impacts, in Lin Yi's mind, bang! A sound like shattering glass echoed, and the bottleneck between intermediate and advanced holy martial arts was finally broken. The amplitude of the power of heaven and earth for the Taiji sword technique reached 2.1 times, and the internal energy amplitude also reached 70 times. Moreover, thereafter, the torrent of martial arts insights surged forward as if on a smooth path, rapidly advancing to even higher levels. 2.1 times, 2.2 times, 2.3 times, 2.4 times. The Taiji sword technique was rapidly strengthening. Finally, at a certain moment, it reached another limit. At this time, the system's modification power in Lin Yi's mind was gradually running out. 2.5 times. Peak level advanced holy martial arts. I really succeeded. In the room of Lin Yi's villa in Yang City, Jiangnan Province, he opened his eyes, and with a thought, extended his index finger. Instantly, a sword energy, entwined with black and white chi and exuding an incredibly sharp aura, appeared at his fingertip. Although this sword energy was minuscule, it possessed nearly double the energy of what he had before. Once unleashed, its brilliance would be enough to shock the entire world. After all, this was advanced holy martial arts, and it was peak-level advanced holy martial arts. Such martial arts, in this backward inheritance where martial arts were just beginning, could only be created by primary and intermediate martial saints as primary holy martial arts. Even advanced martial saints could only create intermediate holy martial arts on Blue Star. It was like a bug-like existence, completely breaking through limits, even surpassing them. From now on, among the humans of Blue Star, aside from the Taiji Divine Sword and Golden Body Arhat, I will fear no one. In the room, Linny smiled and whispered softly. Just as Linny was evolving the Taiji sword technique into advanced holy martial arts in a cosmic void approximately 100 light-years away from the solar system, within the Milky Way, a wormhole appeared like a vortex. Whoosh! At the moment this wormhole appeared, a dazzlingly brilliant light shot out from within. Subsequently, it left long trails in the silent, dark void. Beep. Currently, there are 123 light-years remaining to the target planet. No spatial wormholes have been detected within 5,000 light-years nearby, so we will continue to activate flight mode. Flight speed, 10,000 times the speed of light. Estimated time to reach the target planet, 4.5 days. Amidst the endless brilliant light, a mechanical voice echoed, and then silence fell once more. Time passed second by second, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had gone by after a full 9 days of revelry. The entire city of Yang gradually began to calm down. The big shots from around the world slowly departed. The people of Yang, who had profited immensely from the arrival of these dignitaries, also began to return to their normal lives. Brother, come, try this purple gold. Holy fruit, it's delicious. It was a special gift from a king-level powerhouse from the European Union a few days ago. It's said to be a local specialty from their region, growing only in that small area of the world, and it only produces about 3 to 4 pounds a year. Even that king is reluctant to eat it. On the sofa, Linny was watching TV with his family when his sister Linny suddenly picked up a bunch of purple gold, grape-like fruits, and smiled at him. Alright, brother will eat. Seeing his sister Lin Yi's smile, Linny also smiled back and reached for the fruit, ready to take a bite. But at that moment, his wrist communicator suddenly vibrated and a message appeared. Linny, there's an urgent matter, come quickly. It's the Celestial Sovereign looking for me. What could be so urgent? Upon seeing the message, Lin Yi's expression changed abruptly and he instantly got up from the sofa. Dad, Mom, Sister, you all have your lunch without waiting for me. The Celestial Sovereign needs me for something, and I'll come back after I handle it. After reading the message on the communicator, Lin Yi immediately spoke seriously to his parents. Alright, Xiao Yi, you go ahead. But remember, your safety is the most important. Sensing the seriousness in Lin Yi's tone, his parents couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts and replied with concern. Lin Yi nodded firmly in response. He then transformed into a streak of light, flying towards his intelligent fighter jet, planning to take it to Kyoto. After all, while his strength was formidable, in terms of flight speed, he was still somewhat inferior to advanced intelligent fighter jets. Whoosh! The silver-white intelligent fighter jet streaked across the sky. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yi arrived at the residence of the Martial Sovereign in Kyoto. Celestial Sovereign, what do you need from me? As soon as he disembarked from the jet, Lin Yi immediately asked solemnly. Lin Yi, don't ask so many questions, just follow me and you'll find out. Hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Li Yuanyan's face was filled with worry, seemingly not in the mood to say much. With a flash of his figure, he transformed into a streak of light and flew in a certain direction. Seeing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brows and followed suit. Whoosh! After flying for several dozen seconds, Li Yuanyan landed on a lawn. In front of the lawn was a dense cluster of buildings. Surrounding this cluster were guards stationed every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, with countless armed guards patrolling. In addition, various powerful laser cannons were hidden in concealed locations. If anyone dared to intrude, they would be shot on sight. It could be said that the defenses here were even more terrifying and stringent than those of a war base defending against monsters in the wilderness. However, these weapons could at most defend against beings below the Martial Saint level. For Martial Saints, despite the strength and number of these weapons, they were essentially useless. We greet the Celestial Sovereign. We greet the Lord of Reincarnation. Martial Saint. As soon as Lin Yi and Li Yuanyan arrived at the entrance, the guards outside immediately bowed respectfully to the two, their eyes filled with fervor. Have the 2 lords, God Catcher and War God, arrived? Seeing the bowing guards, Li Yuanyan also nodded slightly and inquired. Back to the Celestial Sovereign, the God of Capture and the God of War arrived 3 minutes and 43 seconds ago, and they are currently inside building number 9. As soon as Li Yuanyan finished speaking, a person who looked like the head of security responded. Alright, in that case, Lin Yi, let's go in. Hearing that the God of Capture and the God of War had arrived, Li Yuanyan called out to Lin Yi and then walked into a building that was nearly 100 meters tall. Crash! As Lin Yi and Li Yuanyan reached the entrance of the building, a silver-white, approximately 7 to 8 meters high, alloy door suddenly swung open, revealing the true form inside. This was a structure completely different from ordinary buildings. It lacked the layered corridors and ceilings. Instead, it resembled an ancient palace, where, apart from the ground, one could look up and see the ceiling. Moreover, this ceiling was not made of reinforced concrete but rather a colorless, transparent material that resembled glass. With this material, even the naked eye could clearly penetrate the atmosphere and see areas dozens or even hundreds of kilometers above in the sky. Yuan Yan, Lin Yi, you've arrived. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Liu Enyin, the already present god of capture and god of war nodded and greeted them. Then, the god of capture turned to an elderly man beside him who had gray hair and appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, saying, Academician Tangding, since the celestial sovereign and the reincarnation martial saint have both arrived, please present what you have observed. Yes, Lord God of Capture. As soon as the god of capture finished speaking, the old man respectfully replied, his expression instantly becoming solemn, addressing a group of young assistants around him. Xiao Lu, prepare the instruments. Xiao Li, get the projection ready. Xiao Zhang, prepare the data calculations. Xiao Wang. A series of commands flowed from the old man's mouth in an orderly manner. At that moment, the old man seemed to transform into a supreme ruler, his face filled with authority and solemnity. Tang Ding, so it's him. I wonder what he has observed this time. Upon hearing the old man's name, Lin Yi instantly recognized who he was and couldn't help but feel curious. Tang Ding, one of the greatest astronomers of the new era, over 300 years old. In the field of astronomy, he is undoubtedly the foremost figure in the world today. Even in the long river of history, he ranks among the top 5. Such a great scientist is extensively covered in history textbooks for his contributions. Therefore, Lin Yi naturally knew his name. Wu. Sure. Accompanied by Lin Yi's thoughts, countless massive instruments within the nearly 100-meter-high building began to operate. In particular, a telescope measuring 70 to 80 meters in length emitted a faint glow. Buzz. About 10 seconds later, as all the instruments fully powered up, 2 enormous virtual screens projected onto the wall appeared. The left side displayed countless texts, symbols, and formulas in constant computation. The right side showed an image of a dark cosmic void. This image was vast, even gigantic stars appeared as mere dots, while planets were almost imperceptible. Only the continuous river of stars, composed of countless celestial bodies, shone brightly within it. However, even more dazzling than this river of stars was a light more brilliant than the sun. At this moment, this light was racing through space at incredible speed. Its velocity was terrifying, and around it, countless planets and stars were swept past in the blink of an eye. Countless dark voids swirled beside it in an instant. At such a terrifying speed, even the instruments could barely capture its true form, only catching a glimpse of a point of light traversing through space. What is this? Looking at the brilliant light on the virtual screen, Lin Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He felt that this brilliant light seemed to have an infinite attraction for him, as if it had come specifically for him. This can't be possible. With this thought, a guess surged in Lin Yi's heart, but he didn't dare to be too certain. At that moment, Academician Tang Ding spoke up. Esteemed martial saints, the mysterious celestial body before us is a type of cosmic mysterious substance that I recently discovered. Its speed is incredibly fast. When I first discovered it, it was still located in the cosmic void 12 light-years away from Blue Star. However, now, only 7 or 8 hours have passed and it has directly swept across nearly 9 light-years. 7 or 8 hours, 9 light-years. According to my calculations, this has already reached a terrifying speed of 10,000 times the speed of light. At such a colossal speed, even a tiny pebble could explode a star. Not to mention that this mysterious substance can withstand such terrifying speed. Its essence must surpass any material known to Blue Star science. From a scientific perspective, generally, the higher the essence of a material, the greater its density. Therefore, this substance, even if it's just a tiny bit, when it falls to Blue Star at 10,000 times the speed of light, would be enough to instantly vaporize the entire Blue Star. Moreover, this substance is not just a tiny bit, it has a terrifying diameter of nearly 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Even if it hasn't fallen into our Blue Star, just stirring up a cosmic storm nearby would be enough to disintegrate the entire Blue Star. And according to my calculations, its target is indeed Blue Star. At this point, an expression of infinite fear appeared on Tang Ding's face. What? The target of this mysterious substance is Blue Star. Blue Star is doomed. Upon hearing Tang Ding's explanation, everyone present, including the martial saints Dou Wu, Bushin, Junshin, and Lin Yi, were all left in a daze. Earlier, they had received news from Tang Ding, knowing that a great disaster was about to occur on Blue Star, and if not handled properly, the entire Blue Star would fall into extinction. However, they never expected that this disaster would be so terrifying that it left them in despair. A mysterious substance with a diameter of 10 kilometers was about to fall to Blue Star at 10,000 times the speed of light. This kind of disaster, let alone martial saints, even a person 1,000 times stronger than a martial saint would be unable to resist. This was a true cosmic disaster. Under such a disaster, even stars could not withstand it, let alone humanity. Tang Ding, since you called us here, do you have a way to resolve this? After a brief moment of despair, the white-clad Bushin seemed to think of something and quickly asked Tang Ding. Hearing this, Tang Ding did not dare to delay and quickly replied. In response to Bushin, I actually don't have any good solutions. However, after precise calculations, I found a glimmer of hope. Because although this mysterious substance is incredibly powerful, its trajectory is traceable. So, as long as we launch a nuclear bomb from a position far enough away from Blue Star, hitting it before it descends upon us, we don't seek to destroy it, we only need to make it deviate by a tiny angle. Then, at a sufficiently long distance, this small angle could cause a significant deviation. Perhaps there is still hope for Blue Star, Tang Ding said, though he did not dare to be too certain. After all, this mysterious substance was too terrifying. Even at 10,000 times the speed of light, it could remain intact. And while humanity's ultimate weapon, the nuclear bomb, was powerful, could it really make it deviate? There's no other way. It has to be done. As soon as Tang Ding finished speaking, Bu Shin immediately made a decision. Launching the nuclear bomb still offers a glimmer of hope. Not launching it is a dead end. Academician Tang Ding, according to your calculations, how long until this mysterious substance completely descends upon Blue Star, and when is the best time for us to launch the nuclear bomb? Back to the capture god. According to my estimation, this material will arrive at Blue Star in 3 hours, 18 minutes, and 29 seconds. During this time, according to calculations, it would be best to launch the nuclear bomb 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 36 seconds later, because at that time, considering the flight time of the nuclear bomb, it will be able to intercept the trajectory of this mysterious celestial body just in time and also allow it to deviate and move away from our Blue Star. Good. Then let's proceed according to Academician Tang Ding's plan. Hearing Tang Ding explain so clearly and in such detail, with every minute and second so precisely stated, the captured god couldn't help but feel a surge of hope in his heart. He then said to Lin Yi, Li Yuanyan, and Ji Song, Lin Yi, Yuanyan, Ji Song, since Academician Tang Ding already has a plan and there's a possibility of execution, then you should hurry and contact all the nuclear-capable countries on Blue Star so they can join us in intercepting this mysterious celestial body in 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 36 seconds. This battle concerns the survival of all humanity on Blue Star. It is a disaster far more terrifying than the monster invasion of the past. Everyone must not be slack. Understood. Upon hearing the captured god's words, Lin Yi and the others' eyes sharpened, filled with determination. Blue Star is their homeland. Humanity is their charge. Don't even think about destroying Blue Star, not even if the universe itself goes awry. Don't even think about exterminating humanity. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. Everyone's thoughts aligned. Then, one by one, they began making calls. Upon learning that humanity was about to face an unprecedented disaster, all the martial saints were initially filled with shock and panic. Then, they too displayed an incredible will to survive, agreeing to the invitation from Huaxia to fight against the calamity. Thus, time passed second by second. During this period, countries actively prepared for war, bringing out all their hidden nuclear bombs in search of a glimmer of hope, especially the militarily powerful Soviet Union, which produced more nuclear bombs than several countries combined, shocking the world, second only to the world's number one, Huaxia. However, in this era, the number of martial saints is the true measure of a nation's strength. Nuclear bombs are merely an embellishment. After all, every country with martial saints possesses nuclear bombs, but not every country with nuclear bombs has martial saints. Just like that, time swiftly reached 11:34 a.m. At this moment, under the observation of instruments, the mysterious celestial body traveling at 10,000 times the speed of light was getting closer to Blue Star. The time calculated by Academician Tang Ding to launch the nuclear bomb was also approaching. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, launch. As the final second arrived, countless terrifying nuclear bombs soared from Blue Star, shooting into space like brilliant fireworks. In this era, nuclear bomb launch technology has significantly advanced. Compared to the common era, today's nuclear bomb launch distances have long exceeded tenfold or even 100-fold, easily reaching unknown kilometers away from Earth. Boom, boom, boom. In space, along a pre-calculated trajectory, the moment the nuclear bomb made contact with the mysterious celestial body, an incredibly dazzling light burst forth in space, and a terrifying explosion formed. In an instant, countless small meteoroids were shattered into dust. Subsequently, an immensely powerful shockwave spread in all directions, creating a cloud of meteoroid dust in space. However, due to the lack of buoyancy and gravitational pull, they could only remain in this corner of space. Did we succeed? Watching the collision of the nuclear bomb with the mysterious celestial material on the virtual screen, the high-ranking martial saints from various countries had their hearts in their throats. This battle concerns all of humanity, even the survival of the entire Blue Star, even the most indifferent existence on ordinary days could hardly suppress the excitement at this moment. Whoosh! In the virtual screen, under the gaze of the crowd, an endless brilliance once again illuminated the space. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the endless dust of meteors, continuing on its predetermined trajectory towards Blue Star. The struggles of humanity on Blue Star seemed laughable before it, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Not to mention altering its course, even causing it to tremble slightly was impossible. It's over. It's over. Humanity is finished. Upon witnessing this scene, countless scientists and high-ranking powers around the world felt despair in their hearts, some even bursting into tears. Blue Star, with a history of 4.6 billion years, humanity, having descended from trees millions of years ago, created countless myth-like records, step by step becoming the dominant species on Blue Star. At this moment, all was about to perish. Send the order down, tell the ordinary people the facts of what just happened. As part of humanity, they have the right to know. Inside building number 9, looking at the mysterious celestial body about to descend, the entire being of the capture god seemed to lose all strength, speaking weakly. It's slowing down. It's slowing down. Just as despair filled everyone's hearts, a joyful exclamation rang out. The white-haired academician Tang Ding was now dancing with excitement, pointing at the virtual screen. On that virtual screen, the symbol V, representing the speed of the mysterious celestial body, was rapidly decreasing. 10,000 times the speed of light, 1,000 times the speed of light, 100 times the speed of light, 10 times the speed of light, 1 time the speed of light, 210,034 kilometers per hour, 124,365 kilometers per hour. As time passed, the speed of the mysterious celestial body continued to drop sharply. Simultaneously, its dazzling brilliance gradually faded. Like an airplane about to land, soon the speed fell below 1,000 kilometers per hour. Finally, in the gazes of the crowd, it suddenly stopped at an altitude of 8,000 meters above the Pacific Ocean, gradually revealing its true form. It was a blood-red palace. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. But in Lin Yi's heart, he felt an unprecedented calling. Is this mine? The moment he saw the blood-red palace, Lin Yi's entire being surged with true energy, as if it were about to burst forth. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, racing towards the Pacific Ocean. Lin Yi. Watching Lin Yi suddenly take off, the capture god, the war god, and the martial arts supreme all exclaimed in surprise, then exchanged glances and took off to follow him. From Lin Yi's figure, the three of them could easily tell that his destination was the blood-red palace high above the Pacific Ocean. To be honest, they were also filled with fear and curiosity about this blood-red palace that seemed capable of destroying the entire blue star. Because this palace was terrifyingly powerful, existing intact even at 10,000 times the speed of light. This material was absolutely beyond the current limits of human imagination on Blue Star, and what lay within this terrifying palace made them eager to explore and discover. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the three of them took off, streams of light shot up from all over the world. One by one, martial saints and beast emperor-level monsters either boarded warplanes or directly harnessed the power of heaven and earth to fly, all rushing towards the Pacific Ocean. The commotion caused by the descent of that blood-red palace was so great that even ordinary people and monsters could see the dazzling light cutting through the void in the sky. Not to mention the beast emperor-level monsters who had undergone soul transformations and were immensely powerful. They were all too aware of how terrifying this palace was. And now, with such a terrifying palace descending upon Blue Star, whether it was a blessing or a curse made them unable to contain their curiosity. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Streams of light raced across the sky as beast emperor-level monsters desperately rushed towards the Pacific Ocean. The flight speed of the martial saint and beast emperor is incredibly fast. Even a beginner martial saint can easily reach 8 times the speed of sound under normal conditions. When pushing themselves to the limit, they can approach 9 times the speed of sound. While this speed may not match the world's most advanced intelligent fighter jets, it can easily surpass 10,000 kilometers per hour. Boom! In the void, terrifying sonic booms erupted and an endless fierce gale raged around Lin Yi. In the sky, Lin Yi transformed into a beam of sword light, darting like a meteor, covering thousands of meters every second. Lin Yi's speed is astonishing. Watching Lin Yi's figure flying in the distance, Li Yuanyan and the other two were equally shocked. They had thought that although Lin Yi possessed the combat power of a martial saint, his flight speed would surely be limited due to the constraints of true energy. But now, seeing it for themselves, how could Lin Yi's speed be anything but extraordinary? It was simply outrageous. The three of them were all intermediate martial saints, and even under normal conditions their flight speed reached 9 times the speed of sound, and when pushing themselves they could reach 9.7 or 9.8 times. Yet now, even though they weren't pushing themselves, their speed still hovered around 9.4 times. How could they be slower than Lin Yi? What kind of monster is Lin Yi? Strong as he is, now he's even this fast. Watching the figure ahead that was growing increasingly distant, Li Yuanyan and the others were filled with shock. However, they had no idea that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Lin Yi's displayed strength. Having just acquired the Taiji sword technique is truly worthy of being a peak-level high-grade sacred martial art. Not only is its attack power formidable, but its defense and speed are also extraordinary. High in the sky, Lin Yi felt the rush of speed and was immensely pleased. Although the intermediate sacred martial art Taiji sword technique also contained the technique of transforming into sword light to enhance speed, its amplification was much weaker compared to its attack, only reaching 1.3 times. But now, after a million years of refinement, it had achieved the pinnacle of high-grade sacred martial arts. The technique of transforming into sword light had also reached its peak, amplifying his flight speed to 2.0 times. A speed amplification of 2.0 times, how terrifying is that? One must understand that speed amplification is exponentially more difficult than power amplification. For instance, the sacred martial art Undying Seal technique has a power amplification of 1.4 times, while its accompanying movement technique Undying 7 Illusions only increases by 1.14 times. But now, with 2.0 times, how much does that surpass 1.14 times? The gap between the two is so vast that describing it as heaven and earth apart would not be an exaggeration. Whoosh! High in the sky, as Lin Yi pondered, he rapidly approached the Pacific Ocean. In less than 10 minutes, he crossed hundreds to thousands of kilometers and arrived near the Blood-Red Palace. However, he was not the first to arrive there. Tian Yuan Xiongyi, Divine Eagle Emperor, Three-Headed Black Shark Emperor. Seeing the figure of one person and two beasts near the Blood-Red Palace, Lin Yi frowned. Huaxia Nation, Reincarnation Martial Saint Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi's arrival, the one person and two beasts each displayed different expressions. Among them, Tian Yuan Xiongyi showed surprise, relief, and even jealousy and greed. The Divine Eagle Emperor, with wings spanning hundreds of feet and feathers entirely golden, and the Three-Headed Black Shark Emperor, with 3 shark heads, were more straightforward. In their eyes there was only killing intent. Human. Lin Yi, you are quite bold. More than 10 days ago, you dared to defy the agreement made between your Taiji Divine Sword and Golden Body Arhat with our demon race, the Orca Emperor and the Octopus Emperor, openly killing the Cold River Dragon Emperor. Do you know your crime? The enormous figure resembling a mythical golden-winged roc, the Divine Eagle Emperor, scolded Lin Yi, who stood in the void. Ha! I violated the agreement. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately laughed, then directly shouted angrily, blind beast, I see. Not only are your eyes blind, but your heart is blind too. That day, it was clearly the Cold River Dragon Emperor who provoked, first leading the monster army to attack our human base. If it weren't for my sudden enlightenment and breakthrough, who knows how many lives this beast would have taken. But now, in your mouths, it turns out I am the one who violated the agreement? Such confusion of right and wrong, turning black into white, truly deserves to be called a beast. What? Human, you dare to insult me? Upon hearing Lin Yi's scolding, the Divine Eagle Emperor was immediately taken aback, followed by an explosion of rage. It was a beast emperor of the demon race, controlling 50% of the power of heaven and earth, incredibly powerful and held a very high status, even among the demon race, respected by many. Today, it saw the human Lin Yi who had killed their Cold River Dragon Emperor. Originally, thinking to use its strength to reprimand him, it expected that he wouldn't dare to retort. After all, although the Taiji Divine Sword and the Tiger Shark Emperor had an agreement, with the Blood Red Palace descending now, if there were indeed treasures within, a great battle was bound to occur in the future. In such a battle, everyone would be too preoccupied to care about anything else, and, as for the agreement, no one would care. And a martial saint like Lin Yi, although he had a decent chance of survival, also had a high probability of falling. In such a situation, this human actually dared to be so tough? Dared to confront it? Human, are you not afraid of death? Thinking of this, the Divine Eagle Emperor couldn't help but feel even angrier, shouting, Death! Of course I'm afraid. But what threat can you, this beast, pose to me? Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately responded with a cold laugh. He had long heard of the Divine Eagle Emperor's name. This beast's strength was indeed very strong. Even among human martial saints, it could probably rank 7th or 8th. If it had been before he obtained the Taiji sword technique, Lin Yi would not have been its opponent. But now, it was as easy as defeating it with a flick of his hand. Even, he could kill it. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt confident. And what Lin Yi was thinking, the Divine Eagle Emperor naturally did not know. At this moment, after being scolded by Lin Yi, it felt even more furious, constantly calculating how to teach Lin Yi a lesson later. Oomph. Let the human Lin Yi be proud for a while, he will have his comeuppance soon. Looking at this arrogant human, the Divine Eagle Emperor couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, then patiently waited. Time passed second by second. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As time went by, streaks of light descended from the sky, and one by one, martial saints and beast emperors arrived outside the Blood Red Palace. At this moment, they looked at the palace with curiosity, fear, and greed in their eyes. Lin Yi, you arrived outside this palace first. Have you discovered anything? Beside Lin Yi, Li Yuanyan strode through the void, gazing at the enormous palace in the distance while asking Lin Yi. Nothing. Although I came a bit earlier, I didn't find anything unusual. Lin Yi shook his head in response, saying, This Blood Red Palace has seemed to complete its task since it descended on Blue Star. It neither displayed any supernatural phenomena nor moved again. Just now, I also went to the palace door to investigate but found nothing. As he said this, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. Because the call from this Blood Red Palace was very real to him. Especially as he got closer, the call from deep within his heart became stronger and stronger. However, when he actually arrived here, that call had disappeared. Could it be that my guess was wrong? This Blood Red Palace is just a treasure that has drifted to Blue Star from the universe and has little to do with me. Lin Yi silently thought. Meanwhile, Li Yuanyan, upon hearing this, also felt a bit disappointed. Then he sighed and said, Sigh. Since there's nothing to discover, let's wait a little longer. Above the Blue Star, such a miraculous thing has finally appeared. This thing might help improve martial arts cultivation or perhaps lead to a leap in technological development. In any case, we need to figure this thing out. What the Heavenly Sovereign said is absolutely right. After hearing Li Yuanyan's words, Lin Yi also nodded slightly. And so, time passed once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light crossed the sky, heading towards the Pacific Ocean. Outside the Blood Red Palace, the terrifying presence continued to increase. 50, 70, 90, 91, 95, 98, 99, until, after a full 100, buzz, endless light suddenly burst forth, seemingly more dazzling than the sun, blinding many martial saints and beast emperors. In this void, the originally tranquil Blood Red Palace suddenly began to radiate light, emitting a brilliance that reached thousands of feet. Immediately following, boom! Thunderous sounds erupted, and the two massive doors of the Blood Red Palace, each over 1,000 feet tall, swung open with a crash, revealing a misty interior full of unknown truths. What? Who will go first? Looking at the wide-open palace doors, the martial artists who had been anxiously waiting in the sky now hesitated. At this moment, these martial saints and beast emperors were like fish in water facing a bait. They wanted to eat that delicious bait, yet were also worried about the potential deadly crisis it might bring. Puff, puff, puff. Seeing that many beast emperors and martial saints were momentarily still, 3 streams of colorful light suddenly burst forth from within the Blood Red Palace. They then hovered in the air, transforming into 3 strange, colorful lotus flowers, exuding waves of peculiar fragrance. What is this? Smelling this scent, why do I feel an intense urge to devour it deep within my soul? Looking at these three colorful lotus flowers, all the martial saints and beast emperors felt a deep-seated desire rising from the depths of their souls. This desire was countless times more compelling than the most primitive physiological urges of animals. Eat it! Eat it! Waves of longing echoed in the souls of every beast emperor and martial saint, enticing them to swallow the colorful lotus flowers. However, despite this, not a single martial saint or beast emperor acted first. After all, how resolute were the wills of the martial saints and beast emperors? How could they be swayed by desire? Such a desire, though strong, could not shake their resolve. Faced with such an unknown entity, they would never act lightly before understanding it. Baka! I don't care anymore, I'll try it first. About 10 minutes later, the Fuso shinobi, Tohara Yuichi, shouted angrily. He raised his hand, and immense power surged forth, drawing all three colorful lotus flowers into his grasp. This fool can't hold back? Well, let him try it first. Seeing Tohara Yuichi's actions, all the martial saints and beast emperors immediately shifted their gaze to him, waiting for the next development. Oomph, you want me to be the guinea pig? I'm not that foolish. Noticing everyone looking at him, Tohara Yuichi sneered. Then, with one hand holding the colorful lotus flowers, he reached down with the other. Boom! Accompanied by Tohara Yuichi's action, immense power rapidly spread towards the sky. Below, the vast power of heaven and earth intertwined, transforming into a massive blue hand descending from the sky, reaching towards the sea surface. Splash! Splash! The blue hand plunged into the water. Instantly, endless seawater was stirred, and countless low-level monsters met their demise. Splash! Another heavy object broke the surface of the water. On the surface of the sea, a giant catfish, measuring dozens of meters long, was suddenly seized by a blue giant hand filled with terror and swiftly lifted into the sky. Ha ha! Don't struggle. Being able to pave the way for us martial saints is truly a blessing you've earned over countless lifetimes. Just obediently accept it. Looking at the enormous catfish that gazed at him with a pleading expression, Tian Yuanxiong's face was filled with cruelty. The other beast emperors remained indifferent, all eagerly watching Tian Yuanxiong's actions. Open! Seeing so many powerful figures looking at him, Tian Yuanxiong did not hesitate. With a thought, the massive hand formed from the power of heaven and earth pried open the catfish's mouth and poured a colorful lotus flower into its belly. Puff puff puff! As soon as the colorful lotus entered its stomach, streams of red blood shot out from the giant catfish's body. Under the influence of the colorful lotus, the giant catfish seemed on the verge of exploding, rolling frantically in Tian Yuanxiong's blue hand. Save me! Save me! Beast emperors, save me! I'm in so much pain! Roars echoed from the catfish's mouth. But witnessing all this, none of the beast emperors made a move to save it, because they, too, wanted to know what this colorful lotus was. Time passed second by second. In the sky, the giant catfish continued to roll and scream in agony. Meanwhile, its body was covered in blood. It wasn't until a full half hour later that it finally began to recover. I'm not dead. The giant catfish opened its eyes, looking around in confusion. Then, it felt a powerful force surging through its body. Ha ha, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Not only am I alive, but I've also broken through. I've become a Beast King level overlord, and my divine soul has become so strong. Ha ha ha, feeling the power within its body, the giant catfish burst into mad laughter. However, the next moment, it felt a sharp pain throughout its body, and with a loud bang, it turned into countless fragments. This lotus is mine. After the giant catfish exploded into pieces, all the martial saints and beast emperors went wild at the sight of the two remaining colorful lotus flowers in Tian Yuanxiong's hand. Damn! Seeing the hungry wolf-like gazes of all the beast emperors and martial saints fixed on him, Tian Yuanxiong felt a surge of fear in his heart, unable to suppress a curse. Here you go. All for you. Before the many beast emperors and martial saints could make their move, Tian Yuanxiong suddenly threw the colorful lotus flowers into the sky, as if he had just released a ticking time bomb. At the same time, his body transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the entrance of the blood-red palace at lightning speed. Fight! Fight! Go ahead and fight. You fools, I won't get involved. This blood-red palace can casually spit out treasures like 3 colorful lotus flowers. The treasures inside must be far more precious than these. While you fools are fighting here, I'll seize the opportunity and enter the palace first to snatch the treasures. Tian Yuanxiong thought to himself as he swiftly charged into the palace. Charge! Watching Tian Yuanxiong enter, some weaker martial saints and beast emperors outside the palace quickly used their skills to rush into the grand hall. The powerful martial saints outside were simply too many, and the hope of competing with them for these 2 treasures was exceedingly slim. Rather than that, it was better to learn from Tian Yuanxiong, seeking fortune in danger, and enter the palace early to take a shot. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope for treasure. Boom! And outside the palace, after a group of lower-level martial saints and beast emperors entered the blood-red grand hall, a fierce battle erupted instantly. More than 20 mid-level martial saints and beast emperors began to take action, immediately stirring up a catastrophic change in the atmosphere. Compared to the potential opportunities that might exist within the blood-red palace, this group of powerful martial saints and beast emperors clearly valued the immediate benefits before them more. The 7-colored lotus can transform an ordinary Beast King level demon into a Beast King overlord level existence, and its immense energy even caused its body to explode. Clearly, the medicinal effect of this 7-colored lotus is extraordinary. If one could consume it, it might reduce their cultivation time by a decade. or even several decades. After all, the cultivation of martial saints and beast emperors is incredibly difficult, so much so that even a slight improvement requires more than 10 years of time. Such a slow pace of progress could drive both humans and beasts mad. At this moment, seeing a treasure like the seven-colored lotus, how could they not take action? Screech! In the sky, the golden wings of the divine eagle emperor flapped, emitting a sound that could shatter gold and crack stone as it flew towards the two seven-colored lotuses at a speed surpassing many martial saints. Divine Eagle Emperor, you won't easily seize the treasure. Seeing the massive body of the divine eagle emperor rapidly approaching the seven-colored lotus, the military god Wang Jisong's face turned furious. With his hands clenched, he instantly condensed a fiery red long spear of energy in his grasp. He then threw it with all his might, and the spear tore through the void like a meteor, carrying unparalleled terrifying power as it struck towards the divine eagle emperor. Military god, you dare to stop me? Upon seeing the fierce approach of the fiery red spear, the divine eagle emperor screeched in anger. However, it did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Its body suddenly halted, and boundless golden earth and sky power gathered between its claws, forming a gigantic claw that blocked the military god's strike like an eagle hunting its prey. Boom! The claw and spear collided, and a massive explosion echoed in the air, stirring countless gusts of wind and forming terrifying tornadoes. Screech! Military god, you seek death. Amidst the endless gusts of wind, the divine eagle emperor screeched in fury. Although the military god's strike did not injure it did prevent it from advancing towards the seven-colored lotus. As a flying beast emperor, its speed in the sky was originally the fastest and most likely to seize the treasure. But now, due to the military god's delay, many martial saints and beast emperors had surpassed it. Damn it, military god, if I can't have it, you won't get it either. Seeing that it had no hope of seizing the treasure this time, the divine eagle emperor was filled with rage and did not charge forward. Instead, it turned its body and engaged in battle with the military god. Meanwhile, numerous beast emperors and martial saints were rapidly approaching the seven-colored lotus. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. Terrifying beams pierced through the void, and boundless earth and sky power erupted in the sky. Many martial saints and beast emperors employed their techniques. Whoever got closest to the seven-colored lotus would be attacked by the other martial saints and beast emperors outside their own faction. Thus, in the sky, dozens of colorful streaks of light chased each other like more than 20 racing cars. In between, countless attacks spread out, causing unimaginable destruction. Flying Fish Emperor, stop! In the sky, Lin Yi transformed into a beam of sword light, shooting terrifying sword rays towards a massive flying fish at the forefront. Among the more than a dozen beast emperors and martial saints, he maintained a position slightly above the middle tier. He was neither too fast to provoke hostility from many beast emperors nor too slow to ensure he had enough time to burst forth. After the transformation from the redstone basic cultivation method, my speed can reach 5.0 times the speed of sound under normal conditions. And when burning internal energy for a full burst, my speed can reach a terrifying 6.1 times. With the body transformation into sword light 2.0 times enhancement, my maximum speed has reached a terrifying 12.2 times the speed of sound. Such speed, even the fastest divine eagle emperor cannot match. So as long as I maintain an appropriate distance from the first place and suddenly burst forth at a critical moment, I am very likely to seize both lotuses. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. The seven-colored lotus is a unique treasure on Blue Star. Observing the medicinal effect, it seemed to be even more powerful than the 10 transformation soul elevation pill he had taken before. Such a treasure was enough to drive even the martial saints mad. If he could obtain just one, it would significantly advance his spiritual power, bringing him closer to becoming a martial saint. If he could get two, it would save him countless hardships. This time, I must get that lotus, Lin Yi silently vowed. Whoosh! As Lin Yi pondered, all the beast emperors and martial saints drew closer to the colorful lotus. 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Ha ha, this lotus is mine. Among the martial saints and beast emperors, the one at the forefront, a silver-scaled, flat-bodied swordfish beast emperor, gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the two colorful lotuses just within reach. 1 kilometer was an extremely short distance for innate martial artists. For the martial saints, it was practically right in front of them. At this distance, even if other martial saints attacked him, he could still snatch the two lotuses ahead of time. Ha ha, fight for it, fight for it. A bunch of fools, wasting the power of heaven and earth to attack, wasting flight time, and in the end, it will still fall into the hands of your grandpa swordfish. The closer the colorful lotus got, the more excited the swordfish emperor became. However, just as he was feeling triumphant, he suddenly sensed a brilliant sword light slicing through beside him. The sword light was incredibly swift, instantly surpassing his body. Then, right under his nose, it reached out and snatched both colorful lotuses into its grasp. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the swordfish emperor was instantly dumbfounded. It's Lin Yi! It's Lin Yi! Compared to the swordfish emperor's confusion, the three martial saints from the Huaxian nation were filled with surprise. They already knew Lin Yi was fast. He had just outpaced them while fleeing. However, they hadn't expected that they had still underestimated Lin Yi's speed. When Lin Yi truly unleashed his power, his speed was astonishing, leaving them all in the dust. Damn it! Damn it! It's the human reincarnation. Martial Saint Lin Yi. How dare he snatch the treasure from under this emperor's nose? That colorful lotus was originally mine. Mine. Ah! Hearing the delighted exclamations, of the Huaxia martial saints, and watching Lin Yi swiftly escape towards the blood-red hall after seizing the colorful lotuses, the Swordfish Emperor was furious and began to shout loudly. After a brief moment of anger and confusion, he quickly regained his composure and immediately shouted to the Eagle Emperor, who was closest to the hall's entrance. Eagle Emperor, stop him. As long as you hold him off for a moment, I can catch up to him. After I kill him, I won't take the colorful lotuses, they'll all be yours. Indeed. Upon hearing the Swordfish Emperor's call, the Eagle Emperor was filled with joy. Then, with a thought, an immense force of heaven and earth erupted between his claws, instantly pushing back the war god. Caw! A piercing cry rang out from the Eagle Emperor's mouth again. After repelling the war god, the Eagle Emperor flapped his wings and instantly soared through several kilometers of void, like an eagle striking the sky, a rock capturing a dragon, rapidly charging towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi, die! In the sky, the Eagle Emperor roared, his golden pupils filled with fierce killing intent. This human had just dared to confront him, calling him a beast. Now, he was even more reckless, relying on a movement technique he had learned from who knows where, daring to snatch food from the mouths of so many powerful beast emperors. What could a mere newly promoted martial saint do? He had only killed the useless Cold River Dragon Emperor. How could he be so audacious? Ha ha! Eagle Emperor, this human is undoubtedly doomed. Watching the Eagle Emperor rush towards Lin Yi, the Swordfish Emperor was overjoyed. Although the strength of the Divine Eagle Emperor was somewhat weaker than his own, it was still among the stronger middle-tier beast emperors, possessing a full 50% of the power of heaven and earth. Coupled with its self-created claw technique, Divine Eagle Strike, its strength could amplify to 1.3 times the original, achieving a terrifying effect of 65% of the power of heaven and earth. Such power was not something a mere Lin Yi could withstand. Lin Yi, seeing the Divine Eagle Emperor swooping towards Lin Yi, the expressions of Li Yuanyan and the others, who had just felt a surge of joy, instantly changed. They immediately shouted angrily, Divine Eagle Emperor, if you dare to kill Lin Yi today, our three great martial saints of Huaxia will never rest until we settle this with you. Never rest? Ha! Who cares? Hearing Li Yuanyan's words, the Divine Eagle Emperor did not even pause in its charge towards Lin Yi, instead sneering, do you think I, the Divine Eagle Emperor, fear those few martial saints of Huaxia? Today, no matter what you say, Lin Yi must die. Not even Jesus can save him, I swear. Watch this emperor, I will kill him with one strike. At this point, the Divine Eagle Emperor felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, its speed increased even further, and terrifying golden divine light erupted from its claws, fiercely tearing towards Lin Yi. Feathered pest, you're seeking death. In the sky, Lin Yi, who had burst into the hall like a shooting star, looked at the approaching figure of the Divine Eagle Emperor with indifference, and instantly became furious, shouting loudly. In the next moment, the true essence within his dantian erupted like a mighty river. Swish! The endless air was instantly torn apart as Lin Yi made a single motion with one hand. In the void, a 3-foot-long sword, composed of black and white colors, suddenly appeared in his hand, as if it were going to slice through space, emanating an extremely sharp aura. Feathered pest, take my sword. Feeling the terrifying power contained within the sword, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel invigorated, his heart soaring. Then, with his right hand holding the sword, he slashed down, as if Panga were opening the heavens or Yang Jian were cleaving Mount Hua. Within several kilometers in front of him, everything was easily torn apart like fragile paper, as endless swordlight, carrying the vast might to obliterate everything, fiercely slashed towards the Divine Eagle Emperor that was charging at him. This power, how is it possible? Watching the terrifying swordlight approaching, the Divine Eagle Emperor couldn't help but tremble in fear. For under this strike, it actually sensed a hint of death's breath. No, no, this is impossible. Under the endless swordlight, the Divine Eagle Emperor roared in anger. At the same time, it frantically summoned the vast and terrifying power of heaven and earth, gathering it in its claws, fully facing Lin Yi's sword. Boom! The swordlight collided with the giant claws, and in an instant, endless, terrifying power erupted, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. In the sky, massive mushroom clouds rose, countless fierce winds scattered, and layers of clouds were shattered. The entire battlefield, within a radius of several kilometers, instantly turned into a white mist, hazy and indistinct, making it impossible to see the scene within. But not long after, caw! Amidst the mist, a mournful cry suddenly rang out. The Divine Eagle Emperor was seen rapidly falling from the sky, endless golden feathers scattering in the void. Streams of blood tinged with gold flowing down. Compared to its earlier majestic appearance, resembling the legendary golden-winged rot, the current Divine Eagle Emperor looked like a plucked black chicken, pitiful and miserable. Ha! Feathered pest, take another sword from me. Seeing the Divine Eagle Emperor's pitiful state, Lin Yi's expression turned extremely cold, and with a sneer, he raised his sword high, seemingly intending to strike again. Swordfish, save me! A huge cry for help echoed through the void. Seeing Lin Yi still coming to kill it, the Divine Eagle Emperor was instantly filled with panic, disregarding its pride, and hurriedly called for help from the Swordfish Emperor nearby. Divine Eagle, how the hell are you so useless? Seeing the Divine Eagle Emperor severely injured by Lin Yi's sword, the Swordfish Emperor was both shocked and angry, unable to hold back its scolding. However, its massive body still accelerated, charging towards Lin Yi. Very well, scruffy bird, this time I shall spare your life. Remember, do not enter this palace later, or if I encounter you, I will surely kill you. Not even Jesus can save you, I swear. Seeing the Swordfish Emperor and the other beast emperors rushing towards him, Lin Yi dared not linger. With a burst of speed, he transformed into a dazzling beam of swordlight and flew into the blood-red palace. Splash! As he passed through the light curtain of the palace door, Linny immediately felt a dizzying sensation rise within him. The next moment he sensed a change in his surroundings, arriving in an unfamiliar space. What is this place? Did I not enter that blood-red palace? Is this what the inside of the palace looks like? But the internal area is absurdly vast. It completely does not match the size of the blood-red palace outside. Observing the scene around him, Linny frowned slightly. Beneath his feet lay a blood-red ground resembling a battlefield of the apocalypse. The land was desolate, devoid of any signs of life. As far as the eye could see, it was barren, with nothing but an endless aura of desolation. As for the martial saints who had entered the blood-red palace before him, there was no trace of them to be found. Moreover, what shocked him even more was the sheer size of this land. It was so vast that he could hardly see the end, completely different from the blood-red palace outside, which was merely 10 miles in circumference. It should be noted that the 5 senses of an innate martial artist are incredibly sharp, especially for someone like him, a special innate martial artist. Not to mention 10 miles, even 20 or 30 miles, he could clearly see insects crawling on a large tree. Yet here, he could not see the end of this land at all, only a vague blur in the distance. Beep beep. Seeing this scene, Linny took out his mini-phone, intending to send a message to the other martial saints who had entered earlier. After all, when he achieved the rank of martial saint, the martial saints on Blue Star had come to congratulate him, and he still had their contact information saved. It doesn't work? After a moment, seeing that his mini-phone could not connect at all, Linny's frown deepened. It should be known that the mini-phone in Linny's hand was not the same as the ones ordinary people used. As a communication tool specifically for martial saints, his mini-phone was not only made of incredibly sturdy materials but also equipped with a mini signal base station inside, allowing it to receive and send signals without relying on the signal towers scattered across Blue Star. However, now it was completely ineffective here. What on earth is this place? Why is it so strange? Linny silently pondered. The next moment, his body soared into the air, moving in a certain direction. Since he could not contact the other martial saints, he would explore this unfamiliar place as much as possible. After all, no matter where one is, having information is paramount. Only by understanding the basic information of a place can one make better decisions. Whoosh! With this thought, Linny was determined, transforming into a beam of swordlight and continuing to move in a certain direction. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another hour had gone by. Nothing, still nothing. There isn't even a single life on this land. Moreover, this place is even larger than I imagined. Could it really be a world of extinction? Looking at the unchanged surroundings, Linny was shocked. Just now, he had transformed into swordlight and flown for a full hour, covering over 13,000 kilometers. 13,000 kilometers, what a terrifying number. Even the largest tectonic plate on Blue Star, the Eurasian plate, was not that vast. Yet, he still had not reached the end of this land. And even more terrifying, he had not discovered any traces of the other martial saints. This undoubtedly told him a fact. This world is larger than he currently imagines. Even if he flew over 10,000 kilometers, perhaps he had only explored the tip of the iceberg of this world. Forget it. It doesn't matter, since I can't find anyone, I'll just swallow these 2 colorful lotus flowers first. There is no life here, so I won't be disturbed while I consume and refine these 2 colorful lotus flowers. Looking around at the desolate land, Linny felt a stir in his heart, then descended, his fingers swirling with true energy. With a flick of his finger, he carved out a large hole in a blood-red wasteland not far away. After that, Linny entered it and collapsed the wasteland to cover the hole, then devoured one of the colorful lotus flowers in large bites. This was a treasure he had fought hard to obtain. Although he had already reached the limit of an innate martial artist, even consuming these 2 lotus flowers wouldn't increase his strength by much. However, it was better to have the treasure in his stomach than to keep it and risk an accident later. The reason he hadn't consumed it earlier was simply that he was worried about being disturbed while swallowing it, which could lead to danger. After all, based on the experience of the catfish demon consuming the colorful lotus flowers, the absorption of the flowers required time. During this period, one could not be disturbed in the slightest, otherwise, the consequences were unknown. Therefore, when he was outside, with the swordfish Emperor, the Divine Eagle Emperor, and other beast emperors watching him closely, Linny didn't dare to swallow it casually. Even after entering this world, out of caution, Linny still didn't consume the 2 lotus flowers. It wasn't until now, confirming that there was indeed no danger around, that he truly took action and swallowed the 2 flowers. So comfortable. After swallowing the colorful lotus flower, the pain he had anticipated, his body being torn apart and his soul being pulled, did not arise. Instead, at the moment he consumed the colorful lotus flower, Linny felt a wave of comfort emanating from the depths of his soul. This feeling was incredibly refreshing, almost making his soul tremble with delight, causing every cell in his body to cheer with joy. What on earth is going on? According to the catfish demon's performance earlier, consuming the colorful lotus flower should increase strength and enhance the soul's intensity. But it should also be incredibly violent and painful. Yet now, I feel no pain at all. Instead, I feel immensely comfortable, as if this colorful lotus flower was tailor-made for me. While Linny experienced this indescribable pleasure, he was filled with confusion. But the next moment he had no time to ponder. Splash! The powerful true energy continuously flowed through Linny's dantian meridians. Shortly after consuming the colorful lotus flower, as the medicinal effect began to take effect, Linny felt that the true energy, which had transformed through the redstone basic cultivation method, began to operate automatically within his dantian. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As this true energy operated, strands of colorful light surged from Lin Yi's meridians. Then, they transformed into colorful light spots that merged into the true energy within Lin Yi's body. After these colorful light spots merged into Lin Yi's true energy, he realized that his innate true energy, which had already reached its limit, was now slowly becoming stronger. What is going on? I clearly reached the limit of the innate 9th level long ago. Why is the true energy in my body still enhancing? Realizing this scene, Lin Yi was shocked. It is well known that on Blue Star, after an innate martial artist reaches the peak of the 9th level, to enhance their internal energy again, they must break through to become a martial saint. Apart from that, there is no other way. Even someone as strong as Lin Yi, with his innate body, could only achieve 8 times the strength of a same-level martial artist after undergoing 3 transformations through the Redstone basic cultivation method. To achieve 3 transformations and reach 8 times was, in Lin Yi's view, almost reaching a limit unexpectedly. Looking at it now, it's not like that at all. In the universe, there are truly endless mysteries. I originally thought I could transform the inner power within me 3 times at the innate martial master level. With such strength, even in the vast universe, I should not be weak among innate martial masters. But now it seems that this is not the case. There are still too many people stronger than me in the universe. Realizing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but become humble, slowly, feeling a sense of awe towards the universe. Indeed, the universe is so vast that even someone as strong as the Redstone Saint Lord is not invincible. As for the Redstone basic cultivation method, it is merely a fundamental cultivation method of the Redstone Sacred Land. I estimate that everyone in the Redstone Sacred Land can probably cultivate it. In such places, there are simply too many geniuses, and there are also many prodigies with incredibly rare talents and opportunities. Compared to them, I am still far behind. Therefore, before truly becoming invincible, maintaining a humble heart at all times may also be a necessary factor in becoming a strong person. During this time, I have indeed been a bit proud. In the future, I should hold a greater reverence for the universe. With this thought, Lin Yi's expression became much more serious, and he silently reflected within. He then began to close his eyes, wholeheartedly refining the remaining medicinal power of the colorful lotus. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another 5 minutes had gone by. I finally refined this colorful lotus. In the desolate mountain, Lin Yi let out a light breath, a smile appearing on his face. Compared to that Beast King level catfish demon, my strength is much greater, and the refining process is naturally faster. Moreover, with the Redstone basic cultivation method in my possession, the refining speed has further increased. Thus, it only took 5 minutes to accomplish what that catfish demon couldn't finish in half an hour. Let's see how much strength I've gained. After sensing that the true energy within him seemed to have increased significantly, Lin Yi focused his thoughts. In the next moment, his body suddenly transformed into a beam of swordlight, soaring into the sky. Hara! The powerful true energy tore through the air, and behind Lin Yi, an ancient Buddha rose, with endless golden light cascading down. At the same time, he formed a sword with his index, middle, and ring fingers, casually slicing through the air, creating a long black and white sword energy composed of true energy in the void. Go! Accompanied by a thought from Lin Yi, the sword energy instantly shot through the void like a missile, striking the desolate mountain where he had just hidden. Boom! A series of terrifying explosions erupted. In an instant, it was as if millions of tons of explosives had detonated simultaneously on that desolate mountain, shattering it into pieces and sending countless fragments flying. Afterward, that overwhelming force surged in all directions, tearing the ground into terrifying ravines as if an earthquake had struck. Not bad, this power has increased by about 10%, and my spirit has also increased a bit. If I say that my spirit progress in cultivating to a martial saint was 40%, now it's 45%. This colorful lotus is indeed a treasure. Seeing the explosive power of his casual strike, Lin Yi smiled. The further one goes in spirit cultivation, the more difficult it becomes. From 1% to 10% is quite simple. From 10% to 20% is more challenging. As for from 40% to 45%, it is even harder than going from 10% to 25%. Now, just a single colorful lotus has saved Lin Yi so much effort, which is indeed rare. As for the 10% increase in strength, it may seem small, but considering Lin Yi's current terrifying base, that mere 10% has nearly increased his strength by 600 million kilograms. 600 million kilograms is even more powerful than 10% of the Earth's force, 500 million kilograms. This means that Lin Yi's 5 minutes of cultivation has already surpassed the total strength of a newly promoted martial saint. Of course, the essence of the Earth's force is higher than that of true energy, even though Lin Yi's true essence had been further strengthened, narrowing the gap with the power of heaven and earth. It was still quite considerable. Continue to refine the other 7-colored lotus. Seeing the 7-colored lotus so miraculous, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel invigorated. With a leap, he sought out another desolate mountain. Following the same method, he opened up a cave once more and began the refining process. Time passed second by second. Inside the desolate mountain, Lin Yi was continuously refining. However, just as he was about to refine the second 7-colored lotus to completion, suddenly, a series of furious roars reached his ears. Li Zhishuan, stop! Hand over those 2 7-colored lotuses, and we might spare your life. High above the desolate mountain where Lin Yi was hiding, a figure entwined with black and white energy was frantically fleeing ahead. Behind him were 3 figures pursuing him relentlessly. Among them, 2 were old acquaintances of Lin Yi. One was the Divine Eagle Emperor, and the other was the Flying Fish Emperor. As for the last one, it was a gigantic orca over 1,000 feet long. At this moment, under the pursuit of these three beast emperors, the black and white figure ahead continuously employed various techniques, his body flickering, creating countless illusions in the void. However, these illusions had no effect in the eyes of the three beast emperors behind him. The instant his illusions were cast, they were instantly shattered by the terrifying sound waves emitted from the orca's roar. Damn it! Damn it! This orca emperor is too strong. I'm no match for him. At this rate, I'll be caught sooner or later, and then I'm really done for. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the orca emperor, evil King Li Zixuan felt a surge of panic. The orca emperor was one of the two dominant beast emperors among the demons. His strength had already reached the high-level beast emperor rank, mastering nearly 80% of the power of heaven and earth. With such terrifying strength among humans, only the Golden Body Arhat and Taiji Divine Sword could suppress him. As for himself, he was still far behind. If it weren't for his exceptional movement skills and unparalleled speed, he would have been caught long ago. However, despite this, under the constant attacks and disturbances, the distance between him and the orca was closing in, and it wouldn't be long before he was caught and killed. Could it be that I, Li Zixuan, who has roamed the world all my life, am going to die here? With this thought, Li Zixuan felt a sense of unwillingness. But the next moment, he saw the desolate mountain ahead suddenly explode, as if the legendary Sun Wukong had broken free from the five-finger mountain, with flying rocks scattering everywhere, and a figure exuding a terrifying aura emerged from within. Human reincarnation. Martial Saint Lini, it's you. Upon seeing the face of the newcomer, the Divine Eagle Emperor and the Swordfish Emperor behind the orca emperor were first taken aback, then their eyes filled with delight. Ha ha, Lini, you truly are walking the path of heaven when there is one, and barging into hell when there is none. If you had kept hiding in that desolate mountain, we might not have discovered you, and perhaps you could have survived for a while longer. But now that you've come out on your own, this is simply seeking death. Seeing that the figure that appeared ahead was indeed Lini, the Divine Eagle Emperor and the Swordfish Emperor immediately laughed triumphantly. Although Lini was quite strong, the Swordfish Emperor alone could handle him. Moreover, they still had the powerful Orca Emperor on their side, making Lin Yi's emergence a certain death sentence. After all, the Orca Emperor was a high-level beast emperor, and his strength far surpassed both Lin Yi and himself. Among humans, aside from the Taiji Divine Sword and Golden Body Arhat, who else could contend with him? Lin Yi, die. Looking at Lin Yi standing high in the air, calmly looking down at the beasts, the Swordfish Emperor immediately roared in anger and struck first. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had snatched the two seven-colored lotuses from him, and this act had truly infuriated him. He would rather give the two seven-colored lotuses to the Divine Eagle Emperor than let Lin Yi live. Unfortunately, the Divine Eagle Emperor was useless and was severely injured by Lin Yi with a single sword strike. If it hadn't fortuitously found a colorful lotus to swallow in this blood-red world later, it would probably still be in a severely injured state. The fact that the colorful lotus could heal wounds and also enhance strength made the Swordfish Emperor realize even more the preciousness and importance of this colorful lotus. Thinking about how Lin Yi had just taken away two of them in one breath made it feel even more heartache, and boundless anger surged within. Die! Die! I am not that useless Divine Eagle Emperor. I possess 55% of the power of heaven and earth myself. Just now, in this world, I found another colorful lotus, and after swallowing and refining it, my strength has increased again, now mastering 58% of the power of heaven and earth, close to the limit of a mid-level martial saint. Human Lin Yi, what do you have to fight me with? The Swordfish Emperor roared, its body transforming into a silver-white streak of light, like a meteor descending, carrying an incredibly terrifying power as it charged towards Lin Yi. At this moment, it was filled with confidence, because, based on Lin Yi's previous display of strength outside the blood-red hall, he was simply not its opponent. Moreover, Lin Yi was merely a small innate martial artist. Even if he had refined two lotuses, he could not increase his strength like it could. So overall, this time, it was bound to defeat this detestable human with a single blow. Be careful, reincarnation. The Swordfish Emperor is not to be trifled with. Seeing the Swordfish Emperor charging in such a fierce manner, the evil King Li Zixuan immediately warned. Although he had a character that was both righteous and evil, he was not a ruthless killer. He felt grateful towards this junior martial saint from Huaxia who was willing to help him in such a critical moment. Rest assured, evil king, it's just a mere beast, watch me slay it. Hearing the evil king's words, Lin Yi laughed heartily. After the miraculous effects of the colorful lotus washed over him, Lin Yi had resolved to be more humble in the future, but that was in relation to the vast universe. As for a beast like the Swordfish Emperor, he naturally would not hold back. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the void, as Lin Yi made his move, the boundless air was instantly sliced apart. Lin Yi's fingers were slightly curled, and a terrifying and vast true essence immediately gathered between his 5 fingers. In an instant, it had formed a 3-foot-long true essence sword radiating black and white light. Taiji sword technique. Upon seeing the familiar aura on the sword in Lin Yi's hand, Li Zixuan's heart trembled. He had arrived too late and had not witnessed the scene where Lin Yi had severely injured the Divine Eagle Emperor with a single sword outside the hall. His knowledge of Lin Yi was still stuck at the time Lin Yi became a martial saint. Therefore, he only knew that this junior was quite strong, having killed the Cold River Dragon Emperor that had been lurking in the Cold River with just a 1% martial saint strength. At the same time, the martial arts he practiced were the Undying Seal technique, which he had cultivated to perfection. However, this might seem strong in the eyes of ordinary martial saints, but in his eyes, it was nothing. If it weren't for Lin Yi's terrifying aura radiating from him as he emerged from the wild mountains. He wouldn't have asked Lin Yi for help, but now, seeing this, he realized he might have still underestimated Lin Yi. Could it be that this time I might really survive? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Boom! Terrifying sonic booms echoed in the sky. The Swordfish Emperor was incredibly fast. In the time it took for the 2 men and 3 beasts to think, the attack had already reached Lin Yi. Human, die. In the high sky, the Swordfish Emperor roared again. In that instant, its body, resembling a long sword, emitted an incredibly brilliant silver light. Infinite power of heaven and earth gathered, directly enveloping its body, forming a gigantic silver sword. At this moment, as the silver giant sword came crashing down, it was like the legendary heavenly sword crossing the sky, seemingly ready to tear the heavens and split the earth with a single strike. Taiji sword technique, slash. Seeing this terrifying strike, Lin Yi also dared not be careless. With the true essence long sword in hand fully activated, the vast true essence within the Dantian surged like a mighty river, converging along the meridians. In an instant, it burst forth, forming a terrifying giant sword spanning several kilometers. Boom! In the sky, under the command of 1 man and 1 beast, the black and white giant sword collided with the silver giant sword. In that moment, it was as if 100 million tons of explosives had detonated, unleashing endless waves of air and fierce winds in the sky. Swordfish Emperor, you shall be defeated. A thunderous voice suddenly rang out in the void, instantly overpowering the continuous sounds of explosions. Lin Yi stood in the sky, his black and white long sword raised high, exuding an invincible might like a celestial deity. Endless power erupted, continuously enhancing the black and white giant sword. In terms of size, perhaps the black and white giant sword was indeed smaller than the silver giant sword. However, what astonished everyone and every beast at that moment was that under the attack of the black and white giant sword, the silver giant sword barely held for an instant before it began to retreat like a defeated soldier. No, impossible. How can this be? Watching the giant sword light formed by the power of heaven and earth on its surface being shattered by Lin Yi's strike, the Swordfish Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a beast emperor, and not one like the Cold River Dragon Emperor, a low-level beast emperor. Nor was it a mid-level beast emperor like the Divine Eagle Emperor, who only controlled 50% of the power of heaven and earth. It was a beast emperor that mastered a full 58% of the power of heaven and earth, close to the mid-level limit. Yet at this moment, as powerful as it was actually being defeated head-on by a mere innate martial artist? How could anyone believe this? How could a beast accept this? Could it be that the Swordfish Emperor, who had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years and attained emperor status in the early new era, was not as good as this human who had only been cultivating for a few short years? The Swordfish Emperor found it hard to believe, feeling an immense discomfort in its heart. But ultimately, in order to save its life, it resorted to the traditional skills of beast emperors. Orca Emperor, save me! The powerful sound wave spread across the 4 corners of the world, instantly drowning out all the continuous explosion sounds. Watching the terrifying sword energy approaching closer, the Swordfish Emperor did not hesitate to lower its noble head. It sought help. Trash! Hearing the Swordfish Emperor's voice, the colossal Orca Emperor, over 1,000 feet long, muttered a curse under its breath. But soon, it flicked its tail and swiftly headed to the battlefield. Roar! A terrifying sound erupted from the Orca Emperor's mouth, resembling a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. In an instant, a powerful sound wave composed of boundless power of heaven and earth formed in the void. Bang! Under this terrifying sound wave attack, the once imposing black and white giant sword, which had nearly shattered the silver giant sword, shattered like glass in that moment, dispersing into countless strands of elemental energy. What a magnificent Orca Emperor, truly one of the 2 overlords among beast emperor level monsters. Its strength is indeed incredibly powerful. Watching the enormous orca effortlessly shatter its attack, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, he felt no pressure in his heart. For with his current strength, although he was still far from the high-level beast emperor Orca Emperor, saving his life was not a problem. The Taiji sword technique was originally a powerful mid-level holy martial art. Later, after Lin Yi's derivation, it evolved into a peak-level high holy martial art. This martial art reached a pinnacle in terms of attack, defense, and movement. Especially in defense, due to its essence derived from Taiji, its defensive capabilities were terrifyingly boundless, even when facing attacks. Exceeding his own attack power by 1.5 times, it could easily withstand them. Before Lin Yi obtained the 7-colored lotus, his attack power had already approached 6 billion kilograms. Afterward, due to consuming 2 more 7-colored lotuses, Lin Yi's strength soared again, and his attack power had reached 70 billion kilograms. 70 billion kilograms, what a terrifying power that was converted into the power of heaven and earth that is equivalent to mastering 14 parts. Of course, because the true essence within Lin Yi has undergone transformation, its nature is still not as strong as the power of heaven and earth. This 14 parts might need to be discounted, roughly equivalent to dividing by 1.4, which is about 10 parts of heaven and earth power. However, an attack power equivalent to 10 parts of heaven and earth power is already terrifying. After all, in the case where the attack multipliers for primary and intermediate beast emperors and martial saints are generally between 1.1 to 1.4 times, even for an intermediate limit beast emperor or martial saint, their attack power would only be at most 6 times 1.4 is equal to 8.4 parts of heaven and earth power. Therefore, in the recent clash between Lin Yi and the Swordfish Emperor, Lin was able to easily shatter the Swordfish Emperor's attack, because although the Swordfish Emperor is strong, it has not yet reached the limit of an intermediate Beast Emperor. Its attack power, even at its peak, is only about 8 parts of heaven and earth power, which naturally pales in comparison to Lin. As for defense, it is even more inferior to Lin. Human, you have some guts, daring to kill the Swordfish Emperor right in front of me. Looking at Lin, who still stood firm with his sword in the distant void, the Orca Emperor felt an immense shock at Lin's strength. However, on the surface he remained calm and said in a deep voice, "Killer. One who kills must be killed. This is an unchanging truth of the world. Since the Swordfish Emperor intends to kill me, it must be prepared to be killed by me. Is it only allowed for it to kill me but not for me to kill it?" Hearing the Orca Emperor's words, Lin let out a cold laugh. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin finished speaking, the Orca Emperor actually nodded. "That's right, human, with this Emperor present today it can only be the swordfish that kills you, and you cannot kill it. Otherwise, you will die." Before the Orca Emperor finished speaking, his body suddenly moved again. Roar! That sound, like a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl, echoed again. The Orca Emperor opened his mouth wide and the powerful power of heaven and earth instantly gathered in his gaping maw. Like a black hole, it swallowed all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several dozen kilometers. In the end, in the blink of an eye, an incomparably vast energy was formed. Roar! The violent energy erupted from the Orca Emperor's mouth, instantly creating visible shockwaves in the void. Under the shockwave, the void ahead seemed to be pierced through. Air, dust, and even smaller particles exploded, turning into even finer matter. The Orca Emperor is mighty. Kill that human. Seeing the Orca Emperor unleash its ultimate move, the Eagle Emperor and the Swordfish Emperor, who was barely escaping, immediately cheered excitedly. The Orca Emperor is one of the 2 strongest among their beast Emperor-level monsters. At this moment, with all its strength unleashed, they were naturally full of confidence. Taiji sword technique. Defend. Upon witnessing the terrifying strike from the Orca Emperor, Lin Yi's expression also became somewhat serious. The 3-foot black and white true essence sword in his hand moved, and instantly, a small circle was drawn in the void. Swish! After the small circle formed, the vast true essence gathered. In an instant, the small circle began to spin continuously, with black and white energies appearing within, quickly filling it. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant Taiji diagram filled with the aura of unity between heaven and man, evolving all things. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the terrifying sound wave emitted by the Orca Emperor finally collided with the Taiji diagram. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As expected, the nuclear explosion-like sound did not erupt under the attack of this powerful sound wave. Although the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram vibrated incessantly, it showed no signs of being shattered. It was like a heavily wounded soldier, swaying but still standing tall. What? How is this possible? Watching Lin so easily defend against his attack, the Orca Emperor, who had just been extremely arrogant and boasted about killing Lin, was now shocked. This human, how can he be so strong? Seeing this scene, the Divine Eagle Emperor and the Swordfish Emperor were both shocked. In this reincarnation, his Taiji sword technique seems even more terrifying than that of the Void Taoist. Compared to the other monsters, the evil King Li Zixuan was even more astonished, because from this sword technique he sensed an aura even more fearsome than when the Taiji Divine Sword was unleashed. Time passed swiftly. The terrifying sound wave attacks continued unabated. However, that Yin-Yang Taiji diagram seemed like an impenetrable wall, firmly protecting Lin. Finally, after about 10 seconds, the energy of the terrifying sound waves was exhausted. Orca Emperor, it seems you cannot kill me either. Seeing the Orca Emperor's shocked expression, Lin stood unharmed, his aura no less than that of the previous Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, which lit up once more. Behind this Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, Lin slightly nodded, smiling as he said, "Who?" The fierce wind swept across the land, dispersing the endless silence. In the high sky of the battlefield, the enormous Orca Emperor stared, with its gigantic eyes, larger than water tanks, fixed on the smiling Lin before him. Very good. Very good. Human, your defense is strong enough. You actually managed to block this move of mine. Well, considering you have some strength, today I will make an exception and let you go. Leave the 7-colored lotus, and you may depart. Looking at the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram that had risen around Lin, again, the Orca Emperor squinted and spoke to Lin and his companion. Leave the 7-colored lotus to leave? What a joke. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately scoffed. Orca Emperor, what do you mean by leaving the 7-colored lotus to leave? This battle, clearly, you cannot do anything to me, yet you speak as if you have spared me. Let me tell you, today, not only are we 2 leaving, but we will also take the 7-colored lotus. Impudent. Human Lin, do not be too arrogant. As soon as Lin finished speaking, before the Orca Emperor could respond, the Divine Eagle Emperor couldn't help but interject. Lin, do you really think that just because you received a move from the Orca Emperor, you can act recklessly in front of him? You must remember, no matter how strong you are still just a mere innate martial artist. And we, however, are beast emperors, with such a fundamental gap, let alone the Orca Emperor being stronger than you. Even if it were just a fair match, in terms of endurance, you cannot compete with us. If it weren't for our unwillingness to waste too much time on you, do you think you could escape so easily today? Escape easily? Upon hearing this, Lin was momentarily taken aback, then his expression instantly turned cold. Good. Then I will see how you beasts will prevent me from escaping. And you, feathered bird, I see you are tired of living. I didn't notice you just now, and you didn't secretly rejoice, so be it. Now, you even dare to boast in front of me. Have you forgotten what I said to you outside the hall? Well, since you don't remember, let me help you recall. In this battle, I will take you down first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi's body suddenly accelerated in the sky, transforming into a brilliant sword light charging towards the Divine Eagle Emperor as if to strike him down in one blow. Seeking death. Seeing Lin Yi ignore him and dare to directly attack the Divine Eagle Emperor, the Orca Emperor was enraged. Roar. Again, that sound resembling a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl erupted as the Orca Emperor let out a furious roar. Powerful energy instantly gathered in its mouth. Then, a terrifying attack, no less than the previous one, surged towards Lin Yi with great force. Boom! The powerful sound wave shattered everything in front, arriving beside Lin Yi in the blink of an eye. Another one of these moves. Under this terrifying attack, Lin Yi's expression changed and he dared not continue attacking the Divine Eagle Emperor, quickly deploying the defensive technique of the Taiji sword technique once more. Buzz, in the sky, a massive yin-yang Taiji diagram lit up again, filled with the essence of the unity of heaven and man, evolving all things. Beneath this enormous yin-yang Taiji diagram, the giant sound waves of the Orca Emperor crashed against it, instantly vanishing as if a cow had sunk into the sea, completely cancelled out. This sword technique, how is it so terrifying? It clearly resembles that old Taoist's Taiji sword technique, yet it is far more fearsome than that Taiji sword technique. Where on earth did this freak acquire such a terrifying sword technique? Seeing Lin Yi disperse his attack so quickly, the Orca Emperor's eyes revealed boundless shock. It was well aware of the power of its own attack, which was undoubtedly at the level of a high-ranking beast emperor. Such an attack, let alone a congenital martial artist, even a mid-level martial saint would be unable to withstand. However, this terrifying attack could do nothing against Lin Yi. Screech! The Orca Emperor was shaken. But the Eagle Emperor, seeing Lin Yi being blocked by the Orca Emperor, let out a cry, flapping its wings and swiftly arriving behind the Orca Emperor, then smugly said, Lin Yi, didn't you say you were going to take me down? Go ahead and try now. With the Orca Emperor here today, let's see what you can do to me. The Eagle Emperor laughed triumphantly, its eagle face full of human-like mockery. Evil King, you go first. I have astonishing defense and incredible speed. Those few monsters can't do anything to me. Whether I want to fight or retreat, they can't stop me at all. If you stay here, you'll only distract me. Hearing the mocking words of the Eagle Emperor, Lin Yi ignored this clown-like monster and turned to Li Zixuan with a serious expression. Although it was their first meeting, Lin Yi felt a sense of gratitude towards the Evil King. After all, even though he was not his disciple, he had received his legacy. If it weren't for the Undying Seal technique, his rise wouldn't have been so rapid, and his journey wouldn't have been so smooth. Alright, reincarnation, thank you this time. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Zixuan nodded helplessly. As the third strongest among humans, when had he ever felt such helplessness? However, the one before him was one of the two great emperors among the monsters, the Orca Emperor. Although he was not weak, facing it was indeed a bit overwhelming. Staying here would only hold Lin Yi back, serving no other purpose. With that thought, Li Zixuan felt a desire to leave, but before departing, he took out two colorful lotus flowers from his bosom. Reincarnation, although I, Li Zixuan, have always acted recklessly, I also understand what it means to be grateful. You saved my life, so I give you these two lotus flowers as a token of my gratitude. I hope you won't refuse, Li Zixuan said, looking at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with sincerity. In response to this scene, Lin Yi laughed heartily. Ah, the Evil King need not be so formal. I saved you this time because you once did me a favor, not for the sake of these two mere lotus flowers. Evil King, since these two lotus flowers are yours, keep them for yourself. I know you are on the verge of breaking through to a high-level martial saint. These two lotus flowers might just be a chance. Chance? Indeed. Reincarnation. You are right, these two could indeed help me break through to a high-level martial saint. Upon hearing this, Li Zixuan first nodded slightly, then smiled freely. But who am I, Li Zixuan? How could I take back what I've said? Just two lotus flowers, even if they are precious, how could they shake my resolve? What I say to you, I will give you. Before his words fell, Li Zixuan suddenly transformed into a streak of light and sped away. The two colorful lotus flowers, however, fell into Lin Yi's hands under the manipulation of the light. The Evil King Li Zixuan, truly a great man. Watching Li Zixuan's departing figure, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration then. Under the greedy gazes of the three demons across from him, he tucked the two lotus flowers into his embrace. Human Lin Yi, hand over the colorful lotus. Seeing Li Zixuan give all the colorful lotus to Lin Yi, the Orca King couldn't be bothered with Li Zixuan's departure, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi. Want the lotus? Fine, show your skills and take it. Watching the Orca King glare at him, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, filled with murderous intent. Good. Human, you are forcing my hand. Hearing Lin Yi refuse to hand over the lotus and even speak to him with disdain, the Orca King was enraged. Divine Eagle, Swordfish, you two assist me from the side while I confront him head on. I want to see if this human is truly so defiant that he can single-handedly battle our three beast kings. Alright, Orca King, feel free to make your move. As soon as the Orca King finished speaking, the Swordfish King and Divine Eagle King nodded in agreement. Roar! A terrifying sound wave erupted from the Orca King, shaking the very heavens and earth. Compared to before, this roar was even more powerful, clearly indicating he was going all out. Divine Eagle, we should strike too. Seeing the Orca King make his move, the Swordfish King was unwilling to lag behind and reminded the Divine Eagle King. Alright, the Divine Eagle King nodded in response, and then boundless power of heaven and earth began to gather on his massive eagle claws. Hara! The formidable claws formed from the power of heaven and earth tore through the air, as if they were going to rip apart the very void. The Divine Eagle King attacked in anger, and immediately, two giant claws came crashing down towards Lin Yi. Meanwhile, the Swordfish King had also made his move. Buzz! A brilliant silver light illuminated the world, and a massive silver sword energy rose from the Swordfish King. Suspended in the void, it resembled a heavenly sword, descending, slashing down towards Lin Yi. Ha ha, come on! Seeing these three ferocious attacks, Lin Yi laughed in defiance from high above. With one hand, he condensed a 3-foot-long sword formed from true energy. Then, with a sweeping motion, a black and white swirling yin-yang Taiji diagram appeared before him. Still at the peak high-level saint rank, it was the Taiji sword technique. As the saying goes, one move to rule them all. With such a terrifying sword technique at his disposal, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't resort to other much weaker martial arts that could put him in danger. Boom! The terrifying sound wave and sword energy finally collided with the black and white yin-yang Taiji diagram in front of Lin Yi. In an instant, Lin Yi felt as if an ancient divine mountain was crushing down upon him. The terrifying and violent force erupted, causing the entire yin-yang Taiji diagram to hum ominously. The next moment, it was bang, like a giant rock falling into a lake or a sharp blade piercing through a mirror. Under the combined assault of the Swordfish King and Orca King, the seemingly invincible defense of the yin-yang Taiji diagram finally shattered, breaking apart like shattered glass and dissipating into strands of spiritual energy. Yet the residual force still surged towards Lin Yi with unstoppable momentum. At that moment, Lin Yi faced the sound wave from the Orca King and the sword energy from the Swordfish King, while above and below, the Divine Eagle King's giant claws were also attacking him. Truly, it was as if there was no way out. Good. Seeing the scene, the Orca King, Divine Eagle King, and Swordfish King were all overjoyed, their eyes seemingly envisioning Lin Yi being torn to shreds. But in the next instant, buzz! An infinite golden Buddhist light burst forth in the void, and behind Lin Yi, a massive ancient Buddha phantom descended, showering him with countless rays of light, protecting him. Golden Body Demon Suppression Technique, a medium-level saint rank martial art created by the high-level Martial Saint Golden Body Arhat. In terms of power, it was far inferior to Lin Yi's newly derived Taiji sword technique, but its defensive capabilities were also quite impressive. At the very least, it should be able to withstand the residual forces of the three Beast Kings. Boom! Boom! In the air, two explosive sounds rang out in succession. Because it was not blocked, the slightly weaker Divine Eagle Emperor's two giant claws arrived first, striking fiercely against the golden shield surrounding Lin Yi. Unfortunately, how strong was the defense of the Golden Body Demon Slaying Technique? The Divine Eagle Emperor's attack landed on the shield as if a stone had struck iron. Although it caused some vibrations on the surface, it could not break through Lin Yi's defense at all. Boom! Another terrifying explosion sounded as the residual energy from the Tiger Whale Emperor and Swordfish Emperor simultaneously struck the golden shield. At that moment, the golden shield buzzed loudly, swaying precariously, making a much greater noise than the previous attack from the Divine Eagle Emperor. But in the end, it stabilized. Ha ha! The three great beast emperors truly live up to their reputation. A full force strike nearly broke my defense. Seeing the astonished expressions of the three beast emperors, Lin Yi smiled slightly and then said, however, it would be rude not to reciprocate. The three of you have been attacking me, yet I have not struck back. Here, take a sword from me. As he spoke, Lin Yi concentrated with one hand, and a black and white long sword formed from endless true energy suddenly appeared in his hand. With the sword in hand, Lin Yi held it vertically and slashed down. In an instant, a gigantic sword, resembling a soaring pillar, rose behind Lin Yi. Slash! As Lin Yi's voice fell, the soaring sword energy ruthlessly cut towards the Swordfish Emperor, Lord Tiger Whale. Feeling the terrifying power within Lin Yi's giant sword, the Swordfish Emperor couldn't help but feel a surge of fear and quickly called out, "You dare!" Seeing this, the Tiger Whale Emperor roared, instantly unleashing a powerful sound wave to strike the giant sword. Boom! Under the impact of the sound wave, the giant sword exploded in the void, kicking up countless dust and obscuring the area for several kilometers. It's fine now. Seeing this scene, the Swordfish Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could react, a powerful sword light suddenly tore through the dust, rapidly heading towards the Divine Eagle Emperor, who was farthest from the Tiger Whale Emperor. That's right. The purpose of Lin Yi's sword strike was not to kill the Swordfish Emperor. After all, the Swordfish Emperor was already powerful. Even with Lin Yi's strength, a single sword strike could at most severely injure it, but not kill it. Moreover, it was still so close to the Tiger Whale Emperor. Therefore, from beginning to end, Lin Yi's target was only one, the Divine Eagle Emperor. Whoosh! The brilliant sword light flashed before the eyes of the Divine Eagle Emperor, making it almost unable to open its eyes. Under this dazzling sword strike, the Divine Eagle Emperor felt so small, so helpless. Thus, it wanted to cry for help, wanted to shout, but in the end, it sadly discovered that it could no longer make any sound. Puff! Endless blood surged into the sky, and a headless eagle corpse fell to the ground, stirring up countless gales even before it hit the ground. Beneath this whirlwind, a sword light shot out of the dust at an incredible speed, flying towards the horizon, leaving behind a faint remark. Feathered bird, I told you long ago, I advise you not to enter the hall. Otherwise, I will kill you. Not even Jesus can save you, I said. Why don't you believe me? Divine Eagle Emperor. Damn it. Damn it. As the smoke cleared and the headless corpse of the Divine Eagle Emperor came into view, hearing Ling Yi's lingering faint words in the void, the Tiger Whale Emperor felt a burning pain on its face. To be honest, it didn't really care about the life or death of the Divine Eagle Emperor. Demons are not as united as humans, and as a marine demon, the Tiger Whale Emperor did not hold the avian demon, the Divine Eagle Emperor, in high regard. However, not regarding it as important does not change the fact that, ultimately, the Divine Eagle Emperor was brought in by it and it had the responsibility to protect it. Otherwise, it would be a slap in its own face. But now, the Divine Eagle Emperor had not only been killed, but it was done right under its nose by a mere human. What was even more infuriating was that because that human was too fast, it couldn't catch up to him and had no way to avenge the Divine Eagle Emperor. This was nothing short of a humiliation. For it was akin to being slapped hard across the face, followed by a series of brutal stumps. How could it, always high and mighty, accustomed to being the sole ruler, possibly endure this? Ah, a great shame indeed. This emperor swears to kill Lin Yi in this life to avenge today's grievance. With this thought, the Orca Emperor couldn't help but roar in anger. The powerful sound waves, infused with the power of heaven and earth, instantly swept across all directions. Explosions erupted in waves for dozens of kilometers around, as if a natural disaster had descended, causing the nearby Swordfish Emperor to tremble in fear, too scared to speak loudly. Whoosh! On the blood-red earth, a beam of sword light sliced through the sky, then descended upon a mountain peak, revealing Lin Yi's true form. Phew! After rushing thousands of kilometers in one breath, that Orca Emperor should be unable to catch up now, right? Lin Yi murmured atop the mountain peak. The Orca Emperor was still stronger than his current self, although he could stand against it thanks to the Taiji sword technique and the terrifying defense of the Golden Body Demon Suppression technique. He could do nothing to it, just as it could do nothing to him. Continuing the battle would only be a waste of time. Moreover, this blood-red palace had suddenly descended upon Blue Star, transporting them into this blood-red world. Its purpose was unknown, and he had no idea when it would close. Therefore, rather than wasting time fighting the Orca Emperor, it would be better to quickly find some colorful lotus flowers while he had the chance. After all, colorful lotus flowers did not exist on Blue Star. They were only found in this blood-red world. Once the blood-red world closed, Lin Yi would not even be able to find them if he wanted to. Strange. When this blood-red palace first descended, I clearly felt its call to me. But now that I am here, that call has vanished. Moreover, my luck seems to be quite poor. Even the evil king has found 2 colorful lotus flowers, yet I haven't found a single one. Lin Yi silently thought to himself. He had always been quite confident in his luck, not to mention the supreme fortune of binding a system. Even just obtaining the redstone basic cultivation method was absolutely unique on this planet. Given this, his luck should be quite profound. Yet now, in this world, his luck was so absurdly poor that he couldn't find a single lotus flower. Forget it, it doesn't matter. If I can't find them, then I can't find them. 10 birds in the forest are not as good as one in hand. Now, I still have 2 lotus flowers in my possession, and after consuming them, my strength will surge once again. In that case, while my attack may not reach the level of the Orca Emperor, it will still far surpass any low-level or mid-level demon, even enough to instantly kill them. Since I can't find the lotus flowers, then taking them from others will do just as well. Perhaps it will be much faster than searching for them myself. With this thought, Lin Yi felt a slight surge of excitement. As the saying goes, killing and looting brings gold belts, while building bridges and roads leaves no corpses. Killing and plundering had always been the fastest way to accumulate wealth. If it were a human martial saint, Lin Yi wouldn't resort to killing over such trivial matters. He would merely take the lotus flowers. But against demons, Lin Yi felt no burden in killing. After all, demons were the mortal enemies of humanity. The more he killed, the greater the benefit for humankind. First, I'll consume these 2 colorful lotus flowers, and then I'll go hunt demons. Lin Yi resolved in his heart, then proceeded to carve out a cave in the desolate mountains beneath his feet. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed, simultaneously consuming both colorful lotus flowers. Unlike the martial saints and beast emperors, Lin Yi, with the redstone basic cultivation method, seemed particularly adept at refining the colorful lotus flowers. The process was not only free from the unbearable pain that other martial saints and beast emperors experienced, but it was also much faster and extremely pleasant, requiring no caution at all. Time passed second by second, and soon about 10 minutes had gone by. Boom! In the desolate mountains, countless fragments of stone flew about, and a figure emerged from the chaos. It was Lin Yi, who had just completed his training. This time the effect is a bit worse than last time, it seems. I've developed a resistance. The effects of the 2 lotus flowers are only about 90% of what they were before. Moreover, as the strength of my soul increases, it becomes harder to improve. If this continues, to break through to martial saint, I will need at least 30 lotus flowers. Thinking of this, Lin Yi frowned slightly. 30 lotus flowers, what a terrifying number. Based on his experience of flying tens of thousands of kilometers without finding a single one, even though this world is vast beyond imagination, 30 is definitely a number that would leave an ordinary martial saint in despair. Sigh. Forget it, no need to think too much. The boat will naturally reach the bridge. Anyway, I've already made up my mind to hunt the beast emperor with all my might, so the more lotus flowers, the better. Even if there are few, with my strength, I can definitely return with a full load. After all, if I Can't find the lotus flowers, can I not find the Beast Emperor? Lin Yi silently thought, then his body shot up into the sky, heading in a fixed direction. While Lin Yi silently flew, searching for lotus flowers and the Beast Emperor's traces, on the other side, the battle among martial saints and Beast Emperors over the lotus flowers was escalating. Boom! On a blood-red ground, a colorful lotus flower rose from the earth. Its endless brilliance instantly alarming martial saints within 1,000 miles. Tian Yuan Xiong Yi, Leslie Lei, Campbell Elliott get lost. You few are worthy to compete with this emperor? In the sky, a beast emperor resembling an electric eel roared, and endless thunder erupted, turning the area within several kilometers into a realm of lightning. Oomph! Thunder Beast Emperor, don't be so arrogant. Aren't you just a mid-level beast emperor who controls 50% of the power of heaven and earth? In the past, we might have feared you a bit, but now, who cares? Hearing this, Tian Yuan Xiong Yi clenched his hand, and a pale blue power of heaven and earth gathered, forming a 3-foot-long Fusang warrior sword in his grasp. During this time, Tian Yuan Xiong Yi had been riding high on the winds of success. Because he was the first to enter the blood-red hall, coupled with a bit of good luck, he had obtained a total of 4 colorful lotus flowers. He swallowed all 4, instantly boosting his strength, breaking through to mid-level martial saint, and mastering 43% of the power of heaven and earth. Mastering 43% of the power of heaven and earth was a realm he had never dared to imagine before. But now, he had achieved it. Plus, after inviting the ancient fist god Leslie Lei and Satan Campbell Elliott, 2 mid-level martial saints from the west, to join forces, he became even bolder. At this moment, even facing the once unattainable and fearsome Thunder Beast Emperor, he dared to speak boldly. Ancient fist god, Satan, since this dead electric eel doesn't know what's good for it and dares to compete with us for the colorful lotus flowers, let's take action. Show it some color. Alright, let's do it. Upon hearing this, the 2 muscular men with golden hair exchanged glances and immediately agreed. Their strengths were slightly greater than Tian Yuan Xiong Yi's, each mastering 44 and 45% of the power of heaven and earth. With such strength combined with Tian Yuan Xiong Yi, they indeed had hope of defeating the Thunder Beast Emperor. Boom! With their mindset, a great battle was about to erupt. But at that moment, from the horizon, a brilliant sword light came soaring westward. Like a deity descending to the world, a celestial being coming to the mortal realm. Its dazzling brilliance was like a blazing sun, making it difficult for the martial saints and beast emperors to look directly at it. This time luck is on my side. I just seized a lotus flower not long ago, and in less than half an hour, I've encountered another one, and this one seems to have just come into being. Such a creation of heaven and earth should be destined to be with this saint. A faint voice emanated from the brilliant swordlight. Immediately, amidst the endless swordlight, 2 beams of golden light shot down. One was incredibly gentle, flowing like water, heading towards the colorful lotus. The other, however, was fiercely radiant, like an indomitable divine light charging towards the Thunder Beast Emperor. What? Upon seeing this magnificent swordlight suddenly appear in the sky, the 3 humans and 1 beast were instantly shaken, especially the Thunder Beast Emperor, who felt a tremor in its heart, because only by facing this swordlight directly could it truly comprehend its terror. Roar! A terrifying sound wave tore through the void as the Thunder Beast Emperor let out a furious roar, and boundless lightning instantly transformed the surroundings into a realm of thunder. Boom! The powerful lightning ripped through the air, and the Thunder Beast Emperor opened its mouth, unleashing a massive purple lightning bolt that surged forth like a furious thunder dragon, charging towards the swordlight, soon colliding with it in midair. Sizzle! 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 The 2 forces clashed and wore each other down in the air. However, under the assault of the swordlight, the purple lightning was almost like butter meeting a hot knife. Despite its much larger size, it was easily extinguished by the swordlight. Subsequently, after obliterating the purple lightning, the swordlight continued unabated, directly striking the Thunder Beast Emperor. Put! The sound of a sharp, weapon-piercing flesh echoed. Under the slicing of this swordlight, the Thunder Beast Emperor's incredibly solid body was instantly cleaved in half from its mouth, crashing heavily to the ground. The Thunder Beast Emperor had fallen. What? How is this possible? Witnessing the swordlight effortlessly dismantle the Thunder Beast Emperor's ultimate move, the other human martial saints were left dumbfounded. It should be known that the Thunder Beast Emperor was no minor character. It was a powerful beast emperor who commanded half of the world's power. Such an existence would have ranked among the top 10 even among the previous human martial saints. Even now, after the battle in the Blood-Red Hall, with the human martial saint's strength greatly increased, the Thunder Beast Emperor would still likely rank around the top 15. Yet now, it had been killed by a mere swordlight. Who was this newcomer? Could it be the Taiji Divine Sword in person? The martial saints were shocked, and they all looked up towards the sky. At the same time, the brilliant sword light in the sky slowly faded, revealing the figure within. Reincarnation Martial Saint of Huaxia. Upon seeing the godlike figure in the sky, Fusang Divine Ninja Tian Yuan Xiong, Ancient Fist God Leslie Lei, and Satan Campbell Elliott all exclaimed in surprise. Gentlemen, long time no see. Upon seeing the 3 faces, Lin Yi smiled and nodded, greeting them. He then pointed at the lotus and said, "This item has just emerged, and you gentlemen have not seized it. Now I will take it away. You 3 have no objections, right?" No, of course not. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Tian Yuanxiong and the others shook their heads in denial. The colorful lotus is a creation of this world. It rightfully belongs to the fated. It is indeed a stroke of fate for the reincarnation martial saint to be present at the emergence of this lotus. How could we dare to compete with you? The three flattered, glancing at the already split Thunder Beast Emperor, their eyes filled with apprehension. Although human martial saints generally do not kill each other, the colorful lotus was indeed precious. Because of this treasure, they had clashed with other human martial saints during this time. While no lives were lost, there had been some casualties, and now that Lin Yi's strength was so formidable, if he truly became enraged, they would be left severely injured, if not dead, under a single sword strike. What is going on with Lin Yi? Isn't his realm still that of a congenital martial artist? Logically, his strength should have reached its peak. Even if the colorful lotus is miraculous, he still hasn't broken through to martial saint. How could his strength have increased? And it's growing so damn fast? The three were filled with confusion, yet none dared to ask Lin Yi why. After all, back when Lin Yi had just broken through to the innate level and killed the Cold River Dragon Emperor, they had already found themselves powerless against him. Moreover, today, Lin Yi had become so powerful that he could kill them with a single strike. To foolishly inquire about the secrets of his strength would be akin to courting death, wouldn't it? Well, since you all say so, I shall take this lotus flower. Finally, I wish you all great martial fortune and may you soon become high-level martial saints. Seeing that Tian Yuan, Xiongyi and the others were so perceptive, Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. With a single hand gesture, a powerful true energy surged forth, directly drawing the seven-colored lotus flower into his grasp. Whoosh! After obtaining the seven-colored lotus, Lin Yi didn't linger, transforming into a beam of swordlight and leaving the place. Phew! Watching Lin Yi depart, Tian Yuan, Xiongyi and the others let out a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with lingering fear as they looked at Lin Yi's receding figure, their backs drenched in sweat. This Lin Yi from Huaxia was terrifying. Whoosh! 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 The fierce wind howled around him as Lin Yi transformed into swordlight, aimlessly traveling wherever he wished, including the lotus flower I just obtained. I now have a total of 12 lotus flowers. With 12 lotus flowers, not only has my soul level reached an extremely high standard, but it seems I am on the verge of breaking through to martial saint. Moreover, my strength has reached a terrifying realm. Compared to before I entered the Blood Red Hall, my strength has increased by more than just a star and a half. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with divine light. When he entered the Blood Red Hall, he unleashed his full power, reaching a maximum strength of just over 5.8 billion kilograms, which, when converted to the power of heaven and earth, was a little over 110%. However, at that time, the quality of Lin Yi's true energy was not as high as it is now. Therefore, after dividing by 1.5 times, Lin Yi's true strength was roughly equivalent to a martial saint level expert whose full power reached over 70% of the power of heaven and earth. Such strength was considered top tier among mid-level martial saints, but it still fell short compared to the likes of Evil King Li Zhishuan and Swordfish Emperor, who were close to the peak of mid-level martial saints. But now, after the transformation brought by more than 10 lotus flowers, the true energy within Lin Yi had not only greatly increased, reaching a level of 900,000 kilograms, but its essence was also gradually aligning with the power of heaven and earth, nearly reaching a standard where 1 part of heaven and earth power equaled 1.2 parts of true energy. 900,000 kilograms, a difference of 1.2 times. In this case, my strength at full power should be comparable to a martial saint whose explosive power reaches 150% of the power of heaven and earth. With such strength, while I may not dominate the martial saint level, at the very least, I should be able to easily crush the Orca Emperor who hasn't consumed the seven-colored lotus. Lin Yi silently compared and calculated his strength. At this moment, he was unaware that with the emergence of the seven-colored lotus, martial saints across this continent were rapidly converging towards the center like dots. Boom! Get lost! On the blood-red ground, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, he shot out a terrifying swordlight, creating a massive pit in the ground and brutally slaying a powerful mid-level beast emperor. Then, with a flick of his hand, buzz, a seven-colored lotus flower pierced through the void and landed in Lin Yi's hand. Recently, these seven-colored lotus flowers have become increasingly difficult to find. Before, I could encounter one in about 1 or 2 hours. But now, it takes a full 4 to 5 hours to find just one, and sometimes I can't even find a single one. Moreover, the probability of encountering Beast Emperor martial saints has also gradually increased. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. This world was incredibly vast. Upon entering, Lin Yi had flown in a fixed direction for 1 or 2 hours without seeing any creatures, but now, after flying for about 10 minutes, one could encounter one or several martial saints or beast emperors within thousands of kilometers. The probability of this happening is many times greater than before. Forget it, I don't want to think too much. The boat will naturally reach the bridge, although martial saints and beast emperors have indeed increased in number. Now, however, with my current strength, I can still face everything without fear. No matter what martial saints or beast emperors they are, even if they reach the peak level of high martial saints or high beast emperors, I can easily suppress them. Feeling the terrifying power within his body, Lin Yi chuckled to himself. Since his last encounter with Tian Yuan Xiongyi, not including the one in his hand, Lin Yi had found a total of 8 colorful lotus flowers. After swallowing them all, although his strength did not increase as terrifyingly as before due to drug resistance and other reasons that made it hard for his body to absorb, he still gained about 1 billion kilograms of strength. At the same time, the true essence within him underwent another transformation, getting closer to the power of heaven and earth. All of this combined made his current strength comparable to a martial saint who has mastered 17.5% of the power of heaven and earth. With such strength, even a powerful being like the Orca Emperor, who was originally a High Beast Emperor, would still be at a slight disadvantage after reaching the limits of High Beast Emperor here. As for those ordinary, mid-level martial saints and beast emperors, even if someone had the luck to obtain countless colorful lotus flowers and reach the peak of martial saint, mastering 100% of the power of heaven and earth, they would still not be Lin Yi's opponent due to the limitations of their power output. After all, the initial holy level martial arts and secret techniques created by low-level beast emperors and martial saints only have a maximum amplification of 1.5 times. With such a small amplification, even if their base strength is extremely high, reaching 100% of the power of heaven and earth, the maximum they could unleash would only be 150% of the power of heaven and earth. This level of strength would only be crushed under Lin Yi's hands. Time slowly passed. In the Blood Red world, countless martial artists were still fighting fiercely for the emerging colorful lotus flowers. Meanwhile, in a grand hall above this world, a virtual figure, seemingly both real and illusory, overlooking the countless beast emperors and martial saints below, was formed by the intertwining of countless rays of light. This virtual figure had a peculiar appearance, with a huge head but a very small body, draped in a blood-red robe, possessing 3 eyes and 2 horns on its head, looking quite different from any creature on Blue Star. This kid Lin Yi, I wonder how he managed to complete the 8th layer of the Redstone basic cultivation method. His comprehension seems quite average. He is clearly on the verge of reaching the flying realm, yet he hasn't even grasped a trace of true intent, only creating a high-level secret technique for the flying realm. I originally thought he was stuck in this small star due to a lack of combat experience and made such a big fuss to gather so many flying realm beings for him to practice against, but I didn't expect to be so disappointed. The peculiar virtual figure shook its head as it spoke, then muttered to itself, "Forget it, seeing that this kid is about to break through to the flying realm, I won't waste any more time. I'll give him one last chance. If he still can't make it, then I'll properly train him later." Watching Lin Yi, who was flailing around like a headless fly in the blood-red world, the peculiar virtual figure waved its hand, and in an instant, changes began to occur within the blood-red world. Boom! Suddenly, a series of massive sounds echoed throughout the blood-red world. The ground shook violently as if a great calamity was occurring, threatening to overturn the entire world. What is happening? Seeing this scene, all the martial saints and beast emperors in the blood-red world were shaken. But the next moment, they saw a colorful light soaring into the sky amidst the gloomy blood-red world. The brilliance was incredibly dazzling, as if it could cover the sky and block the sun, soaring into the clouds, instantly allowing all the beast emperors and martial saints of the world to see it clearly. What kind of treasure has emerged? How could there be such a tremendous commotion? Upon witnessing this phenomenon, all the beast emperors and martial saints in the blood-red world felt a stir in their hearts, and immediately rushed towards the source of the anomaly. It should be known that although the emergence of the 7-colored lotus was significant, it only caused a stir within a radius of 1,000 miles at most. But now, the range of this treasure's emergence was far beyond 1,000 miles. It was likely tens of thousands of miles or more. The difference in magnitude was not merely tenfold or 100-fold. This treasure is mine. Thinking of the wonders of the 7-colored lotus and gazing at the distant phenomenon, all the martial saints and beast emperors instantly turned green with envy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by this seemingly sky-reaching phenomenon, one after another, the martial saints and beast emperors transformed into brilliant streams of light, rushing towards the site of the anomaly. Among them, some were merely a couple of thousand kilometers away from the phenomenon, while others were as far as tens of thousands of kilometers. Yet at this moment, regardless of the distance, they all hurried towards the site of the anomaly, unwilling to miss even the slightest opportunity. In the blood-red world, a towering mountain, several thousand meters high, stood like a pillar between heaven and earth. At this moment, this mountain did not appear blood-red like the surrounding barren hills. Instead, it was enveloped in countless 7-colored lights, occasionally emitting a strong wave of energy as if something was being birthed within. Here, dozens of martial saints and beast emperors had already arrived ahead of time, but they merely hovered in the sky, not making a move. Just then, buzz! A sword light suddenly appeared in the void, transforming into a handsome figure clad in black. "Lin Yi, you're here too." Seeing the figure materialize from the sword light, Li Yuanyan, the martial god, immediately smiled and welcomed him from among the confronting group of martial saints and beast emperors. Martial god. Upon seeing Li Yuanyan's face, Lin Yi also smiled and nodded in greeting, then asked, "Martial god, what's going on?" "I saw this phenomenon soaring into the sky, suspected that a great treasure had emerged, but upon arriving here, I didn't see anyone making a move." Lin Yi looked at the mountain shrouded in 7-colored light, feeling somewhat puzzled. It should be known how vast the power of a martial saint is, let alone a mere mountain several thousand meters high. Even if it were taller, it could easily be obliterated by dozens of martial saints and beast emperors. In the past, when the 7-colored lotus emerged, it was because it appeared so quickly that it had already successfully emerged by the time the surrounding martial saints arrived, requiring no excavation. But now, this high mountain clearly contained a great treasure, yet none of these martial saints or beast emperors made a move to destroy the mountain and seize the treasure. They merely gazed at the mountain, which was obviously a bit unusual. "Lin Yi, don't be surprised, listen to me. This treasure's emergence is unlike any before. It's not something we can interfere with. Do you see the 7-colored light surrounding that mountain? This light is different from the light when the 7-colored lotus emerged. It is harmless to the surrounding beings, but this light can kill. Moreover, its power is terrifyingly strong. Just now, I heard That among the demons, the rotating turtle emperor relied on its solid defense and foolishly attempted to seize the treasure early, but then a beam of that seven-colored light came down, and now, it is turned to dust. At this point, a look of fear appeared in Li Yuannian's eyes, because, when he first arrived here, he had also entertained the thought of seizing the treasure. If it weren't for a familiar human martial saint stopping him, he too would likely be in grave danger now. What? The rotating turtle emperor made a move, and now it has turned to dust. Upon hearing Li Yuannian's words, Lin Yi's expression couldn't help but change slightly. The rotating turtle emperor was a beast emperor among the demons, and in terms of strength, it might be comparable to the divine eagle emperor. However, when it comes to defense, it is on par with the Orca King and the Octopus Beast King, two high-ranking beast monarchs. Moreover, after the trials in the Blood-Red World, the strength and defensive power of the rotating Turtle King have likely increased. Yet, despite this, under the radiant colors, there was nothing left but gray. This light was simply too terrifying. This light is so powerful, I wonder if my Taiji sword technique can withstand it? Lin Yi pondered silently, but he had no intention of testing it with his own body. He wasn't insane, he had only one life. Even if he had great confidence in seizing the treasure once it appeared, he would never gamble his life for such a precious item. Lin Yi's resolve was firm. After that, he chatted with Li Yuannian while quietly waiting for the treasure to emerge. Boom, boom, boom. The immense sound of breaking through the air echoed continuously as powerful martial saints and beast monarchs descended upon this place. Compared to before entering the Blood-Red Hall, the strength among humans and demons had risen several levels. Those who survived were at least mid-level martial saints or beast monarchs. Even the high-ranking beast monarchs and martial saints, who were extremely rare on Blue Star, now numbered over 10 here. But this time, why hasn't the Taiji Divine Sword, the strongest on Blue Star, come? As Lin Yi watched the beast monarchs and martial saints arrive, even the golden body Arhat Master Kongwon had appeared, yet he still hadn't spotted the Taiji Divine Sword, causing a sense of doubt to rise in his heart. The blood-red world was vast, with over 100 martial saints and beast monarchs thrown into it, like silver needles tossed into the sea, insignificant. In such circumstances, although Lin Yi's speed was astonishing, the places he had explored and the beings he had encountered were ultimately limited. If he hadn't met the Taiji Divine Sword, it would be perfectly normal. However, at this moment, the commotion of the treasure emerging was so immense that it nearly shook the entire world. Yet, he still did not see the figure of the Taiji Divine Sword, which could only mean one thing: the Taiji Divine Sword simply hadn't come. Forget it, if it hasn't come, it hasn't come. If he hasn't come, my chances of seizing the treasure are actually higher. If he had come, I might not have been able to outcompete him. Lin Yi thought silently. Considering Lin Yi's current strength, there were very few powerful beings on Blue Star that he felt apprehensive about. Especially in terms of speed, Lin Yi was confident that even the golden body Arhat Master Kongwon was not as fast as he was. However, if he encountered the Taiji Divine Sword, he would feel uncertain. After all, he had a deep understanding of the power of transforming into swordlight, and the speed of someone capable of creating such profound techniques was unimaginable. Lin Yi thought to himself. At this moment, in the distance on the horizon, several terrifying presences with vast auras rapidly descended. Roar! All human martial saints, listen up. This treasure belongs to my demon clan. If you don't want to die, retreat 3,000 miles immediately. From now on, you have 5 breaths of time. Those who do not retreat will die. A massive roar echoed from the horizon. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up and saw 5 enormous demons descending from the sky. Leading them was a gigantic orca, over 1,000 feet in size, letting out a tremendous roar from its mouth. Ha ha, Orca King, you finally came. Upon seeing the Orca King's figure, an octopus among the demons immediately rejoiced. The human martial saints, however, changed their expressions instantly. The Orca King has come too, and it has reached the limit of high-ranking beast monarch. Someone among the human martial saints exclaimed. It should be noted that the number of human martial saints was already far fewer than that of the demon beast monarchs. For instance, among the martial saints present, there were 28 at the mid-level, but only 7 at the high level. Among the demons, this number has more than doubled. Originally, humanity relied on the peak of the high-level martial saint, the golden body Arhat, to maintain a fragile balance with the beast emperor among the demons, aided by several other high-level martial saints. However, with the arrival of the whale emperor, this delicate balance was instantly shattered. Humanity could no longer compete with the demons. Could it be that this time humanity is truly going to lose? Is the treasure of this blood-red world really going to be handed over to this group of demons? At this thought, all the martial saints felt a tremor in their hearts. It was not only a pity for the treasure, but even more so a worry for the future of humanity. After this battle, the strength of the demons had already become terrifying. If they were to obtain this treasure, to what level would their power soar? Contemplating that dreadful outcome, the martial saints felt a sense of despair. But at that moment, a beam of sword light shot up into the sky from the crowd, soaring into the clouds. Whale Emperor, your abilities are not great, but your arrogance is. If you want to seize the treasure, come and take it with your life. A roar echoed in the air, instantly shaking the 4 corners of the world. In the next moment, a beam of sword light descended from the void, as if a divine being was splitting the mountain, the sword slashing the Whale Emperor. Boom! The vast sword light fell, as if tearing the entire sky in half. Infinite energy gathered, and immense power erupted, astonishing the world in an instant. Countless martial saints and demons felt a tremendous shock in their hearts. Lin Yi, how could he be so powerful? Looking at the youth wielding the giant sword in the sky, resembling a deity, countless martial saints widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. With the body of a congenital martial artist, he rivaled a mid-level martial saint, which was already incredibly defiant, unprecedented in history. But now, the power Lin Yi displayed was even far beyond that of a mid-level martial saint, even surpassing that of a high-level martial saint. Lin Yi, what kind of opportunity does he have? How could someone so weak be so formidable? Feeling the power contained in the sword light, Li Yuanyan was shocked. After this ordeal in the blood-red world, his strength had also reached the level of a high-level martial saint, mastering 70 to 80% of the power of heaven and earth. This level of strength was already terrifying, comparable to the former Whale Emperor. However, under Lin Yi's sword, Li Yuanyan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This human has actually become stronger again. Watching the terrifying aura of Lin Yi's sword strike, the Whale Emperor felt a slight tremor in his heart, but he did not panic too much. After all, no matter how strong Lin Yi was, he was still just a small congenital martial artist. The true essence within him was fundamentally inferior to the power of heaven and earth he controlled, plus he had already reached the limit of a high-level beast emperor. This human, no matter how strong, how could he compete with himself? Roar! Human, since you seek death, this emperor will grant it to you. With this thought, the Whale Emperor roared, opening his mouth to unleash an invisible sound wave. Boom boom boom. The invisible sound wave rapidly spread forward, instantly shattering all matter in its path. Under the attack of this terrifying sound wave, it seemed that anything would be destroyed, until it finally collided with Lin Yi's sword light. Boom! An incredibly terrifying sound erupted in the sky, as if a nuclear weapon of over 10 million tons had exploded in an instant. Endless energy and shockwaves surged forth, instantly turning the sky and the earth into chaos. At that moment, the surrounding space and everything seemed to freeze. Only the brilliant sword light at the horizon and the invisible sound wave collided. No, this is impossible. After being immersed in shock for a few seconds, a horrified roar erupted from the Whale Emperor's mouth. At this moment, the confidence he had just moments ago was gone, replaced by shock and a hint of panic in his eyes, because, under the sword, the shockwave it emitted was actually shattered by Lin Yi's sword light. Swish! Another sound of air being torn apart echoed, and the fierce sword light, after breaking through the shockwave of the Orca King, continued its momentum, attacking the Orca King. Roar! A roar erupted once more from the Orca King's mouth, and a powerful shockwave burst forth, shattering the remaining sword light. At this moment, the Orca King looked at Lin Yi with no trace of contempt in its eyes, only solemnity, because it realized that its strength was actually inferior to Lin Yi's. Although it managed to block Lin Yi's attack this time, that was only because Lin Yi had only unleashed this one sword. What if Lin Yi continued to strike afterward? Even if it could block, it would eventually falter under sustained pressure, making it difficult to fend off Lin Yi's attacks each time. This time, it seems that seizing this treasure will be difficult. Looking at Lin Yi, who was coldly gazing down from the sky, the Orca King felt a chill in its heart. Ha ha, Lin Yi, impressive. Reincarnation. Well done. Compared to the shock of the demons, with Lin Yi's bold move, the human side suddenly felt a glimmer of hope, their hearts filled with optimism. God Hunter, it's alright. We have a chance now. Lin Yi has truly given us a great surprise. On the ground, Li Yuanyan's face was full of smiles. Yes, what Yuanyan said is absolutely right. Lin Yi is indeed an extraordinary genius, capable of creating miracles. Back when you wanted to give that 9 turns ascension pill to Lin Yi, I disagreed, but now it seems my vision is far inferior to yours. Hearing Li Yuanyan's words, God Hunter Zheng Hanhai sighed lightly, yet his face was full of smiles. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyan felt a sense of pride in his heart. Meanwhile, a tall monk draped in a bright red robe, resembling an arhat, joined his hands together, his face beaming as he spoke. Well said. The Buddha blesses our humanity. To think that a peerless talent like Lin Shizhu was born in my blue star. He primarily practices the Taiji sword technique while simultaneously cultivating the golden body demon suppression technique created by this old monk. This was originally a defensive technique, yet now, his offensive power is so formidable that his true defense must surpass that of this old monk. In this way, relying solely on him, he could probably fend off both the 2 Orca Kings and the Octopus Beast King at the same time. Calculating Lin Yi's strength, Golden Body Arhat Kongwan couldn't help but smile slightly. The Octopus Beast King and the Orca King were already 2 dominant figures among the Beast Kings. After obtaining the fortuitous encounters in the blood-red world and reaching the limits of high-level Beast Kings, even he could only barely suppress one, making it nearly impossible to deal with both at once. But now, Lin Yi could. With him handling these 2 demons, he could free up his hands to deal with other demons simultaneously. In this battle, our human side has over a 60% chance of winning. Thinking of this, Master Kongwan's eyes brightened, and then he suddenly made his move. Buzz! As Master Kongwan's thoughts stirred, an immense force of heaven and earth gathered behind him, forming a towering ancient Buddha phantom. This ancient Buddha stood 1,000 feet tall and was 100 feet wide, sitting cross-legged in the void. Towering to the heavens, it was as majestic as a mountain, exuding an aura that suppressed everything, grand and overwhelming. Swordfish King, receive this palm from this old monk. A commanding voice echoed from Master Kongwan's mouth. In the next moment, he flipped his palm, and the ancient Buddha phantom behind him mirrored the action. In an instant, it was as if the heavens were collapsing, and the earth was splitting, casting a shadow over the sky. A gigantic hand descended from above, its immense power instantly enveloping the silver-white Swordfish King, seemingly locking it in place, rendering it almost immobile. Lord Orca King, Lord Octopus Beast King, other Beast Kings, come help me. As he watched that enormous hand draw closer, the palm lines becoming increasingly distinct, the Swordfish Emperor couldn't help but feel a surge of terror in his heart, repeatedly calling for help. Old monk, don't be reckless. Watch as I, the Octopus Beast Emperor, come to fight you. Upon hearing the Swordfish Emperor's cries for help, the two dominant figures among the demons, the Octopus Beast Emperor, immediately became furious. With a loud roar, its 8 tentacles shot through the void like meteors, rushing to block the giant palm of the golden-bodied Arhat. Octopus Beast Emperor, your opponent is me. Seeing this, Linny roared angrily, then extended his index finger and pointed. The true energy within him erupted. In an instant, thousands of brilliant black and white sword lights burst forth from his fingertip, spreading out like a peacock fanning its tail, each one incredibly beautiful. However, they were also immensely powerful, akin to intercontinental missiles carrying terrifying energy as they slashed towards the 8 tentacles of the Octopus Beast Emperor. Sizzle! 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 The dazzling sword lights collided with the 8 tentacles, instantly severing them one by one, causing blue blood to spray through the air. Damn human! Seeing its attack thwarted by Linny, the Octopus Beast Emperor bellowed. Immediately, layers of pale blue light erupted from the severed tentacles, and in the blink of an eye, 8 intact tentacles regrew. The octopus, as a creature, possesses an incredibly strong regenerative ability. In the cold winter, due to a lack of food, some octopuses will cruelly cut off their own arms to eat for survival, only to regrow them shortly after. This demonstrates their formidable regenerative capacity. If ordinary octopuses are like this, one can only imagine the strength of regeneration in a Beast Emperor level. Octopus like the Octopus Beast Emperor, which can regrow all its tentacles in no time. Octopus Beast Emperor, let us join forces to deal with this human. Seeing this scene, the Orca Emperor urged the Octopus Beast Emperor to join it in fighting Linny. Good. Upon hearing this, the Octopus Beast Emperor roared in response, its eyes filled with hatred for Linny. Meanwhile, without the Octopus Beast Emperor's obstruction, the giant palm of the golden-bodied Arhat came crashing down towards the Swordfish Emperor. Ah, you can't kill me. Feeling the increasingly immense pressure above, the Swordfish Emperor roared repeatedly, its silver scales shining brilliantly. A dazzling sword light appeared above its head, striking down towards the giant palm like a divine sword piercing the heavens. Amit Ba, a mere trick. Seeing this, the golden-bodied Arhat murmured, reciting a Buddhist chant, and with a thought, the speed of its descending palm suddenly increased. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed, and a powerful shockwave spread out. Under the palm of the golden-bodied Arhat, the silver sword light was effortlessly extinguished in an instant, like pebbles crushed beneath a mountain. The Swordfish Emperor's body was instantly obliterated by this terrifying attack, sending chunks of glimmering silver flesh and blood flying through the void. There was no way around it, although the Swordfish Emperor had ascended to a higher Beast Emperor. Its strength was still far from that of the golden-bodied Arhat, who was originally a high-level martial sage and had now reached the limits of a high-level martial sage. Even with all its might, it couldn't escape being killed in one blow. Swordfish Emperor. Seeing the Swordfish Emperor so easily killed, the other high-level Beast Emperors were immediately filled with terror. Everyone quickly joined forces. This old monk is formidable. None of us can handle him alone. We need to gather at least 7 or 8 high-level Beast Emperors to fight him. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry, gather together. Hearing the reminder from that high-level Beast Emperor, the others finally snapped out of their shock and fear, hastily coming together to unite against the golden-bodied Arhat. And as the golden-bodied Arhat and Linny, the two strongest humans, took action, the battle between monsters and humans officially erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of explosions echoed in the sky as numerous martial saints and beast kings found their opponents frantically attacking each other, causing a series of explosions that reverberated like earthquakes for thousands of miles around. Especially in the two battlefields of the Golden Body Arhat and Linny, it was akin to a natural disaster. Under the assaults of several powerful beings, trenches appeared on the ground like rivers, and mountains were reduced to rubble. The two were pushed back repeatedly under the attacks of many beast kings. Wherever they went, the mountains would collapse, and the land would crack. This scene was a horror that humans living in a peaceful society could hardly imagine. If such a battle were to occur in human society, it could easily lead to the destruction of a large province, the collapse of countless buildings, the shattering of local civilizations, and the loss of countless lives and homes. After all, martial saints are known as deities among mortals, their might as fearsome as a prison, unfathomable to ordinary people. Linny and the Golden Body Arhat stood at the pinnacle even among martial saints. Their strength was beyond the imagination of even ordinary martial saints, making them incredibly terrifying. Beast, die. In the sky, Linny radiated golden light with an ancient Buddha towering behind him. After blocking the attacks of the Orca King and the Octopus King with a single strike, he seized the moment to point his finger, unleashing a terrifying sword light. Hara! The dreadful sword light tore through the void, exploding the air, seemingly arriving before the Orca King in an instant, creating a massive hole in its enormous body. Ah! A scream erupted from the Orca King's mouth as a blood hole about 5 or 6 meters wide appeared on its body, causing blood to flow profusely. Seeing this, the Orca King quickly summoned the power of heaven and earth, trying to manipulate its flesh and blood to stop the bleeding and heal the wound. But it soon discovered in horror that the blood hole could not be easily healed as before. It was as if there was some kind of taboo preventing its heavenly power from approaching, let alone dispelling it to heal the wound. Witnessing this, Linny couldn't help but feel a slight admiration. The evil king's undying seal technique is indeed formidable, although It is a low-level sacred martial art. Its application of life and death energy is incredibly sophisticated. Just now, I used true energy to convert some death energy into my attack, and it truly prevented the Orca King from healing its wound. If this continues, I might really be able to slay it. With this thought, Linny silently mused. However, glancing at the Octopus King beside him, he shook his head. Although the death energy was powerful, it was still far inferior to the regeneration ability of the Octopus King. While it could affect the Orca King, it would likely be ineffective against the Octopus King. With it around, killing the Orca King would be nearly impossible. Linny pondered for a moment before continuing to focus on battling the two monsters. These two demons were too powerful. Even though he was safe and could occasionally counterattack or help kill an ordinary mid-level beast king, most of the time he was still being pressured. He had to be extremely cautious. Time slowly passed. As the battle between humans and demons erupted, one beast king and martial saint after another began to fall. Finally, after about 10 minutes, a sudden beam of light burst forth from a distant mountain. Its brightness was more dazzling than ever, as if it were about to break through the heavens and tear the world apart. Then, accompanied by a rumbling sound of an earthquake, the mountain split in two, revealing the true form of a precious treasure within. It was a lotus seed, a 7-colored lotus seed. Grab it! Upon seeing the true form of this treasure, all the martial saints and beast kings had their eyes turn red at that moment, breaking free from their opponents and rushing towards the lotus seed. Get lost! Upon seeing this scene, Linny also formed a sword with his index and middle fingers and swept it through the void. Suddenly, a massive sword light erupted in the heavens and the earth, repelling the incoming Orca King like a missile. Human, you will not get this lotus seed. Seeing the Orca King being pushed back, the Octopus Beast King became furious. In the blink of an eye, its 8 tentacles began to extend to their limits, resembling the legendary demon tree Demon Granny, directly binding towards Linny. You think you can stop me? Linny sneered at the Octopus King's attack. A brilliant light erupted from his body, and boundless true energy exploded, instantly transforming his entire form into a dazzling sword shadow. The peak-level advanced holy martial art Taiji sword technique, body transformed into sword light. Whoosh! 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 The piercing sword light danced in the void, effortlessly dodging the Octopus King's attacks, rendering all its strikes instantly futile. With the speed boost of body transformed into sword light, Linny's speed, even before obtaining the colorful lotus flower, was already unmatched among mid-level martial saints, not much inferior to high-level martial saints. And now, after the enhancement from the colorful lotus flower, Linny not only had his true energy and strength transformed, but his speed had also become extremely rapid. Even high-level peak martial saints and beast kings were far from his match. Stop him! Seeing Linny madly rushing towards that colorful lotus seed, the Octopus King and Orca King both panicked, frantically roaring at the beasts around. Linny! Roar! Human, stop! In the sky, above the sword light, a massive figure suddenly charged in. It was a gigantic tiger, over 100 feet long, pure white with no blemishes. Only on its forehead was a golden king character shining brightly, resembling an ancient divine pattern, making it appear incredibly sacred. However, at this moment, the face of this sacred white tiger was filled with a murderous aura, and as it opened its mouth to roar, a powerful sound wave erupted, stirring up heavy waves of air. Its 2 massive front paws carried boundless power of heaven and earth as they struck towards Linny. It's the White Tiger King. With the White Tiger King here, it should be able to stop this human for a moment. Seeing this giant white tiger take action, the other beast kings were overjoyed. The White Tiger King, residing in the Amazon rainforest of South America, was undoubtedly the overlord of that region. Its status was akin to that of the evil king Li Jishuan among humans. Among all the demons, aside from the Octopus King and Orca King, who were both overlord-level demons, almost no one could match it. With its presence, the other beast kings naturally felt invigorated. Except for the Octopus King and Orca King. White Tiger King, come back, you alone cannot match this human. Seeing the White Tiger King recklessly charging towards the swordlight, the Orca King exclaimed in anger. As Linny's opponent, it understood better than other demons the terrifying strength of Linny. This child not only had astonishing defense, but even his attack subtly surpassed its own, meaning it exceeded 70% of the power of heaven and earth. The White Tiger King was strong, but in the end, it was just an ordinary high-level beast king. Compared to itself, which had just entered the blood-red world, it was 3 points weaker. How could it alone stand against this human? Humph. Only now do you remind me? Too late. Looking at the giant tiger charging towards him, Linny coldly snorted. His body did not dodge or evade, crashing towards the White Tiger King's body like a heavenly sword. Hara! The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed. In that instant when the White Tiger King collided with Linny's swordlight, its massive body was instantly cleaved apart by the terrifying swordlight. Splash! Countless crimson blood droplets rained down from the sky, as if a torrential blood rain had suddenly fallen. Under Linny's sword, the indestructible body of the White Tiger King was instantly cut in half. High-level Beast King, White Tiger King, dead. White Tiger. Seeing the White Tiger so easily killed by Linny, the other Beast Emperors were all shaken, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Linny, as if gazing at a harbinger of death. This human is terrifying. As they witnessed the White Tiger Emperor's body split in half and fall heavily from the sky, the swordlight transformed from Linny surged forward towards the colorful lotus seed without losing speed, causing all the Beast Emperors' hearts to tremble. At this moment, even though the Beast Emperors were exuding overwhelming demonic might, united in their power, not a single beast dared to step forward to block Linny. You useless fools. What are you doing? Hurry up and stop that human. Seeing that all the beast emperors seemed to be paralyzed with fear, the octopus emperor and the orca emperor roared angrily, shouting at all the demons. However, how fast was Lin Yi? In just a moment of their stunned hesitation, he had already taken the opportunity to break through the encirclement of the beast emperors and was rapidly approaching the colorful lotus seed. Soon after, he reached the shattered peak. Got it! Looking at the seven-colored lotus seed radiating infinite brilliance, Lin Yi spread his fingers, reaching out to grasp it, pulling it into his hand. Swallow! As soon as the colorful lotus seed entered his hand, Lin Yi did not hesitate to swallow it. In an instant, it felt as if billions of nuclear bombs exploded simultaneously within Lin Yi's dantian. Endless power surged from his dantian, then erupted outward towards Lin Yi's limbs and bones. Under the influence of this energy, the true essence within Lin Yi's body rapidly began to transform. His soul and his mind felt as if it had consumed countless nourishing pills, rapidly enhancing itself. Boom! In less than a moment, accompanied by the explosion of energy within Lin Yi, a massive vortex rose in the sky and the power of heaven and earth became incredibly violent, stirring up the winds and clouds for thousands of miles. He has become a saint. Lin Yi has truly become a saint. Witnessing this scene, the experienced martial arts heavenly sovereignly Yuan Yin and others exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with excitement. Because the signs in the sky at this moment were the phenomena that only appeared when a martial artist achieved the rank of martial saint. They had all experienced such phenomena as martial saints, but compared to Lin Yi's current manifestation, their own at that time seemed like ants beneath the feet of a giant elephant. Utterly insignificant. How can this human be so terrifying? With such a terrifying phenomenon, how strong must his power be? Looking at the signs in the sky, all the beast emperors were filled with dread. Generally speaking, when martial artists or monsters break through to the martial saint or beast emperor level, they can invoke the power of heaven and earth to create phenomena. The stronger the martial artist, the greater the disturbance of the phenomenon. Now, the disturbance created by this human was at least 1,000 times greater than what they had experienced, so how powerful was he? With this thought, all the beast emperors grew fearful again. In the next moment, they had already made up their minds. Flee! Run! As Lin Yi drew closer to a complete breakthrough, all the beast emperors, including the strongest octopus emperor and orca emperor, began to collapse like defeated soldiers. One by one, they scattered in all directions, seeking a glimmer of survival. The martial saint could not be interrupted. First, because the process was extremely rapid, there was no time to interrupt. Second, even if they forcibly interrupted, the martial saint could still continue to break through afterward. Third, this human was already so strong before breaking through to the martial saint. Now that he had begun to break through, even if he was still in the process, the power he controlled was far beyond that of an innate martial artist. Attempting to interrupt now would be akin to seeking death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each beast emperor, filled with fear, fought as their bodies transformed into streaks of light, fleeing in all directions. What treasures! What opportunities! At this moment, nothing was more important than survival. However, just as the beast emperors were desperately trying to escape the battlefield, the next moment, the phenomenon in the sky suddenly vanished. Immediately after, a calm voice rang in their ears. Want to escape? Leave it all to me. The indifferent voice fell, as if a celestial being looked down from above, cold and merciless. Then, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a gigantic hand appeared above their heads, blocking out the sky. This enormous hand was incomparably vast, composed entirely of the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, with a thought from Lin Yi, it instantly radiated a powerful attraction like a black hole, drawing all the demons into it. No, no, my lord, spare me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Humans, damn humans, I will never let you go even in death. Ah, die, everyone die. Under the pull of this gigantic hand, among the demons, some were bowing and begging for mercy, some were acting as if they had gone mad, and others had already lost their sanity. However, no matter how they struggled, under this gigantic hand, they were like fish caught in a net, unable to escape at all. They could only shrink smaller and smaller, slowly moving closer to the gigantic hand. With the last beast emperor being drawn into the palm, the gigantic hand in the sky suddenly vanished. Only on the mountaintop, Lin Yi spread his hands and opened his 5 fingers. There, all kinds of exotic beasts and countless demons were contained within the span of his palm. Moreover, starting today, this book will resume normal updates, at least one continuous month of updates. Lin Yi, Li Yuanyin flew up and came to Lin Yi's side. Seeing the beast emperors in Lin Yi's hands, suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, reduced to the size of ants and already devoid of life, he was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Heavenly Sovereign, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore? Looking at Li Yuanyin's astonished face, Lin Yi smiled slightly. Indeed, I do recognize you a bit less. I never expected that the little guy who was so immature in front of me back then has now grown to a level that I have to look up to in such a short time. Lin Yi, you are already invincible in the world, powerful to a level that all martial saints cannot even hope to reach. Now, can you tell me why you are so strong? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Yuanyin first sighed, then looked at Lin Yi, filled with curiosity. The other martial saints also turned their gazes, eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's answer. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Sorry, Heavenly Sovereign, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I can't. Because when I received that inheritance back then, I had already made a great oath, vowing not to disclose any information about that inheritance without permission. So, I can only tell you that my strength comes entirely from a supreme inheritance I obtained in the universe, but as for what that inheritance is, I'm afraid I cannot disclose. At this point, Lin Yi felt a bit regretful. To be fair, Li Yuanyan had treated him quite well. He had helped and supported him along the way, and if he could freely impart the red stone basic cultivation method, Lin Yi wouldn't hesitate to share this mere inheritance. However, at the time he received the inheritance, he had already made the so-called Great Oath. Back then, in his eagerness to kill the fiery dragon and the blue-eyed white tiger, Lin Yi hadn't carefully examined what this so-called Great Oath entailed. It wasn't until later, when he had some free time, that he understood. The so-called Great Path is the most fundamental component of the universe. It is precisely because of the myriad paths such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and even time and space that this incomparably vast universe was ultimately formed. The Great Oath Lin Yi made was a vow sworn by the most fundamental paths of the universe. If violated, one would face the punishment of the entire universe's great path, and under this punishment, even a powerful being like the Red Stone Sovereign would not be able to withstand it. Let alone Lin Yi, whose cultivation was merely at the flying heaven realm. It would definitely mean certain death, therefore, although Li Yuanyan was greatly indebted to him, like the Red Stone basic cultivation method, Lin Yi absolutely could not pass it on. As for that black stone tablet, it had already lost its mystique after Lin Yi obtained the Red Stone basic cultivation method, transforming into an ordinary stone tablet that Lin Yi had shattered with a single palm strike. Amat Ba. Seeing Li Yuanyan's slight embarrassment, Master Kongwen, the Golden Body Arhat, chanted a Buddhist phrase and approached, saying, "Since Lin Benefactor has his own difficulties, we shall not press further. That cosmic inheritance must also be extremely precious. Even if one were to obtain it by chance, how could it be casually shared with others? Moreover, Lin Benefactor's breakthrough to Martial Saint, achieving the pinnacle of humanity, has captured nearly all beast emperors on Blue Star, which is indeed a tremendous piece of news. From now on, the struggle and slaughter between humans and monsters on Blue Star can be declared over with our victory. Yes, humanity has won. Humanity has won." Hearing Master Kongwen's words, Li Yuanyan, the God Hunter, the War God, and even foreign deities and other martial saints couldn't help but show genuine smiles. Since the revival of spiritual energy over 300 years ago, monsters had maintained the upper hand in evolution due to their numbers, ferocity, and other factors. Whether low-level monsters or high-level beast kings and emperors, the number of strong beings among monsters far exceeded that of humans. If it weren't for humanity's technological weapons and the suppression of two transcendent powerhouses, the Golden Body Arhat and the Taiji Divine Sword, they would have long been overrun by the demons. At that time, humanity would either face total extinction or be domesticated as livestock for blood sacrifices, losing all past prosperity. Let alone today, where they have eradicated all beast emperor-level demons and achieved victory. Thinking of this, Li Yuanyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Yi, you are a hero. You are the hero of all humanity. With your help from now on, ordinary people among us can walk the fields and mines, marveling at the beautiful landscapes of Blue Star without being cooped up in those small cities. Lin Yi, your merits are boundless. Yes, 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 boundless merits." As soon as Li Yuanyan finished speaking, the many martial saints were all smiles. They were genuinely happy. Regardless of which country's strongman they were, their primary identity was that of humanity. At this moment, as humanity triumphed over monsters, they were all naturally filled with immense excitement. "Alright, Celestial Lord, esteemed martial saints, stop flattering me. If you keep praising me, I might really get carried away. Since this matter is settled, let us leave this world. After all, the most precious 7-colored lotus seeds have already appeared, and the lotus flowers are gone. There's no need to stay here any longer." Hearing the praises from the martial saints, Lin Yi also smiled. When in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should benefit the world. This was the dream he had when he first arrived in this world and embarked on the path of martial arts. At this moment, with his dream realized, he was filled with excitement and exhilaration. However, excitement aside, he had not forgotten the most crucial matter. Just moments ago, when he broke through to Martial Saint, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, saying it was the spirit of this blood-red palace, urging him to quickly send these martial saints away. After that, the spirit would guide him into the true Great Hall. Therefore, after exchanging pleasantries with the martial saints, he was the first to suggest leaving. Upon hearing Lin Yi speak, the martial saints naturally had no objections. Since the reincarnation martial saint has spoken, let us depart. To be honest, I don't want to stay here much longer. Everything is blood-red and very oppressive. Indeed, let's go. Let's leave together. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the martial saints began to group together in 3s and 2s. Lin Yi pretended to leave with Li Yuanyan and the others, but after a while, he suddenly turned back once again. He arrived at the entrance of the blood-red hall. Buzz. Accompanied by Lin Yi's arrival, the blood-red doors, which had already closed, opened again, revealing a small opening. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not dare to delay and immediately entered. At that moment, the space around the entire hall twisted, as if the light itself was being devoured. This made Lin Yi's entrance into the hall silent and unnoticed. Whoosh! A sensation of spinning and tumbling arose as Lin Yi stepped through the door. He felt the space around him distort, and the next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. This was an enormous space, roughly the size of a football field, empty and filled with a silvery hue. Even the ground was a sheet of silver. "Air, welcome to the Blood Hall." Buzz. Before Lin Yi could react, a voice as loud as a celestial being echoed. He saw the space in front of him twist again. Then, a creature appeared before him, with a huge head, a small stature, draped in a blood-red robe, possessing 3 eyes, and 2 peculiar horns on its head. Hello, I am the spirit of this blood hall, named Qi. You may call me Lord Qi. Lord Qi? Hearing the voice of this peculiar, 3-eyed creature, Linny was taken aback, not understanding the situation. However, he decided to bow his head and comply with the words of this strange being, obediently, addressing it. Not bad. Seeing Linny's humility, she smiled slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. You little fellow, although your talent and comprehension are lacking, you are still quite humble. You do not consider yourself the heir and become arrogant and unruly. Otherwise, even if you were favored by Lord Yin Kong, I wouldn't bother with you. After all, you are not my master, just an heir. To become my master, according to the rules, you must at least reach the Undying Realm and pass the tests left by my master, she explained with a smile. As an eternal existence in the universe, Lord Yin Kong looked down upon so-called geniuses. They had lived for far too long, encountering countless geniuses over the ages. Some geniuses were so extraordinary that they could overpower or even slay true divine beings while still in the Chaos Realm. But so what? Without becoming a true god and proving their immortality, once they reached the limit of 100 billion years of lifespan, they would still fall into obscurity. Therefore, regarding Lin Yi, although Lord Yin Kong paid a bit of attention, it was merely to give him an opportunity, casually tossing the blood hall onto Blue Star, and then not bothering with the rest. If Lin Yi's temperament was poor and displeased the Hall Spirit Qi, she would not put in effort to cultivate him. Lord Yin Kong would not intervene either. After all, she had come to Blue Star and had attempted to cultivate Lin Yi. All of this was simply because Lin Yi was not worthy of being nurtured. What did it have to do with Qi? However, being chosen by Lord Yin Kong to cultivate a junior, she was still relatively responsible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to gather so many martial saints to train Lin Yi, hoping to help him comprehend the true meaning of the world. Little fellow, you might be curious why I suddenly came to Earth and why I made such a big fuss, right? With this thought, she stopped with the small talk and simply asked Lin Yi. Yes, I truly do not understand. I hope Lord Qi can enlighten me? Lin Yi replied. He had already had some guesses about Qi's arrival, but since Qi was eager to show off, Lin Yi was happy to listen. After all, it wouldn't waste time, and there were indeed some things he did not understand. Sure enough, seeing Lin Yi's attentive demeanor, the strange 3-eyed creature Qi smiled and nodded, then said, Little one, since you have obtained the Redstone basic cultivation method, you must have some understanding of the major cultivation realms in the universe. Since that's the case, I won't elaborate much on the higher realms of cultivation. Just know that above the Chaos Realm lies the true God Realm. True gods are among the top-tier powerhouses in the vast universe. Once one attains the true god status, they possess unfathomable strength. Moreover, from then on, they transcend the river of time and space, enjoying endless longevity. For instance, this blood red hall was sent to your Blue Star by a true god powerhouse from the Redstone Sacred Land, Lord Yin Kong, as a gift for you, little one. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to someone with your level of comprehension. Yin Kong, true god? Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi silently repeated it, feeling a bit grateful. As Qi mentioned, although his comprehension was unique on Blue Star, it was indeed insignificant in the vast universe. Without Yin Kong, true god, beings like Qi would not have taken notice of him. Qi nodded slightly and continued to explain. However, the true god realm is still too far for you. Let's set that aside for now. Let's talk about your current flying realm. The flying realm is the second major realm of cultivation in the universe. Cultivators who reach this realm, if they live on a normal life planet, can generally break free from the gravitational pull of their home planet and achieve flight, which is the origin of this realm's name. In the flying realm, one masters the power of heaven and earth. The weakest, like the natives on your planet, can only grasp about 5 billion kilograms of basic strength even at the peak of the flying realm. Of course, the term kilogram is also a designation from your planet. In fact, in the universe, the early cultivation realms have a unified term for strength called tera. 1 tera is roughly equivalent to 100 million kilograms on your planet. So, 5 billion kilograms translates to 50 tera. This is the lowest level of the flying realm, where even the cultivation methods haven't reached the flying realm. The basic strength is generally at this level. As for normal cultivators in the universe with complete lineages in the flying realm, they can typically reach 100 or even several hundred tera at the limit of the flying realm, which is considered quite normal. And someone like you, who not only cultivated the 8th layer of the Redstone basic cultivation method, but also nearly fully activated their potential through the 7-colored lotus in the flying realm. When you reach your limit, you will naturally far exceed them. Just like now, I estimate your basic strength is around 50,000 tera. Lord Qi guessed correctly. As soon as the spirit of the blood red hall, Qi, finished speaking, Lin Yi smiled and replied, although I don't know exactly how strong my current power is, I roughly estimate that even without using martial techniques, just unleashing my basic strength, I would say it's about 500 times that of my full power as a congenital martial artist, which indeed is around 50,000 tera. Not bad. 50,000 tera of basic strength is considered top tier in the flying realm. She smiled upon hearing this. Aside from the exceedingly rare special life forms in the universe, even the royal demons only reach this level at the limit of the flying realm. Lin Yi nodded secretly. 50,000 tera is indeed a terrifying power. Even without using martial techniques, just by mobilizing the Power of heaven and earth at will, Lin Yi could easily affect an area of several hundred to 1,000 kilometers, encompassing several large provinces of Huaxia. This is also why, when Lin Yi made his move, none of the beast emperors could escape, because the range of Lin Yi's influence was simply too vast. Not to mention that under Lin Yi's suppression, these beast emperors had already drastically reduced their speed, almost unable to move. Even during their peak period, they could not fly such a long distance in a short time. Ha, no more talk about the flying realm, it's just an entry-level stage in cultivation. With Lin Yi's clear answer, she smiled and continued, since you have reached the limit of the flying realm with the help of the 7-colored lotus seed, the next step is to prepare for the breakthrough to the divine body realm. And do you know what the conditions for breaking through the divine body realm are? Oh, the divine body realm? I do not know, I hope Lord Qi can enlighten me. Upon hearing the term divine body realm, Lin Yi's expression became serious, and he asked. She smiled and replied, the divine body realm, as the name suggests, is a process of forging the divine body. Like the flying realm, it involves washing the body with the power of heaven and earth, allowing the physical body to undergo transformation, significantly extending life to the level of 1,000 years. Thus, the physical body at this level is considered initially extraordinary. The divine body realm, however, takes this extraordinary process a step further. This step involves mobilizing the attribute-based power of heaven and earth to wash the body, allowing the physical body to be reforged, bringing it closer to the origin of the universe and more in tune with the cosmic principles. To mobilize the attribute-based power of heaven and earth, one must first comprehend a certain cosmic truth. There are myriad paths in the universe, and thus, there are myriad truths beneath them. Whether it is the truth of gold, the truth of fire, or the truth of water, or even the truth of the sword, the truth of the knife, and so on. As long as you comprehend a certain truth, you can use that truth as a foundation to forge a divine body of that truth. For example, if you comprehend the truth of fire under the path of fire, then you forge a fire divine body. If you comprehend the truth of water, then you forge a water divine body. Moreover, after forging a divine body of this truth, it only means that you will be more attuned to this truth in the future, and it will not hinder your comprehension of other truths. After all, as long as you are a cultivator below the true God realm, the origin of the universe treats you like its own child. For these cultivators, the origin of the universe will only help and not suppress. Therefore, below the true God realm, you can freely comprehend other truths. The more truths you comprehend, the stronger your power, especially for opposing attributes like water and fire, light and darkness. Once you comprehend both at the same time, their combined power is more terrifying than the combined power of 5 or 6 other truths. However, the truths are vast and profound, each having 9 levels of realms. Being able to fully comprehend one and grasp a thread of the cosmic origins path can lead to the chaos realm. As for those who can fully comprehend 5 or 6 truths, they are extremely rare. Take my master, the Blood Red Hall Master, for example. He was once favored by Lord Yin Kong, which indicates that he is considered a strong figure in the chaos realm. However, he has only comprehended 3 truths. At this point, the spirit of the Blood Red Hall, Qi, shook his head, not optimistic about Lin Yi's comprehension ability. In his view, whether Lin Yi could fully comprehend one truth in this life and achieve the chaos realm was uncertain, let alone fully comprehend other truths. That was simply a fantastical notion. With this thought, she ceased to speak further. Alright, I have explained the basic situation to you. Now, follow me to see the 3 great treasures my master prepared for cultivating disciples. You must know that, although my master is not among the very top tier in strength within the chaos realm, but when it comes to cultivating disciples, I have quite a bit of insight. Even many of the top mixed cave realm experts are not as good as my master in this regard. This is also the reason why the flame hole true God sent me here. As he spoke, a hint of pride appeared on Qi's face. With a wave of his hand, he took Lin Yi out of the silver-white space. Whoosh! A sensation of spinning and turning arose, and Lin Yi felt the void shift around him before he found himself outside a massive palace, the Enlightenment Hall. Looking up at the enormous plaque above the palace, adorned with strange runes reminiscent of those in the Redstone basic cultivation method, the meaning of these characters suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Go in. Seeing Lin Yi in a daze, the spirit of the Blood Red Hall, Qi, called out, then strode inside. The Enlightenment Hall was an almost boundless expanse. In this space, aside from a throne, at the top there were only enormous cushions below. As soon as Lin Yi entered, he felt the power of the world within him become much more active. At the same time, he sensed his mind becoming incredibly agile. This feeling was somewhat similar to the sensation of using a system to enhance martial arts. However, compared to the system, this slight enhancement was truly insignificant. The Enlightenment Hall is where my master teaches his disciples. Regardless of Lin Yi's thoughts, she began to explain. My master expended great effort to build this hall for the purpose of cultivating disciples using countless precious materials. Thus, cultivating in this hall gives practitioners a feeling akin to sudden enlightenment. Of course, the actual effect is naturally not as good as true enlightenment, but it is still much stronger than usual. In addition, in this Enlightenment Hall, as long as you wish to comprehend a certain truth, you can manifest the scene when my master taught this truth to his disciples. Moreover, you can freely possess one of the disciples, perfectly experiencing their insights while listening to my master's teachings and the changes in their inner truth. It's as if you have become that disciple from back then. However, you cannot mobilize any of their powers, nor can you interfere with or alter them in any way. Qi spoke eloquently, quickly finishing the introduction of the wonders of the Enlightenment Hall, then added, Alright, I have introduced the Enlightenment Hall to you. You can come. Back here later. Next, let's go see the other two treasures. You must know, my master expended a great deal of effort for these three treasures. You could say that. As the end approached, most of his wealth was invested in this. Therefore, the remaining two treasures are each on par with this enlightenment hall. You will see for yourself soon. She smiled as he spoke, waving his hand and taking Lin Yi away from this place. Whoosh! The void shifted again, and when Lin Yi opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a scene resembling the cosmic starry sky. Around him were meteorites radiating brilliant light. In the distance, there were massive comets, satellites, planets, and stars. Even enormous black holes seemed to be devouring vast expanses of cosmic void. What is this? Seeing this scene, Guhan couldn't help but feel puzzled, and turned to Qi. Upon seeing this, she smiled and replied, "Little one, what lies before you is one of my master's three treasures, the Pavilion of All Laws." The Pavilion of All Laws contains all the secret techniques my master possessed from birth until the end of his days, spanning billions of years. In fact, to construct this Pavilion of All Laws, my master specifically traveled through tens of thousands of domains, hundreds of domain clusters, and exchanged teachings with the mixed cave realm beings within those domains. So, just by thinking about it, you can guess how rich the secret techniques contained within this Pavilion of All Laws are. Take, for example, these small meteors around you, which represent the secret techniques collected by my master from the flying realm level. Comets and satellites represent the divine body realm secret techniques. Planets represent the immortal realm secret techniques. Stars represent the great sun realm secret techniques. And those black holes represent the chaotic realm secret techniques. She smiled as he spoke, and his words stirred up a storm in Lin Yi's heart. What? These meteors and stars are all secret techniques? Looking around at the densely packed stars in the distance, resembling a brilliant river of stars, Lin Yi was shocked. Heavens, how many secret techniques must there be? No wonder they dare to call themselves the Pavilion of 10,000 Techniques. With this number of secret techniques, not to mention the Pavilion of 10,000 Techniques, even calling it the Pavilion of hundreds of millions or even billions would be a gross understatement. However, may I ask, Lord Qi, what are the domain and domain clusters? Hearing these two unfamiliar terms, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask again. Domain and domain clusters seem to be geographical terms. However, Lin Yi was quite unfamiliar with these two terms. After all, there were no such terms on Earth. They were likely specialized vocabulary in the universe. Domain and domain clusters are names used in the universe for regional divisions. In the universe, a star system like yours, with one star and several or dozens of planets, is called a galaxy. Countless galaxies together form a river system, like the Milky Way where your blue star is located. Above the river system is the star domain. A star domain is an existence formed by the combination of river systems. Generally, a small star domain has nearly 10,000 river systems, while a large one has 100,000, or even several 100,000 river systems. And after that, there are the domain and domain clusters. In the realm of humanity, a standard domain generally has about 10,000 star domains, and a domain cluster has around 100 domains. Hearing Lin Yi's words, she patiently explained, "Oh, so that's what domain and domain clusters are." As soon as Qi finished speaking, Lin Yi nodded slightly and then smiled, saying, "Since everything has been explained clearly, please take me to see the third treasure of the Blood Red Hall, Lord Qi." After viewing the second treasure of the Blood Red Hall, Lin Yi was now filled with anticipation for this third treasure. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll take you to see this third treasure now." Upon hearing this, Qi smiled slightly, waved his hand, and brought Lin Yi to another space. In the pitch-black void of the universe, a towering pagoda stood, radiating billions of rays of light, far more dazzling than any star. Surrounding this enormous pagoda were countless stars. However, even these extremely large stars, when placed beneath this pagoda, appeared dim and insignificant, like weeds at the foot of a great tree, hardly worth mentioning. Buzz! In the dark void, the space rippled. Lin Yi and the strange three-eyed creature Qi appeared in this space. "Little one, the pagoda before you is the third treasure left by my master. This tower is called the Nine Extreme Sun Tower, and it is the most precious treasure of my master's life, far surpassing the value of the Blood Red Hall. Its total length is 19,372,000 kilometers, and it is divided into 9 levels. Each level contains a vast space. Thus, this treasure is a comprehensive magical artifact that integrates sealing, storage, defense, attack, and flight. Its value is among the top tier of divine weapons. Of course, this is its overall value. If considering individual functions, such as attack and defense, it might be comparable to the second tier of divine weapons. However, even second-tier divine weapons are something that ordinary chaotic realm beings cannot hope to possess. So, in order to obtain this treasure, my master spent a tremendous amount of resources to invite several friends from the Chaos Realm for assistance, and only then was he able to seize it. As a result, not only did he consume a lot of goodwill, but he also incurred a mountain of debt, which took him a full 20 to 30 billion years to repay. What? This 9 Extreme Sun Tower is actually so precious? Hearing that someone as powerful as the Lord of the Bloodshed Hall had expended such a great cost to obtain the 9 Extreme Sun Tower, Lin Yi was immediately shocked. Of course. Seeing Lin Yi's astonishment, the strange three-eyed creature nodded proudly. Divine weapons of the Tao. These are treasures that contain a trace of the cosmic Tao's essence within them. Each one is incredibly precious. Even the lowest third-tier divine weapon is enough to make ordinary Chaos Realm beings fight tooth and nail for it. And this 9 Extreme Sun Tower, I estimate that even if you sold the entire Xinjiang domain where your galaxy is located, you still couldn't exchange for one. Is it that simple to understand? Understood. Upon hearing this, Linny looked towards the distant 9 Extreme Sun Tower. His eyes seemed to shine with excitement. Heaven! A treasure more precious than countless star domains was right before him. He just had to become the true master of the Bloodshed Hall in the future to possess it. This was akin to telling a beggar that as long as he worked hard, he could inherit mountains of gold. Linny, who had truly never seen much of the world, felt his heart racing. Alright, stop thinking about it. Seeing Lin Yi's excited expression, she also smiled and said, Little one, with your current strength, even if I gave you the 9 Extreme Sun Tower, you wouldn't be able to activate it even a bit. After all, this treasure is far too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the weight of the 9 Extreme Sun Tower itself would be enough to crush you. If you want to use this treasure, I estimate you'll have to wait until you reach the Great Sun Realm. And even then, you must be at the peak of the Great Sun Realm, having comprehended a certain true meaning to the 9th level, only a step away from breaking through to the Chaos Realm. By that time, with this treasure's assistance, even if the gap between the Great Sun Realm and the Chaos Realm is like a chasm, you should still be able to defeat an ordinary newly advanced Chaos Realm expert. As for now, you should honestly comprehend the true meaning. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. When my master left these inheritances, he considered that the inheritor might be someone from the Skyflight realm or even below that. So, he specifically left some inheritance assessments for the Skyflight realm. As long as you pass these assessments, you can obtain some quite good treasures. Those treasures, even if they are only at the Skyflight realm level, are far more precious than the 7-colored lotus and 7-colored lotus seeds I gave you for free. So, what do you think, little one? Do you want to give it a try? As he spoke, she turned to look at Linny, a hint of teasing in his eyes. Oh, assessments? How are they assessed? How do I try? Upon hearing Chi's words, Linny immediately felt a spark of interest and asked. Very simple. As soon as Linny finished speaking, Chi's face immediately showed an expression of as expected, and then he smiled and said, as a cultivator. The assessment naturally tests your level of comprehension of the true meaning as well as your combat ability at the same level of true meaning. The higher your comprehension of the true meaning and the higher your realm, the more precious the treasures you can obtain. And under the same level of true meaning, the higher your combat power, the more precious the treasures you can obtain. However, considering that you currently haven't comprehended any true meaning, so you only need to participate in the most basic assessment just to test your combat power. According to the rules left by my master, at each realm, you have 3 chances for assessment. So, how about it? You are currently in the Skyflight realm and haven't participated in any assessment yet. Do you want to give it a try now? As he spoke, she once again tempted Linny, seemingly eager to see him participate in the assessment. No. Seeing the teasing expression in Chi's eyes, Linny grinned and immediately refused. He knew very well that with his current strength, he would probably fail even the basic assessment in Chi's eyes. Since that was the case, it would be better to refrain from participating for now, wait until he learned the secret techniques of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion and then improve his strength before taking the assessment. After all, he had just broken through to the Martial Saint realm. Although his strength was formidable, it was merely foundational. Various secret techniques and methods were still far from reaching their peak. Previously, he was trapped on Blue Star and had no conditions to learn. But now, with the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, it was like a mouse entering a rice jar. How could he not take the opportunity to improve? You little rascal, quite clever. Seeing that Linny seemed to have guessed his thoughts, she chuckled, but he didn't mind. Little rascal, since you're currently participating in the assessment, go take a stroll in the 10,000 Methods Pavilion or the Enlightenment Hall. Whether you want to gain insight or learn secret techniques, as long as you have a thought, my subspirit will arrange everything for you. If after gaining insight and learning the techniques you feel your strength is decent and want to take the assessment, just let me know. In any case, do your best. Achieve true understanding soon, and break through to the Divine Body realm. At that time, you will be able to survive independently in the cosmic void, and I will take you away from Blue Star to explore the universe. As for now, your strength is still too weak. As soon as you leave the protection of the Blood Red Hall, a moment's carelessness could easily lead to death. Alas, if my master were still alive, you could have entered the cave world of the Blood Red Hall to train and break through to the Divine Body realm sooner. Unfortunately, when my master fell, those cave worlds gradually withered away due to lack of maintenance. Just like the world you entered, not a single living being remains, she said, shaking his head, and then dissipated into the void. Hearing Chi's last few words, Linny was greatly shocked, gaining a deeper understanding of the power of the Mixed Cave Realm experts. The power of a Mixed Cave Realm expert was essentially comparable to that of a massive black hole. Previously, he had little understanding of this vastness. Now it seemed that this so-called vastness might exceed his imagination. After all, even maintaining countless cave worlds, each far larger than Earth, seemed to be a simple task for a Mixed Cave Realm expert. Thus, their strength was evident. Forget it, let's not dwell on this for now. The Mixed Cave Realm is still too far from me at this moment. For me now, the most important thing is to comprehend a true meaning and break through to the Divine Body realm. However, since according to the rules of the Blood Red Hall Master, there are only 3 assessment opportunities in the Flying Sky realm, I naturally cannot waste them. Let's go to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion to learn some secret techniques. It won't take much time anyway. Moreover, passing that basic assessment not only grants some treasures but also gives me a chance to slap Chi in the face, letting him know that I, Linny, am not as useless as he thinks. With this thought, Linny was resolute, and a smile appeared on his face. To be honest, the spirit of the Blood Red Hall Chi had always looked down on him, saying his comprehension was too low and that he would struggle to achieve greatness in the future. Although Linny didn't take these words too seriously, he still felt a bit of frustration inside. Now, since he could slap Chi's face while also obtaining treasures, Linny certainly wouldn't let this good opportunity slip by. Chi, no matter how many calculations you make, how could you predict that I have a system? You say I can't achieve greatness? Today, I, Linny, will show you what a true genius looks like. Linny silently laughed to himself then, with a thought, his figure vanished before the Nine Extremes Haori Tower. In the vast emptiness of the universe, countless stars continued to rotate slowly and black holes quietly floated, emanating immense gravitational pull. More than that, there were chunks of meteorites flying around, colorful and shimmering. Whoosh! In the void, the space shifted and Lin Yi's figure appeared here. Wanfage, select some secret techniques that are suitable for me at the moment. Lin Yi suddenly spoke in the cosmic void. The next moment, whoosh, 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 streams of light splashed forth and countless meteorites erupted and danced. Soon, in the void before Lin Yi, there was a dense cluster of meteorites. At a glance, it seemed boundless, likely exceeding over 10 billion types of secret techniques. Filter again. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as he continued. Accompanied by Lin Yi's words, whoosh, 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 countless meteorites disappeared in waves, yet still, over hundreds of millions of types of secret techniques remained. Filter again, filter again, filter again. In the void, Lin Yi commanded repeatedly, and the meteorites decreased each time, until finally, only 8 meteorites remained suspended before Lin Yi. And this represented the 8 secret techniques most suitable for him. Let's see how amazing these 8 secret techniques are. Upon seeing the remaining 8 meteorites, Lin Yi's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. He then casually touched the nearest fiery red meteorite with his finger. Secret technique name, Lava Immortal Body, Fragment, first 3 layers, level, Sky Flying level, Chaos Hole level. Introduction, the Lava Immortal Body was created by a Chaos Hole realm expert who cultivated the Path of Fire. Its complete version consists of 15 layers, 3 layers for Skyflying Realm, 3 layers for Divine Body Realm, 3 layers for Immortal Realm, 3 layers for Great Sun Realm, and 3 layers for Chaos Hole Realm. When the 15 layers are cultivated to perfection, one can transform into the Lava Immortal Body using the Cosmic Path of Fire, becoming immortal and indestructible, with excellent force dispersion, easily able to withstand attacks from experts of the same level and possessing strong survival capabilities in the Chaos Hole Realm. Currently, the fragment of the Lava Immortal Body only includes the most basic first 3 layers. After a practitioner of the Sky-Flying Realm completes it, they can change their body size at will. At maximum, they can transform into a giant 1,000 feet tall, and at minimum, they can shrink to the size of dust. Moreover, once cultivated, when unleashed, it can amplify basic strength to 3 times the original and can be combined with other offensive martial techniques. The flowing text of the introduction circulated in Lin Yi's mind. Meanwhile, in the distant cosmic void, a comet entirely red, a planet entirely red, a star entirely red, and a black hole entirely red began to radiate light. They seemed to respond to the fiery red meteorite in Lin Yi's hand, as if acknowledging their little brother. These represented the cultivation methods of the Lava Immortal Body at the Divine Body Realm, Immortal Realm, Great Sun Realm, and Chaos Hole Realm levels. At the same time, it also indicated that in the Wanfage of the Blood Red Hall Master there was a complete inheritance for this Lava Immortal Body. However, facing this scene, Lin Yi did not pay much attention to those stars and chaos holes. He merely felt a bit dazed after absorbing the information in his mind. What? This Lava Immortal Body is so powerful? Lin Yi exclaimed in shock upon seeing the introduction in his mind. Because this Lava Immortal Body was truly extraordinary. The ability to grow and shrink was not even the main point. After all, while humans on Blue Star could not do this, Beast Emperor-level monsters could, albeit to a lesser extent. However, the key aspect of this secret technique was not about changing size. It was about stacking with other martial techniques to amplify power. This was simply akin to the divine ability law of heaven and earth in Chinese mythology. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. In Blue Star, once one truly broke through to the martial saint level, martial arts on Blue Star, such as Taiji sword technique, golden body demon subduing skill, and immortal seal technique cannot be amplified through stacking. Therefore, those martial saints on Blue Star often focus on perfecting a single martial art. For instance, the Golden Body Arhat only practices the Golden Body Demon subduing skill, while the Taiji Divine Sword only practices the Taiji sword technique, and so on. It's not that they don't want to cultivate other skills, but rather that doing so wouldn't be very useful. At most, it would just help to shore up their weaknesses. Take the Evil King's creation of the Holy Level movement technique Immortal 7 Illusions to enhance speed as an example. Such things do not significantly improve overall strength, contrary to what one might imagine. It would be better to diligently refine a single martial art to increase the amplitude of one's power. Thus, from this point, one can see how primitive and rough the cultivation on Blue Star is, far inferior to the crystallization developed over countless years in the universe. Indeed, I was right. I have just broken through to the sky flying realm, and my strength still has an explosive phase. Now that I see the 10,000 Methods Pavilion, it truly is as I expected. A secret technique like Lava Immortal Body can increase power threefold out of thin air. What other secret techniques are so miraculous? Lin Yi thought silently. He then looked expectantly at the other meteorites. Secret technique name: Haoyang Melting Furnace Sword, incomplete. First 3 layers. Level, Sky Flying Level, Great Sun Level. Introduction. The Haoyang Melting Furnace Sword was created by a peak expert in the Great Sun realm who comprehended the true meaning of fire. Its complete version has 12 layers, but currently, only the basic part is available, which is divided into 3 layers. Secret technique name, Divine Thunder Walking, incomplete. 2 layers total. Level, Sky Flying Level, Great Sun Level. Introduction. Divine Thunder Walking was created by a peak expert in the Great Sun realm who comprehended the true meaning of wind. Its complete version has 8 layers, but currently, only the first 2 layers are available. Secret technique name, Earth Fiend Divine Blade, incomplete. First 3 layers. Level, Sky Flying Level, Chaos Realm Level. Introduction. The Earth Fiend Divine Blade was created by a Chaos Realm expert who comprehended the true meaning of slaughter. Its complete version has 15 layers, but currently only the basic part is available, which consists of 3 layers. Secret technique name, Crimson Dragon Skyfist, incomplete. First 3 layers. Time passed slowly. One secret technique after another flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Some were created by Chaos Realm experts, while others were created by Great Sun Realm experts. There was even one created by an Immortal Realm expert. However, even the secret technique created by an Immortal Realm expert, even just its basic part, contained profound cultivation principles, wisdom, and the explosive power it could unleash once the basic part was completed, which left Lin Yi in awe. I'll choose Lava Immortal Body, Crimson Dragon Skyfist, and Divine Thunder Walking. After pondering for a while, Lin Yi finally made his choice. According to the secret techniques filtered by the Blood Red Hall, his talent in the path of fire should be the highest. After all, among these 8 techniques, 3 are fire attribute techniques. Besides the fire attribute techniques, the next most common are the lightning attribute techniques, with 2 in total. The remaining attributes, slaughter, light, and metal, only have 1 each. It seems that if he wants to break through to the divine body realm, he should start with the true meaning of fire, thus, choosing the fire attribute defensive transformation technique Lava Immortal Body and the offensive technique Crimson Dragon Skyfist would naturally complement each other, achieving 2 goals at once. As for Divine Thunder Walking, that was merely to enhance his speed. After all, lightning itself represents the fastest speed in the world. A secret technique created with the true meaning of lightning at its core would naturally be incredibly swift. For example, his current basic speed is about 30 times the speed of light. But once he uses Divine Thunder Walking, transforming into lightning, Lin Yi's speed could increase threefold, reaching 90 times the speed of sound. Such speed is already much faster than any transportation on Blue Star, allowing him to circle Blue Star in less than half an hour. 3 times. I didn't expect that I was still off from my initial expectations. The Taiji sword technique I deduced didn't even reach the limits of the Flying Heaven realm. In the universe, the true limit amplitude multiple of the Flying Heaven realm is actually 3 times. Moreover, to enhance combat power at the same level. In the universe, slightly stronger attack type secret techniques at every stage actually have some ultimate moves that can surpass the 3 times limit. With these ultimate moves, the strength of practitioners in the same realm will experience a tremendous explosion. This universe is truly amazing. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Because, in the martial art he chose, the Crimson Dragon Skyfist, there are ultimate moves in the Flying Heaven realm. And, there are 2 ultimate moves. Well then, let's begin the cultivation. After feeling the power of these secret techniques created by the great beings of the universe, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and then he could no longer hold back, nor did he bother to move to another place, directly sitting cross-legged in this void of the universe, ready to start his cultivation. System, modify the secret technique Crimson Dragon Skyfist, modification time set for 100,000 years. Ding. Received host's command, modifying secret technique Crimson Dragon Skyfist. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, he immediately felt countless flashes of inspiration colliding and exploding in his mind. In that instant, he felt as if time had accelerated billions of times, and the realm of the secret technique Crimson Dragon Skyfist in his mind was also rapidly ascending. Crimson Dragon Skyfist, first layer, perfect. Crimson Dragon Skyfist, second layer, perfect. Crimson Dragon Skyfist, third layer, perfect. Under the great power of the system's modification, Lin Yi's comprehension of the realm of Crimson Dragon Skyfist rapidly climbed. Almost instantly, he perfected the first 3 layers of Crimson Dragon Skyfist and then began to head towards those 2 ultimate moves. The 2 ultimate moves are the essence of Crimson Dragon Skyfist in the Flying Heaven realm. Only by cultivating the 3rd layer of Crimson Dragon Skyfist can one be considered to have crossed the threshold of cultivating ultimate moves. Therefore, even just the first form of these 2 ultimate moves is far more difficult to master than perfecting the 3rd layer of Crimson Dragon Skyfist, because this represents breaking the limits, breaking the amplitude limit of power in the Flying Heaven realm. This is similar to how the Martial Saint level martial arts broke the human body's force multiplication limit of 33.33, the infinite cycle limit of 3. However, the difficulty of breaking this limit now is much higher than before. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a bit anxious about whether he could master these 2 ultimate moves. After all, his comprehension really wasn't that great, not to mention compared to those chosen prodigies from countless planets in the universe. Even among the many martial saints on Blue Star, he could only be considered ordinary. If it weren't for the system's help, he estimated that he would struggle to even reach the Flying Heaven realm, let alone achieve such accomplishments. But according to the introduction in the secret technique, those who can cultivate ultimate moves in the Flying Heaven realm are considered unparalleled talents in a star domain. In a star domain, with tens of thousands of star systems and countless life planets, such unparalleled geniuses do not exceed 100. Those of that level, as long as they do not fall, will basically be able to reach the Great Sun realm in the future. They might comprehend in one day what would take Lin Yi decades to understand, and a sudden enlightenment could create an insurmountable gap between them and Lin Yi. But even such geniuses can generally only comprehend one ultimate move. As for comprehending two moves, that would be considered a myth for them. Sigh. I guess I won't be able to comprehend this time. Thinking of this, Lin Yi sighed slightly in his heart. Meanwhile, in his mind, with the system's modification, those countless flashes of inspiration began to surge towards those two ultimate moves. The first ultimate move, Crimson Dragon enters the sea, entry level. With the system's help, Lin Yi quickly reached the entry level of the first ultimate move, Crimson Dragon enters the sea. However, at this point, it seemed that the system's power in his mind had also been exhausted. Is this going to fail? With this thought, Lin Yi sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless, but there was no other way. After all, his comprehension was indeed quite poor. Ding, detected that the host is practicing the Transcendence level secret technique for the first time. Transcending 3 major realms above the current level is considered Transcendence level. Therefore, this modification critical hit has a critical hit multiplier of 500 times. 500 times? Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yi's eyes widened. To be honest, compared to the initial critical hit rates of tens of thousands, even 30,000 times, a 500 times critical hit multiplier really isn't that high. However, compared to before, the years he could modify have also changed. He is now at the Flying Heaven realm, and the years he can modify are a staggering 100,000 years. With such a massive base, that 500 times becomes quite terrifying. After all, this is equivalent to his current 50 million years of comprehension. In this case, even if those star domain level prodigies have a comprehension that is 10,000 times his, that 50 million years would still be enough for them to spend 5,000 years just to match him. Even with occasional epiphanies, it would probably take them 700 or 800 years. However, for those kinds of geniuses, no one would be willing to stay in the Flying Heaven realm for 700 or 800 years just to cultivate these two ultimate moves. After all, with that time, it would be better to deeply comprehend the true meaning and strive for an early breakthrough to the Divine Body realm. Because compared to the Flying Heaven realm, the Divine Body realm is an entirely different and incredible level. Its basic strength alone is more than 1,000 times stronger than the Flying Heaven realm, not to mention the even more terrifying true meaning powers that can erupt. Therefore, the increase in strength brought by breaking through this realm is incomparable to any ultimate move cultivated in the Flying Heaven realm. Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Meanwhile, the ultimate moves in his mind continued to be comprehended. The first ultimate move, Red Dragon enters the sea, great achievement. The first ultimate move, Red Dragon enters the sea, perfection. With the system's assistance, the first ultimate move, Red Dragon enters the sea, quickly reached perfection. Then, he continued to advance towards the second ultimate move, Red Dragon swings its tail. Although this ultimate move was much harder than the first, under the system's great power, it was still easily broken through. The second ultimate move, Red Dragon swings its tail, entry level. The second ultimate move, Red Dragon swings its tail, minor achievement. The second ultimate move, Red Dragon swings its tail, great achievement. The second ultimate move, Red Dragon swings its tail, perfection. In a short time, both ultimate moves reached perfection. At this moment, Lin Yi also opened his eyes. Ha! Not bad. Feeling the completely different power erupting within him compared to before, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Although only a short time had passed, Lin Yi's strength had increased tremendously. Just the first 3 layers of Red Dragon Heavenly Fist could provide him with a 3 times power burst, stronger than the previous 2.5 times. Then, the first ultimate move, Red Dragon enters the sea, could further increase this by 2 times, reaching 6 times. The second ultimate move, Red Dragon swings its tail, could then increase this 6 times by another 2 times, reaching 12 times. Therefore, Lin Yi's power output had astonishingly reached a terrifying 12 times, more than 4 times what it was before. Continue practicing Lava Immortal Body and Divine Thunder Walking. After realizing all this, Lin Yi closed his eyes again and silently comprehended these 2 secret techniques. Not long after, buzz. In the void, it seemed as if a flame rose up, ready to scorch the space. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then his body instantly swelled. 10 zhang, 50 zhang, 100 zhang, 500 zhang. Soon, it swelled to a full 1,000 zhang high. Master Qi, my secret technique has been completed. Please allow me to participate in the assessment now. In the cosmic space, a giant, wrapped in wisps of flame, spoke loudly, producing a sound that shook the space. Oh, little guy, you want to take the assessment so soon? Didn't you just say you wouldn't take the assessment? As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, a light exclamation sounded immediately after. In this void of the universe, the figure of the blood-red hall spirit Qi smiled as it stepped out from the emptiness, coming to Lin Yi's side. However, upon seeing the towering giant in the void, Qi's expression suddenly changed. Little guy, you have mastered the lava indestructible body. Seeing the colossal fire giant before him, Qi's face was filled with shock. The lava indestructible body is a powerful secret technique created by a friend of his master from the chaotic realm, whose strength is not inferior to his own. Therefore, Qi was naturally very familiar with this secret technique, and it was precisely because of this familiarity that he was even more astonished. After all, while the initial training difficulty of this secret technique is not great, considering Lin Yi's level of comprehension, it would take at least a few months to even get started. She mistakenly thought that Lin Yi created the Taiji sword technique, overestimating Lin Yi's comprehension to reach the first layer. But now, how much time has passed? Lin Yi has directly perfected the first 3 layers of the flying realm? How outrageous is that? Thinking of this, even with Qi's extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel an immense shock in his heart. Could it be that this little guy has an extraordinary opportunity, possessing a time-based divine weapon that even my master has never had? Or perhaps he has some other miraculous treasure that aids in sudden enlightenment? A moment of comprehension could equal 100 or 1,000 years of hard training? But wait, if this little guy truly has these 2 divine objects, then logically speaking, he should be able to grasp a true meaning by now. But now, how come he? Looking at Lin Yi before him, the Blood Red Hall spirit Qi was utterly perplexed. However, after a moment, he stopped overthinking it and instead let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha, no matter what kind of fortuitous encounter he has, I'm not a cultivator. His good fortune won't help me at all. On the contrary, if this little guy really has some extraordinary treasure in the flying realm, it signifies his astonishing luck, and his future achievements will be limitless. After all, luck can sometimes be more important than talent in the cultivation process. If he truly has boundless luck, then my master will have an inheritor with infinite potential, and I, Qi, will have a powerful new master. Even if, by chance, this little guy manages to become a true god in the future, then it would be an honor for me, Qi, to follow him from his weak beginnings. Thinking of this, even Qi's heart couldn't help but tremble. A true god, that is a true god. It is one of the top existences in the entire universe, an eternal and indestructible being. Even someone as strong as his master must bow their noble head in the presence of a true god, let alone a mere tool spirit like him. With this thought, Qi's gaze towards Lin Yi became much kinder and more respectful. Lin Yi, since you have already mastered the lava indestructible body. Then with your current strength, combined with your high-level flying realm secret technique, there is a bit of hope that you can pass the assessment left by my master, she said, then looked at Lin Yi, waiting for his response. Of course I want to participate. Lin Yi naturally had no reason to disagree upon hearing this, immediately nodding with anticipation in his eyes. Passing the assessment left by the Blood Red Hall master could earn him a treasure, and according to the spirit Qi, this treasure was even more miraculous than the 7-colored lotus seed he had consumed before, which naturally made Lin Yi very envious. On the other side, seeing Lin Yi nod, Qi also smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, he brought Lin Yi back to a familiar place. What is this? The 9 Extremes Sun Tower. Looking at the towering 9-story treasure tower in the distance, which seemed to reach the heavens and radiated endless light far larger than the stars, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. That's right, it is the 9 Extremes Sun Tower. Seeing Lin Yi's astonishment, she smiled and nodded, saying, Lin Yi, I told you before, the 9 Extremes Sun Tower is not only incredibly massive in itself, but each layer also contains an enormous space. This enormous space is much larger than you can imagine. For instance, a small star system like your solar system, which has a diameter of only a few light years, could easily fit dozens or even hundreds of such spaces from any random layer of the 9 Extremes Sun Tower. Moreover, as a divine weapon containing a trace of the source of the cosmic Tao, the internal space of the 9 Extremes Sun Tower is also extremely stable, easily capable of withstanding attacks from experts in the Chaos Realm. This is also the reason why my master chose the 9 Extremes Sun Tower as the assessment location. After all, you are currently only in the flying realm with weak strength, and the internal space of the Blood Red Hall can still allow you to exert your power freely. However, once you reach the Great Sun Realm or even the Chaos Realm, the stability of the Blood Red Hall space will be far from sufficient. Saying this, Qi shook his head regretfully. Although the Blood Red Hall is invaluable and its internal space is incredibly vast, at most it is just a portable palace. Its hardness may be stronger than that of an ordinary 9th tier secret pattern divine weapon, but compared to the 9 Extreme Sun Tower, which is a divine weapon of the Tao, it falls short by more than just a little. Go in. After a moment of emotion, she waved his hand again, and Lin Yi shot towards the first layer of space in the 9 Extreme Sun Tower like a shooting star. Splash! The void transformed like flowing water, and Lin Yi's figure appeared within the first layer of space of the 9 Extreme Sun Tower. This was an immense space that seemed endless, with vast stretches of yellowish desert as far as the eye could see. In the distance, terrifying sandstorms occasionally swept through, looking extremely frightening. Yet at this moment, within this vast space, a voice that sounded like a celestial being suddenly echoed, welcome to the first layer of the 9 Extreme Sun Tower to participate in the assessment. According to the rules set by Lu Jin. Back then, the heir has a total of 3 assessment opportunities at the flying realm level. The better the heir performs in these 3 assessments, the more precious the treasures obtained will be. Alright, the rules have been explained. Now, heir, are you ready to participate in the assessment? I'm ready. Lin Yi nodded in response, his eyes filled with anticipation. Good. Then as you wish, the assessment begins. Accompanied by Lin Yi's nod, the celestial-like voice also fell. In the next moment, Lin Yi saw that in the desert before him, endless yellow sand suddenly gathered, ultimately forming a giant of yellow sand towering 1,000 feet high. Boom! Before Lin Yi could react, the yellow sand giant suddenly moved. Its fist was like lightning, akin to a meteorite. Although it did not unleash the explosive power of a martial saint's battle, which could span dozens of kilometers, it contained immense Force concentrated in a single point, carrying the terrifying power capable of shattering mountains, and it struck towards Lin Yi with a single punch. Come on! Seeing this punch, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, flames wrapping around him, his body rapidly swelling, transforming into a giant of 1,000 feet as well. Then, with the red dragon swirling in his hand, he threw a punch, and boundless power surged instantly, colliding with the yellow sand giant. It was like a needle against a weed on. In an instant, it seemed as if millions of nuclear bombs exploded simultaneously. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying explosions echoed continuously. Infinite energy erupted, and countless explosions scattered. In the boundless world of yellow sand, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, endless yellow sand was instantly stirred up by the terrifying energy shockwave, forming a catastrophic disaster in an instant. This yellow sand giant is truly formidable. Just this power alone is estimated to exceed 400,000 Terra, far stronger than I anticipated. Feeling the terrifying might contained in this punch, Lin Yi silently thought to himself, then, shaking his head with a smile, he said, "It's a pity that I'm not the same person I used to be. The power of 400,000 Talas was formidable for my past self, but for the current me, even just using the first ultimate move would easily defeat it." With this thought, Lin Yi's mind stirred. In the next moment, the power of heaven and earth surged around him. Lin Yi spread his 5 fingers, and a vast force of heaven and earth, far more terrifying than before, instantly gathered. Accompanying this gathering of power, a completely crimson dragon suddenly appeared in the void. Its body stretched over 10,000 jang, its eyes like a pond, and its fiery red scales shimmered as if they were solid. The dragon's whiskers danced like rivers of stars. Beneath this enormous crimson dragon, even the originally gigantic yellow sand giant seemed like a tiny speck, dwarfed by a single whisker. First move of the Crimson Dragon Heavenly Fist. Crimson Dragon enters the sea. In the outside world, in the cosmic void, the spirit of the Blood Dragon, Hall Chi, widened his eyes in shock as he beheld the appearance of the Crimson Fire Dragon in the first layer of the 9 Extremes Sun Tower. Crimson Dragon enters the sea. This was the ultimate move contained within the chaotic level secret technique Crimson Dragon Heavenly Fist. Although it was merely the first move, its power was still extraordinary, and the difficulty of cultivation was equally unfathomable. Originally, with Lin Yi's comprehension, she thought that it would be unlikely for Lin Yi to master this ultimate move before breaking through to the divine body realm. Later, knowing that Lin Yi possessed a time-related divine weapon or a treasure of sudden enlightenment, she believed it would take Lin Yi at least a few years. But now, seeing this, he seemed to have underestimated the terrifying treasures in Lin Yi's hands. Could it be that Lin Yi possesses the legendary Origin divine weapon? Seeing Lin Yi's incredible prowess, she silently speculated. Origin divine weapons, as the name suggests, are extraordinary treasures formed from the essence of the universe's Tao. Each Origin divine weapons core is composed of powerful cosmic Tao essence. Therefore, their power far exceeds that of ordinary divine weapons, and their value is naturally beyond measure, with many true divine realm experts unable to possess them. Incredible. Truly incredible. To be confined to a mere native star, yet possibly possess a treasure like an Origin divine weapon. Lin Yi's fortune is indeed far beyond my imagination. No wonder he could complete the Redstone basic cultivation method and gain the favor of Lord Yin Kong. At this rate, as long as he doesn't fall, Lin Yi truly has the hope of becoming a true god and achieving eternal enlightenment. With this thought, Chi's eyes lit up, and he no longer looked down on Lin Yi. Not to mention the shock in Chi's heart outside, within the first layer of the 9 Extremes Sun Tower. As Lin Yi executed Crimson Dragon enters the sea, the immense power radiated in all directions, stirring up terrifying storms. Boom! Another massive explosion echoed, and as Lin Yi struck, the Crimson Dragon immediately moved, instantly diving like a divine dragon into the sea. Its dragon head tore through the endless air, crashing into the yellow sand giant with an incomparably terrifying speed. Boom! Like a meteor colliding with a star, or a mountain crushing a pebble. Under the impact of this 10,000 Zhang Crimson Dragon, endless yellow sand soared into the sky, and the yellow sand giant was almost instantly shattered and disintegrated, turning into boundless yellow sand. Does this assessment count as passed? Seeing the yellow sand giant obliterated by him, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. But in the next moment, he saw that from the yellow sand ahead, more yellow sand giants were rising from the ground. Suddenly, there appeared as many as 9 of them. Moreover, compared to the previous one, these 9 yellow sand giants stood at a height of at least 2,000 zhang, clearly stronger than the previous giant. Hee, kid, did you think the master's assessment would be so easy to pass? The previous challenge was merely an appetizer, a benefit bestowed by the master upon the inheritor. As for the Flying Sky Realm, there are indeed 3 trials. With your current strength, you are still far from passing all 3 trials. Looking at Lin Yi, who seemed dazed in the first layer of the 9 Extremes Sun Tower, the spirit of the hall, Chi, chuckled, his eyes filled with pride. However, at that moment, he was stunned. What? Upon witnessing the situation in the 9 Extremes Sun Tower, Chi exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Because inside the tower, Lin Yi faced 9 even more powerful sand giants. And not only was he not pushed back in defeat, but he also unleashed 9 punches in an instant. In that moment, 9 colossal fire dragons soared through the void. Each dragon's tail, when swung, released an immense force that instantly obliterated the 9 sand giants that had just solidified, turning them back into endless sand. This trial was passed just like that? Seeing this scene, Chi was momentarily dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that at this moment, it had been less than half an hour since Lin Yi came into contact with the inheritance of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Half an hour. Mastering the third level of the Lava Immortal Body and Crimson Dragon Heaven Fist in that time was already incredibly outrageous. Yet now, he had also learned all the ultimate moves of the Crimson Dragon Heaven Fist. Is this speed of cultivation even human? At this moment, even Qi, who had lived for countless years and had traveled through tens of thousands of realms with the Lord of the Red Blood Hall, Lu Jin, was stunned. This Lin Yi truly hides his talents well. After a while, Qi finally regained his composure inside. He then looked at Lin Yi in the first layer of the 9 Extreme Sun Tower, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Although he had been thoroughly embarrassed this time, he felt immensely pleased in his heart, because judging by Lin Yi's astonishing performance, the treasure he possessed was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. A third-tier original divine weapon? That's definitely an understatement. A second-tier original divine weapon? That's quite possible. In fact, she boldly speculated that the treasure Lin Yi obtained might even be a first-tier original divine weapon. After all, Lin Yi's performance was simply too extraordinary. With his unremarkable comprehension, he managed to achieve what even domain-level geniuses cannot accomplish in such a short time. Is there any other explanation for this situation besides possessing an incredibly powerful auxiliary original divine weapon? I never expected. I was merely sent here at the behest of the true god Yin Kong to assist a genius with the potential to achieve the Chaos Realm. At that time, when I first saw Lin Yi, I was incredibly disappointed, convinced that he would struggle to reach the Great Sun Realm in the future. But now, looking at him, he turns out to be such a rare treasure. To be able to follow him this time is truly a stroke of luck for me. Qi sighed in his heart, his gaze towards Lin Yi growing increasingly satisfied. After all, to obtain a second-tier original divine weapon at the Flying Sky Realm is no small feat. No matter how mediocre that person's talent may be, it at least proves that their fortune is astonishing, even extremely rare throughout the universe. And with such incredible fortune, as long as that person does not fall, they are guaranteed to achieve at least the Chaos Realm with a high probability of becoming a true god. Because on the path of cultivation, fortune is indeed very important. In fact, it is often more crucial than talent. Throughout history, those with great fortune have always been able to turn misfortune into good fortune and overcome calamities. Such individuals are tougher than cockroaches. They are not only hard to crush but may even grow stronger in response to oppression and targeting. They are like the protagonists in the Strange Tales of Mortals, casually stumbling upon treasures wherever they go. Even more outrageous is that even when being hunted by enemies and falling into peril, not only does nothing happen to him, but he can unexpectedly seize incredible treasures or inheritances, turning the tables on his pursuers. This is the terror of a person with great fortune. And now, Lin Yi not only possesses great fortune, but even more frightening is that the treasure in his hands has erased the gap in talent and comprehension between him and the other geniuses. This, without a doubt, is even more terrifying. How great will Lin Yi's achievements be in the future? Is there really a chance he could surpass the true god Yin Kong? With this thought, Qi's heart suddenly became excited and horrified. Even his illusory body trembled slightly. The true god Yin Kong is the strongest being he has ever seen, an existence that even his master, the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall, must look up to. But now, this Lin Yi actually has the possibility of surpassing the true god Yin Kong. This is truly insane. Keep it a secret. I must help Lin Yi keep this secret. Moreover, besides keeping the secret, I must also warn Lin Yi to try to expose the wonders of this treasure as little as possible from now on. After the excitement, Qi silently pondered. He had no intention of reporting to the true god Yin Kong about Lin Yi possessing this treasure. Firstly, as the inheritor of the Crimson Blood Hall, Lin Yi's priority on Qi's side is actually higher than that of the true god Yin Kong. After all, the true god Yin Kong is merely the master of the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall, not the master of the Crimson Blood Hall itself. Therefore, as the inheritor of the Crimson Blood Hall, the quasi-master of the Crimson Blood Hall, Qi naturally prioritizes serving Lin Yi. Secondly, and more importantly, since the Crimson Blood Hall was casually discarded by the true god Yin Kong, the Crimson Blood Hall and the true god Yin Kong have basically had no relationship since then. Even if Lin Yi fails in the future, after Lin Yi's death, the Crimson Blood Hall will not be reclaimed by the true god Yin Kong, but will instead wander in the universe, seeking a new master. Thirdly, and lastly, Lin Yi's fortune is truly terrifying, and his character is also commendable. As long as he grows well in the future, achieving greatness that surpasses the true god Yin Kong is not impossible. By then, as Lin Yi's first guide on his cultivation path, Qi's status, need it be said more? The benefits are naturally endless. Even completing his ultimate dream of transforming into a divine weapon of the Tao would probably be a piece of cake. Thinking of the various powers after transforming into a divine weapon of the Tao, Qi couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, in the 9 Extremes Haori Tower, Lin Yi finally completed the third assessment. Ha! I finally won. In the first layer of the 9 Extremes Haori Tower, Lin Yi looked at the towering giant of yellow sand, which had reached a height of 10,000 zhang, dissipating under the attack of his 18 red dragons, and a look of relief appeared on his face. The third level assessment left by the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall, the towering giant of yellow sand, was simply too strong. Its terrifying power exceeded what he could comprehend at present, likely reaching millions of talas. Under such terrifying power, Lin Yi couldn't confront it head-on and could only rely on the secret technique Divine Thunder Walking. At the same time, he unleashed his ultimate move Red Dragon Tail Sweep to entangle it. Fortunately, although the yellow sand giant's power was incredibly strong, its speed was only average. It couldn't hit Lin Yi, but Lin Yi could hit it. In the end, under Lin Yi's continuous attacks, it finally couldn't hold on and dissipated. Inheritor, you have completed all 3 assessments. Your performance is quite good. You actually managed to pass the Golden Glimmer assessment. However, to become my master, you are still far from enough. Now, leave. Just as the towering giant of yellow sand dissipated, a cold and merciless voice, like that of a celestial being, echoed from the sky once more. Before Linny could speak, an immense force suddenly surged around him, driving him out. The spirit of the 9 Extremes Haori Tower wants to drive me away without even a word of warning. Truly. Linny, having fallen awkwardly into the void of the universe, turned back to look at the 9 Extremes Haori Tower, feeling somewhat helpless in his heart. Ha ha, Linny, don't take it to heart. Seeing Linny come out, she quickly flew over with a hearty laugh, then comforted him. The 9 Extremes has always been like this, looking down on others. In the past, even when my master was alive, it treated him as an equal and sometimes even looked down on him. After all, my master was powerful, but he was not invincible in the Chaos Realm, so at that level, he generally only used ordinary second-tier Dao Divine weapons. At that time, being able to obtain the 9 Extremes Haori Tower was partly due to my master's luck. Moreover, the 9 Extremes has always wanted to follow true divine beings, so it looked down on my master even more. But, it really overestimates itself. How high is the vision of true divine beings? How abundant is their wealth? Over long ages, they have accumulated at least 1 or 2 pieces of original divine weapons, and as for first-tier Dao Divine weapons, who knows how many there are? And although the 9 Extremes is somewhat special, it is essentially still a second-tier Dao Divine weapon, just barely comparable in value to the first tier, but still at the bottom among the first tier. Therefore, when my master fell, and it proposed to follow the true god Yin Kong, it was immediately rejected by the true Divine Lord. In the end, it was only because the true Divine Lord saw its sincerity that it promised to let it stay in the Blood Red Hall, guarding at least one inheritor of the Blood Red Hall. Until that inheritor becomes a true divine being or falls, only then would the great being be willing to accept it. Otherwise, with the nature of the 9 Extremes, after my master fell, it would have left the Blood Red Hall long ago and would not have been willing to serve as a testing ground for someone like you in the Flying Heaven realm. As Chi spoke, he set up a soundproof barrier, fearing that the 9 Extremes Haori Tower would discover them, and indeed, the 9 Extremes Haori Tower remained silent. Although the Blood Red Hall was not as grand as the 9 Extremes Haori Tower, Chi's control over the surroundings within the Blood Red Hall was still superior to that of the 9 Extremes Haori Tower. It wanted to conceal itself, and the 9 Extremes Haori Tower naturally could not detect it. Oh, is that so? Hearing Chi's explanation, Linny nodded slightly. Then, looking at the towering 9 Extremes Haori Tower, which was countless times larger than the stars, a smile appeared on his face. Since the 9 Extremes Haori Tower looked down on others and was eager to follow true divine beings, then he would become a true divine being in the future, making it submit willingly. One day, Linny would rely on his own strength to make the 9 Extremes bow down, not merely to follow the orders of the true god Yin Kong, having to lower itself to allow Linny to use it. Everything will be left to time. Linny silently thought. Ha ha, enough about the 9 Extremes. Seeing Linny deep in thought, she also smiled. Since you have passed my master's assessment, let's go choose the treasures left by my master. My master prepared quite a few treasures to cultivate his inheritors. Among these treasures, even the lesser ones are far more precious than those 7-colored lotus seeds, and as for the good ones, they far exceed your imagination. As Chi spoke, he waved his hand, leading Linny away from the void of the 9 Extremes Haori Tower. In the next moment, the two arrived in a completely silver-white space. Look. As soon as they entered this space, she waved his hand, and the void began to ripple like flowing water. Then, a massive light screen suddenly appeared in the void above Linny. This light screen was incredibly large and could be scrolled up and down, displaying countless names, descriptions, and images of precious treasures. Linny, because the Flying Heaven realm is the weakest realm in cultivation, my master did not expect his inheritor to be so weak. So, at that time, he didn't prepare many treasures for the inheritors of this realm, roughly around 1 million or so. Since you have passed the highest difficulty assessment, you can choose any one of these treasures from the over 1 million. Moreover, since there are 3 chances for the assessment, passing once means you can pass 3 times. So, I won't waste your time today. I'll save you the trouble of the other 2 chances, and you can directly choose 3 treasures. By the way, let me remind you one last thing. In the universe, treasures are divided into several levels, unranked, 1st to 9th rank, as well as Dao Divine treasures and Origin Divine treasures. Among them, unranked treasures are generally used by those at the Flying Realm and below, like the 7-colored lotus you used. The 1st to 9th ranks are generally used by those at the Divine Body Realm to the Great Sun Realm. However, there are also some special treasures that can be used in the Flying Realm, such as the 1st rank treasure 7-colored lotus seed that you took before, along with these prepared by my master. So, when you choose later, it's best to aim for the higher ranks, otherwise, you won't have this opportunity again. She smiled as she spoke, her attitude towards Linny very friendly. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Chi. Linny replied with a cupped fist and a smile. He then began to carefully select treasures on the light screen. Treasure name, Heart of the Star level, 3rd rank, minimum usable by Flying Realm. Description: the heart of the star is refined from the most essential core of a cosmic star extracted by a powerful being above the Great Sun Realm and then processed through special means. Therefore, its nature is extremely gentle, and any practitioner who reaches the Flying Realm or above can consume it. After consumption, the practitioner can obtain a stellar body, which not only enhances the cultivation of fire attribute secret techniques but also greatly increases their power when executed. Additionally, it significantly improves affinity with the path of fire, making it easier to comprehend the true meaning of fire. The flowing text above provides an introduction, accompanied by an image of a crystal that is entirely fire red. This crystal appears to be about the size of an egg, with a very hard exterior, while inside, streams of fluid-like fire-red material flow, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. What? The heart of the star is actually a treasure refined from the core of a star? Upon seeing the first treasure on the light screen, Lin was immediately shocked. A star, in a galaxy like the solar system, is the sun. And the sun is undoubtedly the core of the entire solar system. In the entire solar system, 99% of the mass is concentrated in the sun. The power and importance of the sun can thus be seen. However, now on this light screen, the heart of the star is actually a treasure refined from a star core similar to the sun. Such a treasure is equivalent to extracting the entire heart of the sun to refine its essence. This scale is truly astonishing. No wonder it belongs to the powerful beings in the universe. Let's keep looking. Looking at the nearly endless treasures on the light screen, Linny suppressed his excitement and continued to browse further down. Treasure name, Shadow Blade level, 3rd rank secret pattern divine weapon, usable by Flying Realm. Description: the Shadow Blade is a secret pattern divine weapon refined by an indestructible realm expert who comprehended the true meaning of shadows. Due to its rank being only 3rd, only those at the peak of the divine body realm who have reached the 3rd level of the true meaning of shadows can unleash its full power. When combined with the true meaning of shadows, it attacks silently, undetectable even by divine sense, making it most adept for assassination. Treasure name, Enlightenment Pill level, 3rd rank, usable by Flying Realm. Description: the Enlightenment Pill is a type of pill that induces sudden comprehension. After consumption, it allows the practitioner to enter a state of enlightenment for 1 day, greatly aiding in comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth. Note: one can choose 1 bottle at a time, with each bottle containing 100 pills. Treasure name, Blood Lotus Flower rank, 2nd rank introduction. Treasure name, True Flame Fruit rank, 3rd rank introduction. The light curtain kept shifting, and one incredibly extraordinary treasure after another appeared before Linny, leaving him dazzled and unable to decide. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a day had gone by. Linny, how's the selection going? Seeing Linny put away the light curtain, she smiled and asked. I've made my choice, Lord Chi. This time I want to choose the heart of the star, a bottle of enlightenment pill, and that 9 flame divine fire bell. Linny replied with a smile upon hearing this. He had considered these 3 treasures for quite some time. The result was derived from a comprehensive evaluation of their actual value, rarity, and the assistance they would provide him both now and in the future. Therefore, these 3 treasures not only ranked among the best in value among all treasures, but they would also greatly aid his future development. For instance, the first treasure, the Heart of the Star, is a precious item forged from a celestial body larger than the sun. Its value ranks among the top tier of over 1 million treasures in the flying realm of the Blood Red Hall. Once used, it can not only transform his physique, making it easier for him to comprehend the true essence of fire, but it also provides a slight enhancement when using fire attribute secret techniques, such as the Crimson Dragon Sky Fist. It is undoubtedly the best choice for him. As for the second treasure, the Enlightenment Pill, this is also an extremely important item for him at the moment. After all, he has already reached the peak of the flying realm, and the next step is to comprehend the true essence of heaven and earth and break through to the divine body realm. He knows his own comprehension ability. Without some fortuitous opportunity, he might never grasp the true essence of heaven and earth in his lifetime. Of course, if after consuming the Heart of the Star, his affinity for the true essence of fire greatly increases, then it might be possible for him to comprehend it. However, that would take far too long, something Linny could not endure. Therefore, the Enlightenment Pill, which can induce a state of sudden realization, is essential. Finally, there is the 9 flame divine fire bell. According to the introduction, this bell is a precious item specially forged for the disciples of a major follower of the Blood Red Hallmaster in the Great Sun Realm. Although its rank is at the peak of the 3rd rank secret pattern divine weapon, its actual value is close to that of a 4th rank secret pattern divine weapon, integrating enhancement, sealing, domain, and defense. Its appearance resembles that of ancient bronze bells from the Huaxia Nation, but it is entirely crimson, with 9 rivers of flames carved on its surface. Once activated, those 9 rivers can manifest in the external world under the influence of the power of heaven and earth or the divine power of a divine body realm expert, forming a sea of flames. It can either directly attack enemies or release domain power, greatly suppressing the enemy's strength. In addition, the bell itself can directly envelop its master for defense during battle or be used by the master to seal and envelop enemies, suppressing them. It is indeed an extremely powerful and precious divine weapon, making Linny very envious. Heart of the Star? Enlightenment Pill? 9 flame divine fire bell? Upon hearing Linny's choices, she was slightly taken aback, then said, These 3 treasures, the Heart of the Star and the 9 flame divine fire bell, are indeed good and will greatly help you both now and in the future. However, with your comprehension ability, choosing the Enlightenment Pill should be unnecessary. After all, with your comprehension and that treasure, plus the Heart of the Star, it shouldn't take long for you to break through to the divine body realm. Choosing this pill seems a bit wasteful. Linny, why don't I help you switch to another treasure while you haven't made a final decision? How about choosing something else? She earnestly suggested, as he was very eager and concerned about Linny, fearing he might take a wrong step. After all, achieving true divinity is built on small accumulations, small opportunities, and small progress, step by step, ultimately converging like rivers flowing into the sea. Therefore, although the treasures prepared by the old master may not seem like much to Chi, they are naturally better if they can help Linny more at this moment. No need, Lord Chi, just choose the Enlightenment Pill. I chose it based on my own situation, and it won't be wrong. Linny shook his head and smiled in refusal upon hearing this. As the saying goes, one knows their own affairs best. She overestimated his own comprehension, unaware of his actual strengths and weaknesses. But how could he not know himself? The Enlightenment Pill, although the least valuable among these three treasures, was the most important for his current self, so he certainly could not give it up. All right, since you insist, Linny, I won't say more. Seeing Lin Yi's resolute gaze, she looked deeply at him, seemingly lost in thought. Then, with a wave of his hand, the void shifted and the three treasures suddenly appeared in Chi's hand. The first was a fire-red crystal the size of an egg, flowing with a mysterious red substance known as the Heart of the Star. The second was a palm-sized, ancient red bell with 9 rivers swirling around it, looking plain and ordinary. Finally, there was a purple gold gourd about a foot tall, which should contain the Enlightenment Pill. Linny, these are the 3 treasures you wanted, here. Seeing Lin Yi's eyes light up with eagerness, she waved his hand, sending the 3 treasures into Lin Yi's hands. Thank you, Lord Chi. Lin Yi quickly expressed his gratitude as he received the 3 treasures. After putting away the bell and the Heart of the Star, he eagerly opened the purple gold gourd and poured out a red gold pill. This Enlightenment Pill looks just like it was freshly made, still retaining a trace of pill fire aura. Feeling the pill fire aura within the red gold pill, Lin Yi felt puzzled. To speak disrespectfully, the Lord of the Blood Hall has been dead for many years now. This pill should have been prepared during his lifetime. If that's the case, it should have been a very long time since this pill was made, yet now. Lin Yi, you need not be puzzled. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, the spirit of the Blood Hall, she seemed to have guessed something and explained. This Enlightenment Pill was just taken from a spatial ring in the Blood Hall. In the spatial ring, time is completely frozen. Whatever your items look like when placed inside, they remain the same when taken out. That's why this Enlightenment Pill appears as if it was just made. Oh, I see. Lin Yi nodded upon hearing this, but then another doubt arose in his heart, and he frowned, saying, Lord Chi, I have one thing I don't understand. That is, on our planet, pills can be refined using special methods to automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth over time, just like herbs in the ground, enhancing their medicinal properties. Is it not the same in the universe? Otherwise, why would you place it in a spatial ring, allowing its time to freeze and preventing it from growing? Lin Yi, you are thinking too simply. Chi shook his head upon hearing this. Pills in the universe can indeed absorb the energy of heaven and earth and grow like herbs. But do you know that pills also have their limits? Oh, limits? What limits? Hearing Chi's words, Lin Yi was taken aback. Of course, the limit of time. At this point, Chi's expression became somewhat serious, and he sighed lightly. Time is the most miraculous thing in the universe. It can create greatness, but it can also destroy greatness. Under the influence of infinite time, even stars must collapse. Stars must wither. Even the universe must disintegrate, let alone these mere pills. So, while the elixir can indeed grow over time, once it reaches its limit, it will gradually deplete until it loses its medicinal properties and turns to dust. Take the Enlightenment Pill in your hand as an example. A gourd of Enlightenment Pills combined can barely be classified as Tier 3 in value. However, if it's just a single pill, it can only be considered Tier 2. Thus, the main ingredient used to refine the Enlightenment Pill, the Enlightenment Flower, can only be classified as a Tier 2 herb. And Tier 2 herbs, even if they break through various life limits, can at most transform into Tier 3 herbs with a maximum lifespan of 10 million years. 10 million years is the limit set by the universe for the Enlightenment Flower. It signifies that no matter how hard the Enlightenment Flower tries to absorb energy and evolve, it cannot reach Tier 4, nor can it exceed this 10 million year boundary. After 10 million years, if this Enlightenment Flower has not been harvested, it will slowly die, turning to dust. Therefore, the final lifespan of the Enlightenment Pill, refined from the Enlightenment Flower, is also 10 million years. If this Tier 3 Enlightenment Pill has not been consumed after 10 million years, it will no longer grow stronger but will gradually lose its medicinal properties and turn to ash. And now, it has been over 30 billion years since my master fell. If it weren't for placing this Enlightenment Pill in a space ring where time is completely frozen, this pill would have long since lost its efficacy. Moreover, since my master died, the Blood Red Hall has lost its energy source. While I can manipulate the Blood Red Hall to absorb energy from the universe, this energy can only barely sustain the Hall's own consumption and cannot support the growth of so many pills. Thus, this is why I placed the Enlightenment Pill in the space ring, preventing it from growing. Chi slowly explained, clarifying all of Lin Yi's doubts. At the same time, it made Lin Yi understand that having the time modification system did not mean he could do as he pleased. After all, even though he could modify the time of all things with the time modification system, everything has its limits. Modifying time for too long would instead push the material to its limits, causing it to lose its efficacy. It seems that when I first obtained the system and modified the body refinement pill to cleansing marrow golden pill, that was actually luck. After all, that was just an ordinary pill. 100,000 years was probably its limit. If the time were extended any further, it might have been rendered useless. Thinking back to the scene when he first modified the body refinement pill, Lin Yi felt a bit nervous for his past self. At that time, he was indeed very lucky. The critical hit multiplier was just right, close to the limit of the body refinement pill. If it had exceeded the limit and rendered the pill useless, he might not have risen so quickly. Lin Yi silently thought to himself, then looked at the Enlightenment Pill in his hand, a satisfied expression in his eyes. Now, compared to before, he was much wealthier. Not to mention the body refinement pill, even the precious Enlightenment Pill, he currently had a full 100 in his hand. Even if one or two of these pills occasionally achieved a critical hit exceeding 100 times, reaching a standard of over 10 million years, it wouldn't waste too many pills. Modifying all these enlightenment pills to a lifespan of 100,000 years would still yield far greater overall benefits than not modifying them. Well, thank you, Lord Qi, for clarifying my doubts. Since everything has been explained clearly and more than a day has passed, I will head back for a while to inform my parents, so they won't worry. After that, I will return to the Enlightenment Hall to seek enlightenment and strive to break through to the divine body realm as soon as possible. Seeing that Qi had finished explaining everything, Lin Yi smiled and took his leave. His return home was certainly not out of fear of worrying his parents. After all, he had already demonstrated his overwhelming strength when the blood-red world erupted, making him nearly invincible across the entire blue star. He had just informed his parents and other relatives about this during his feigned return, even having the martial arts heavenly sovereign and others as witnesses. Therefore, Lin Yi's return this time made his parents worry it was just an excuse. His true purpose was to modify the elixirs through the system, allowing them to evolve and become stronger. This was something that Qi must never know. After all, although he had just practiced a secret technique, it was likely that Qi could already guess he possessed a divine treasure. However, judging solely from the earlier performance, that so-called divine treasure could only save time in practicing the secret technique. It was of no use for comprehending true meaning, the great Tao, and so on. Thus, while this divine treasure might attract the attention of those in the divine body realm, the immortal realm, or the great sun realm, it would never compel a dignified true god to lose face and launch a sneak attack. Therefore, the rapid display of his secret technique was not only a small release of his inner breath but also aimed to make Qi take him seriously. As for now, the goal had been achieved, and the true power of the system must remain unknown to Qi to prevent it from reporting to that true god. Lin Yi pondered. He was unaware that Qi's heart leaned towards him and would not inform the Yan Kong true god about the divine treasure. Of course, even if Lin Yi knew, he still wouldn't tell Qi the truth. The system was the greatest secret of his life, something that could never be disclosed to anyone, anything, or under any circumstances. Alright, since you are determined, Lin Yi, then go back for a while. But remember, don't take too long after you return. Come back quickly and strive to break through to the divine body as soon as possible. After all, this planet is indeed a bit dull. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Qi nodded slightly and then dissipated into the void. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly left, heading home. In no time, he had returned home. In Lin Yi's home, inside a hidden secret chamber of the villa, Lin Yi looked at the gourd of enlightenment pills before him, his eyes shining brightly. System, modify the time limit of all 100 enlightenment pills to 100,000 years. Ding! Received host's command, modifying enlightenment pills. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, the system's prompt sounded. Immediately. Then, under Lin Yi's gaze, the gourd of enlightenment pills began to emit light, rapidly evolving one by one. Meanwhile, the system's prompt echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Modification of enlightenment pills successful, transformed into premium enlightenment pills. Ding! Modification of enlightenment pills successful, transformed into premium enlightenment pills. 19 identical prompts rang out, all indicating a normal modification to 100,000 years, resulting in premium enlightenment pills. Until the 20th prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host. This modification has a critical hit of 50 times, modifying the enlightenment pills to 500,000 years, transforming them into super premium enlightenment pills. Pill name, super premium enlightenment pill level. Tier 3, 500,000 years of efficacy. Description, super premium enlightenment pill, evolved from Tier 2 ordinary enlightenment pill. Compared to ordinary enlightenment pills, the efficacy of super premium enlightenment pills is more than 10 times stronger, capable of allowing a practitioner to achieve sudden enlightenment for 10 days. Moreover, in addition to this, consuming super premium enlightenment pills greatly enhances the comprehension of true meaning, with a comprehensive value surpassing that of Tier 2 enlightenment pills by 100 times. Note, super premium enlightenment pills are the ultimate version of enlightenment pills, with efficacy ranging from 400,000 to 1 million years. At the moment the super premium enlightenment pill was formed, the system timely provided the attribute panel introduction, allowing Lin Yi to understand its effects. Then, under the system's influence, the enlightenment pills continue to strengthen. Ding! Modification of enlightenment pill successful, transformed into premium enlightenment pills. Ding! Modification of enlightenment pill successful, transformed into premium enlightenment pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. This modification has a critical hit of 60 times, modifying the enlightenment pills to 600,000 years, transforming them into super premium enlightenment pills. A series of prompt sounds continuously rang in Lin Yi's ears. Soon, it exceeded 90. Among these 90, the vast majority were high quality enlightenment pills modified to 100,000 years. Only about 4 or 5 had critical hits, becoming super quality enlightenment pills. Time slowly passed. Just as the 98th prompt sound rang out and Lin Yi thought this modification was about to end, the system gave him a big surprise. Ding! Congratulations, host. This modification has a critical hit of 2,000 times, modifying the enlightenment pill to 200 million years. What? 200 million years? Upon hearing this voice, before the system's prompt could finish, Lin Yi was instantly stunned. He really didn't expect that this critical hit modification would actually exceed 10 million years. After all, exceeding 10 million years meant surpassing the growth limit of the enlightenment pill. This proved that under the system's modification, this enlightenment pill was going to be rendered useless. My enlightenment pill. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Now, although he had reached 100 enlightenment pills, as a second-tier pill far more precious than a colorful lotus seed, to have it wasted by himself, even though he had long been mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. But, in that heart-wrenching moment, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind again. Ding! Detected that the limit of the enlightenment pill is 10 million years, while this modification period is 200 million years. Therefore, the system allows the enlightenment pill to break through its limit and evolve until it can withstand the limit of 200 million years. As soon as the system's prompt fell, Linny felt that the enlightenment pill in his hand, which was about to be scrapped, began to tremble. Immediately after, it released an incredibly brilliant light, evolving towards a higher level of pill quality. This series of operations left Linny in a daze. Suddenly, he recalled his earlier thoughts. Everything in the universe has its limits. Even if I master the system, I cannot do as I please. But how long had it been? The system had just demonstrated through action that while everything indeed has limits, system modifications have no limits. Host, you control the time modification system, and you truly can do as you wish. Let's see how effective this pill enhanced for 200 million years is. In the secret chamber, as time passed, Linny saw the divine light of the pill in his hand gradually dissipate, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, with a thought, a transparent attribute panel appeared before him. On it, lines of text were listed. Pill name, 9 orifices enlightenment pill tier. 5th tier description. The 9 orifices enlightenment pill evolved from the 2nd tier enlightenment pill through several transformations, breaking the rules of the universe. Therefore, its efficacy is different from the original enlightenment pill. Although it cannot induce a state of sudden enlightenment like the original, it can permanently enhance the practitioner's comprehension, greatly improving the comprehension of those who consume this pill, comparable to the level of ordinary indestructible realm geniuses. Comparable to the level of ordinary indestructible realm geniuses? Doesn't that mean that as long as I swallow this 9 orifices enlightenment pill and work hard to cultivate, I can hope to comprehend the true meaning of the 4th level and reach the indestructible realm? Seeing the introduction on the system attribute panel, Linny felt a surge of excitement. The indestructible realm, although it seemed only one level higher than the divine body realm, had a completely different level of power and status. Comparing an ordinary divine body realm to an ordinary indestructible realm was like comparing a martial artist on Blue Star to a martial saint. Thus, in the vast universe, the status difference between the divine body realm and the indestructible realm was significant. An ordinary divine body realm could only dominate in a remote area of a galaxy, controlling a dozen or several dozen life planets, which was already considered doing quite well. However, an ordinary indestructible realm could easily dominate a galaxy, create their own empire, and traverse among dozens or even hundreds of galaxies. The gap between the two can be seen clearly. Indeed, this evolution has truly exceeded my expectations. With this thought, Linny nodded again. 200 million years may seem much greater than 10 million years at first glance, but when calculated, it is actually only 20 times more. The super great enlightenment pill of 10 million years belongs to the category of 3rd tier pills. Therefore, Linny originally thought that even if the 200 million years enlightenment pill broke through and underwent essential evolution, it would be impressive if it reached the peak of the 4th tier. However, he never expected it to be forcefully elevated to the 5th tier. Moreover, it is so special that it can directly create a 5th tier pill for an indestructible realm genius. With this thought, Linny felt even more satisfied. Let's try the effect of this pill. With that in mind, Linny no longer hesitated, opened his mouth and swallowed the 5th tier divine pill. Splash! The expected violent energy did not erupt within Linny's body. After Linny swallowed the pill, the medicinal power flowed through his body like water, then directly surged towards the deepest part of his brain domain. Hiss! It hurts! As this energy surged in, Linny felt as if his head was about to be torn apart. In that moment, all the brain cells in his head seemed to be rapidly undergoing transformation. First death, then reorganization and rebirth, then death again, then rebirth again. The speed of this death and rebirth was billions of times faster than normal thinking. In just a brief moment, Linny felt as if his brain cells had died and been reborn countless times. Moreover, in this cycle of death and rebirth, the most essential genes within the cells seemed to be continuously reorganizing and transforming, eliminating useless impurities and retaining only the essence. At the same time, it catalyzed the birth of even more perfect new genes. Roar! 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 As time passed, a low growl erupted from Lin Yi's mouth. This 9 orifices enlightenment pill was incredibly painful for the transformation of his mind. Moreover, this pain seemed endless. As time went on, it not only did not diminish in the slightest but instead grew stronger and more intense. For instance, at the beginning of the transformation, Linny merely frowned at the pain. But later, he began to tremble in agony. Eventually, he was rolling on the ground, beads of sweat pouring down his body like a torrential rain. Fortunately, although this secret chamber was simple, it was Lin Yi's private space. Its security, defense, soundproofing, and other effects were among the best in the world. This allowed the sounds not to escape and worry Lin Yi's family. Time slowly passed. Finally, after more than an hour, Lin Yi let out a heavy sigh and opened his eyes. Ha! I did it! Amidst the puddles of sweat on the ground, Lin Yi smiled. This transformation was even more perfect than he had imagined. He felt as if he was about to become an immortal, with his mind feeling light and peaceful. Moreover, his comprehension had received an extremely terrifying boost. With just a slight turn of thought, countless ideas and billions of inspirations surged forth. What he could never understand or grasp before was now as clear as viewing patterns in his palm. This comprehension must have increased by about 300 times. Feeling his terrifying comprehension now, Linny was secretly shocked. A 300 times increase in comprehension, how terrifying is that? This means that now, a day of comprehension for him is equivalent to a year of comprehension before. This comprehension is simply worlds apart from before, completely incomparable. Is this the terror of an indestructible realm genius? No wonder they are so fierce, even having the hope of comprehending the fourth level of the immensely difficult heavenly and earthly true meaning. No wonder they dare to claim to be a genius rare among tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of life planets in a star system. In the secret chamber, Linny stood up, the power of heaven and earth swirling around him, drying the sweat on his body, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, his heart filled with joy. Because from now on, Linny would also be such a genius, returning to the Tao Hall to comprehend the Tao. With this thought, a few more minutes passed and Linny tidied up the traces on his body. After greeting his family, he returned to the blood-red hall. Hoo! In the vast blue ocean, the fierce sea wind howled, raising waves dozens of meters high. The Bermuda Triangle, a mysterious place on blue stars since the era of the Common Era. In this region, radar becomes ineffective and satellites struggle to measure. Countless ships and planes have gone missing here, and countless terrifying legends have emerged from this area. Since the revival of spiritual energy over 300 years ago, this region has become even more mysterious. Even though human technology and individual strength have greatly increased, they still cannot uncover the secrets of this area. There was even a martial saint who, out of curiosity, ventured here to investigate but ultimately disappeared without a trace. Yet now, deep beneath the ocean floor of this region, thousands of meters below the rocks, a mysterious gigantic creature has opened its eyes. This is a terrifying beast over 300 kilometers long. At this moment, it lies on the crust, seemingly larger than a mountain. Its body is covered in black scales, and it has 9 blood-red eyeballs on its head. Above the 9 eyeballs are 5 black, curved horns that pierce the heavens. At first glance, it exudes an aura of endless destruction, unlike any monster on Blue Star. 30,000 years. A full 30,000 years. Shijun, did you ever expect that after all this time, I would still survive? In the depths of the Bermuda Triangle, the gigantic creature murmured to itself. Shijun, this was its mortal enemy with whom it had fought for thousands of years. Over 30,000 years ago, in search of an opportunity to break through to the Undying Realm, it ventured into a secret realm and was severely injured due to a moment of carelessness. At that moment, its mortal enemy Shijun somehow learned of its situation and directly attacked its lair, forcing it to abandon its home and flee. Afterward, Shijun relentlessly pursued it, forcing it to take the risk of entering a spatial wormhole. But what it didn't expect was that it would emerge through the wormhole onto a planet within human territory. At that time, upon arriving, it was instantly filled with terror, fearing it would be discovered and exterminated by human powerhouses. However, it later discovered with relief that the planet it arrived on seemed to be a remote one, on the edge of human territory. The humans on this planet not only had not connected with the universe but had not even created the most basic cultivation inheritance. So, after sweeping its consciousness across the planet and confirming there was no danger, it randomly chose a rare life spot on the ocean floor to fall into a deep sleep. As time passed, this planet gradually developed civilization. During this time, it would occasionally awaken to observe these civilizations. At first, it was pleased because these civilizations were developing well, even though they lacked a complete and mature cultivation system. However, as time went on, they slowly began to develop a path of cultivation, creating many crude methods that could strengthen the body and generate energy within. Eventually, many foundational cultivators capable of being 1,000-man enemies and 10,000-man enemies began to emerge. If this continued, it was foreseeable that as long as they developed well, these cultivators would eventually be able to enter the realm and give birth to existences above the flying sky realm for it to devour, thus helping it recover from its injuries. However, what it did not expect was that after one of its sleeps, when it awoke again, it angrily discovered that this planet had suddenly transformed into a paradise of technological civilization. Moreover, under the pollution of these low-end technologies, the cosmic energy between heaven and earth has nearly vanished. All cultivation techniques have become ineffective. Practitioners are almost completely depleted. Thus, it became furious. So, over 300 years ago, disregarding its injuries, it directly used its massive divine body to draw upon the energy of the universe, thereby guiding the revival of cosmic energy. And this time, under its guidance, the cosmic energy on the entire planet has been surging geometrically almost every day. Finally, after nearly a year of guidance, the cosmic energy on this planet has far exceeded that of any previous era. Moreover, as these practitioners cultivate, this planet will spontaneously absorb the energy from the universe to replenish itself. Everything, under its guidance, has finally returned to the right track. Let me see, how many beings above the flying realm have been born on this planet after more than 300 years of development? The massive creature murmured to itself, and then its consciousness instantly spread out like light waves in all directions. Soon, it enveloped the entire vast star. 43 beings in the flying realm? Why are there so few? Upon sensing the 43 life forces in its consciousness, which flickered like torches in the darkness, the massive creature was taken aback. Because this number of flying realm beings is simply too few. Given the current concentration of cosmic energy on this star, there shouldn't be only this few flying realm beings. Capture a flying realm being to search its memories, the massive creature pondered, and then its consciousness focused on a point heading towards the nearest beast emperor-level monster. In the deep sea, a powerful shark-type beast emperor-level monster was patrolling its territory, freely devouring the surrounding low-level monsters. In that battle within the Blood-Red Palace, it had exceptionally good luck, not being overly greedy to fight for the most precious 7-colored lotus seeds. Therefore, before the final battle arrived, it left that blood-red world. In the end, all the beast emperors perished. Yet it survived and learned the outcome of the final battle from a human martial saint who boasted to it. It turned out that in the final battle, the human reincarnation martial saint Lenny obtained the 7-colored lotus seeds, and after consuming them, his strength broke through to an incredible realm. With just one move, he ruthlessly killed all the contending beast emperors. The reason why these remaining beast emperors are still alive now is twofold. First, the reincarnation martial saint has grown too lazy to deal with them. Second, they are to be used to restrain those ordinary beast king level monsters. This allows those ordinary beast kings to hone human martial artists while ensuring they cannot harm them. Otherwise, a powerful martial saint from the humans would come to punish them. Roar! What nonsense training! Slaves, this is clearly the slave of a sparring partner. Thinking of this, the shark beast emperor couldn't help but roar in anger. Back in the day, when their monster race was powerful, how glorious were these beast emperors. Even as low-level beast emperors, they dared to mock human mid-level martial saints without reservation. But now, forget about human martial saints, even a mere innate martial master would dare to defecate on its head, and it could only smile in response. All of this is because of that reincarnation martial saint among the humans. Damn it, this is really not a life for monsters. The shark beast emperor roared, opening its mouth to swallow countless low-level fish and shrimp monsters nearby. Afterward, just as it was about to return to its lair to sleep after a hearty meal, a voice as tempting as the legendary voice of a celestial demon rang in its ears. Come on, child, come here, come here. Waves of voices filled with endless temptation spread around it. It made its mind dizzy, and a voice suddenly appeared in its heart. Follow it. Follow this voice. I want to see what kind of thing is playing tricks. After hesitating for a moment, and with the call from deep within his heart growing stronger, the shark beast emperor could no longer hold back. With a flick of his tail, his body surged forward like the fastest aircraft carrier, heading towards the source of the voice. Before long, he arrived at the seabed where the massive beast lingered. Ha! This place is empty. Looking at the pitch-black seabed, devoid of any signs of life, the shark beast emperor murmured softly, somewhat puzzled. But soon, boom, he felt a sudden, intense pain in his body, and in that instant, his mind was torn apart. His enormous form instantly transformed into an endless mist of blood, surging into the depths of the seabed. After absorbing the life essence of the shark beast emperor, the colossal creature began to use secret techniques to delve into his memories. Time passed slowly as it sifted through the memories of the shark beast emperor. At first, the massive creature was indifferent, its eyes drooping. However, as time went on, it gradually became moved, until finally, its entire enormous body began to tremble slightly, and its 9 blood-red eyes burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance. A blood-red palace descending from the sky. A blood-red world. Colorful lotus flowers. Colorful lotus seeds. Reincarnation martial saint. This palace must be the cave of an unparalleled powerhouse at the peak of the undying realm, or even the great sun realm. Moreover, it is very likely that it is a cave where the artifact spirit has already perished, lacking intelligent life to manage it, operating solely on instinct. Otherwise, how could a group of small flying realm human demons rampage inside? Such a cave is simply a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Ha ha, I never expected that. I, would also have a day of fortune from misfortune in my life. Ha ha, once I obtain it and recover from my injuries, even if Shijun has cultivated for 30,000 more years, so what? You will still die at my hands. The colossal creature laughed maniacally, its voice instantly penetrating the crust of the earth, spreading in all directions. Lenny, of course, was unaware of the events happening at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle. At this moment, as soon as he returned to the blood-red hall, Lenny immediately sat cross-legged on a cushion in the Hall of Enlightenment, preparing to experience the wonders of this hall. Let's begin, Lenny silently murmured on the cushion. Immediately, countless rays of light burst forth in the hall, plunging Ling Yi's consciousness into a realm of darkness. Buzz. After the darkness, there was endless light. Inside the Hall of Enlightenment, Lenny opened his eyes again. However, what greeted him was no longer the previous expanse of white, but a completely different scene. At this moment, in the vast Hall of Enlightenment, apart from the throne at the very top, most of the cushions were no longer empty as before. Instead, they were occupied by various powerful beings. Among these powerful beings, some had 2 horns on their heads, resembling bull-like figures. Some were covered in hair, resembling ape-like creatures. Others had pure white wings on their backs, looking like angels, sacred and noble, beyond reproach. In short, now in this enormous hall, there were all kinds of human figures, each exuding a powerful aura. For instance, the powerful being that Guhan possessed, covered in fiery red scales, was one of the ones with a medium-level aura. This power is so strong. Just the basic strength alone is more than 1,000,000 times stronger than my own, not to mention the enhancement from true intent. I feel that with this power, I could easily tear apart small stars with a mere gesture. And with just my physical body, I could traverse the interstellar universe. Feeling the strength of the body he was currently possessing, Lenny was shocked. Although the Hall of Enlightenment could not intervene with the possessed individual or affect the surrounding scene, when Lenny was possessing, he could clearly understand the strength of the body of the person he was inhabiting. For example, Linny could clearly sense the terrifying and boundless power contained within the body of the strong being he was currently inhabiting, whose entire body was covered in fiery red scales. Such power was truly immense. In comparison, his own strength, in reality, seemed like an ant compared to an elephant. In fact, the gap between them was even more horrifying. Linny felt that if the power of this body he was inhabiting were to unleash its full potential, it could probably create a hole that would pierce through the entire vast blue star. This power was more than millions of times stronger than his own. After all, even at full strength, his own power in reality was only about 1 or 2 million tera at most. While this amount of power seemed strong among the humans and demons on Blue Star, it was already absolutely invincible. However, compared to this vast star weighing hundreds of billions of tera, referencing Earth data, it was completely insignificant. Even if he unleashed all his strength, he might not even be able to scratch the surface. Yet this strong being could pierce through such a star, and the terror of that strength truly exceeded his imagination. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but feel increasingly shocked. Then, looking around, he felt even more humble. He was still too weak. In fact, not to mention himself, even the supreme being he was inhabiting was merely average in this enlightenment hall. Above him, there were many figures whose auras were far more powerful, especially the presence shrouded in endless light near the throne, whose face was obscured, radiated an aura that was thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times stronger than his. Just a slight sensation made the body he inhabited tremble with instinctual fear. Its strength was truly unfathomable. Time slowly passed. As each second ticked by, a few powerful beings with immense auras began to appear on the remaining empty cushions. Eventually, every cushion was filled with strong beings, and the presence beside the throne, enveloped in endless light, suddenly spoke, "Master, all the disciples have arrived. Please show yourself and impart your teachings." As the supreme being spoke, a wave of tranquility washed over everyone in the enlightenment hall, including the strong being Linny was inhabiting. All feelings of tension, anxiety, excitement, and agitation were instantly cleared away, leaving only a vast emptiness, as if they had fallen into a state of enlightenment. Then, in the next moment, buzz! A brilliant light illuminated the enlightenment hall, and a figure, completely wrapped in light and indistinguishable in form, suddenly appeared in the highest throne. Upon witnessing this scene, countless strong beings in the hall quickly stood up respectfully and spoke in unison, "We pay our respects to the master." No need for such formalities. As the voice fell, a sound as lofty as the heavens echoed from above the throne. The majestic being continued, "Today, all disciples present here are primarily focused on the true meaning of fire. Therefore, I will share my insights on the true meaning of fire with you. Although my understanding of the true meaning of fire is not profound, and I have not grasped a trace of the original path of fire, I have reached the level of ninefold true meaning, which is sufficient to guide you." The majestic being first humbly acknowledged this, then began to formally impart his teachings. First of all, in comprehending the true meaning of fire, you must understand what is fire. At the very least, as far as I know, fire is the origin of civilization. Without fire, there would be no budding of civilization. Fire also has countless forms. In the universe, there is explosive fire, cold fire, gentle fire, and fierce fire. Fire is one of the great paths in the universe. It is, the majestic being continued to explain from the throne. As he spoke, the entire enlightenment hall began to undergo a marvelous transformation. For a moment, the heat blazed as if at the center of the sun, then it turned icy cold as if falling into a bottomless ice cellar, and then it felt warm and comforting. In the enlightenment hall, countless phenomena continuously changed. Accompanied by the preaching of a towering presence, the body that Linny possessed was bursting with countless inspirations in his mind. In an instant, he had various insights into the true essence of fire in the world. Unfortunately, these insights were truly too profound for Linny at this moment. It felt like asking a child who had just learned Arabic numerals to solve the world's most difficult math problem. Not to mention solving it, he couldn't even understand it. Therefore, faced with this situation, Linny could only forcibly jot down the insights of this body, intending to comprehend them later when he returned. Even so, despite Linny having exerted himself to the fullest, he could only record a trivial fraction, not even reaching 1% or 1,000. Buzz! It was unclear how much time had passed. But suddenly, an endless light flashed in the enlightenment hall. In the next moment, Linny felt himself falling out of that infinite storm of insights into the true essence of fire. Then, in an instant, he opened his eyes. Who first awakens from the great dream? I know myself in this life. What a wonderful journey! In the lonely enlightenment hall, Linny wore a smile. Countless insights were already swirling in his heart. "Linny, how do you feel? Was this time in the enlightenment hall fruitful?" Just as Linny finished this round of enlightenment, the surrounding void shifted, and then the figure of Chi suddenly emerged from within. "Ha ha, good, very good, unprecedentedly good." Hearing Chi's inquiry, Linny laughed heartily in response, then explained, "This time of enlightenment, although I hardly understood anything throughout, nor could I hear much. However, after carefully experiencing the insights of the powerful being I possessed, I finally grasped a bit of the threshold of the true essence of fire. I have also gained some direction regarding comprehending the true essence of fire, and I have a rough understanding of how to proceed on the path ahead. In short, this time of enlightenment has greatly helped me. If I swallow and refine the heart of the star later, I fear it won't take me years to comprehend the true essence of fire. Linny said with a smile. To comprehend the true essence of fire in Just a few years and become a powerful being in the divine body realm is undoubtedly very fast, even comparable to the talents of the star domain level. If it weren't for this marvelous journey in the Enlightenment Hall, along with the extraordinary Enlightenment pills, Heart of the Star, and other treasures, with Lin Yi's current comprehension, it would have been impossible to achieve such speed. Especially the Heart of the Star, which is a treasure made primarily from the core of a star, refined personally by a powerful being of the Great Sun realm. Its miraculous nature far exceeds ordinary people's imagination. After swallowing and refining it not only transforms the body, making it more attuned to the path of fire, but also facilitates the comprehension of the true essence of fire. Moreover, during the process of swallowing and refining, it can help practitioners experience the process of understanding the first to third levels of the true essence of fire from shallow to deep. Previously, Lin Yi had no understanding of the true essence of fire, not even having touched a shadow of it. Therefore, even if he refined the Heart of the Star, he would not be able to experience this process and would waste this opportunity. But now it was different. Having grasped a hint of direction, if he refined the Heart of the Star again and experienced this process, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, providing him with tremendous help. Good, then Lin Yi, you should practice diligently and strive to break through to the divine body realm as soon as possible, entering the universe. Hearing Lin Yi's words, she nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a flash of his figure, he disappeared once again into the void of the Enlightenment Hall. Let's start refining. Seeing she leave, Lin Yi no longer delayed, directly taking out the Heart of the Star, which was entirely fire-red and shaped like an egg, and at the same time, he took out a super great enlightenment pill from the purple gold gourd beside him, finally swallowing it along with the Heart of the Star. Earlier, when he entered the Enlightenment Hall to comprehend the Tao, Lin Yi did not consume the enlightenment pill because it was not his own enlightenment, but that of the powerful being he was possessing, so there was no need to waste the pill. But now, after genuinely refining the Heart of the Star to comprehend the true meaning of fire, he naturally had to use the enlightenment pill. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the Enlightenment Hall, as the Heart of the Star began to refine, a rumbling sound also erupted from within Lin Yi's body. At that moment, his bones, muscles, blood, and even cells were rapidly being transformed by the Heart of the Star, progressing towards a state more suited for the true meaning of fire. Meanwhile, countless insights about the true meaning of fire emerged in his mind. Time slowly passed. Spring turned to autumn, summer left and winter arrived. It had been 3 years since that day when the Blood-Red Palace descended from space and Lin Yi made his move, annihilating almost all the Beast Emperors on Blue Star with a single strike. 3 years had already gone by. These 3 years were the happiest for the people of Blue Star. Under the intimidation of the reincarnation martial saint and the efforts of dozens of human martial saints, countless monsters were easily exterminated and almost all land was reclaimed by humanity. The monsters, apart from hiding in the ocean, could only shrink back into the remote primitive forests and mountains, unable to set foot on the fertile plains even a step. Lin Yi had truly realized his initial ideal: when poor, one should cultivate oneself; when prosperous, one should benefit the world. Martial arts reached the pinnacle of humanity, relying on his own strength to defeat the monsters, allowing all Blue Star humans to live and work in peace, returning to the beautiful landscapes of mountains and rivers, enjoying the beauty of nature. Unlike before, when they could only reside in pigeonholes of cities, their memories of mountains, fields, forests, and land were confined to images on the internet and in books. However, at this moment, the first savior of humanity, the hero of humanity, and currently the strongest being, the reincarnation martial saint Lin Yi, was also facing a dilemma. In the Enlightenment Hall, the endless light dissipated, and Lin Yi awakened from his possession. Lin Yi, how is it? Have you thoroughly comprehended the true meaning this time? Upon seeing Lin Yi wake up, she immediately appeared from the void, asking with concern. Not yet. Lin Yi shook his head in response. After 3 years of cultivation, although I feel that I am just one step away from comprehending the true meaning of fire and breaking through the divine body realm, but it is precisely this one step that I have been unable to take, always feeling like something is missing. Lin Yi, don't be anxious. Hearing Lin Yi's words, she immediately comforted him. According to what you said, your accumulation is already sufficient. What you lack is merely an opportunity. This kind of opportunity is hard to define, and it cannot be rushed. Moreover, many people in the universe encounter situations similar to yours. Among these people, some may naturally achieve enlightenment after a casual nap. Others may not do anything at all, just quietly practicing normally and still achieve enlightenment. Of course, more often, it is through experiencing certain stimulating events, especially those that can shake the very soul, that breakthroughs are ultimately achieved. However, if none of these methods work, then under normal circumstances, at your level, you should be able to break through in no more than 10 years. So, don't rush, just let things take their natural course. After all, compared to the divine body realm's lifespan of 100,000 years, a mere 10 years is just a fleeting moment. Lord Qi, you are right. Such matters indeed cannot be rushed. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi nodded, then frowned and said, but although the reasoning is like this, I don't know why. During this period, the more I cultivate, the heavier my heart feels, as if some great terror is about to descend, ready to annihilate all of humanity. Moreover, as time passes day by day, this feeling not only hasn't weakened, but has instead intensified, almost suffocating me. Oh, great terror? What? Great terror? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, she furrowed his brow slightly. As the saying goes, the cicadas know of the autumn wind before it arrives, and the ducks know the warmth of the spring river. If animals can sense such things, then cultivators, who are infinitely stronger than them, naturally have a vague sense of the future. Especially for someone like Lin Yi, who is on the verge of comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth and whose strength is approaching the divine body realm. If such a feeling arises, it definitely cannot be unfounded. However, so far, Lin Yi's strength has already reached the peak of this star. Even the weakest divine body might not be unable to put up a fight. So, what could there be on this planet that he cannot resist? She felt puzzled, but there was nothing he could do. He was merely a spirit tool, lacking the divine soul and consciousness that cultivators possess. In the blood of the Red Palace, he was omnipotent, controlling everything. But, when it came to the outside world, he had no way to intervene. Sigh. I should focus on my cultivation. Realizing this, Lin Yi also sighed silently and closed his eyes again. At this moment, in the Bermuda Triangle, deep within the crust thousands of meters underwater, that colossal creature, after 3 whole years of spontaneously absorbing cosmic energy and devouring countless sea monsters, had finally regained some strength and began to move. Roar. Hum. A sound so strange it was hard to describe erupted from the mouth of this massive creature, instantly sweeping across the seabed for hundreds or even thousands of kilometers like a wave of light. The next moment, within this vast ocean, a terrifying whirlpool rapidly formed around this colossal creature, emanating a powerful suction that forcibly drew all living beings towards it. Hum. Aang. Hu. In the ocean, countless creatures began to scream and struggle madly under the influence of this immense force. However, under such overwhelming power, even the overlord of this region, a beast king-level demon comparable to a king, had no power to resist at this moment. It could only be terrified and allow this supreme force to pull it away, eventually falling into the mouth of the enormous beast at the seabed. Roar. So good. This is truly amazing. Beneath the sea, as countless monsters were swallowed and digested into pure energy, the colossal creature began to roar with excitement. The feeling of consuming life was truly a pleasure. For it, this not only provided energy and healed its wounds but also brought endless delight. As a devouring-type demon, its favorite thing to do in life was to eat. In the past, due to severe injuries, it had been unable to move, leading to it not eating for tens of thousands of years. This pain was an immense torment for it. Now, having finally recovered some strength and able to move freely, it was certainly going to feast. Swallow, swallow, swallow. I want to eat all the creatures on this planet. Half an hour later, after devouring all the monsters within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, the massive creature still felt unsatisfied. After moving around and consuming who knows how many more monsters, it finally sank back into slumber at the seabed. Although it could eat, there was still a limit. It was only because it hadn't eaten for tens of thousands of years that it could consume so much in one go. Otherwise, when it first swallowed the monsters in that hundreds of kilometers of ocean, it would have been nearly full. So, having eaten so much in one go, it was indeed feeling a bit stuffed and needed to digest properly. No rush. No rush. This planet's technology, although much more advanced than it was over 300 years ago, even capable of creating spaceships that can leave the solar system, still cannot find or transform a life-sustaining planet. They cannot escape. Therefore, I can slowly enjoy them on this planet, waiting until I have devoured them all, restoring my divine body to its peak before entering that blood-red palace to explore. Thinking of the blood-red palace, a greedy glint appeared in the eyes of the massive creature. A treasure left behind by a being at least at the peak of the immortal realm or even a supreme being of the great sun realm was an unimaginable treasure for it. To successfully obtain this treasure, it naturally had to heal its wounds before daring to venture into that treasure. After all, even if the treasures left behind by a suspected great sun realm expert were unguarded and without a master, they still posed great danger to it. With this thought, the massive creature closed its eyes, silently refining and digesting everything it had just swallowed. Meanwhile, on the human side, chaos had already erupted. Lin Yi, something big has happened. Hurry over. In the Enlightenment Hall, Lin Yi heard Li Yuanyan's voice suddenly ring out from his miniature watch. Previously, the miniature watch could not transmit signals in the blood-red world due to Qi's intentional blocking. Now, since Lin Yi had become the inheritor of the Crimson Blood Palace, Qi naturally would not intentionally block him from receiving signals. Heavenly Sovereign, what has happened? Lin Yi asked, in confusion upon hearing Li Yuanyan's anxious words. Ever since he became invincible 3 years ago, in order to enhance the overall strength of humanity, Lin Yi had, with Qi's consent, passed down some basic cultivation techniques and secret methods from the 10,000 Methods Pavilion to the Blue Star humans. Although these cultivation methods and secret techniques were far inferior to his own Red Stone basic cultivation method and Crimson Dragon Heavenly Fist, they were still created by powerful beings in the universe, and some of the more profound ones were even created by immortal realm experts. Thus, with these inheritances, the overall strength of Blue Star humanity had greatly improved. The martial saints who received these inheritances had each seen their strength increase by more than 10 times, easily unleashing hundreds or even thousands of talas of power. Moreover, in addition to this, Lin Yi occasionally provided modified cultivation pills to the Blue Star humans during his own periods of fatigue. As a result, in recent years, many new martial saints had emerged on Blue Star. The overall strength of Blue Star was now many times stronger than it had been 3 years ago, sufficient to handle any crisis. But now, why would something so significant come looking for him? With this thought, Lin Yi recalled the pressure in his heart and couldn't help but feel worried. He then stood up and said to the void, Lord Qi, there is something happening with the higher-ups of Blue Star. I will take my leave. Go ahead. As soon as Linny finished speaking, Shi's voice echoed in the void. After that, Linny focused his thoughts and disappeared from the Enlightenment Hall. At this moment, in a huge skyscraper in Kyoto City, Huaxia, Li Yuanyan, Wang Jisong, and many other Huaxia martial saints watched the scene on the virtual screen of the massive creature devouring everything for hundreds of kilometers, their faces dark as water. Divine Body Realm. This is definitely an existence above the Divine Body Realm in the universe. We just don't know what level of Divine Body Realm it is. If it's above the second level, then Blue Star is finished. In the room, the newly promoted martial saint, Dragon Elephant Martial Saint, let out a mournful cry, his eyes filled with despair. The Divine Body Realm is divided into 3 levels, corresponding to the first 3 levels of the Ninefold True Intent. The first level of the Divine Body Realm is already 1,000 times stronger than the peak of the Flying Sky Realm. The second level is even 10,000 times stronger, and as for the third level, it reaches a terrifying 100,000 times. Such a powerful being, with a full force strike, could probably sink continental plates and trigger boundless tsunamis, incredibly powerful beyond belief. It shouldn't be the third level. Li Yuanyan shook his head upon hearing this. According to the information Linny provided us, a being at the third level of the Divine Body Realm is an absolute big shot, even in the vast Milky Way, which spans a diameter of 100,000 light years. And we, Blue Star, are merely an inconspicuous life planet within the Milky Way. How could such an existence appear? Li Yuanyan rebutted, unable to believe, nor willing to believe. Stop guessing for now, let's wait for Lin Yi to arrive. He knows far more than we do. We can't tell what level this is in the Divine Body Realm, but he should be able to. As soon as Li Yuanyan finished speaking, a figure clad in white, untainted by dust, the war god, also spoke. Time flowed slowly. Before long, Linny finally arrived. Whoosh! The void shifted, and Linny suddenly appeared before everyone. His immense speed made that small patch of void seem distorted, creating the illusion that he had walked out of the emptiness. We pay our respects to the reincarnation martial saint. Upon seeing Linny's figure, aside from the war god, the capture god, and the fighting martial sovereign who merely nodded slightly, the other newly promoted martial saints all bowed slightly, respectfully greeting Linny. Among them was the Dragon Elephant Martial Saint, one of the 9 newly promoted martial saints of Huaxia. Everyone, there's no need for such formalities. Seeing the respect from the newly promoted martial saints, Linny smiled slightly and said, now we are all martial saints of Huaxia, and there is naturally no distinction in status. My strength may be a bit greater than yours, but in terms of age, you all are much older than I am. Back then, when we Blue Star humans were weaker than the monsters and demons, it was all thanks to you martial saints who forged ahead, unafraid of life and death, that we carved out a peaceful world for humanity. Linny smiled. Since he passed on his teachings 3 years ago, a total of 21 martial saints had been promoted worldwide, with Huaxia having 9, nearly half. Among them were 2 from Wudong, 1 from Shaolin, and the remaining 6 were all within the court. Of these 6, aside from one who was originally just a marquee-level powerhouse and later rose to prominence, the rest were all kings of Huaxia, including the well-known Day Golden Pine King and the Dragon Elephant King. Ha ha, the Lord is joking. As soon as Linny finished speaking, the Dei Golden Pang martial saint from the Demon Suppression Hall immediately began to flatter him. The Lord's strength and reputation are known throughout Blue Star. Who doesn't know? Who isn't aware? Although we are all at the heavenly ascension level, the gap in strength isn't much different from when we were kings. It is truly too humble of the Lord to say we are on the same level. Moreover, the Lord's contributions are undoubtedly the greatest in all of Blue Star. How can we compare? We truly. Alright Jinpeng, enough. I'm here for serious business. Seeing the Dei Golden Pang King rambling on, becoming increasingly exaggerated, Linny felt a bit awkward and quickly interrupted. Yes, the Lord is right, serious business is important. The Dei Golden Pang martial saint, not offended by Lin Yi's interruption, nodded in agreement. Lin Yi, look. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the fighting martial sovereign Li Yuanyan also nodded slightly, pointing with his hand, and the huge virtual screen on the wall began to replay the earlier video. Boom! In the video, a series of explosive sounds echoed. In the midst of an endless ocean, an enormous beast lay at the bottom of the sea. Its body was covered in black scales, and it had 9 blood-red eyeballs on its head. Above the 9 eyeballs were 5 black, curved horns that pierced the heavens. At the same time, it was incredibly massive. Beside it, a gigantic underwater volcano seemed minuscule in comparison. The other rocks appeared as mere pebbles. Beneath the mountain, demon race, Horn Star Beast. Moreover, it is a Horn Star Beast at the 3rd level of the Divine Body Realm. How could a creature of this level appear on Blue Star? Seeing the appearance of this giant beast, Lin Yi was instantly shocked. Over the past 3 years, aside from practicing diligently every day, Lin Yi had also learned a great deal about the cultivation knowledge in the universe. Among these, he understood that in the universe, besides the human race, there were many other groups. The demon race was one of them, and it was one of the extremely powerful groups. As for the Horn Star giant beast, it was a common and powerful lineage within the demon race. The most notable feature of this giant beast was its pitch-black scales, 9 blood-red eyeballs, and its black horns. One black horn represented that this Horn Star giant beast had just been born, with a cultivation level at the limit of the foundational realm, equivalent to a king-level expert in Huaxia. 2 horns indicated that this Horn Star giant beast had entered its growth period, comparable to a human in the flying realm. As for 3 horns, it represented that this Horn Star giant beast had fully entered its mature stage, comparable to a first-level Divine Body Realm expert. At this point, the power within the bloodline of the Hornstar giant beast would be considered exhausted, and to become stronger, it would have to rely on its own cultivation. After that, each time it broke through a realm, it would grow an additional horn. For instance, if it cultivated to the second level of the Divine Body realm, it would have 4 horns. Cultivating to the third level of the Divine Body realm would result in 5 horns. Cultivating to the first level of the Indestructible realm would yield 6 horns. And so on. Now, this Hornstar giant beast had 5 horns, which proved that it was indeed a demon race at the third level of the Divine Body realm. Moreover, judging by the length of the 5th black curved horn, it had already reached the peak of the third level of the Divine Body realm. What's wrong? Is this giant beast really a second-level Divine Body realm existence that even you can't handle? Seeing Lin Yi's dark expression and his silence, Li Yuanyan couldn't help but speak up. Yes, with my current strength, I can't deal with this giant beast at all. Even if I were 10 or 20 times stronger, I still couldn't handle it, because it is a demon race at the third level of the Divine Body realm. Hearing Li Yuanyan's words, Lin Yi sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. What? It's really a monster at the third level of the Divine Body realm? It's over. This is really the end. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, a newly promoted martial saint turned pale, trembling, and nearly fell to the ground. A third-level Divine Body realm expert has a power 100 times that of an ordinary first-level Divine Body realm expert and 100,000 times that of a peak-flying realm expert. Even the weakest among them far exceeds the current imagination of humanity on Blue Star. And the reincarnation martial saint, even with profound secret techniques and a solid foundation, could only be comparable to an ordinary first-level Divine Body realm expert. But facing such an existence, they would be like ants, easily crushed. Are we humans really going to perish? Seeing that Lin Yi was also helpless, the martial deity Li Yuanyan sighed deeply, tears welling in his eyes. The thought of humanity's demise, though simple in words, contains so much meaning. Millions of years ago, the first ancestors of humanity, the ape men, climbed down from the trees and began to adapt to upright walking, then migrated out of Africa to Asia, forming the first prototypes of humanity. Tens of thousands of years ago, humanity developed the Stone Age, learned to use tools to fight against nature, and thus established a foothold in the natural world, gradually becoming a top group on Blue Star. Until, with the evolution of humanity, civilizations slowly developed. Ancient Indian civilization, ancient Egyptian civilization, ancient Babylonian civilization, ancient Huaxia civilization. Throughout countless years, numerous natural disasters and man-made calamities had not crushed humanity. Instead, these continuous trials made humanity grow stronger, standing tall at the pinnacle of the world. Even hundreds of years ago, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived on Blue Star, humanity briefly faced a dark period due to failing to keep up with the pace of evolution, but ultimately, relying on the resilience and self-improvement inherent in human genes, humanity still stood tall at the pinnacle of the world in a short time, contending with demons and monsters. And 3 years ago, an extraordinary talent named Lin Yi emerged, completely suppressing the demons and restoring humanity's status as a subordinate. But now, is humanity doomed? At this thought, all the martial saints couldn't help but feel dizzy, as if the sky were about to collapse, until a voice suddenly rang out. I have a method that might save the human race from extinction. What? Lin Yi, you really have a way. As soon as Lin Yi spoke, the eyes of the martial saints present lit up, filled with anticipation as they looked towards him. Lin Yi is currently the most powerful being on Blue Star. Moreover, he is suspected to have obtained profound legacies from the universe. In terms of strength, insight, and resources, he far surpasses any individual or nation on Blue Star. Since he has now spoken, it naturally ignited hope in the hearts of the martial saints. Yes, there is a method we can try, but I can't guarantee it will succeed. Lin Yi nodded in response. Just now, he had been a bit anxious. Upon seeing the 5 horns on the head of the Hornstar beast, a demon at the third level of the Divine Body realm, he felt a sense of despair. It wasn't until later, after careful observation and contemplation, that he realized the giant beast was already heavily injured, and its strength was likely reduced to a mere 10, comparable to the second or even first level of the Divine Body realm. In such a situation, although the Hornstar beast remained powerful, it was not without the possibility of resistance for the entire human race on Blue Star. Lin Yi pondered and then spoke. As you all know, I have obtained some extraterrestrial legacies, and among these legacies, there are many secret methods for overcoming the strong with the weak and for many to fight against few. Among them, there is a special secret method that can be translated into Blue Star language as formation. Formation, this is a very magical method. It can unite the power of practitioners, thereby leveraging a greater force of heaven and earth to condense powerful formation spirits. For example, if 100 practitioners each have a basic strength of 1000 Terra, if they fight separately against a strong being in the Divine Body realm, that strong being could easily kill all of them with just one move. However, through a formation, these 1000 practitioners can completely stack their powers, achieving an effect of 100 by 1000 or even a more powerful effect. This kind of power is far stronger than any individual practitioner. Now, after 3 years of development for our human race, there are already over 50 martial saints on Blue Star. Moreover, thanks to the legacies from the universe, each martial saint is much stronger than they were 3 years ago. With such stacking, if this Hornstar beast at the third level of the Divine Body realm is heavily injured, we might not be unable to fight it. As Lin Yi spoke, an unwavering determination shone in his eyes. What? The Hornstar beast is heavily injured, and its strength has greatly diminished. And a formation? Is this thing really that magical? Hearing Lin Yi's words, the many martial saints exclaimed in surprise, their eyes brimming with endless joy. Formations do exist on Blue Star as well, such as the 18 Bronze Men formation of the Shaolin sect and the True Martial 7 sections formation of the Wudong sect. However, those formations are merely cooperative. Although they can produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, they do not possess the magical functions Lin Yi described. Not only can they perfectly stack the powers of practitioners, but they can also unleash might even stronger than perfect stacking. Good. The universe is indeed incredibly mysterious. I never expected there to be such a strange existence as formations. Now, Blue Star is saved. After Lin Yi finished explaining, the celestial sovereign Li Yuanyan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he exclaimed good 3 times, laughing heartily. Yes, the sovereign is right, Blue Star is saved. As soon as Li Yuanyan's words fell, the other martial saints burst into laughter. Having lived on this land for at least over 100 years, they truly love this land deeply. So deeply that they would not hesitate to exchange their lives for it. Seeing the smiles of the many martial saints, Lin Yi also wore a broad smile on his face and said, good. Since that's the case, then Tianzuan, you all hurry and help contact the remaining martial saints of Blue Star to gather quickly in Kyoto City. As for me, I will go find the most powerful formation. Once I have learned the formation preliminarily and everything is ready, we will set off directly to the sea to confront the corner star behemoth. Good. Confront the corner star behemoth. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the many martial saints felt their blood boiling and shouted in unison. Lin Yi nodded at the sight and then transformed into a beam of rainbow light, disappearing into the distance. In the Crimson Blood Hall, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Lin Yi's figure suddenly appeared in the vast emptiness of the universe, and then he spoke. 10,000 Laws Pavilion, help me select the formation with the strongest power that is most suitable for the Flying Heaven realm. Buzz. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, in the next moment, beams of light streaked across the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, and in an instant, over 10,000 comets and meteors of various colors appeared. Filter out the formations that are most suitable for the fire attribute. Seeing the more than 100,000 meteors and comets, Lin Yi pondered for a moment before finally saying, his strongest abilities were in the fire attribute, such as the Crimson Dragon Heaven Fist and Lava Immortal Body. Therefore, he would naturally be the one to host the formation and act as the main force, so he needed to choose the formation that suited him best to maximize its power and win more opportunities for victory. Buzz. A thought crossed Lin Yi's mind, and in the void, the meteors and comets began to disappear in clusters, leaving no more than 1,000 types of secret methods. Filter again. Seeing this, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as he spoke directly. In the next moment, the void suddenly changed, leaving fewer than 100 types of secret methods. Filter again. Filter again. Lin Yi continued to speak until finally only 3 comets, all entirely red, remained. Is this the 3 formations that are most suitable for me? Lin Yi murmured softly, then was about to reach out to receive the inheritance. But at that moment, in the void not far from Lin Yi, a figure with blood-red eyes appeared. Lin Yi, what are you choosing a formation for? Have you suddenly developed an interest in formations? Seeing these formations, she frowned. No. Lin Yi shook his head. Upon hearing this, Lord Qi, it's not that I have suddenly become interested in formations, but my hometown is currently being harmed by the corner star behemoth among the demon race, and I must choose a formation to join forces with other martial saints to kill it. As he spoke, a fierce killing intent surged in Lin Yi's eyes. Qi's expression changed, and he quickly asked, what? The corner star behemoth has appeared on Blue Star? What level of cultivation is this corner star behemoth? Is it the first level of the Divine Body Realm? Or the second level of the Divine Body Realm? Neither? Is it the third level of the Divine Body Realm? As soon as Qi finished speaking, Lin Yi shook his head in response, but seeing Qi's face changed drastically, he quickly explained, however, this corner star behemoth at the third level of the Divine Body Realm is already heavily injured. I estimate its strength should have regressed to the second or even the first level of the Divine Body Realm, so I think I still have some hope of killing it. Some hope? Lin Yi, what kind of joke are you making? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Qi almost shouted in anger. Lin Yi, you are too naive. You have no idea how terrifying a peak practitioner at the third level of the Divine Body Realm is. At the peak of the third level of the Divine Body Realm, do you think their strength surpasses yours only in basic power? No. Besides basic power, what is most terrifying about the peak of the third level of the Divine Body Realm is the third level peak true meaning they have mastered. Cultivation is fundamentally about comprehending the Great Tao and true meaning. Only when the realm of the Great Tao and true meaning is reached can a practitioner's cultivation break through. Therefore, even if a strong practitioner at the peak of the third level of the Divine Body Realm is heavily injured and their basic power falls to the first level of the Divine Body Realm, so what? It can still slaughter a first-level practitioner of the Divine Body Realm with the true meaning of the third peak level. And with your meager strength, even with the help of formations, what difference does it make? You absolutely cannot contend with that Horn Star Beast. So, Lin Yi, let me give you a piece of advice. While that Horn Star Beast hasn't recovered and hasn't started its massacre, you should leave Blue Star on my blood-red hall as soon as possible. This way, you can still survive. Qi shook his head, helplessly persuading. But upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes turned red. Leave Blue Star? What about the countless humans on Blue Star? What about my family? Lin Yi questioned. The blood-red hall, although it contained countless cave worlds, these worlds were all incredibly broken, devoid of life. Thus, while these worlds had air, they lacked oxygen. In such circumstances, practitioners at the sky-flying realm could survive by relying on cosmic energy, but those below the sky-flying realm would undoubtedly perish if they entered. This meant that if Lin Yi chose to escape Blue Star, it would be equivalent to sending everyone below the Marshal Saint level in Blue Star into the mouth of the Horned Star Beast. Among these people were his classmates, his friends, his subordinates from the Demon Subduing Hall, and his close friends Li Xingfeng, Wang Yan, and others. Even among them were his relatives, his father, mother, and sister. Because breaking through to the sky-flying realm was not that easy. Lin Yi was able to break through so simply back then because he had modified martial arts for countless years, reaching various realms long ago. Thus, when his divine soul arrived, he could directly leverage the power of heaven and earth to break through to the Martial Saint level. Ordinary people, however, were different. They needed to progress step by step to break through to the Martial Saint level, even with countless resources at their disposal. Otherwise, if they relied solely on resources to elevate their divine soul to the Martial Saint level without their martial arts realm-keeping pace, it would be like suddenly transferring an ant's divine soul into a human body. The immense power of heaven and earth would instantly explode the body, leading to death. Thinking of this, Lin Yi slowly spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry, Lord Qi. For many things, I am willing to heed your advice. But this time, you want me to abandon everyone on Blue Star, to abandon my parents and siblings just to survive for myself. Please forgive me, but I cannot do it. After saying this, Lin Yi quickly accepted the inheritance of the formation, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, leaving behind an empty cosmic void. Looking at this void, she pondered for a long time. And finally, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This little guy is indeed somewhat admirable. In Kyoto City, Lin Yi arrived alone at the Demon Subduing Hall. He had never considered Qi's suggestion, nor would he ever consider it. Lin Yi admitted that he was never a saint, nor would he unconditionally sacrifice his own interests for others. He could cry, he could laugh, and he would fight for his own rights and interests against others. After all, he was just an ordinary person, at most a relatively kind ordinary person. For someone like him, being able to become the best on Blue Star, to protect his hometown, and to live happily and peacefully with his family was already a great joy and satisfaction. As for becoming a Divine Body Realm Practitioner, an Undying Realm Practitioner, a Great Sun Realm Practitioner, or even breaking through to the Chaos Realm or transcending the Chaos Realm to achieve true divinity, he would strive to cultivate and break through. However, even if he ultimately couldn't achieve it, he wouldn't blame the heavens or feel that possessing a system meant he would be invincible. At most, he would feel a bit unwilling. But if he truly abandoned all ordinary people on Blue Star this time, abandoning the countless ordinary people like you and me in this world just to survive for himself, even if he Lin Yi achieved true divinity in the future, attained immortality, and possessed eternal life, he would never forgive himself. Hall Master, why are you here? In a private office within the Fushimen Hall of Kyoto City, upon seeing Lin Yi's sudden appearance, the responsible innate martial artist's eyes lit up with fervor, as if he had encountered a true deity in his heart. Arrange a secret chamber for me. I need to cultivate for a while, Lin Yi instructed. This time, although the three formations he chose were all extremely powerful, Lin Yi still wanted to use the system to modify them, to see if he could strike lucky and achieve a critical hit. If he could, it would increase his chances of victory in this battle. If not, even a slight enhancement in power would be beneficial. Understood, Hall Master, please, follow me. Hearing Lin Yi's command, the innate martial artist did not dare to delay and quickly led Lin Yi to the highest grade secret chamber. System, begin modifying the Tortoise Snake Fire Cloud formation. Set the modification to 100,000 years later. As the door to the secret chamber slammed shut, Lin Yi instructed the system in his mind. Ding. Host's command received. Modifying formation Tortoise Snake. Ding. Tortoise Snake Fire Cloud formation modification successful. Transformed into Tortoise Snake Fiery Cloud formation. In less than a second, the system had completed the modification. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's mind received the specific inheritance of the new formation, Tortoise Snake Fiery Cloud formation. Not bad. Compared to the original Tortoise Snake Fire Cloud formation, this new formation not only has a significantly reduced learning difficulty but also has increased its power by about 10%, which is a small enhancement. Seeing the power of the new formation, a smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Formations, this peculiar secret art, are generally one rank higher than the same level of secret arts. For example, those suitable for the Flying Heaven realm are classified as Divine Body Realm techniques in the 10,000 Methods Pavilion and the Universe. As for those suitable for the Divine Body Realm, they are classified as Immortal Realm techniques. As for the creators of these formations, they are masters who specialize in studying such things. Lin Yi, although he had learned some formation knowledge through the system over the past 3 years due to his lack of talent in formations, even with his strong comprehension and the system, he could only be considered a mediocre formation master. He could barely create formations that innate martial artists could use, which was better than nothing. Continue modifying the Soaring Snake Sky formation. Setting aside distractions, Lin Yi focused his thoughts and instructed the system again in his mind. Ding. Host's command received. Modifying formation Soaring Snake Sky formation. Ding. Soaring Snake Sky formation modification successful. Evolved into Soaring Snake Mist Driving formation. In less than a moment, the system had once again completed the modification of this formation. This formation is even stronger than the previous Tortoise Snake Fiery Cloud formation. After use, it should be about 30% more powerful than the Tortoise Snake Fiery Cloud formation, Lin Yi said softly. Then, he looked at the last formation in his mind and silently thought, I hope this modification can achieve a considerable critical hit, otherwise, I will have to choose those formations that are not as suitable for me and take my chances. And those formations, even if I get lucky and achieve a critical hit, if the hit isn't terrifying enough to reach the limit, the system won't be able to help evolve them, and their power may not be much stronger than these 3 formations. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. He then directly began to enhance the last formation. System, modify Crimson Flame Divine Human. Formation, set it to 100,000 years later. Ding. Host's command received, modifying formation Crimson Flame Divine Human Formation. Ding. Crimson Flame Divine Human Formation modification successful. Critical hit of 3,000 times, breaking the formation limit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the formation Golden Flame Celestial God. Formation. What? A critical hit of 3,000 times. Golden Flame Celestial God Formation. Now, Blue Star is saved. Hearing the system's critical hit multiplier, Lin Yi's eyes instantly shone with brilliance, and he felt immense joy in his heart. System, check Golden Flame Celestial God Formation. Hearing the sound of the system prompt, Lin Yi couldn't help but eagerly give the command. Then, the void before him shifted, revealing an attribute panel. On it, a series of flowing texts introduced. Formation name, Golden Flame Celestial Formation level, indestructible introduction. The Golden Flame Celestial Formation, originally named the Crimson Flame Divine Formation, was modified by the genius Lin Yi of Blue Star, transforming it into the Golden Flame Celestial Formation. This formation possesses immense power and is also incredibly miraculous. Although it is of the indestructible realm level, practitioners of the flying realm can also use it. Moreover, compared to the original formation, the difficulty of practicing this formation has been greatly reduced. As long as one enters the basics, they can initially condense a towering Golden Flame Celestial, concentrating all the power of the practitioner who casts this formation into one entity. And after achieving a threefold amplification and perfect comprehension, they can condense 100,000 Zheng Golden Flame Celestial, amplifying it tenfold. Tenfold amplification. What a powerful formation, truly worthy of being modified by the system with a 3,000-fold critical hit. Looking at the introduction of the Golden Flame Celestial Formation on the attribute panel, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. Formations, while perfectly concentrating the practitioner's power and allowing for amplification bursts, are typically very difficult to achieve even a 2-fold amplification. The formations Lin Yi had previously selected, such as the Turtle Snake Fire Cloud Formation and the Soaring Snake Sky Formation, were already considered top tier among formations, yet the maximum amplification they could achieve was still only 3-fold. Even after being modified by the system later, it only increased from 3-fold to slightly more than 3-fold, not significantly stronger. But now, this Golden Flame Celestial Formation could achieve a 3-fold amplification just at the entry level. After reaching perfection, it could amplify 10-fold. Such a formation would likely be unique in the universe, already breaking the limits of the cosmos. Great! This powerful formation is exactly what Blue Star needs to have a glimmer of hope. Now, Blue Star is truly saved. Lin Yi felt a surge of emotion as he looked at the powerful formation on the attribute panel. He then directly left the Demon Suppression Hall and arrived at the secret chamber where the martial saints were gathered. How is it? Lin Yi, did you find a suitable formation? Upon seeing Lin Yi's figure appear from the void, all the martial saints looked at him with eager anticipation. I found it. Lin Yi smiled and nodded in response to the many martial saints' gazes. That's great. That's great. Humanity is saved. Hearing Lin Yi's affirmative response, the martial saints immediately showed expressions of joy. Why is one martial saint missing? Where is the Taiji Divine Sword Senior? Just as the many martial saints were rejoicing, Lin Yi glanced around and noticed the absence of one presence among the Blue Star martial saints. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the martial godly Yuan Yan also spoke up. Sigh. Lin Yi, the Taiji Divine Sword Senior has been in seclusion since 5 years ago. 3 years ago, when you taught me some techniques from the universe and asked me to pass them on to the martial saints and powerful innate martial artists of Blue Star, I had personally visited the Taiji Divine Sword Senior on Wudong Mountain, and although I did see him at that time, he only briefly met me before continuing his seclusion. And just a year ago, news came from Wudong Mountain that the Taiji Divine Sword had entered a deadlock in his seclusion and would not see anyone. So, even though I notified him this time, he still hasn't come. Oh, he's in a deadlock? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was not surprised but rather delighted. Could it be that the Taiji Divine Sword Senior has comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth and is about to break through to the divine body realm? Lin Yi thought with excitement. The Taiji Divine Sword, Master Chongshu, is a unique existence among all martial practitioners of Blue Star. His talent is incredibly powerful, having shown an astonishing level of progress during the initial period of spiritual energy recovery. The first to become a martial artist, the first to become a martial master, the first to become an innate martial master, the first to become a martial saint. Therefore, his strength and talent are undoubtedly unquestionable. Even the Golden Body Arhat, who was closest to him among humans, was significantly weaker. At this moment, 300 years had passed since the revival of spiritual energy, and it was not impossible for him to achieve a divine body soon. Alright, since the Taiji Divine Sword Senior hasn't come, let's quickly grasp the formation and strive to at least comprehend my Golden Flame Heavenly God formation to the minor success stage, Lin Yi said, immediately transmitting all the details of the Golden Flame Heavenly God formation to the many martial saints through a miniature phone. Upon seeing this, the martial saints did not dare to be negligent and quickly began to meditate and comprehend. Time slowly passed again. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had already gone by. Rumble, rumble, In the boundless blue sea, the endless sea breeze blew as usual, stirring up waves powerful enough to capsize giant ships. But at this moment, a massive sudden whirlpool appeared on the sea surface, instantly clearing the surrounding waves. Roar! Roar! From beneath the sea, a series of roars echoed, revealing a gigantic beast over 300 kilometers long, opening its mouth wide and frantically devouring monsters within a radius of hundreds to thousands of kilometers. Splash! The endless seawater surged wildly, with countless monsters being easily swallowed by the horned star beast. In less than half an hour, the area was once again cleared. Too few. Too few. The energy contained in these monsters that haven't even reached the flying realm is really too little. Energy. I want more energy. I need purer energy. Beneath the sea, the horned star beast roared, then turned its gaze towards a distant, immensely large continent. That continent, on Blue Star, is known as the American continent. Beep beep beep. In Kyoto City, in the secret chambers where many martial saints were cultivating, suddenly, urgent calls rang out from the miniature phone held by a blonde, fair-skinned man. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the blonde white man, who had been meditating on the formation, immediately stopped. Connect. Upon seeing the call from the current president of the Golden Eagle Nation set to the highest priority on his miniature watch, the white man felt an ominous premonition and chose to answer. Respected Lord of Light, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. As soon as the white man connected the call, a panicked voice from the elderly, white-haired president of the Golden Eagle Nation came through. GIs. What happened? What's going on? Seeing the president so flustered, the white man furrowed his brows and demanded. Upon witnessing the anger of the blonde white man, the white-haired president trembled in fear and stammered, "Our respected Lord of Light, it's really bad. Just now, an incredibly huge monster suddenly descended in Amity. OMG. I can guarantee that it is the most terrifying monster I have ever seen in my life. Its mouth emits a tremendous attraction, and it swallowed all the humans in a city in one bite. As of St. Ton time, New Era 338. October 28, 1930, all the humans in Amity State have already been completely devoured. Amity State is gone. What? Upon hearing this news, the blonde white man felt his head spin. His eyes widened, and he stood up. Amity State is gone. Such a large state, just like that, it's gone. The blonde white man was somewhat dazed, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, the other two martial saints from the Golden Eagle Nation in the secret chamber also showed expressions of pain. The Golden Eagle Nation was their homeland, and Amity State was part of the Golden Eagle Nation, home to over 10 million civilians. The Horned Star Beast swallowing Amity State was equivalent to devouring 10 million people from the Golden Eagle Nation. How could they not feel immense sorrow and heartbreak? Sigh. Seeing this, Linny also let out a gentle sigh, although his perception of the Golden Eagle Nation was not particularly favorable. Upon hearing that millions of civilians in Amijo had been devoured, he felt a pang of sorrow for the unfortunate. He thought to himself, if this scene were to happen in the Huaxia Nation he was protecting, or even in Jiangnan Province, how would he react? He believed he would probably lose composure even more than they did. With this thought, Linny shook his head, his resolve to eliminate the Corner Star Behemoth growing stronger. No matter what, we cannot allow the Corner Star Behemoth to rampage in Huaxia. Linny was determined in his heart. And then he advised the three martial saints of the Golden Eagle Nation, martial saints, since this has already happened, it is useless to dwell in sorrow. The urgent matter at hand is to cultivate the Golden Flame Heavenly God Array to a small success stage. Only then do we have a better chance of defeating the Corner Star Behemoth. As Linny spoke, his eyes were filled with unwavering light. At that moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the ears of all the martial saints. Yes, this young friend is right. Although this monster is powerful, humanity also has boundless potential. Over the past millions of years, how many disasters have we faced, yet we have overcome them all. So, this time will be no different. I believe that as long as we work together, we will surely be able to defeat this cosmic monster just as we once defeated the monsters on Blue Star. As the voice fell, an old Taoist priest dressed in a black and white robe, looking somewhat disheveled, suddenly appeared in the secret chamber. His appearance was as if he had stepped out of the void. Everyone, including Lin Yi, was momentarily taken aback. Senior Taiji Divine Sword, you have broken through to the divine body. Feeling the vast aura emanating from the old Taoist, which far surpassed his own even in terms of foundation, Lin Yi's eyes lit up with anticipation as he asked. Indeed. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, the old Taoist smiled and nodded. I have indeed broken through to the divine body realm. Speaking of which, I must thank young friend Lin Yi, if it weren't for you specifically sending Yuan Nian to deliver those cultivation techniques to me back then. Otherwise, even if I practiced hard for another 100 years, I might not have found the key to breaking through the divine body realm, let alone achieving my current strength. Oh, current strength? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes brightened even more, and he couldn't help but smile. It seems the Taoist is very confident in his current strength. May I ask what your current strength is? First level of the divine body realm. Base strength of 2 million talas with a power amplification of 6.8 times. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, the old Taoist Chongshu replied with a smile. Base strength of 2 million talas with a power amplification of 6.8 times. That means a full burst of over 10 million talas. Indeed, as expected of the divine body realm, it far surpasses me. Hearing the strength of the Chongshu Taoist, Lin Yi's eyes shone even brighter, and he then asked the final question. Lastly, may I ask what true meaning the Taoist has comprehended? Does it conflict with my Golden Flame Heavenly God Array? No conflict. The Chongshu Taoist shook his Head upon hearing this then smiled and replied, because what I have comprehended is the true meaning of fire in the universe, and it is also through this that I broke through to the divine body. Ha ha, good, excellent. Upon hearing the Changshu Taoist's answer, Linny could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Truly, heaven is helping humanity. Time slowly passed. With the arrival of the Changshu Taoist of the Taiji Divine Sword and the good news of his breakthrough to the divine body realm, the faith among all martial saints in humanity surged, and their confidence in victory in the war greatly increased. During this time, in the ocean, the corner star behemoth seemed to have tasted success, repeatedly attacking the humans on land. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Under the attacks of the corner star behemoth, humanity continued to fall. If it weren't for the fact that the corner star behemoth needed time to digest after each attack, the entire blue star would have long since fallen. But even so, after a full 4 months had passed, more than half of the entire human continent had already fallen. The immensely powerful horned star behemoths had instilled terror in countless humans who could only wait for the supreme martial saints to rescue them. Until, on January 31st, 339 of the new era, this day, the eve of the Lunar New Year in the Huaxia Kingdom, in a hidden chamber in the capital city. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the chamber, an endless radiance lit up, and all the martial saints stood up from their seated positions, having been in meditation for over half a year, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Linny, all the martial saints have already cultivated the golden flame celestial formation to a minor success. If we want to reach a major success, the time required may be more than 10 times longer. Shouldn't we take action now? Watching one martial saint after another rise, the martial god Li Yuanyan's eyes also shone with light, revealing boundless fighting spirit. Don't be hasty. Hearing Li Yuanyan's words, Linny first smiled, then turned to the old Taoist in black and white robes beside him, asking with a smile, Taoist, you are at the divine body realm. Even though you started a few months later than the martial saints, your comprehension speed should be much faster than the other martial saints. To what extent have you comprehended the golden flame celestial formation? Now, can you join the battle? I can. Of course I can. As soon as Linny finished speaking, the old man in Taoist robes smiled and replied, young friend, don't underestimate me. Before you, I was recognized as the #1 talent on Blue Star. Although my comprehension time this time was a bit short, I have already comprehended this formation to the level of major success. If it weren't for these little guys holding me back, what horned star behemoth, I would have long gone to deal with it. Deal with it? Hearing such crude words come from the legendary Changshu Taoist, Linny was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Right. What horned star behemoth dares to provoke me on Blue Star? I'll deal with it. Over here, Linny and the Taiji Divine Sword Changshu Taoist, along with many martial saints, discussed all matters. Meanwhile, on the other side of Blue Star, deep in the Indian Ocean, that enormous horned star behemoth was also stirring. Boom! Endless seawater parted in the center, and a monstrous beast as large as land itself rose from the seabed. It had 9 blood-red eyes, its scales pitch black, and especially the 5 dark, curved horns on its head shot up into the sky as if to pierce the heavens. This was the demon race that descended in the universe, the horned star behemoth. It was also the culprit behind the countless calamities that had caused innumerable human deaths over the past few months. These little bugs among humans have finally appeared? Sensing the presence of those far stronger than ordinary humans within its range of spiritual awareness, the horned star behemoth's 9 blood-red eyeballs suddenly brightened. Over the past few months, its spiritual awareness had swept across the entire star repeatedly. However, no matter how hard it tried to search, it could never find the existence of those flying realm beings among humans. It could only sense that in the ancient country located in the east of this star, there was a presence comprehending true meaning, about to break through to the divine body realm. Naturally, the horned star behemoth would not fear this presence. Instead, it felt an immense excitement, because devouring a being at the divine body realm was far more nourishing than consuming 1,000 flying realm humans. Therefore, for that human about to break through, the horned star behemoth had not only refrained from stopping it during this time but had also deliberately chosen to stay away from the continent where that presence existed, fearing it would disturb its breakthrough. Yes, it wanted to raise pigs. It wanted to fully nurture that human about to break through to the divine body realm. This way, it would be a true boon for it. Ha ha, so many flying realm beings, such powerful divine body beings. The natives on this star must have obtained a broken cosmic inheritance from that blood-red palace. Their strength is far superior to that of ordinary native stars. However, being powerful is good. Only by being strong enough can I gain more energy. Come on, ants, prepare to merge with the great horned star beast. Sensing the humans drawing closer, the horned star beast roared with excitement, its massive body suddenly taking flight, speeding towards those humans. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Across the horizon, streaks of light cut through the void, rapidly approaching the horned star beast from the capital city of Huaxia towards the Indian Ocean. After receiving the inheritance from the cosmos and the resources from Guhan, the strength of all human martial saints had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to before. Now, nearly every martial saint among humanity had reached the peak of their power. Moreover, with the existence of cultivation techniques, flying secrets, and so on, even the slowest martial saints surpassed the speed of the most advanced intelligent fighter jets among humans. Not to mention that at this moment, the Taiji Divine Sword was invoking the true essence of heaven and earth to empower many martial saints. Therefore, at this moment, on the streets of Asia on Blue Star, countless massive 3D displays illuminated the night. Under the starry sky, each human martial saint streaked across the dark night like meteors carrying flames. Even knowing that crashing ahead could lead to shattering their bodies, even knowing that this journey might be one way, they still pressed on without hesitation. They still felt it was their duty. If it meant never returning, then so be it, because Blue Star is their homeland, and behind them are billions of Blue Star citizens they protect, people from all over the world. Today is January 31st, 339 of the New Yuan in Kyoto time, 1932. Our saviors among humanity, the great martial saints, have begun their final assault on the beast in the Indian Ocean. This is also the last attack from all of us Blue Star humans against this beast. If we fail this time, it means we can no longer contend with this terrifying monster. Because, in front of this terrifying beast, nuclear bombs are merely firecrackers. Laser cannons are just toys. What we can rely on is only the powerful martial saints, only the Taiji Divine Sword and the reincarnation martial saints. Billions of Blue Star citizens, let us start praying for our heroes now. Pray for their victory. Because, in this battle, we can only win. The passionate voices echoed through the streets of countries around the world. Countless residents, whether they had fled from abroad or were local natives, silently clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and prayed sincerely in their hearts. At this moment, regardless of skin color, race, or nationality, they all shared one identity: Blue Star humans. And they had only one wish: kill this Horn Star beast. Kill this demon that has devoured countless humans. Countless shared thoughts rose from the hearts of countless humans, igniting flames across the world. The will of one is insufficient. The will of thousands can move mountains, and the will of billions can shake the heavens and earth, crushing all evil spirits. Martial saints, form the formation, follow me, kill. Above the Eurasian continent, in the sky that reached tens of thousands of meters, seemingly within reach of the stars, Lin Yi roared angrily. In the next moment, before the immense Horn Star beast, beneath the countless brilliant stars, amidst the hopes of billions, all the martial saints of Blue Star began to emit endless golden light from their bodies, illuminating the entire darkness like a blazing sun. Ultimately, in the high sky, it quickly condensed into a colossal divine figure, thousands of feet tall, wrapped in boundless golden flames, its face obscured. It was none other than the Golden Flame Deity. Formation? You group of natives actually obtained a formation from that palace? In the void, the massive golden flame celestial god rose, and the blood-red eyes of the Horn Star beast showed a hint of surprise. However, it quickly turned into nothing more than a mere formation. If it were a group of divine body realm experts, it would still be somewhat wary. But a mere group of small flying realm beings, even with the aid of a formation, was hardly worth mentioning. What a broken formation! Die for me! Upon seeing the enormous golden flame celestial god, the Horn Star beast roared disdainfully, extending a front paw filled with sharp claws. Suddenly, boom! In the sky, it seemed as if boundless thunder erupted, deafening to the ears, as if the entire sky was about to be pierced by the beast's claw. As the beast struck, the profound truths of the universe were instantly stirred, and the power exceeding that of a billion-ton nuclear bomb erupted beneath the beast's paw, tearing fiercely towards the golden flame celestial god. Come on! Witnessing this terrifying strike, all the martial saints within the golden flame celestial god laughed heartily. Then, including Lin Yi, each unleashed their strongest martial techniques, launching a series of diverse attacks: Crimson Dragon Heavenly Fist, Splitting Light Great Sword Chi, Flame Burning Heaven Palm, Yin Yang Great Millstone. A variety of fierce and powerful martial techniques erupted from the hands of the martial saints. Subsequently, under the combined formation, these different attacks bizarrely merged together, converging at the head of the towering golden flame celestial god, specifically on the formation's host, Taoist Chongshu of the Taiji Divine Sword. Ha ha! Such powerful strength! Horned Star Beast, die! Feeling the immense power within the golden flame celestial god, Taoist Chongshu laughed heartily, his beard fluttering. With a single arm wave, a golden flame giant sword, stretching 10,000 zhang, coalesced in the hands of the golden flame celestial god. Then, as Taoist Chongshu made his move, the massive golden flame celestial god raised the sword high with both hands, and finally, brought it down. Boom! Infinite golden flames surged, and the gigantic golden sword fell, instantly resembling Pangu opening the heavens, breaking through the chaotic primordial void. An incomparably vast energy erupted, striking the terrifying claw that was coming at it in an instant. Rumble! Another series of terrifying explosions rang out. Immediately after, in the eyes of countless people on Blue Star, a figure rolled out of the battlefield like a ball, and upon closer inspection, it was the previously arrogant Horn Star beast. Ha ha! The martial saints are amazing. Blue Star is saved. We humans are saved. Father, Mother, did you see? This monster is not invincible. It can be repelled. Woo woo! I have hope to survive. We all have hope to survive. On the streets, witnessing this scene, some people roared with laughter, appearing almost mad. Others had tears in their eyes, hands clasped together, offering solace to those devoured by the horned Star Beast. More were filled with hope in their eyes, the hope of life. How is this possible? What kind of broken formation is this? How can it overpower me? In the sky, the Horned Star Beast, which had been struck away like a ball, steadied itself, its 9 blood-red eyes filled with disbelief. The Great Horned Star Beast clan, a great peak expert of the divine body realm. Although now heavily injured, its strength reduced to a fraction. Yet, in such a small, remote human planet under the combined efforts of a divine body and a group of flying realm ants, it was actually at a disadvantage? This was an utter humiliation. An utter humiliation. The Horned Star Beast roared in anger within. However, upon seeing the Horned Star Beast being struck away by Taoist Chengxiu's sword, the many martial saints were filled with joy, their eyes shining brightly as they laughed. It seems this beast is not so powerful after all. Everyone, let's keep up the effort. Kill this monster. Kill this monster. As soon as their voices fell, boom, another golden giant sword swept across, as if to split the sky in half. At this moment, the people across the entire Eurasian continent witnessed a dazzling brilliance, the light of hope. Damn it. Damn it. Compared to the exhilaration felt by many humans, the Horned Star giant beast, struck like a target, roared in fury. Although it was severely injured, it had recovered considerably over the past thousands of years on Blue. Especially in recent years, by devouring countless lives, it had barely restored its foundational power to the first level of divine body. With such a body, without affecting its injuries, it could unleash the strength to casually slaughter second-level divine body experts. Therefore, it originally thought that no matter how strong the natives of Blue were, with its power, it should be invincible on this small blue planet. But at this moment, it was being tormented. Damn ants. Today, this deity will risk worsening my injuries to annihilate you bunch of ants. In the sky, under repeated attacks from the golden flame celestial god, the Horned Star giant beast was enraged. In the next instant, the heavens and earth, within a radius of several thousand kilometers, were suddenly shrouded in infinite shadows, turning into pitch darkness. This darkness was pure black, not allowing a single ray of light to penetrate. It was as if one were placed in a cosmic void without any stars, completely unable to see anything around. There was no east, south, west, or north here, no 4 poles or 8 wastelands. Moreover, as this pitch black approached the golden flame celestial god, the immense surface of the golden flame celestial god, illuminated by countless flames, was quickly eroded by the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the area covered by its light shrank from several thousand kilometers to merely affecting the surrounding few miles. It became as inconspicuous as a firefly in the dark. It's the true domain of the essence of darkness. Everyone be careful. Looking at this boundless dark space, Lin Yi's expression changed, and he quickly shouted a warning. The essence of darkness, one of the myriad essences of the universe, could manifest a true domain when reaching the third level of essence. Within this domain, not only would the opponent's strength be greatly suppressed, but one could also merge with the darkness, becoming a part of it. Therefore, those who practiced this essence were naturally powerful assassins. Under the guise of darkness, they were like lone wolves in the night, always ready to deliver a fatal blow to their enemies. As Lin Yi's thoughts raced, in the next moment, whoosh, a massive black claw suddenly emerged from the shadows in the pitch-black void, appearing as if it were a ghost, catching one completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, it was already approaching the waist of the enormous golden flame celestial god. What? Seeing this scene, all the martial saints' faces changed dramatically, their hearts tightening. Meanwhile, on the ground, those watching the battle in the sky through satellite broadcasts, illuminated by the faint glow from the golden flame celestial god, also changed their expressions drastically. Some even revealed an overwhelming sense of despair on their faces. But at that moment, on the surface of the colossal golden flame celestial god, an ancient red copper bell appeared. Ding! The giant claw of the Horned Star Beast collided with the ancient copper bell, as if a divine being swung a giant hammer against an ancient divine mountain. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and space appeared to stagnate, until a bell sound, seemingly echoing from ancient times, rang out. Its massive sound wave instantly swept in all directions, almost reaching the entire Asian continent. Everyone witnessing this scene turned to look at the gigantic bell, entirely fire-red, with 9 winding rivers flowing across its surface, their eyes filled with boundless surprise and horror. A peak-level secret pattern divine weapon of the 3rd tier, the 9-flame divine fire bell, had appeared. Whoosh! The moment the enormous 9-flame divine fire bell enveloped the golden flame celestial god, the 9 fiery rivers on its surface seemed to come to life in an instant. The 9 fiery rivers spread through the void, and wherever they passed, the darkness instantly retreated. Soon, in that pitch-black world, a sea of flames spanning hundreds of kilometers was torn open, preventing the endless darkness from advancing even an inch. This treasure. Upon witnessing this scene, the people of Blue Star, who had just fallen into despair, were now filled with surprise. Martial saints, the martial saints actually possess such a secret treasure. Now everyone has hope again. Looking at the enormous divine bell that suddenly appeared on the golden flame celestial being, everyone felt joy in their hearts, while the corner star beast was shaken to its core. Secret pattern divine weapon. And it's a highly versatile peak-level 3rd tier secret pattern divine weapon. How could these natives have such a treasure? Could it have also come from that blood-red palace? The corner star beast was stunned. A peak-level 3rd tier secret pattern divine weapon. Even at its prime, it had only possessed one. As for now, it had none. After all, it had used up most of its treasures to escape back then. Even its ultimate 3rd tier peak secret pattern divine weapon had been self-destructed under its control. However, even if that divine weapon were still intact, it would be far inferior to the treasure before it. Kill. First, eliminate these humans, seize this treasure, and then explore that blood-red palace. With this thought, the corner star beast went mad. Its enormous front claws radiated dark light, drawing upon the boundless mysteries of dark true intent. In an instant, its power surged nearly doubled, and its speed increased dramatically. If it hadn't been for the protection of the 9-flame divine bell just now, that single claw strike would have been enough to tear apart the entire golden flame celestial being. This power. Everyone be careful. Seeing the corner star beast's terrifying strike, Lin Yi immediately warned. Then, he unleashed wave after wave of the Crimson Dragon Heavenly Fist, merging his attacks with those of the other martial saints, ultimately allowing Taoist Zhongxu to activate the 9-flame divine bell. Whoosh! As the 9-flame divine bell was activated, the vast sea of flames began to surge. The endless sea of flames rushed towards the corner star beast's massive black claws like flowing water, blocking its attack. However, the corner star beast's attacking power was simply too strong. Beneath its hooves, the sea of flames was easily torn apart like fabric before scissors. In the end, it could only crash violently against the 9-flame divine bell. Clang! A tremendous sound echoed in the air. The clash between the claws and the divine bell caused the entire bell to hum and tremble. But this was merely for show. Inside the bell, the golden flame celestial beings only heard a buzzing sound near their ears, and then it fell silent. What? Lin Yi, your treasure is this strong. Upon seeing this, not only the corner star beast but even the martial saints within the golden flame celestial being, including the Taiji divine sword presiding over the formation, were all shocked again. The corner star beast's strike, in terms of power, was absolutely far beyond the strongest attack of the golden flame celestial being. Yet, such a powerful attack merely caused the surface of the divine bell to shudder, after which all its power was dissipated. This defense was truly invincible. Not bad. I didn't expect this divine bell to be so strong. Seeing this, Lin Yi also smiled. To be honest, he only knew that the 9-flame divine bell was among the top-tier treasures even within the peak-level 3rd-tier secret pattern divine weapons. In terms of overall value, it was even close to the 4th tier. However, he hadn't anticipated that the power of the 9-flame divine bell could reach such a level, easily neutralizing the furious strike of the corner star beast. It should be noted that the corner star beast was now starting to get serious. The power it unleashed was definitely at the level of an ordinary 2nd-tier divine body peak, roughly approaching 200 million talas of attack, but even so, it still struggled to inflict significant damage on the golden flame deity with the divine bell. The power of this divine bell was simply unimaginable. How can this secret pattern divine weapon be so strong? Do I really need to burn my divine body to deal with this group of insignificant ants? Looking at the divine bell that showed no signs of weakening, the horn star beast began to doubt its own strength, its gaze filled with confusion. It knew that its strike wasn't particularly strong and should not be enough to break through the bell's defenses. However, according to its expectations, under this strike, the martial saints within the bell should at least be lightly injured, if not heavily wounded and spitting blood. But now, not only were there no light injuries, even a gasp of breath was absent. As if nothing had happened at all. This was simply absurd. I'll test it again, and if that doesn't work, I'll just burn my divine body. The horned star beast resolved in its heart, and then its massive claw once again reached for the divine bell. Moreover, this time, its power had actually increased several-fold compared to before. Clang! Another deafening sound echoed as the horned star beast struck, causing the fiery red divine bell to tremble once more. Yet, it remained as solid as a copper wall, rendering the horned star beast's attack futile. Damn it! Seeing this, the horned star beast roared, its claws flying out repeatedly. Thus, clang, clang, clang. In the sky, a series of thunderous bell tolls rang out. The horned star beast attacked again and again, but to no avail. Aside from producing a series of sounds from the bell, it couldn't harm anyone inside at all. Meanwhile, the martial saints within were not anxious. They all knew that the horned star beast was severely injured. At this point, every strike it made was consuming its life force. As long as they held on, the horned star beast would eventually be defeated. However, suddenly, ants, enough! It's time to end this. In the sky, the horned star beast suddenly ceased its attacks, its blood-red eyes fixed on the golden flame deity. I didn't want to burn my divine body and pay such a high price. After all, burning the divine body is incredibly difficult to recover from. Generally speaking, even if I abandon you stars, I would never burn my divine body. But who told you that there is a blood-red palace among your stars? For that blood-red palace, everything is worth it. Die! As soon as the horned star beast finished speaking, everyone saw its tail, which stretched for hundreds of kilometers, shrink by almost 1/10. Then, that 1/10 of the tail quickly transformed into countless light points, surging into its body. Boom! As the light points merged, a sound erupted in the sky far greater than the roar of thunder. Under this sound, even those hundreds of thousands of meters below couldn't help but cover their ears in pain. The horned star beast's massive claw reached out again, its power so vast that it seemed to tear apart the void itself. Compared to before, it was at least 10 times stronger. Swiftly, it crashed into the enormous copper bell. Boom! The impact of the horned star beast's strike was like a comet hitting the earth. Boundless shockwaves surged, and endless flames scattered. The once towering and immovable divine bell, like Mount Tai, was sent flying as if it were a mere ball. The surface of the bell emitted a series of buzzing sounds, and even the 9 rivers of flame were directly forced back into the bell, reforming the 9 river patterns on its surface. The martial saints inside also turned pale, feeling an overwhelming force bearing down on them, and a metallic taste rose in their mouths. How can this attack be so powerful? Witnessing this scene, the martial saints within the golden flame deity were instantly shocked, their faces filled with horror. On the ground, countless people looked up at the screen above, their hearts tightening. Only Lin and the Taiji divine sword Taoist Chongshu sighed softly. Alas, I didn't expect it to burn its divine body. The Taoist Chongshu sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Burning the divine body is the true desperate tactic of the divine body realm. Once the divine body begins to burn, that portion of the divine body permanently disappears and can never return. And one must understand that the divine body realm is a process of reshaping the physical body through the true essence of heaven and earth while allowing every strand of the physical body to contain a trace of divine soul. In other words, burning the divine body means burning the divine soul. The resources needed to replenish and restore the divine soul are quite expensive. In the universe, for an ordinary divine body realm, even all their wealth would not be enough to burn the divine body once. But now, this corner star giant beast is willing to do so. It seems that the treasures brought out by the Blood Red Palace have stimulated the corner star giant beast too much, igniting its greed, believing that it can obtain treasures from it even after burning its divine body. That's why it is so reckless. Since that's the case, then, at this thought, a glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and he then spoke loudly to the corner star giant beast. I know you covet that Blood Red Palace immensely, far more than you do for all of us blue star humans. So, let's make a deal. You and I will swear an oath to the source of the universe, and you will no longer attack US blue star humans. As for my reward, how about I take you to search for treasures in that Blood Red Palace? At this point, Lin Yi paused, then increased the stakes. You see, I was the ultimate winner in that battle at the Blood Red Palace. Most of the treasures, techniques, and so on that Blue Star possesses now were brought out by me from the Blood Red Palace. Having me as your guide will be much better than you fumbling around on your own. Moreover, this way, you get what you want without having to burn your divine body, and we won't have to fight. How about that? As Lin Yi spoke, his eyes were filled with sincerity, as if he truly wanted to negotiate with the corner star giant beast. However, to his surprise, the corner star giant beast scoffed. Humph. A guide? You humans are always incredibly cunning. You entered that Blood Red Palace years before me, so you must be very familiar with it. If I really followed you into that palace, I might not even know how you would trick me into death. How could I dare to go in with you? Furthermore, after killing you blue star humans, I would have plenty of time to explore that palace slowly, and I wouldn't need you to reveal any secrets or guide me. Die. The corner star giant beast roared angrily and then said no more, only swinging its massive hoof like a meteor towards the fiery red divine bell. Clang! The corner star giant beast's hoof struck the fiery red divine bell again, causing the bell to be thrown into the air once more. Its immense power also transmitted through the bell body into the golden flame celestial being inside. Puff, puff, puff. Sounds of spitting blood echoed. This time, the force coming from the bell body was even more immense than the last. Under this force, all the martial saints felt their internal organs shift and they continuously spat out mouthfuls of bright red blood. Taoist, fight with all your might. Seeing the martial saints' faces turn ashen, Lin Yi became anxious and said to Taoist Chongshu, alas! Taoist Chongshu sighed upon hearing this, and in the next moment, his body suddenly swelled, transforming from a mere 6-foot-tall old man into a giant over 10 kilometers tall. At the same time, boundless brilliance surged from his body, and his divine body began to burn slowly from the soles of his feet. Corner star giant beast, either you die or I perish. Taoist Chongshu roared, his divine power surging within him, and the surface of the 9-flame divine fire bell immediately radiated infinite light. Then, 9 rivers flowed across the surface of the bell, and once again they gushed forth like torrents. Humans, I want you dead. Seeing the 9-flame divine fire bell's power surge again, the corner star giant beast's 9 blood-red eyes became even more frenzied. Its tail ignited once more, transforming into specks of light. This time, it burned a full half of its tail's divine body. Boom! The hoof of the horned star beast collided with the giant bell. At that moment, the fiery river that had just appeared instantly retracted back into the bell. Following this impact, the bronze bell let out a mournful sound, buzzing and trembling, as if it would revert to its original form in the next instant. Ha ha! Die! Seeing this scene, the horned star beast roared with excitement. Its claw, wrapped in black scales, struck the divine bell fiercely once again. Once, twice, thrice, until the 10th strike, accompanied by a deep buzzing from the massive bell, it quickly shrank down to the size of a palm, returning to Lin Yi's hand. It's over. We humans are finished. Witnessing such a formidable divine bell being breached, countless people, including dozens of martial saints, displayed expressions of utter despair. At this moment, the horned star beast's claw once again attacked the body of the golden flame celestial. Tear! Under the unstoppable claw of the horned star beast, a massive gash opened up in the waist of the golden flame celestial. The martial saints positioned at that waist were instantly killed by the overwhelming force. The remaining martial saints fell from the golden flame celestial's body like shooting stars. The golden flame celestial formation was broken. Ha ha, tiny ants, now let's see how you fight me. Seeing the golden flame celestial destroyed, the horned star beast couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. Although it had lost quite a bit of divine body this time, as long as it obtained the treasures within that palace, it could easily restore its divine body and even make a fortune. Die! With this thought, the horned star beast became even more excited, ceasing the burning of its divine body. On the other hand, it waved its claw and swallowed several martial saints whole. Ah! Damn beast, even in death, I won't let you swallow me. Witnessing the former martial saint being devoured by the horned star beast like an insect, a blonde foreign martial saint roared in anger and instantly self-destructed. Like God, Seeing the blonde foreign man self-destruct, Lin Yi's expression changed. Alas, fate and destiny. Everyone, see you in the next life. As soon as the words fell, the god catcher from Huaxia, Zhang Hanhai, sighed and similarly exploded like fireworks. God catcher. Seeing the god catcher also helplessly self-destruct, a look of pain appeared on Lin Yi's face. However, things did not change according to Lin Yi's will, with the self-destruction of the god catcher and the light god was not the end but the beginning. Wolf god, divine lord, carefree martial saint, evil king. One by one, familiar and unfamiliar martial saints self-destructed before Lin Yi. These scenes caused Lin Yi immense suffering. At this moment he recalled the promise he made when he killed Shi-san. He remembered his vow to protect this world. He also thought of the vibrant students he saw when he learned that he would soon go to Yanda for assessment, taking his sister along and the beautiful sky outside. Yes, this world is so beautiful. How can you, beast, destroy it? At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes turned blood red. In his mind, he felt a surge of heat rushing to the top of his head. The next moment, an infinite flame suddenly descended around him, instantly turning hundreds of miles into a sea of fire. The true essence of fire, comprehended. Boom! The raging sea of fire swept through. Hundreds of kilometers was just the beginning. As the vast true essence of fire descended, the area of the sea of fire rapidly expanded. Soon, it burned through the endless darkness, transforming the entire sky into a massive ocean of flames. Reincarnation martial saint, he broke through? On the ground, watching Lin Yi roar on the screen, and the next moment an endless sea of fire descended, dispelling the darkness. Countless people immediately cheered, their eyes filled with hope. Reincarnation martial saint, the recognized strongest in Blue Star, had already possessed earth-shattering power before breaking through, far surpassing others. Now that he has finally broken through, could there be hope to defeat this colossal monster and save humanity by joining forces with the Taiji Divine Sword? Lin Yi, have you finally broken through? As the boundless sea of fire descended, Li Yuanyan, who was originally prepared to self-destruct, also halted his self-detonation. His eyes were filled with tears, and his body trembled with excitement. Compared to ordinary people, as the one who had the most contact with Lin Yi, he understood even more how terrifying Lin Yi's strength was. Now that Lin Yi had broken through, there was indeed some hope for a turnaround. Young friend Lin Yi, you have finally succeeded. Feeling the familiar essence of the universe descending, Daoist Chongshu of the Taiji Divine Sword also had bright eyes, his face filled with a gratified smile. Boom! As everyone's gaze converged, the sky was filled with endless flames, rolling continuously. Lin Yi stood amidst the infinite sea of fire, and his originally small body began to grow rapidly under the transformation of the true essence of fire. Infinite cosmic fire energy automatically poured into Lin Yi's body, quickly transforming him into a more terrifying and colossal divine body. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Lin Yi's divine body rapidly expanded under the gift of cosmic energy. With the protection of the essence of the universe, the corner star giant beast did not dare to interrupt and could only watch as Lin Yi freely devoured cosmic energy. Ha ha, so refreshing, so exhilarating. Is this the divine body realm? Indeed so powerful, completely incomparable to the flying sky realm. In the sea of fire, Lin Yi transformed into a gigantic figure, opening his mouth wide, greedily inhaling the endless energy of the sea of fire formed by cosmic fire energy. As he actively absorbed, his already rapidly growing body reached a terrifying speed. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers. Under the great sun, in the sea of fire, Lin Yi's divine body continued to grow stronger, soon surpassing 25 kilometers, approaching 30 kilometers. This scene made the 9 red eyes of the corner star giant beast widen in shock. Damn it! Damn it! This human, how can his divine body be so enormous? Just how strong is his foundation? Could it be that, like the royal family of the demon race, upon breaking through the divine body realm, the strength of his divine body exceeds that of an ordinary second-level divine body? Thinking of this, the corner star giant beast was immensely shocked. In the first level of the divine body realm, the internal foundational power is 1,000 times that of the limit in the flying sky realm. Generally, a weaker first-level divine body at the flying sky realm has an internal foundational power of 1,000 tera. When breaking through the divine body realm, it multiplies by 1,000, becoming 1 million tera. The height of the divine body varies by species. For humans, it is around 10 kilometers. As for higher normal divine body realms, like Daoist Chongshu, the corner star giant beast clan, etc., such divine body realm experts can reach over 1,500 tera in foundational power at the flying sky realm, and upon breaking through the divine body realm, they possess over 1.5 million tera in foundational power. Their divine body height can generally reach over 10 kilometers. As for those who go further, they possess 5,000 tera in the flying sky realm and 5 million tera in the divine body realm, such as the noble bloodlines of the demon race and human geniuses. Such experts, if human, generally have divine bodies over 20 kilometers. If they can exceed 20 kilometers and reach 30 kilometers, such human geniuses, even in a vast star domain, are incredibly extraordinary, comparable to the royal family of the demon race possessing 20,000 tera in foundational power at the flying sky realm. Such prodigies, upon breaking through the divine body realm, not to mention anything else, their internal foundational power alone would exceed 20 million tera, stronger than a normal second-level divine body. How terrifying is that? I never expected it. Truly unexpected. This remote life planet actually produced a peerless genius comparable to the royal bloodline of the demon race. Although I originally knew this human was extraordinary and that he had gained the most in the Blood Red Palace, but without the recorded images of him killing other beast emperors at that time, I thought he was at most of the noble bloodline level of the demon race. However, I didn't expect that I still underestimated this human. Such a genius must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will surely become a great threat to me in the future. The Hornstar giant beast thought, its eyes suddenly flashing with murderous intent and endless desire to kill surging in its heart. The desire to kill Lini in its mind even surpassed the desire to obtain the treasures of that blood-red palace, because a genius comparable to the royal family of the demon race is truly terrifying. If he does not fall, he is very likely to become a powerful being in the Great Sun realm in the future. Such a powerful being is one that it would have to look up to even if it practiced for a lifetime. Not to mention a finger, even a single hair would be enough to easily crush it. How could it dare to let Lini live? Rumble. Everyone's thoughts were different, countless ideas swirling in their minds. But as time passed, the endless sea of flames continued to churn, transforming into rolling energy that entered Lin Yi's divine body. Soon, it caused his divine body height to exceed 30 kilometers. Is it about to end? Looking at the boundless sea of flames, watching Lin Yi's terrifying divine body height. Although the Hornstar giant beast was shocked, its eyes narrowed slightly, divine power surging around it, preparing to strike as soon as the true meaning of fire receded to kill Lin Yi to eliminate future troubles. However, what it did not expect was that as Lin Yi's divine body height exceeded 20 kilometers, the vast and boundless cosmic true meaning of fire showed no signs of retreating. Instead, it suddenly infused an even greater energy, causing the boundless sea of fire to swell abruptly, occupying an even larger void. What? This isn't over yet? Seeing this scene, the Hornstar giant beast felt its mind go blank. The entire demon beast was stunned. Could it be, this human's divine body is going to exceed 40 kilometers, comparable to the royal family of the demon race? Thinking of this, the Hornstar giant beast's head felt a rush of blood, its 9 enormous eyeballs instantly turning blood red. A human genius comparable to the royal family of the demon race, and it encountered such luck on a remote little star planet. The Hornstar giant beast was immensely shocked, its 9 blood-red eyeballs seemed to be about to explode. At this moment, it wished it could immediately rush up and kill Lin Yi, but it couldn't and it didn't dare, because the breakthrough of the divine body realm is protected by the true meaning of the universe and heaven. And although the true meaning of the universe and heaven is not as powerful and invincible as the original path of the universe, sweeping away everything, it is not something a small, heavily injured third-level divine body demon could provoke. If it truly went mad and rushed up to interrupt Lin Yi's breakthrough, it would probably be burned to death by the vast true meaning of fire before it even touched Lin Yi. Since I can't kill you, then I'll kill all the other human ants first. At that time, I'll see just how much pain you, this human, can endure. Watching itself unable to interfere with Lin Yi's breakthrough, the Hornstar giant beast sneered coldly. As a member of the demon race, a group hostile to humans, it most enjoyed witnessing the painful and desperate screams of humans, especially the pain and despair of a genius like Lin Yi. Even just thinking about it was enough to excite it from the depths of its soul. Die. The Hornstar giant beast was determined in its heart. In the next moment, its massive divine body charged towards a martial saint. Boom! An incredibly massive force erupted, accompanied by the Hornstar giant beast's claw strike. In the void, a series of thunderous sounds immediately rang out. Infinite true meaning and mysteries entwined around the Hornstar giant beast's claws, instantly doubling its power, each movement resembling a meteorite falling, its might vast and terrifying. Hornstar giant beast, do not be arrogant. Before the words had faded, a brilliant sword light suddenly illuminated the sky. It was seen that the Taoist Zhongshu had his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword, and an infinite divine power burned above his body, granting him an attack capability far beyond the norm. A sword light sliced through the void, striking towards the horned star beast. Upon witnessing this strike from the burning divine body of Taoist Zhongshu, the Hornstar beast felt a stir in its heart. The hoof that had originally aimed at the martial saint suddenly turned at an incredible angle, directly dispersing the massive sword light of Taoist Zhongshu. Dare to obstruct me, old man? You really aren't afraid of death, are you? In that case, I'll kill you first. The Hornstar beast snorted coldly, its killing intent surging. In the next moment, it directly abandoned the other human martial saints, charging straight towards Taoist Zhongshu's divine body, with a hoof as if it were about to tear apart his massive form in the next instant. Not good. Sensing the terrifying power contained in the hoof of the Hornstar beast, Taoist Zhongshu's brow twitched. Then, disregarding the consumption of his divine body, he ignited it directly, unleashing endless sword light from his hands, engaging in battle with the Hornstar beast. Whoosh! In the void, as Taoist Zhongshu made his move, endless flowing flames and sword light surged like water. A series of yin-yang taiji diagrams formed from flames continuously wrapped around the Hornstar beast. Faced with the Hornstar beast's powerful attack, Taoist Zhongshu adopted a defensive stance, trying to delay as much time as possible until Lin Yi completed his breakthrough. After all, during his time as a martial saint, the Taiji sword technique he practiced excelled in defense rather than offense. The sword technique passed down to him by the celestial master Li Yuanyan also retained this characteristic. Moreover, compared to the Taiji sword technique, this characteristic was greatly enhanced. Thus, at this moment facing Taoist Zhongshu, the Hornstar beast felt a wave of discomfort as if it were trapped in a viscous flow of water. Each attack, while capable of breaking through a layer of water, was quickly entangled by other streams. Damn old priest, if it weren't for the fact that I just consumed too much divine power and aggravated my injuries, I could unleash my full strength. Otherwise, even if you burn your divine power, how could you stop me? The horned star beast roared, divine power pouring out as it struck repeatedly at its surroundings, yet it always returned empty-handed. It was forced to consider disregarding its injuries and unleashing even more terrifying power. However, upon seeing Taoist Chengxiu's pale face and the rapid burning of his divine body, it held back. Fine, let you, old priest, be arrogant for a while longer. With your little divine body, you probably won't last even 10 breaths. By then, I'll slaughter those ants just the same. The horned star beast thought silently, while its attacks continued, consuming Taoist Chengxiu's strength time. And again. Faster, 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 just a bit quicker. Seeing this scene, Linny felt an overwhelming urgency in his heart. He opened his mouth wide, continuously devouring the energy of heaven and earth, and almost in an instant, his divine body was about to swell by hundreds of meters. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time slowly passed. On the ground and in the sky, everyone anxiously watched Taoist Chengxiu while also looking at Linny with worry. In the sea of flames, Linny was also voraciously consuming, allowing boundless energy to surge into his body, causing his divine body to grow rapidly. Soon, he directly broke through the 40-kilometer mark. Boom! When Linny's divine body broke through 40 kilometers, reaching a full 42 kilometers, the vast and immense true essence of fire finally receded and the boundless sea of flames slowly dissipated. Only within the sea of flames remained Linny, whose massive divine body exuded an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Taoist, you've worked hard, leave the rest to me. Looking at Taoist Chengxiu, whose divine body had already diminished by more than half, Linny waved his hand, unleashing the immense power within him to repel the horned star beast. Speaking to him, then, he turned his head and looked at the horned star beast, his voice cold and indifferent. Speak, how do you want to die? How do I want to die? Upon hearing this, the horned star beast was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Human, you are truly ignorant and foolish. Do you think that breaking through to the divine body allows you to contend with me? 42 kilometers, indeed remarkable. It seems I underestimated you before. Your talent might be comparable to that of my demon clan's royal family. But so what? I am a peak demon of the 3rd level of the divine body. Even though I am currently heavily injured, I can still unleash the power of the 3rd level of the divine body beneath the burning of my divine body. What do you have to kill me? After the horned star beast finished speaking, its eyes were filled with arrogance, completely disregarding Linny. Just a newly broken through divine body with low-level secret techniques and shallow comprehension of true meaning, lacking powerful treasures and divine weapons. Compared to the flying realm, it was only 1,000 times stronger in basic power. With that, what could it use to fight against the burning divine body of itself, let alone kill it? The horned star beast felt disdain in its heart. However, upon hearing this, Linny let out a cold laugh. What do I have to kill you? I will use my hands to kill you. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, his gaze sharpened. Then, he roared in his heart to the system. System, modify lava immortal body for me, extend it to a million years later. System, modify Crimson Dragon Heavenly Fist as well, also extend it to a million years later. And, my divine body, also modify it to a million years later. Finally, enhance my true meaning. Linny roared in his heart. In the next moment, countless secret technique messages surged into his mind. Over the past few years, Linny had been preparing to break through to the divine body realm. Therefore, regarding secret techniques at the level of Lava Immortal Body, Crimson Dragon Heavenly Fist, and so on, he had already inherited them from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Now, with a breakthrough, it was just the right time to modify them all. Thus, boom! After Lin Yi's command fell in his heart, the information about Lava Immortal Body, Crimson Dragon Heavenly Fist, and the Divine Intent level began to surge in his mind. True meaning first level, entry, minor success, major success, peak. True meaning second level, entry, minor success, major success, peak. True meaning third level, entry, minor success, major success, peak. Under the system's modification, Lin Yi's comprehension of true meaning quickly rose from the original entry level of the first true meaning to the peak of the third true meaning, a level comparable to a peak powerhouse of the third level of the divine body. Just when Lin Yi thought the modification was about to end, the system's modification energy still had not been exhausted and was continuing to push towards the fourth level of true meaning. What's going on? Isn't it said that the system has limitations, that at each realm, it can only be modified to the peak of that realm, and no matter how strong the aptitude or how much modification time, it cannot exceed that. But now, why is my true meaning level still rising? Feeling the true meaning realm in his mind that had clearly reached the peak of the third level but was still continuously climbing, Lin Yi was shocked. In the universe, the true meaning level is divided into 9 levels. Among them, levels 1 to 3 are the divine body, levels 4 to 6 are the immortal, and levels 7 to 9 are the great sun. Each level is further divided into entry, minor success, major success, and peak. Therefore, the 9 levels of true meaning actually have a total of 36 small levels, and the fourth level of true meaning, even if it is just entry, corresponds to the comprehension realm of the immortal realm. The immortal realm is a completely different realm from the divine body realm. The gap in true meaning levels between the two is enormous, and even the essence of divine power within them is different. Just like the divine body realm contains ordinary divine power, the immortal realm contains immortal divine power. Immortal divine power, as the name suggests, just hearing these 4 words makes one aware of the strength of this divine power. A powerhouse of the immortal realm with this divine power, combined with profound true meaning, can pierce through stars with a single strike and move as if the heavens are collapsing and the earth is sinking. Moreover, due to the existence of the indestructible divine power, the vitality of a strong individual in the indestructible realm is extremely powerful. Even if their physical body is shattered into pieces, it can be reassembled. Therefore, in the universe, the indestructible realm and the divine body realm are two completely different levels. Linny originally thought that this time, his system enhancement could only strengthen him to the peak of the third level of true intent. But now, he actually... Could it be that the modification of true intent in martial arts realms is not restricted by the system's rules? Just like when I was at the martial artist level, I could cultivate holy level martial arts to perfection. Even at the innate martial artist level, I could derive holy level martial arts like the Taiji sword technique to its peak. Lin Yi's eyes widened, filled with surprise. Yes, the realm is the realm, and power is power. Now, although his power level still belongs to the divine body realm, true intent, however, does not conform to its power constraints. The reason power cannot be directly raised to the highest level is that there are barriers like the astral energy when transitioning from martial artist to martial master, and true astral energy when moving from martial master to innate martial master. Similarly, there are barriers like the divine soul when advancing from innate martial master to martial saint. Only when the divine soul's power meets the standard can one leverage the power of the universe. As for the later transition from martial saint to divine body realm, there is also true intent as a barrier. Only by comprehending true intent can one attract the true intent of heaven and earth from the universe, transforming the body and achieving the divine body. However, true intent from the first level to the ninth level is the same realm, all belonging to the level of true intent. Whether it is the first level or the ninth level, its essence is true intent. So, this means I might very well break through to the fourth level of true intent this time. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's heart suddenly became extremely excited. The power that can be invoked at the fourth level of true intent is not comparable to that of the peak level of the third level of true intent. The difference between the two is like that between heaven and earth, completely not on the same scale. Just like the corner star giant beast, despite being severely injured and only reaching the threshold of the first level of the divine body realm, it can still easily slaughter a second-level strong individual in the divine body realm relying on the peak true intent of the third level. The fourth level of true intent is the same. Even if the basic power is weaker, relying on the formidable true intent, it can still easily defeat most peak strong individuals at the third level of the divine body realm. Therefore, in the universe, true intent and power are fundamental. Things like secret techniques and external objects are merely auxiliary. Of course, the treasures mentioned here are only those of the same level. If there are treasures that are powerful enough to far exceed the current realm, such as the 9 Extremes Haori Tower and other heavy treasures, they are naturally exceptions. Lin Yi's thoughts raced, and then he suddenly remembered something, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly asked the system in his mind. No, system, there's a problem with this modification. When I first obtained the system, it clearly stated that apart from power, a single item can only be modified once in a lifetime, and this applies even to martial skills. For example, the Wind Thunder Hand, Golden Body, Exorcism Technique, and so on that I obtained before are all like this. So, does that mean my true intent realm can only be modified once as well? Lin Yi felt anxious. If what he guessed was true, then this system would truly be useless. Among them, the secret techniques are manageable. At worst, he could just switch them out after use. But true intent is not so easily exchanged. After all, even though his comprehension has greatly increased, he has worked hard for so long to grasp the true intent of fire. If he had to switch to another true intent, wouldn't that take even longer? What's more terrifying is that without the system's help, even if he comprehends other true intents with Lin Yi's aptitude, he is destined to not go far. System, speak. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but urge. At this moment, the system also made a sound. System, ding. System bug detected, repairing system. System repair complete. Congratulations, host. From now on, regarding true intent, secret techniques, and other non-physical substances, they can be modified once at each realm just like power. At the same time, to thank the host for pointing out reasonable bugs, a fixed opportunity for a 100,000-fold critical hit is awarded to the host. Note that this 100,000-fold critical hit opportunity can only enhance physical substances and cannot enhance true meanings or other non-physical substances. Moreover, this reward is permanently valid, and the host can use it at any time. Finally, I hope the host will work hard in their cultivation in the future, able to rely on their own experiences of countless hardships to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lin Yi's mind and quickly faded away. However, this statement raised questions in Lin Yi's heart. System, why is it so good to me? Where did it come from? What is its purpose? And why did it choose me? Moreover, from the current perspective, everything the system has done seems to be for my benefit. Just like the special critical hit of the Redstone basic cultivation method back then and the special reward of true meaning today. This kind of goodness is simply unreasonable. It only wants me to grow quickly. But why is that? Lin Yi was filled with confusion and wanted to know the secret behind it. However, there was no way to find out. Forget it, the boat will reach the bridge when it gets there. Lin Yi sighed. Even if there is some conspiracy behind the system, that is something I will have to consider only when I am truly about to reach the peak of cultivation. Thinking too much now is not only useless but also adds to my troubles. Moreover, if it weren't for the system, I might still just be an ordinary student today, perhaps even unable to get into college. Now, however, I can be so vigorous, even saving Blue Star. It's not in vain that I have walked this world. Lin Yi thought to himself, his eyes shining with brilliance. Regardless of whether the system's purpose is good or bad, it is not something the current self should worry about. After all, the current self is still too weak. Even struggling is useless. It would be better to make good use of the system and wait until I truly grow, then I will have the ability to explore the truth. With this thought, Lin Yi's mind was free of distractions. In the next moment, the two secret techniques, Crimson Dragon Fist and Lava Immortal Body, both reached the 6th level of perfection. Finally, all modifications are complete. Feeling the 6th level of perfection of the Lava Immortal Body and Crimson Dragon Fist, along with the 4th level of small success of the true meaning of fire, a smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. The 4th level of small success of the true meaning of fire has an immense power that can be described as boundless, although it is not as powerful as the immortal divine power within the bodies of the strong in the immortal realm, and due to the limitations of divine power intensity, it cannot unleash the full power of this true meaning. However, it is still enough to easily defeat any peak true meaning practitioner of the 3rd level from the demon royal family. This means that with Lin Yi's current strength, he is already nearly invincible below the immortal realm. Even placed in a vast star domain, among countless galaxies and life planets, he could be considered one of the most outstanding and terrifying prodigies. However, my divine power level is really low. Looking at his divine body, which was less than 200 kilometers, Lin Yi frowned. When he first broke through to the divine body realm, his divine body height had already reached 42 kilometers. Now, after a million years of modifications, it had only grown to just over 189 kilometers, which is the peak level of the 2nd level of the divine body realm, not even reaching the 3rd level of the divine body realm. That makes sense. Compared to before, with the help of the 9 orifices divine pill, my comprehension has transformed enough to rival an ordinary 1st level immortal realm practitioner in their youth. However, my physical cultivation talent is still only at the ordinary flying realm level. With such a level of talent, breaking through the divine body realm is difficult, let alone the subsequent accumulation of divine power. After a million years, reaching the peak of the 2nd level of the divine body realm is already considered good. Lin Yi silently thought. Cultivation talent consists of 2 parts, comprehension and physical talent. Among them, although the importance of comprehension far exceeds that of physical talent, if the physical talent is too poor, then the accumulation of divine power will also be very slow. However, this is not a major problem. After all, in the vast universe, there are countless magical elixirs, herbs, and so on. The ability to quickly accumulate and restore divine power is not something particularly rare. Therefore, generally speaking, the only standard that major powers use to evaluate whether a practitioner is a genius is comprehension. As for the accumulation of divine power, there are treasures that can enhance it. Lin Yi's thoughts raced, with countless ideas flowing through his mind in every instant. So, while it seemed like a long time had passed, in the outside world, it was merely a moment since he broke through to the divine body and declared his intent to slay the Horned Star Beast. This kid is quite strange. How did his divine body suddenly surge so much? Could it be that he also received help from treasures in that blood-red palace? Watching Lin Yi just break through, his divine body aura had already reached the peak of the 2nd level of the divine body realm. The Horned Star Beast was also shaken, followed by an endless greed. Although treasures that enhance the divine body are not considered precious in the universe, they are still relatively rare for those in the divine body realm. Especially those that can instantly increase a practitioner's divine body are exceedingly scarce. Even at its peak, it had very few of such treasures, let alone now, when it was severely injured and desperately desired them. Human, hand over the treasures. With this thought, the Horned Star Beast could no longer hold back. Its 9 blood-red eyes glowed fiercely, and the 5 horns on its head emitted a dark light. Then, its tail was severed at the base, instantly transforming into a torrent of divine power that surged into its divine body. Die! The Horned Star Beast roared, its sharp, dark claws radiating endless black light as boundless dark true intent was invoked, erupting with terrifying power in an instant. Lin Yi, be careful. Seeing this scene, Taiji Divine Sword Changsu was immediately frightened out of his wits and hurriedly called out a warning. The power of this move from the Horned Star Beast was simply too strong, likely far exceeding the peak of the 2nd level of the divine body realm, reaching the 3rd level. If the Horned Star Beast had used this move while entangled with him earlier, he would have been instantly killed and wouldn't have lasted until now. Lin Yi, he can't possibly withstand it, right? Even though Changsu had confidence in Lin Yi, he couldn't help but worry at this moment upon witnessing such a terrifying move. Meanwhile, the other martial saints and countless people of Blue Star held their breath, anxiously watching the scene unfold. This strike carried the fate of all humanity on Blue Star. If it was received, humanity would survive. If it wasn't, humanity would be completely devoured. Human, do you think you can withstand my move? Looking at Lin Yi, who appeared utterly calm from a distance, the Horned Star Beast sneered inwardly. A genius comparable to the royal family of the demon race indeed had a strong foundational divine power. Reaching the peak of the 2nd level of the divine body realm made him invincible, likely enough to defeat some weaker 3rd level divine body realm practitioners. However, that was a complete 2nd level peak divine body royal family. Someone like Lin Yi, who had only reached the divine body power but whose true Intent level had not kept up, was still a defective product at the first level of true intent. His strength was likely even weaker than a normal second level peak divine body practitioner. How could he compare to itself? One move to kill you. The Horned Star Beast was confident. Its 9 enormous blood-red eyes filled with desire and greed. It seemed to have already envisioned itself killing Lin Yi, obtaining treasures, recovering from its injuries, and ultimately acquiring all the treasures and inheritances of the Blood-Red Palace. Boom! Under the anxious gazes of countless people, the Horned Star Beast's massive claw finally reached Lin Yi's side. Yet, throughout this entire time, Lin Yi remained remarkably calm. Facing the Horned Star Beast's powerful strike fueled by divine power, it felt as gentle as a breeze brushing against his face, completely disregarding it. Only at the final moment did he slowly extend a finger. Duck! Lin Yi's enormous finger collided with the Horned Star Beast. However, the earth-shattering explosion that people anticipated did not occur. Under Lin Yi's single finger, the massive Horned Star Beast was like a mayfly before a giant tree. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not shake Lin Yi even a fraction. A mayfly shaking a tree, how ridiculous. Lin Yi sneered upon seeing this, quoting a classic saying from Blue Star. Immediately, a thought crossed his mind, and the vast true essence of fire erupted. What? This is impossible. As the immense power that seemed capable of shattering stars surged from Lin Yi's fingertips, a cry of alarm erupted from the Horned Star Beast. At that moment, its 9 blood-red eyes were devoid of greed and pride, replaced only by endless terror, because the human before it was simply too strong. Strong enough that it felt as if it were facing not a mere second-tier human, but a cosmic superpower of the indestructible realm. Boom 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 boom. Just as this thought settled in the Horned Star Beast's mind, its indestructible and colossal divine body began to explode like dynamite, with countless pieces of flesh flying and blood splattering everywhere, until finally, with a loud bang, it dissipated into boundless divine power. The Horned Star Beast was dead. We, the humans of Blue Star, have won. Lin Yi smiled as he spoke in the void. His smile instantly infected countless people. On the ground, after a brief moment of confusion, countless voices erupted in thunderous cheers, many with tears of gratitude looking at Lin Yi, and some even excitedly kissing the ground. Thank you, great reincarnation martial saint. Thank you to the heroes who sacrificed in this battle. We won. We, the humans of Blue Star, have won. Long live. Long live the reincarnation martial saint. Long live? Yes, long live. But I can live for more than just 10,000 years. Hearing the excited shouts from the people below, Lin Yi smiled to himself, then shrank his divine body and exchanged smiles with the many surviving martial saints. Humanity had ultimately triumphed. With the death of the Horned Star Beast, humanity's greatest crisis was averted, and the people of Blue Star once again occupied all 5 continents, slowly beginning to recuperate, reproduce, and rebuild after the war. However, at this moment, the hero of all humanity, the reincarnation martial saint Lin Yi, did not concern himself with these trivial matters but quietly returned to the Blood-Red Hall. Lin Yi, congratulations on comprehending the true essence and breaking through to the divine body realm. From now on you can survive in the universe and roam freely. She immediately stepped out from the void and smiled to congratulate him as soon as Lin Yi arrived at the Blood-Red Hall. Then, after carefully sensing the aura within Lin Yi's divine body, he expressed some surprise. Wait, your aura is so strong. It doesn't seem like someone who just broke through to the divine body realm. Instead, it feels like you've reached the peak of the second tier of the divine body realm. Have you broken through to the peak of the second tier? She asked in astonishment. As the spirit of the Blood-Red Hall, it controlled everything within, except for profound secrets like the true essence of heaven and earth that it could not discern. It could observe other things like cultivation levels through aura. Yet, Lin Yi before it clearly did not seem like someone who had just broken through to the divine body realm. Instead, he appeared as if he had broken through to the second tier for many years, having already reached the peak level of the second tier. However, it distinctly remembered that Lin Yi had never obtained any treasures to enhance his divine body. And at this moment, Lin Yi's divine body was able to reach the peak of the second tier, which was simply unbelievable. Could it be the effect of that mysterious treasure on Lin Yi? She wondered. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly and replied, Indeed, Lord Qi, I have reached the peak of the second tier of the divine body realm, and my true essence of fire has also reached the 4th level, Lin Yi said, with a smile, showing no intention of hiding it. Firstly, it would be impossible to conceal this once he took action in the future. Secondly, after 3 years of interaction, Lin Yi also understood Qi's character and knew it would never betray him. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, Qi's eyes widened instantly. What? The true meaning of fire has reached the 4th level? Lin Yi, are you serious? You're not lying to me? Upon hearing this, Qi's heart was instantly filled with immense shock. The true meaning is different from the cultivation of the divine body. To reach the 4th level is truly incredibly difficult. No treasure can expedite this process. It can only be achieved through comprehension and time. Yet now, Lin Yi's comprehension was average, and it had only been a little over half a year since he took the formation from himself. In just half a year, he went from not even entering the 1st level of true meaning to reaching the 4th level? How unbelievable is that? What level is Lin Yi's treasure? Could it be the legendary 1st-class original divine weapon? She speculated in shock. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not elaborate further, only smiled slightly and said, Alright, Lord Qi, I won't say much more. You'll know soon enough whether I lied to you or not. Because this time I came to the Blood-Red Hall. On one hand, I want to inform you that I have broken through the divine body and will soon head to the universe. On the other hand, I want to challenge the assessment left by the master of the Blood Red Hall for his disciples when he was at the divine body level, in order to obtain some treasures, to enhance the foundation of Blue Star, and to give myself some trump cards for when I go to the universe. Oh, participate in the assessment? Linny, are you sure? She asked. First, then immediately advised, Linny, I advise you not to act impulsively for now. You must know that the assessment left by my master for the divine body level is very difficult. Even if what you just said is true and your true meaning of fire has reached the fourth level, you would at most only pass the first level of the assessment. As for the second level, you would need to comprehend the fourth level of true meaning to have absolute confidence. And the third level, that would be even harder. You would probably have to wait until your true meaning of fire reaches the perfect fourth level and both your secret techniques and divine body reach the peak of the divine body realm to have a chance. The perfect fourth level true meaning of fire and both secret techniques and divine body must reach the peak of the divine body realm to have a chance at passing the third level? This assessment is indeed difficult. Linny frowned upon hearing this. He originally thought that when he was at the second level of the divine body, his true meaning level had already reached the small success of the fourth level. Even among the vast star domains, he should be able to pass the assessment left by the master of the Blood Red Hall. But he did not expect that his perspective was still too narrow for an existence like the master of the Blood Red Hall. The top talents within a star domain are simply nothing. Only those ranked among the top in an entire domain might earn his respect. His achievements, in the eyes of such an existence, might indeed be insignificant. In that case, I will first go to the Enlightenment Hall and then come back to participate in the assessment. After thinking for a moment, Linny said, passing through 2 levels of assessment to obtain 2 treasures, one for Blue Star as a trump card to protect it and one for himself to use while venturing in the universe, ensuring his own strength. This is his minimum bottom line? If he could only pass 1 level of assessment and obtain 1 treasure, then it would be very difficult for him to make a choice later. Fortunately, through a million years of modification, although the true meaning of fire has not broken through the 4th level, it has reached the true peak of small success, just 1 step away from the great success realm. This time in the Enlightenment Hall, perhaps there will be unexpected surprises. Linny thought silently. He then greeted Chi and arrived at the Enlightenment Hall. In the silent Enlightenment Hall, the surroundings were still empty, with only a throne at the very top, and the rest were just countless huge cushions arranged here. Linny casually sat down on one of the cushions and then said to the surroundings, Enlightenment Hall, I am going to begin my enlightenment. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, a huge sound immediately spread in all directions. Immediately, Linny felt an endless light rising from the depths of his eyes, plunging his consciousness into darkness. Buzz. After the darkness, there was boundless brightness, and a familiar sensation surged again. Linny opened his eyes and found that the cushions around him were once again filled with powerful beings exuding immense aura. However, this time, he did not possess the body of the powerful figure covered in fiery red scales as before. Instead, he found himself inhabiting a figure seated very close to the throne, and when he looked up, he could clearly see the intricate divine patterns on the throne. What is this? Linny wondered, and then, using the man's divine sense to perceive his surroundings, he discovered the true appearance of this man. He resembled a figure from Western mythology, akin to an angel. He stood about 2 meters tall, with an extraordinarily handsome and flawless face that made one feel a sense of inferiority at first glance. Behind him were 4 pairs, 8 pure white wings, and he had a head full of golden hair with golden eyes and pupils. At the same time, there were also complex divine patterns manifesting on his forehead, making him appear incredibly sacred. At this moment, he was seated cross-legged on the cushion in the Grand Hall, radiating billions of divine lights as if he were illuminating the heavens and the earth, penetrating the depths of the universe. This power is so strong, so strong. This must be a powerful being at the Great Sun Realm. Feeling the terrifying power contained within this body, Linny was astonished. The Great Sun Realm is a level above the Immortal Realm, with strength that is unfathomable. Even at the first level of the Great Sun Realm, its foundational power is over 1,000 times that of the third level of the Immortal Realm and over 100 million times that of the third level of the Divine Body Realm. Such a powerful being could probably extinguish stars with a mere thought and crush him countless times. What level of comprehension of true intent must he possess? This thought crossed Lin Yi's mind, and in the next moment he received the answer: peak of the 8th level of fire true intent. In addition, he has also comprehended water true intent, and his realm has also reached the peak of the 8th level. 8th level peak of fire true intent. 8th level peak of water true intent, perfectly combined. This powerful being is truly formidable. Although his divine body is only at the peak level of the 2nd level of the Great Sun Realm, his overall strength is likely greater than many 3rd level Great Sun Realm beings. Feeling the true intent realm of this powerful being, Linny secretly admired him. The universe has myriad paths, and naturally, there are myriad true intents. Comprehending a true intent to the peak of the 9th level makes one a peak powerful being of the Great Sun Realm. However, such peak powerful beings are merely of ordinary standard among the peak of the Great Sun Realm. True powerful beings have comprehended other true intents and reached the 9th level peak. Therefore, generally, the more types of true intents one comprehends, the stronger one becomes. But this is just the general case. In some special situations, for example, comprehending true intents of opposing attributes and perfectly combining them, the power of these two true intents will undergo a qualitative change, making them 10 times stronger than any of the previous single true intents. For instance, the basic water true intent and fire true Intent in the universe combine. The life true intent and destruction true intent combine. The light true intent and darkness true intent combine, as well as the destruction true intent, and creation true intent, and so on. Once these opposing true intents are comprehended and perfectly combined at the same level, the power they unleash is incomparable to the combination of 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 other true intents, capable of producing a terrifying effect of 1 + 1 2. This is the horror of comprehending opposing true intents. Lin Yi was shaken. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, beams of light appeared one after another, and powerful beings gradually gathered. Finally, with the appearance of a powerful figure resembling a human from Blue Star but with 2 small red horns on his head sitting on the highest throne, the sermon officially began. Salutations to the Black Rain Venerable. As the man with red horns appeared, many powerful figures who were originally seated on their mats immediately stood up, bowing respectfully, especially the powerful figure with white wings on his back, whom Lin Yi was possessing, felt an overwhelming excitement. Even his body trembled slightly. You all may rise. The man with red horns smiled slightly upon seeing this, then spoke. I have been invited by Brother Lu Jin to come here to share my insights with you all, so I will do my best. I have cultivated for billions of years, gaining understanding in the 4 great paths of gold, fire, water, and wind. Among them, I have the deepest comprehension in the paths of water and fire, both reaching over 50% of their realms. Therefore, this time I will share with you some fundamental insights I have gathered over the years regarding the paths of water and fire. This will allow you to feel and gain a basic understanding of these 2 paths, providing a direction for your future comprehension. As the Black Rain Elder finished speaking, he began to eloquently lecture. From the most basic truths to the greater paths, he would occasionally point out and demonstrate. In an instant, an infinite rhythm of understanding rose within the Hall of Comprehension. The collision of the paths of water and fire unleashed boundless wonders, making the entire hall feel as cold as absolute zero at times, and at other times as hot as the depths of a star. However, fortunately, all the powerful figures present were at least at the 2nd level of the undying realm. Although the temperature changes were extreme, to them, it felt like a gentle breeze, hardly a concern at all. Time slowly passed and the Black Rain Elder's lecture gradually approached its conclusion. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the paths of water and fire dissipated within the hall, and all wonders gradually faded away. We bid farewell to the Black Rain Elder. Accompanied by a grand voice echoing in the hall, the figure of the Black Rain Elder vanished. Lin Yi's consciousness also returned to his own body. The Black Rain Elder's teachings were profound, even the most basic truths of heaven and earth felt like advanced calculus to me, as if I were a primary school student facing complex problems. Even with a teacher guiding me, it was hard to comprehend. As for the subsequent parts on the path of water and the path of fire, they were even more incomprehensible to me. However, fortunately, while I couldn't understand the powerful figure I possessed grasped many profound truths. Moreover, possessing him allowed me to clearly experience the mysteries and power of the true meanings of fire and water at the peak of the 8th level, providing me with a clear direction for my future cultivation. Lin Yi felt excited and was quite satisfied with this comprehension. As the saying goes, a true transmission is worth a single word, while a false one is worth 1,000 volumes. For learning a path and cultivating, having a clear direction is undoubtedly very important. It not only helps practitioners avoid detours in their future cultivation but also guides them towards a set goal. Just like now. With this thought, Lin Yi focused his mind, pointed his hand, and a strand of flame, as hot and powerful as the core of a star, began to dance wildly in his palm. The true meaning of fire at the 4th level had been perfected. Lin Yi, how was it? Did you gain anything? As Lin Yi stepped out of the Hall of Comprehension, she immediately walked over from the void, smiling as he inquired. Of course. As soon as Chi finished speaking, Lin Yi nodded. In this Hall of Comprehension, I not only successfully broke through the true meaning of fire to the perfected realm, but I also gained some direction on how to comprehend the true meaning of water. I estimate that in as short as 10 years, or as long as several decades, I should be able to grasp the true meaning of water. Lin Yi replied, with a smile. 10 years, several decades, this is an extremely long time for mortals. After all, many mortals live only a few decades at most. But for a divine body realm expert with a lifespan of 100,000 years, this amount of time is nothing at all. It was almost as if he had grasped the true essence of water just by taking a nap. Such speed could not be considered slow. Oh, the true essence of fire has reached great heights, and now there is a direction for the true essence of water. Chi's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he smiled, saying, Lin Yi, you've made quite a harvest this time. You must have encountered a brilliant master, right? Who taught you this? I'm not very clear on the specifics, but I know he is called the Black Rain Venerable. What? The Black Rain Venerable? Upon hearing this name, Chi exclaimed in surprise, his expression turning extremely serious, and his eyes revealing immense admiration and respect as he murmured, No wonder, Lin Yi, you've made such great progress this time. You must know that the Black Rain Venerable is a true genius. Although he is several billion years younger than my master, his strength surpasses my master by a considerable margin. When he came to the Blood Red Hall to teach, his strength was already outstanding among those in the Mixed Whole realm. Later, my master reached the end of his lifespan and fell. Yet the Black Rain Venerable, after more than 30 billion years, achieved true divinity through the path of water as his lifespan approached its end, becoming the first true god of our human race in nearly 10 trillion years. From then on, he roamed the universe freely, no longer suffering from the pain of lifespan limits. It truly makes others envious. Lin Yi, if you achieve the Mixed Whole realm in the future, you can go visit him and build a connection. After all, my master had a good relationship with the Black Rain Venerable back then, and he has also given you guidance. If you go to him and explain your reasons, it's possible he might take you as a disciple. With him looking after you, you would have another great backing aside from the flame. Whole true God. She spoke with a smile in his eyes. I will. The Black Rain Venerable has been kind to me, and I will definitely visit him when I have the time. Lin Yi nodded slightly. In response, he didn't have any thoughts of building connections or seeking a master. He just felt that if someone had been kind to him, he should repay that kindness. Although, perhaps, even if he became a mixed whole realm expert, there wouldn't be much he could do to help the Black Rain True God. But at the very least, it expressed his attitude. Alright, enough talk. Lin Yi, since your true essence of fire has already broken through to the 4th major level, then passing the 2nd assessment left by my master in the divine body realm should be no problem. Let's go. We'll head to the 9 Extreme Sun Tower and let that old fellow see your prowess, she said with a smile, seemingly eager to witness the shocked expression of the 9 Extreme Sun Tower. Okay, let's go now. Lin Yi nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Then he and she stepped forward and disappeared into the void. In the blood-red hall, within the silent cosmic starry sky, it remained shrouded in darkness. Only a few stars emitted a faint light, illuminating the Tao Divine Weapon, the 9 Extremes. Sun Tower, standing tall in this void, reaching a height of over 190 million kilometers, like a pillar of heaven. Whoosh! The void shifted, and Lin Yi and she appeared here. Lin Yi, go in. Upon arriving at their destination, she waved his hand. Then, Lin Yi's body fell into the 2nd layer of space within the 9 Extreme Sun Tower like a star. The Inheritor, it's you again. What's this? It's only been a few years, and you're here to participate in the assessment again? In the vast desert, the grand voice of the 9 Extreme Sun Towers Spirit echoed, clearly reaching Lin Yi's ears. Initially puzzled, it quickly turned to surprise. Oh, so you've broken through to the divine body realm and you're at the peak of the 2nd level. Not bad, not bad. In less than 4 years, you've managed to reach such a level from the flying heaven realm. Even in a vast star domain, you are indeed a rare genius. However, with your current strength, it's a bit wishful thinking to pass the divine body assessment left by Golden Flow. I'm not trying to discourage you, but if nothing unexpected happens, you probably won't even pass the 1st assessment. Then, do you still want to participate in the assessment? Of course, 9 Extreme Sun Tower Spirit, please begin now. As soon as the 9 Extreme Sun Tower Spirit's voice fell, Lin Yi's eyes seemed to ignite with infinite flames, filled with confidence. Good. Then let's start. Seeing this, the 9 Extreme Sun Tower Spirit no longer persuaded him. Soon, under Lin Yi's gaze, in the endless desert before him, the boundless wind and sand suddenly stirred without wind, rising fiercely to form towering, furious dragons. Then, as if possessing consciousness and intelligence, it quickly formed a massive, towering desert giant standing a full 1,000 kilometers tall, colored in a deep yellow. Roar! The moment the desert giant was formed, it let out a furious roar towards the sky, and its enormous fist came crashing down towards Lin Yi. Boom! Before the fist landed, the endless wind and sand were directly propelled skyward by that ferocious force. Beneath Lin Yi's feet, an area of thousands of miles instantly transformed into a sea of desert. And within this sea of desert was a gigantic fist entwined with boundless profound truths of yellow sand, descending upon Lin Yi like an unmatched star. At that moment, the light in Lin Yi's eyes flickered, and he instantly comprehended the strength of this yellow sand giant. Basic strength at the level of the demon royal family. Realm at the peak of the 3rd level of divine body. True meaning at the peak of the 3rd level of Earth's true meaning. Complete secret technique at the level of chaos void, currently only at the divine body chapter, and cultivated to the perfect level of the 3rd level of divine body. This strength can indeed be called invincible among ordinary divine body realms. Lin Yi secretly marveled, then pointed with his hand. Boom! Endless flames erupted violently, roaring flames swept through like the surface of a star undergoing constant fusion, unleashing an incredibly terrifying power in an instant. With this single point, even without using any secret techniques, the power of the 4th level of fire's true meaning was displayed, still incredibly powerful. The fist of the desert giant, heavy as a small star colliding, instantly shattered into countless fragments, turning into a void of gas under Lin Yi's point. After that, the roaring flames swept around the giant like a relentless plague, instantly incinerating the desert giant that stood 1,000 kilometers tall, as high as over 100 Mount Everest. 4th level of fire's true meaning perfected. This inheritor is truly terrifying. As expected, upon witnessing Lin Yi's terrifying point, the 9 Extreme Sun Tower Spirit, which controlled the entire 9 Extreme Sun Tower like a divine ruler, was instantly shaken and astonished. Ha ha, did that 9 Extremes guy get scared? Watching Lin Yi display his might and instantly slay the giant, she burst into laughter. Dare to look down on my master? Dare to look down on my master's inheritor? Little do you know, the treasures my master's inheritor possesses are millions of times stronger than your shabby goods. Still dare to be so arrogant. Oomph. As she spoke, an endless sense of relief appeared on his face, feeling as if he had vented a long-held breath. Meanwhile, in the 2nd layer of the 9 Extreme Sun Tower, Lin Yi easily defeated his opponent and walked out. In the 2nd level assessment of the divine body realm, although the giant's strength was much stronger than the 1st level, the Earth's true meaning was only at the 4th level of minor perfection. With the ultimate move of the Red Dragon Heavenly Fist combined with the 4th level of fire's true meaning perfected, he almost killed it in one strike. Compared to defeating the first giant, it didn't consume much effort at all. Ha ha, Lin Yi, you're out. Let's go, go, go. Choose your treasures. In the void, seeing Linny emerge from the second layer of the 9 Extreme Sun Tower, she immediately laughed heartily and pulled Linny away from that layer of space. Only the 9 Extreme Sun Tower remained, puzzled and shocked. Could it be? Did this dead guy Golden truly explode with energy and after dying find a real genius to act as an inheritor? No, from now on I need to pay some attention to Linny. What if he becomes an eternal and immortal true god? The spirit of the 9 Extreme Sun Tower thought silently. Following. A true god and becoming a divine weapon in their hands had almost become an obsession in the heart of the 9 Extreme Sun Tower. They would not rest until their goal was achieved. How the 9 Extremes pondered, Linny naturally did not know. At this moment he had already followed Chi to another space. Whoosh! The void shifted, and in the vast silver space, Linny and Chi arrived here. Before them, a gigantic light screen appeared. On it, there were introductions and images of various rare treasures. Treasure name, Wind and Fire Shield rank 5th rank introduction. The Wind and Fire Shield, a 5th rank secret pattern divine weapon, was crafted by a triple realm practitioner who had perfected the true meanings of wind and fire. It bears inscriptions from a master craftsman, capable of connecting with the true meanings of wind and fire in the universe, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, greatly enhancing the practitioner's strength. Treasure name, Three-Headed Supreme Yang Rope rank 6th rank introduction. The Three-Headed Supreme Yang Rope, a 6th rank secret pattern divine weapon, is made from the dragon tendons of the triple realm beast Three-Headed Divine Fire Flood Dragon, a member of the Demon Royal family, supplemented with many 5th and 6th rank crafting materials from the universe. It possesses dual functions of binding and attacking the enemy. Once ensnared by this rope, practitioners of the same rank find it nearly impossible to break free. Treasure name, 5th rank Immortal Class Star Destroyer rank 5th rank introduction. The 5th rank Immortal Class Star Destroyer is a large offensive weapon crafted by technological civilizations in the universe. It measures 3,236.2 kilometers in length and is equipped with a 5th rank Immortal Class Star Destroyer cannon. When using maximum power, a single shot is equivalent to the strike of an ordinary second realm immortal practitioner with immense power capable of exploding planets. However, due to its heavy weight and the time required to accumulate power, as well as its enormous energy consumption, it can only deal with divine body realm practitioners and ordinary first realm immortal practitioners. In the eyes of second realm immortal practitioners, it is no different from scrap metal. Alas, what a pity! Upon seeing the description of the 5th rank Immortal Class Star Destroyer, Linny was initially tempted to exchange it to protect Blue Star. However, upon seeing its limitations, he quickly shook his head. The 5th rank Immortal Class Star Destroyer indeed has great power when fully unleashed, but not to mention the time it takes to accumulate energy. The energy required for its attack is far beyond what Blue Star can afford. If he were to exchange it, it would truly be no different from scrap metal. Let's keep looking. Since the Immortal Class Star Destroyer was not feasible, Linny was not in a hurry and continued to swipe through the screen to check other treasures. Finally, after spending more than half a day, Linny finally finished looking at all the treasures and found the one most suitable for him. Treasure name, 5 Elements Puppet, Fragment, rank, 6th rank introduction. The 5 Elements Puppet is a treasure crafted by the dominant force of the 7-star domain, 7-star puppet sect. The complete version consists of 5 puppets, each mastering one of the true meanings of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Moreover, their true meanings are all at the peak 6th level. When the 5 puppets unite, they can form a 5 elements great array. Although it is far inferior to the true meanings of the 5 elements, its power is greatly enhanced, far surpassing a single puppet, making it capable of traversing the immortal realm. Currently, this place is missing the earth element puppet, with only the gold, wood, water, and fire puppets remaining. Note, although the puppets are powerful, they ultimately lack intelligence. Even if they master true meanings of the same level, they are far weaker than practitioners of the same rank. For example, the current 4 puppets mastering 6th rank true meanings have individual strengths equivalent to an ordinary 3rd realm immortal practitioner who has achieved minor success in the 6th true meaning. Please choose carefully if you wish to exchange. No need to be cautious, this is the treasure. The indestructible realm's triple powerhouse, who has mastered the true meaning of the 6-fold minor achievements, is a rare sight even within the galaxy or in hundreds of larger star systems. Linny thought to himself, with such strength, protecting Blue Star is more than sufficient, not to mention there are 2 of them. The 5 elements puppets consist of 4, so Linny planned to leave 2 of them on Blue Star. The other 2 he intended to take with him. This way, Blue Star would have protection enough to fend off enemies. Meanwhile, he would have a solid safeguard while venturing outside. As for the attributes, that was flexible. After all, the 5 elements puppets are not human. When combined, they are powerful enough to form a 5 elements great array. But if one is missing, their strength diminishes. Even the water and fire puppets cannot enhance their power together. I passed 2 assessments, and for the reward of the second assessment, I chose these 5 elements puppets. For the reward of the other assessment, I'll choose the Flame Sun Great Flag. After all, there isn't much of value in this assessment. The 4th tier peak secret pattern divine weapon, Flame Sun Great Flag, is among the best in this pile of treasures. Linny pondered, his eyes also glancing at the introduction of the Flame Sun Great Flag. Treasure name, Flame Sun Great Flag tier, 4th. Description: the Flame Sun Great Flag, a 4th tier peak secret pattern divine weapon, is crafted from the stellar cores by a refiner of indestructible realm level 2 or above in the universe, supplemented with various rare materials, making it a fire attribute treasure. Its sole function is to release a domain that suppresses the enemy's strength. The degree of suppression is influenced by the strength disparity. Between both sides, the greater the difference, the more suppression occurs. Generally, those below Indestructible Realm Level 2 can suppress over 50% of the strength of opponents of the same tier. What a great treasure! Seeing the introduction of the Flame Sun Great Flag, Lyney felt a surge of joy. Although this treasure is not as comprehensive as the 9 Flame Divine Fire Bell, in terms of domain alone, it is significantly stronger. Choosing it would indeed greatly enhance his power. Master Chi, I will choose these 2 treasures. Lyney made up his mind, and then, on the massive light screen, the other treasures dissipated like bubbles, leaving only the images of the 5 Elements puppets and the Flame Sun Great Flag. The Flame Sun Great Flag and the 5 Elements puppets, these 2 treasures are indeed excellent. Seeing the images of these 2 treasures in the void, she nodded in slight approval. He then waved his hand through the void and retrieved the 2 treasures from another space. Here, Lyney, these are the 5 Elements puppets and the Flame Sun Great Flag you wanted. As for the method to recognize the master, it remains the same as before. Drop blood to recognize the master, and imprint your soul. In the silver-white space, she pointed to the 4 puppets, each about a yard tall, holding swords, colored gold, green, blue, and red, along with a small fire-red flag, and spoke to Lyney. Upon seeing this, Lyney's eyes were filled with delight. He quickly forced out 5 drops of essence blood from his fingertips, which fell into the 4 puppets and the small flag. Then, he released his soul power and imprinted his mark on them. From that moment on, these 5 treasures belonged to Lyney. At the moment his soul imprint was placed on the treasures, Lyney also understood more information about them. First, the 5 Elements puppets are among the many high-level puppets of the 7-star domain's overlord, the 7-star puppet sect, crafted personally by puppet masters comparable to the mixed void realm powerhouses within the sect. Therefore, these puppets do not require energy blocks from their master to activate, unlike the low-tier puppets in the universe. Instead, they can autonomously absorb the free energy from the universe using the energy core within their bodies to engage in combat. Once fully charged, in a star system like the solar system, where cosmic energy is sparse, it takes about 100 years. As for combat, they can maintain full power for about a day, and now, these 4 puppet energies are quite sufficient, each with about 80% energy, more than enough to guard Blue Star. As for the Sunfire Great Flag, there's not much to say. Aside from some operational details and key points, its functions are not much different from the introduction on the virtual screen earlier. Master Chi, since the treasures have been chosen, I will return to arrange matters for Blue Star, and we will set off for the universe in a while, Lyney said with a smile after storing the few treasures he had recognized into his Dantian. Go ahead. But remember, don't delay too long on Blue Star. After all, this planet is really of little use to you now. Alright, don't worry. Master Chi, I have it all figured out. Lyney nodded in response, then his figure flickered and he left the Blood Red Hall. In Kyoto City, within a massive building located in the city center, the martial arts Heavenly Sovereign Li Yuanyan was sitting at a long table with several martial saints discussing how to rebuild the human homeland and plan for humanity's future. Now, after the disaster caused by the Horn Star Beast, humanity in many countries around the world had nearly been wiped out. The remaining countries were also heavily damaged, and only Huaxia had managed to hold on thanks to the Taiji Divine Sword and Master Zhongshu, which prevented the Horn Star Beast from hastily causing destruction. Therefore, in terms of both numbers and the quantity of strong individuals, Huaxia far surpassed the other allied countries. Coupled with the suppression of the Taiji Divine Sword and the Reincarnation Martial Saint, the other countries had all submitted, forming the Huaxia Alliance under Huaxia's leadership. Thus, as the only official martial saint in charge of Huaxia, Li Yuanyan naturally had a lot on his plate and had to work hard. Crash! Just as Li Yuanyan and the many martial saints were discussing important matters, the void in the conference room suddenly shifted and Lin Yi's figure appeared. Greetings, Reincarnation Martial Saint. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone immediately stood up, bowing respectfully with expressions full of admiration and fervor. Because the Reincarnation Martial Saint was the strongest being in the history of Blue Star humanity and their savior. If the Reincarnation Martial Saint had not erupted at the last moment, they would have likely already been devoured by the Horn Star Beast and wouldn't be sitting here discussing matters. Therefore, whether out of respect for power or gratitude, they all held the Reincarnation Martial Saint in the highest regard. Lyney, is there something you need? Li Yuanyan, who was at the head of the table and most familiar with Lyney, immediately spoke up upon seeing him arrive. There are some matters, everyone, please take a look. Lyney smiled slightly, raised his hand, and with a flick, a golden puppet towering a full 10 feet appeared beside him. Everyone, this item is called the Gangjin puppet, a precious treasure I obtained by chance. Puppet. From the name, you can tell it's something similar to our human robots. However, compared to ordinary robots, this puppet's strength is exponentially greater. Oh, exponentially greater? Just how strong is it? Hearing Lin Yi's words, all the martial saints were filled with curiosity. Very strong. Stronger than the previous Horn Star Beast and even stronger than I am now. When it unleashes its full power, it can almost rival an ordinary third-level small success strong being in the immortal realm of the universe. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Lin Yi smiled and explained. What? Equivalent to an immortal realm strong being, and at the third level, then with one strike, this puppet could blow up the sun. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, all the martial saints were immediately shocked. Through the cosmic inheritance Lin Yi had revealed, they already knew that above the divine body realm was the immortal realm, which was further divided into 3 levels. Such strong beings possessed an unfathomable level of power. Even at the first level, a single strike would be enough to penetrate a small planet like Earth, and at the Second level, one could easily explode a planet the size of Jupiter, which is over 1,000 times larger than Earth. As for the third level, that could even blow up the sun, plunging the entire solar system into extinction. But now, with a puppet comparable to such powerful beings brought out by the reincarnation Martial Saint, wouldn't they, Blue Star, be free from worries? Thinking of this, all the Martial Saints couldn't help but smile broadly, expressing their gratitude and praise for Lin Yi. With the threat of the corner star beasts, they understood even more the preciousness of having a strong protector. Originally, they knew Lin Yi had obtained the cosmic inheritance, and with such strength now, he would eventually leave Blue Star. They were worried about what would happen to Blue Star without Lin Yi's protection after he left, especially if they encountered monsters like the corner star beasts again. But now, with the Gangjin puppet, they were no longer afraid. What a load of nonsense, corner star beasts. They are just a demon beast at the third level of the divine body realm. What do they count for in front of the Gangjin puppet? Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000, it would just be a single move. Our Blue Star is safe now. From their seats, a Martial Saint excitedly laughed, prompting the others to join in the laughter. For a moment, the heaviness in the conference room dissipated, filled with joy and laughter. At this moment, seeing this, Lin Yi quietly left the conference room after leaving the Gangjin puppet behind and returned home to the Kyoto base city. Dad, Mom, Xiaoyi, I'm back. Tomorrow, I officially enter the universe. I need to think carefully and try to write better. I'll owe a chapter first and see if I can make it up in a couple of days, while also adjusting my schedule. Staying up late every day is really uncomfortable. Time slowly passed. After handing over the Gangjin puppet to the senior officials of the Huaxia Alliance, Lin Yi completely disregarded everything else and spent a year with his family. During this year, Lin Yi took his father, mother, and Xiaoyi to almost every corner of Blue Star, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Throughout this year, Lin Yi did not give up on his cultivation. By exploring the landscapes of his hometown, he found a balance in his emotions. His understanding of the world deepened, and he began to have some thoughts on how to comprehend the true essence of water. Water can be both rigid and soft. It can create life and also destroy it. In great times, it is like a towering wave, sweeping away everything, while in small times, it can be like a gentle rain, nourishing all things to grow. Thousands of thoughts collided in Lin Yi's mind, combined with some insights he had when listening to the Black Rain Venerable preach, both confirming each other. Lin Yi felt that his understanding of the true essence of water was becoming deeper and deeper, until one day, whoosh, thousands of meters above the Pacific Ocean, that blood-red palace, which had been floating in the sky for years like an ancient divine mountain, suddenly soared like a shooting star. In an instant, it surpassed the speed of light, leaving Earth and heading into the universe. Lin Yi, he's gone. In the northern province of Hebei, at Wudong Mountain, at the moment the blood-red palace departed, the Taiji divine sword Chongshu Taoist, who was meditating in a secret chamber, seemed to sense something. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the infinite void, seeing Lin Yi's figure within that blood-red palace. 3 days ago, Lin Yi had invited him to venture into the universe together. However, he knew all too well that his strength was far too inferior to Lin Yi's. Even if he went along, he would only be a burden. It was better to stay on Blue Star, where he could cultivate and protect his hometown. Continue to comprehend. Strive to break through to the undying realm in this life. After pondering for a moment, Chongshu Taoist closed his eyes again, beginning to comprehend the profound method in his mind, which was now far deeper than before, enough to reach the legendary Chaos Realm. This secret method was carefully selected by Lin Yi for him 3 years ago. It was not only extremely profound but also highly compatible with him. Originally, it was said that with his aptitude, he could only reach the third level of the divine body realm in this life, but now there was a glimmer of hope for achieving the undying realm. Sigh. Lin Yi has left Blue Star. In Kyoto City, in an inspection room, Dou Wu Tianzun Li Yuan Nian looked at the images on the screen and let out a slight sigh. At this moment, countless scenes of his interactions with Lin Yi surfaced in his mind. The joy of seeing Lin Yi for the first time in the Nuwa space at Yin University. The excitement upon learning that Lin Yi had broken through the King Tower. The anger and worry when he found out Lin Yi was robbed in the wilderness area. The shock of witnessing Lin Yi slay the Cold River Dragon King. Until a year ago, this young man achieved the divine body and, at the most critical moment for humanity, killed the corner star beast with a single finger, saving all of Blue Star's humanity. These scenes felt like a dream, hard to believe. However, watching this promising junior soar like a hidden dragon, reaching heights that even he could only gaze upon from afar, unable to chase even the shadow, Li Yuanyan felt a mix of emotions, but more than anything, he was happy. It's good that he has left. Blue Star is too small. Ultimately, it cannot contain him. Only the vast universe is his stage. Lin Yi, I look forward to the day you become a true powerhouse in the universe, your name echoing throughout the cosmos. By then, even if I, Li Yuanyan, were to die, I would have no regrets. Li Yuanyan murmured to himself, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, and then he strode out of the inspection room, heading outside. Brother, son. Looking at the meteor rising in the sky, on the balcony of a villa in Kyoto City, Lin Yi's father, mother, and younger sister Lin Yi all had tears in their eyes, reluctantly gazing at that star in the sky. Beside them stood a tall figure, a full 10 feet tall, entirely emerald green, holding a long sword. Standing there, it was as if a deity from myth and legend was suppressing a world, sacred and inviolable. Chi, how long will it take us to reach Yen G Star this time? In the blood-red hall, Lin Yi asked Chi beside him. Yen G Star, an important star in the Sangjiang domain, is under the dominion of the Dragon Star, domain's overlord, the Dragon Empire. It is said to have been transformed from a dead, massive star. Its diameter is more than 100 times that of the Sun in the solar system, and its volume is many times larger than that of the Sun. Stars like Blue Star are insignificant in comparison to Yen-G star, akin to a small pebble beneath Mount Everest. Therefore, on such a massive star, almost all major forces in the Dragon Star domain have branches stationed there. That star is also undoubtedly the center of the hundreds of river systems nearby, including the Milky Way. For Lin Yi's current strength, it is naturally best to venture into that area. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, she replied, Yen-G star is located about 6.54 million light-years away from Blue Star. At the current speed of the Blood Red Hall, considering the jumps through space wormholes, it should take about 5 or 6 days to get there. However, the Blood Red Hall is too precious. Once discovered, even the entire Xangjiang domain would be shaken. So, when we enter the nearest space wormhole to Yen-G star, I will lend you a spaceship. At that time, you should take the spaceship, and it will probably take 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years? Lin Yi frowned upon hearing this. It had taken him only 5 or 6 years to rise to his current status. But now, just the journey would take that long. This was still due to the time saved by the Blood Red Hall. Otherwise, just taking a spaceship would likely take much longer. Interstellar travel is no easy feat. This journey of several years is even longer than ancient times in Huaxia. Fortunately, there are natural and artificial fixed space wormholes in the universe. Otherwise, relying solely on a spaceship, it would take me thousands or even tens of thousands of years to leave the Milky Way, let alone reach Yen-G star. Lin Yi sighed, then quietly sat down on the ground to meditate and comprehend. Over the past year, although he had been traveling, he had not neglected his cultivation. However, the doubts that the Black Rain Elder's sermon brought to Lin Yi's heart were simply too many. Not to mention this year, even 10 or 100 years might not be enough to fully comprehend all those uncertainties. Naturally, he could not afford to be lax. Thus, Lin Yi continued to cultivate slowly. Meanwhile, in the dark void of the universe, the Blood Red Hall was also advancing rapidly, soon arriving next to a spatial wormhole. Whoosh! Next to the wormhole, the Blood Red Hall, flying at high speed like a shooting star, suddenly vanished. Then, a silver-white swordfish-shaped spaceship, about 7 or 8 kilometers long, appeared beside the wormhole. At that moment, Lin Yi's figure also appeared next to the spaceship. Lin Yi, hurry, get in. This natural wormhole is extremely quick from its birth to its disappearance. If we are slow, we will have to search again later. After throwing Lin Yi out of the Blood Red Hall, Xi's voice immediately rang in Lin Yi's ear, urging him anxiously. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded slightly, his figure transforming into a red flash as he rushed towards the spaceship. Splash! The hatch opened, and the red light entered inside. Immediately, the originally pitch-black spaceship was illuminated by soft white light, shooting out from all directions, brightening the entire vessel. Following that, a massive virtual screen rose in the center of the control room within the spaceship. On the screen, a virtual figure resembling a robot from an anime slightly bowed and greeted Lin Yi, saying, "Beep, esteemed guest, welcome aboard the Vitesse 10081 series spaceship. I am your spaceship operation assistant Xiao Wei. How may I assist you?" Enter the spatial wormhole 1056 kilometers away, then head to Yen-G star. Upon hearing the inquiry from the spaceship operation assistant Xiao Wei, Lin Yi immediately commanded, while also sending the star map for Yen-G star to the spaceship's control center. Command received. Please hold on, guest. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, outside, the swordfish spaceship suddenly swerved its tail and rapidly charged towards the distant wormhole. Whoosh! The spaceship's speed was astonishingly fast. The distance of over 1,000 kilometers was covered in a flash, and in less than a second, it directly plunged into the wormhole. This spaceship is so fast. Inside the spaceship, seeing its speed, Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly astonished. Now, with his peak strength at the second level of the Divine Body realm, and the fourth major achievement of the true meaning of fire, his speed, under the transformation of flames, could also be considered extremely fast, capable of covering tens of thousands of kilometers in about a second. Such speed, if placed on a star like Blue Star, could almost reach anywhere in an instant. However, this speed of his was like that of a snail compared to the spaceship, utterly insignificant. Ha ha! Of course, Lin Yi. Hearing Lin Yi's words, she smiled and explained in his ear. Spaceships are one of the crystallizations of technological civilization in the universe. Even a first-tier spaceship can reach 1 times the speed of light at full speed. A second-tier spaceship can achieve 5 times the speed of light. As for the third-tier spaceship you are on, it can reach 10 times the speed of light. Your speed is naturally incomparable. However, if one day you can cultivate to the void realm, then with a mere gesture, you could create a spatial wormhole in the void of the universe. This kind of spatial wormhole, although not as far-reaching as natural or technologically created ones, can still span millions or even tens of millions of light-years in one go. She spoke with a tone full of reverence for the strong in the void realm. Lin Yi nodded slightly upon hearing this. The void realm indeed counted as a powerful existence in the vast universe. In a domain, it was undoubtedly the ruler. According to Qi, in the Xangjiang domain where Lin Yi currently resided, there were only about 3 or 4 strong individuals in the void realm who controlled the entire domain, namely the Xangjiang sword sect. As for the other forces, the strongest among them is merely the Triple Sun realm. Qi, since we're talking about the strong ones in the Chaos realm, why don't you tell me about the distribution of forces in this universe? Especially in the Xangjiang domain? It would help me prepare well, Lin Yi said curiously. Ever since he obtained Qi, he had focused solely on his cultivation and rarely inquired about news from the universe. Therefore, he had only a vague understanding of the entire universe, the Zhangjiang domain, and the Chunlong star domain, knowing only that the overlord of the Zhangjiang domain was the Zhangjiang sword sect. The Chunlong star domain, on the other hand, was ruled by the Chunlong Empire, and beyond that he didn't know much more. Alright. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, she nodded slightly. Actually, you should have known about these matters long ago. It's just that you didn't ask before, so I didn't bother to elaborate. Now, during this journey, I can take the time to explain it to you. At this point, she paused slightly, as if organizing his thoughts, then continued, in the universe, if we only consider our human race, the pinnacle is naturally those sacred land-level forces that possess sovereign-level experts. Such sacred land-level forces are extremely rare among our human race, each radiating countless domain clusters and controlling vast cosmic territories. For instance, my master, the Blood Red Hall Master, has traversed many domain clusters among the chaos-level experts, but compared to the territory controlled by the Red Stone Sacred Land, it still appears insignificant. From this, you can understand the terrifying nature of sacred land-level forces. Below the sacred land-level forces, there are the divine sects and divine dynasties that dominate various domain clusters, even radiating to dozens of surrounding domain clusters. These divine sects and divine dynasties are established by true divine-level experts from the sacred lands, with divine sects being similar to the sects described in your various Chinese novels. They follow an elite strategy within the sect, managed by the sect leader, elders, and supreme elders, making it a relatively loose organization in terms of hierarchy. Although there are distinctions of rank within the sect, it is still considered acceptable. In contrast, divine dynasties are akin to the dynasties of your feudal society, led by the ruler of the divine dynasty, with various officials and departments assisting in management. In such organizations, the hierarchy is quite severe, with superiors often holding the power of life and death over their subordinates. However, regardless of the organizational hierarchy, each of these divine dynasties and divine sects possesses immense power, ranking as the second tier among our human race, just below the sacred lands. Next, there are the sects and domain nations that dominate various domain clusters. For example, the Zhangjiang Sword Sect in your Zhangjiang domain, the sect you obtained the 5 elements puppets from, the 7-star puppet sect, and other domain nations are all forces of this level. At the lowest tier, there is your Chunlong star domain's so-called Chunlong Empire. Such forces are the weakest, generally controlling only 1 star domain, while stronger ones can manage several or even a dozen star domains. As for the strong ones, having a few Triple Sun Realm experts is already remarkable and hardly catches my master's eye. At this point, a hint of disdain appeared in Shi's eyes. After all, his original master was a Chaos Realm expert, and among the Chaos Realm, he was among the strongest. Thus, she looked down on ordinary Chaos Realm experts, let alone these small star domain level forces. However, she had the capital to be proud, while Lin Yi did not look down on forces like the Chunlong Empire just because of his words. After all, no matter how lacking such forces might seem in the eyes of true experts, they still had their share of Triple Sun Realm experts. Not to mention, the Chunlong Empire was a colossal entity for him at the moment. As long as they sent out a First Sun Realm expert or even a stronger Triple Undying Realm expert, they could easily subdue him, so how could he dare to underestimate them? Lin Yi silently thought to himself, trying not to be influenced by Chi's words, lest he become arrogant. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Yi's spaceship had passed through the wormhole and arrived in another unfamiliar cosmic space. Splash! In the dark void of the universe, a swordfish-type spaceship suddenly flew out from within a spatial wormhole, and shortly after, the wormhole quickly vanished, leaving only a dark expanse. Ding! Dear passengers, welcome. The wormhole transit has been successfully completed. You are currently approximately 53.6 light-years away from Yenji Star, and you are expected to arrive in 5 years, 3 months, and 12 days. Please prepare for disembarkation. Inside the spaceship, Lin Yi felt a slight tremor, which quickly stabilized. At that moment, the virtual screen in the center displayed a robotic assistant resembling those from anime, reminding Lin Yi in a timely manner. Additionally, the surface of the spaceship's cabin seemed to suddenly turn transparent, perfectly reflecting the countless planets, stars, and meteors outside in the cosmic scene. At a glance, it was as if Lin Yi was not sitting cross-legged inside the spaceship, but rather in the midst of a cosmic void. 5 years and 3 months, huh? Upon hearing this reminder, Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly, but he still kept his eyes closed, focusing on his cultivation, eager to comprehend the true essence of water as soon as possible. After all, the true essence of water is the opposite of the true essence of fire. Once understood and perfectly combined, it may not be as powerful as comprehending all 5 elemental truths to achieve a complete mastery of the 5 elements. However, compared to the singular true essence of fire, it represents a transformation of power. Even if both are at the 4th major level of achievement, the combination could potentially surpass the entry level of a single true essence. Reaching the 5th level, Lin Yi was filled with anticipation. Since breaking through to the divine body, his comprehension had significantly increased, making it much easier to grasp the true essence compared to when he was in the Sky Ascension realm. Therefore, even though he lacked the aids like the comprehension pill or stellar heart that he had during the Sky Ascension realm, with the guidance of the Black Rain Elder and his evolved comprehension, he was still able to grasp the true essence of water at a relatively fast pace. A little over 5 years to comprehend the true essence of water still held some hope. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had already gone by. The days of cosmic travel were incredibly dull, with the initial awe of the beautiful starry sky outside, the spaceship quickly fading into monotony. If an ordinary person were to experience these 2 years, they would likely suffer from mental strain. However, for Lin Yi, who was Immersed in his cultivation, it was a truly enjoyable experience. His mind was empty, free of thoughts, without worries, focusing solely on his practice and feeling himself grow stronger bit by bit. How wonderful that was. Unfortunately, at that moment, this beauty was suddenly interrupted. Get down! Get down! The people on that spaceship ahead, hurry up! And get down, or we will start attacking. About 20,000 kilometers ahead of Lin Yi's swordfish-type spaceship, a massive ship suddenly blocked his path, issuing a series of shouts in the universal language of the cosmos. What's going on? Lin Yi frowned slightly, suddenly interrupted in his comprehension. Lin Yi, it's space pirates. As soon as Lin Yi opened his eyes, Xi's voice rang in his ears. Space pirates? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi pondered. Space pirates, as the name suggests, are robbers in the universe who specifically target cosmic travelers. Large space pirates roam the cosmos, their strength even surpassing that of sects like the Zhangjiang Sword Sect and Seven Star Puppet Sect, which occupy a domain or territory. The smaller interstellar pirates only have a few practitioners at the divine body realm, and they are basically desperate enough to seize any opportunity. As long as they encounter a spaceship in the universe and feel their strength is sufficient, they generally will take action to plunder a third-tier spaceship, and it looks like it's from the mainland. It seems to be some ordinary pirates at the third level of the divine body realm. Let's go down and take a look. Through the spaceship's cabin, Lin Yi silently thought as he gazed at the distant ship. Arriving at Yanji Star, he happened to be short on funds and had originally planned to sell the 9-flame divine fire bell upon reaching Yanji Star to alleviate his urgent financial needs. Now, with this group of interstellar pirates delivering themselves to his doorstep, it was just like a pillow arriving when he was sleepy. Lin Yi thought to himself. Then, with a movement, he jumped directly out of the spaceship and into the void of space. Ha ha, boss, he's out. It's a kid at the second level of the divine body realm. Feeling the aura emanating from Lin Yi in the distance, one of the interstellar pirate robbers, a one-eyed man, laughed. They had just seen that Lin Yi's spaceship was a third-tier one and were hesitating whether to take action. Generally, those who could afford a third-tier spaceship were experts at the third level of the divine body realm. Such experts, if they fought desperately and burned their divine body, could pose a slight threat to their small team of interstellar pirates. If it weren't for their boss's decision, they really wouldn't want to take that risk. But now, the opponent was just a small fry at the second level of the divine body realm, which they didn't take seriously. Because at the second level of the divine body realm, even at the peak of the second level, their strength was usually quite weak, except for those rare geniuses who seldom appeared in a star domain. A typical peak second level practitioner, even if they burned their divine power desperately, posed no threat to a third level expert. So, could this little second level practitioner be one of those geniuses? They didn't believe they would be that unlucky. Ha ha, boss, I'll deal with this kid. As soon as he thought of this, the one-eyed man burst into laughter. A second-level divine body realm practitioner can afford a third-tier spaceship. This kid must be quite wealthy. But he has no bodyguards, so he shouldn't be from a big family. I guess he's a planet lord from some remote star system in the Chunlong star domain who probably heard about Yanji Star and came here to see it for himself. That's good. This kind of kid is weak and has no background, but he might have quite a bit of money. I'll teach him a lesson this time so he remembers it in the future, the one-eyed man said with a sinister grin. Alright, third brother, go ahead. Remember to make it quick, don't waste too much time. After all, Yanji Star isn't too far or too close. If we run into some spoiled rich kid who sees injustice, we could be in big trouble. As soon as the one-eyed man's words fell, a man with a square face and a golden broadsword on his back spoke up from within the spaceship. He knew that his little brother was quite abnormal and always enjoyed tormenting the weak, relishing their miserable cries. The reason he became an interstellar pirate was that he had once gone on a rampage, torturing an entire life planet, killing billions of people, which led to him being wanted by the Chunlong Empire. To be honest, if it weren't for the one-eyed man's decent strength, even among the third-level divine body realm practitioners, he wouldn't have taken him in. Ha ha, boss, don't worry. Although I, the one-eyed eagle, like to stir up trouble, I always know when to hold back. Wait for my good news. The one-eyed man laughed heartily, flipping his palm to reveal a long saber about 4 feet long. Then, with a movement, he transformed into a beam of light covering a distance of 20,000 kilometers in less than 10 seconds, arriving several hundred kilometers away from Lin Yi. Kid, hand over everything valuable on you, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The one-eyed man, holding the broadsword and wearing a fierce expression, transmitted his divine power sound directly into Lin Yi's AR.AT at the same time. His face was filled with arrogance and a sinister smile, completely disregarding Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi also smiled. I'll send the same message to you, go back and tell your boss, tell everyone on your ship to hand over their valuables. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, no mercy. As he said this, Lin Yi's smile faded, and his tone turned icy. No mercy? The one-eyed man was taken aback by Lin Yi's words, then he seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world, gradually laughing maniacally. You, an ant, think you can kill me? Good kid, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Since you seek death, then I'll grant it to you. Die. Before his words fell, the one-eyed man suddenly swung his broadsword. Boom! A vast divine power erupted, the true meaning of gold at the third major level entwined, as if a deity was wielding an axe, tearing apart the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a brilliant blade of light spanning thousands of kilometers lit up in this cosmic void, as if it aimed to shred the dark Universe. Its might and power, if unleashed on an ordinary planet like Blue Star, would likely tear apart continents and trigger a cataclysmic tsunami. However, in Lin Yi's eyes, this power was nothing more than trivial, a mere trick. Seeing this, Lin Yi snorted coldly and flicked his finger. In the next moment, a fiery red light shone in the pitch-black, starry sky. It was as if a meteor of utmost sublimation streaked across the void, then directly collided with the golden blade of light above Lin Yi's head. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in the universe, shattering countless surrounding floating meteors. With just a flick of Lin Yi's finger, the golden blade of light instantly shattered into nothingness. Yet that red meteor shot towards the one-eyed man's divine body at an unmatched speed, like a stellar sun. No! Feeling the vast power contained within this meteor, the one-eyed man's eyes filled with terror, losing all previous arrogance as he raised his hand to block with his broadsword, hoping for a slim chance of survival. But this red meteor was simply too fast. So fast that the one-eyed man could only think of raising his sword to block, and then his divine body was instantly pierced. Then, bang! An explosion, even more ferocious than before, echoed in the cosmic void, blowing away countless meteor fragments. The one-eyed man, at the late stage of the third level of divine body, was shattered and killed in an instant by Lin Yi's strike, leaving only a broadsword and a silver ring radiating a soft white light behind. A spatial ring. Seeing the silver ring, Lin Yi's eyes brightened, and with a wave of his divine power, he collected it. To be honest, spatial rings are not rare in the universe. On planets that have already integrated with the cosmos, even those at the flying realm can afford one. However, for Lin Yi at this moment, this item was still relatively scarce. After all, while there were much more advanced and larger spatial rings in the Blood Hall of Qi, Lin Yi could not waste precious reward opportunities to exchange for such items. Not bad. With this spatial ring, I can store some unimportant items in it in the future, instead of piling them up in the Blood Hall or keeping them in my Dantian. Feeling the space within the ring, roughly the size of a gymnasium, Lin Yi silently nodded. Meanwhile, he continued to move, transforming into a red light rushing towards the spaceship. Quick! Start the ship and escape! Seeing Lin Yi flying towards the ship, the group of interstellar pirates inside the spaceship was instantly terrified. The one-eyed man was no weakling. He was a master at the late stage of the third level of divine body, but such masters were instantly killed under Lin Yi's hands. Although their strength was somewhat greater, how long could they hold out? 2 moves? Or 3? At this thought, the group of interstellar pirates trembled in their hearts. At the same time, they urged the ship's intelligence system to start the spacecraft. Unfortunately, they had just seen the one-eyed man killed, and in their shock, they had already wasted a bit of time. Seeing Lin Yi flying over, their fear caused them to delay even more. At this moment, by the time they reacted, Lin Yi had already reached the door of the spaceship's cabin. Boom! Endless flames erupted, and vast power swept through. Under Lin Yi's palm, the incredibly hard spaceship door was instantly blasted through. Then, Lin Yi transformed into a red light with the true essence of fire wrapping around his divine body, charging through the spaceship like a meteor. In an instant, countless hard alloy walls were destroyed, leaving the entire spaceship riddled with holes, ultimately arriving at the central control room. Lord, spare us. Die. Seeing the interstellar pirates wanting to kneel and beg for mercy, Lin Yi ignored them completely. With a flip of his palm, a gigantic hand engulfed in flames suddenly appeared above their heads, firmly locking these interstellar pirates in place, rendering them unable to move. Boom! The massive hand pressed down, like an ancient divine mountain crushing down, or stars falling to the earth. Under this palm, the entire spaceship was directly pierced through, and the divine bodies of the pirates were instantly obliterated, leaving only a few shining spatial rings. Collect! Seeing these few spatial rings, a smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. With a sweep of his divine sense, he erased all the unowned divine sense imprints on these spatial rings. Then, he began to check the supplies inside, and soon, a smile spread across his face. Not bad. The cash in Qianlong coins should add up to about 35 trillion, and there are also around 70 million Sangjiang coins, plus various miscellaneous treasures, which should be worth about 200 to 300 million Sangjiang coins. No wonder they are interstellar pirates. They are indeed wealthy. Looking at the mountain of cash pile up in the spatial rings of these interstellar pirates, Lin Yi felt a flash of surprise in his heart. Qianlong coins and Sangjiang coins. The former is the universal currency of the Qianlong Empire, while the latter is the universal currency of the Zhangjiang domain. The exchange rate is 10,000:1. Generally speaking, a typical life planet like Blue Star is valued between 1 billion to 10 billion Qianlong coins. Therefore, wealth amounting to over 30 trillion Qianlong coins and 70 million Sangjiang coins is simply unimaginable. If it weren't for these interstellar pirates' years of plundering, an ordinary third-level divine body expert would not be able to accumulate such a vast fortune even in a lifetime. Now, Lin Yi obtained so much funding with just one strike. It was akin to a beggar finding a mountain of gold, truly a case of overnight wealth. To Yanji Star. After securing the items, Lin Yi left the shattered spaceship and returned to his own ship, then continued to cultivate silently. For him, dealing with these interstellar pirates was merely a small episode. His true stage lay within Yanji Star, even within the Zhangjiang domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the dark void of the universe, outside an incredibly massive star, interstellar ships several kilometers, even tens of kilometers and hundreds of kilometers long were rapidly approaching this star. Yet, these massive ships appeared as insignificant as dust under the sun next to this star. This is Yanji Star, a star transformed from a gigantic sun in the Qianlong star domain, radiating across hundreds of River systems. It has a large population living within, and major conglomerates, groups, or various other powerful forces in the Chunlong star domain basically all have branches. Here, whether to earn resources or to provide blood transfusions for the headquarters, various geniuses were offered. We've finally arrived. Inside the swordfish-type spaceship, Linny smiled as he looked at the massive star in the distance. After more than 5 years of interstellar travel and experiencing over a dozen attacks from space pirates, this journey had not been particularly difficult, but for Linny, it was indeed a long and time-consuming trip. Now, they had finally reached their destination. Dear passengers, welcome to Yenji Star. Please park your spaceship in the designated area before touring Yenji Star. As the spaceship approached Yenji Star, a booming voice in the universal language of the cosmos echoed in Lin Yi's ears. Xiaowei, find a port to dock the spaceship. Hearing the announcement from Yenji Star, Lin Yi commanded the spaceship's intelligent operating system. Beep. Received passenger command, searching for a port. Port search complete, approaching the port now. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the voice of the spaceship's intelligent control system immediately responded. Then, the spaceship suddenly changed direction and headed towards a designated port. Soon, after passing through a beam of red light, it safely landed. Splash! The hatch located at the belly of the swordfish-type spaceship opened with a loud bang, and Lin Yi, dressed in black, stepped out. At that moment, other spaceships that had landed simultaneously also saw various alien travelers of different appearances streaming out. Some were familiar with the area and left the port directly after disembarking. Others looked around curiously, filled with wonder about everything around them. Some were part of a tour group, forming long lines under the enthusiastic guidance of their tour leader. Dear guests, welcome to Yenji Star. I am the reception robot of Yenji Star, number 003-4562. I have detected that this is your first visit to Yenji Star. Do you need assistance? Just as Lin Yi felt a bit lost, unsure of what to do next, a robot about 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, entirely silver, rolled over to Lin Yi, respectfully inquiring. Yes. Lin Yi nodded slightly in response. Good. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the robot's voice became much more cheerful, immediately saying, Dear guest, hello. This robot reception service is a paid service. Please choose your payment standard. 1. Low-level mode. The reception robot only activates basic intelligence, and customers can only learn basic information about Yenji Star, charged at 10,000 Chunlong coins/day. 2. Intermediate mode. The reception robot activates intermediate intelligence, and customers can learn many advanced details about Yenji Star, charged at 100,000 Chunlong coins/day. 3. High-level mode. The reception robot activates advanced intelligence, and customers can learn almost all information about Yenji Star. Moreover, without violating the laws of the Chunlong Empire, the reception robot will do its utmost to assist customers in handling all matters properly, and it guarantees that all actions prioritize the employer's interests as the highest principle. Additionally, it can arrange various services for the employer, including but not limited to accommodation, meal planning, buying and selling items, etc., charged at 10 million Shenlong coins/day. 10 million Shenlong coins a day. This high-level intelligence is really expensive. Upon hearing this price, Lin Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. 10 million Shenlong coins was no small amount. One should know that even a life-bearing planet similar to Blue Star generally costs only several billion Shenlong coins. To hire this high-level intelligence for a day would consume a fraction of Blue Star's assets. This cost, perhaps even a typical third-level God Body Realm expert would hesitate to afford. Hire high-level intelligence. Lin Yi thought to himself, but ultimately decided to hire the high-level intelligence. As the saying goes, cheap goods are never good, and good goods are never cheap. The price of 10 million Shenlong coins for a day, while enough to make many third-tier divine body experts hesitate, was nothing to Lin Yi at this point. After all, he had wiped out at least a dozen interstellar pirate squads along his journey. The wealth he had plundered, not counting the various miscellaneous items and treasures in his possession, amounted to over 50 trillion Shenlong coins in cash alone. Just 10 million Shenlong coins? A mere drop in the bucket. Lin Yi thought to himself, and at that moment the reception robot cheerfully spoke up. All right, esteemed guest, thank you for your generosity. The reception robot numbered 003-4562 will now officially activate its advanced intelligence. For the next day, I will do my utmost to serve you, with safeguarding your interests as my highest core principle. After one day, you can choose to continue the service or decide not to hire me anymore. Finally, please allow us to sign a contract. As soon as the reception robot finished speaking, it ejected a contract in duplicate for Lin Yi to sign. Lin Yi scanned the contract with his consciousness, found no issues, and without hesitation, released his divine power to sign his name. After putting away the contract, he focused his thoughts and took out 10 of the largest denomination banknotes of the Chunlong Empire, 1 million Shenlong coins each, and placed them into the reception robot's mouth. Buzz. As soon as Lin Yi placed the banknotes, the silver-white intelligent robot before him began to transform like flowing water. In less than a second, it changed from a towering 2-meter-3 silver robot into the image of an elderly human from the Blue Star Huaxia Nation, about 1-meter-60, with graying hair and a slightly hunched back. What is this? Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was somewhat astonished. Master, I am your reception robot. Noticing the surprise on Lin Yi's face, the elder smiled and explained, the advanced intelligence of the reception robot is at a very high level. Not only can it change into the appearance that best fits the employer's perception of a butler, but it can also simulate human emotions to help the employer with their troubles. Take my current appearance for example. It is the result of big data analysis combined with your features chosen as the most suitable reception form for you. Lastly, please give me a name. You shall be called Fu Bo, Linny said without much thought, directly naming the reception robot after a very common butler name in the Blue Star. The elder smiled kindly upon hearing this. All right, master. Your butler Fu Bo is at your service. How may I assist you? First, take me to register as an imperial citizen. Upon hearing Fu Bo's inquiry, Linny immediately commanded. Registering as an imperial citizen was an essential action to officially become a citizen of the Chunlong Empire. Only by registering as an imperial citizen could one be considered a citizen of the Chunlong Empire, entitled to the protection of its laws. At the same time, one could enjoy various rights as an imperial citizen. Otherwise, one would be considered an illegal resident, a status that would not only limit various activities within the Chunlong Empire but also leave one unprotected by the law with an extremely low status, even allowing citizens to kill without consequence. Of course, killing was prohibited on the Yenji Star where Linny currently was. If one defied this, even a non-destructive realm expert would face legal sanctions from the Empire, so no one dared to act here. What? Master, you are not yet an imperial citizen. Without considering Ling Yi's thoughts, Fu Bo was shocked by Ling Yi's words. Given Ling Yi's lavish spending, he had originally thought Linny was a young master from another star system of the Chunlong Empire, merely visiting Yenji Star for the first time. He never expected that he was actually a native of a primitive planet. Then how could you be so wealthy? Uncle Fu was shocked, but he did not look down on him. After all, Linny was now his master, and all his actions were prioritized for Ling Yi's benefit, which naturally included emotional interests as well. Master, please follow me. I will take you to register for imperial citizenship. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Fu's body transformed again like flowing water, forming a flying vehicle similar to a sports car on Blue Star. Master, hold on tight. Seeing Linny get on, the sports car began to start. With a whoosh, it turned into a red streak in the sky, speeding off in a certain direction. This robot is really fast, comparable to a peak third-level divine body realm expert. Sitting in the sports car and feeling its speed, Linny was secretly astonished. This robot's speed could rival that of a peak third-level divine body realm expert, so its strength was probably not far off either. From this glimpse, one could imagine how many powerful beings there were on this Yenji Star. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Linny was lost in thought, the robot transformed from the butler Uncle Fu was swiftly navigating through the sky. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the base of a building over 3,000 meters tall, with a gate large enough to accommodate a dozen large trucks, entering and exiting simultaneously. Master, please come inside with me. At the base of the building, the sports car transformed again, returning to the hunched old man appearance of butler Uncle Fu, who then respectfully said to Linny, "What, don't we have to wait in line?" Hearing Uncle Fu's words and seeing the long lines outside the gate, Linny couldn't help but ask, "Of course not." Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu smiled and shook his head. These people are just the most ordinary residents of Yenji Star, each barely having reached the flying realm, just qualifying for imperial citizenship. And you, master, are different. First of all, you are a second-level divine body realm expert, and with me accompanying you, taking a green channel is certainly no problem. Oh, with you accompanying me? Does that mean your authority is quite high? Hearing Uncle Fu's flattery, Linny smiled but did not take it to heart. Instead, he seized the most critical point to ask. He knew that a peak second-level divine body realm expert might still be considered a big shot in some remote small star systems. However, in this place filled with experts like Yenji Star, his status was probably not much different from those waiting in line at the flying realm. Being able to take the green channel was likely still due to Uncle Fu's face. Ha ha, master is indeed wise, nothing can be hidden from you. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, Uncle Fu also smiled and nodded, explaining, I am a robot produced by the Star Dream family, one of the 6 major families of the Chunlong Empire. Our family has great influence in the Chunlong Empire. Aside from the imperial royal family, the strength of other major forces is only comparable to ours. Therefore, these robots produced by the Star Dream family have some small privileges on various planets in the Chunlong Empire. For example, the green channel for registering ID information right now, and discounts for buying and selling items within the Star Dream family, etc. However, these rights cannot be used casually. We can only help you use them when someone like you, master, hires the highest level of intelligence. Oh, I see. Linny nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, having a big tree to lean on is a good way to enjoy the shade. Whether on Blue Star or in the universe, this is an unbreakable truth. Lord Qi, do you think I should also join a major force to gain a backing and some cultivation resources? As soon as this thought settled in his mind, Lin Yi immediately communicated with Qi in the Blood Hall. Yes, of course. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, Qi was jolted and immediately replied, Lin Yi, you must know that in the universe, lone wanderers generally cannot go far unless you can achieve the invincible Saint Lord realm. Otherwise, even as a true god, one would generally choose to rely on a saint-level force, because this not only brings support, resources, and so on, but also allows you to make more friends and strong allies at the same level. Take my master, the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall, for example, during the competition for the 9 Extreme Sun Tower. If it weren't For the help of his group of friends, relying solely on his own strength, even if he were a bit stronger, the probability of seizing the 9 extremes Sun Tower would still be extremely low. Moreover, if you can join a major force, your status will be greatly elevated. For instance, when you came to the Yenji Star this time, as just a native, you would only be able to hire robots to act as guides and arrange services by spending money. But if you were a disciple of a major force, not to mention having already arrived on the planet, even if you were still outside the Yenji Star, there would have long been someone waiting to welcome you. There are also various other hidden resources, benefits, and so on. The advantages are simply countless. These, by joining these major forces with the talent and qualifications you have shown, you can basically obtain, and even the more precious ones are not out of reach. Furthermore, without discussing these external vanity aspects, joining a major force is also greatly beneficial for the enhancement of your actual strength. After all, to dominate in such a vast star domain as the Chunlong Star Domain or to establish a foothold in the Xinjiang Domain, there must be some background behind these major forces. Although these backgrounds may seem insignificant in my master's eyes, they are extremely precious for you at the moment. They can definitely greatly shorten the time it takes for you to reach the immortal realm and the time it takes for you to comprehend the true meaning of water or other truths. By then, your strength will be even greater, and the probability of being noticed by the Lord of the Yenkong True God in joining the Redstone Sacred Land will also be higher. She chattered on, presenting such a long list of reasons that even Lin Yi was immensely tempted. Lord Qi, stop talking, I will join. But how exactly do I join? It's very simple. Seeing Lin Yi's interest, she smiled, and then explained, one word, fight. Fight? Lin Yi was taken aback. Yes, fight. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, she nodded with a smile. Among the myriad races in the universe, humans are considered a race with highly developed cultivation and technological civilizations. Therefore, the metaverse space that already exists on Blue Star naturally also exists in the universe. Moreover, compared to your tiny metaverse space, the metaverse space in the universe is even more developed. Not only does it cover a vast area, easily encompassing a domain, but it has also achieved a level of accessibility, unlike your Blue Star where only a small elite can use it. In the universe, as long as you reach the Flying Sky Realm and successfully register as a cosmic citizen, you can apply for a metaverse login account. With this account, residents can freely engage in activities in the metaverse, including but not limited to shopping, playing games, trading, and fighting. Especially fighting. At this point, Qi's eyes also sparkled. Lin Yi, you know that in the universe, strength is always respected. This strength is generally reflected in two aspects. One is your own powerful strength, and the other is your exceptional talent. Once a talent with potential in both aspects makes a name for themselves in the metaverse, it is very easy to attract the attention of major forces. Moreover, these major forces are not just the powerful forces of your Qianlong Empire, but the major forces of the entire Xinjiang domain. Although these major forces do not have any mixed whole realm experts and cannot compare to the Xinjiang sword sect, they are much stronger than your Qianlong Empire. Some powerful forces can even monopolize dozens of star domains, and each of these star domains is far more vast and developed than the Qianlong Empire. Besides that, if you perform exceptionally well in the metaverse, it's possible that the most powerful force in the Xinjiang domain, the Xinjiang sword sect, will actively recruit you. Oh, the Xinjiang sword sect will pay attention too? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel intrigued. The Xinjiang sword sect is undoubtedly the dominant force in the Xinjiang domain. This is evident just from the name of the Xinjiang domain itself. Originally, the higher-ups of Lin Yi's group were aloof, untouched by the mundane world. Even if they needed geniuses, they would only recruit from the forces below. They never expected that the Xinjiang sword sect would take the initiative. Of course, they will take the initiative. She smiled upon hearing this. After all, every force needs to develop. Even a powerful entity like the Redstone Holy Land holds genius competitions from time to time to recruit disciples within its territory, let alone the mere Xinjiang sword sect. You must understand that while the Xinjiang sword sect is incredibly powerful within the Xinjiang domain, it is just average when placed among the entire group of domains. There are many forces stronger than it. As for in the universe, it is even less conspicuous. Not to mention, just my master's level of power. If he truly wanted to destroy the Xinjiang sword sect, it would only take a few moves with the full force of the 9 extreme Haori Tower. She spoke with a tone full of pride. All right, Lord Qi, I know your master is powerful. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile and said, the Lord of the Crimson Blood Hall is indeed strong, and I admire him greatly. However, one must eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. Right now, my strength is still weak, and my primary goal is to join the Xinjiang sword sect. After that, I will focus on cultivating within the sect, striving to comprehend more truths, then step into the immortal realm, gain the recognition of Lord Yenkong, and ultimately join the Redstone Holy Land. As for everything else, we can discuss it later. As Lin Yi spoke, an endless anticipation appeared in his eyes. The Redstone Holy Land is one of the top forces among the human race, and even in the universe, its internal splendor is truly something to yearn for. Lin Yi thought silently, and then quickly registered his identity information with the help of the butler Fu Bo. At the same time, he reported the coordinates of Blue Star in the Milky Way, registering it under his name, making it a planet protected by imperial law. Finally, he spent a staggering 18 billion Qianlong coins to purchase a private estate of about 1 kilometer in circumference on Yenji Star and spent 51.9 billion Shenlong coins to buy a high-level auxiliary intelligence. After a flurry of operations and several hours of busy work, finally, at 3:28 p.m. on Yenji Star, Linny sat cross-legged in a room of the estate and through the intelligence, registered a metaverse account, entering the metaverse space that covered the entire Xinjiang domain. Splash! In the Xinjiang metaverse space, the void trembled, and Lin Yi's figure suddenly appeared in a spacious room of about 80 to 90 square meters. At that moment, the intelligence he had just purchased, Xiaoyi, immediately spoke, "Master, welcome to the Xinjiang metaverse space. This is your initial private territory and you will always appear here. Upon your first arrival, here, you can arrange your territory in any way you desire. Of course, you can also choose to spend money to expand your territory, from this small room to the size of a manor, a mountain, or even a star. All of this is possible." Oh, it can be done like this? Lin Yi was curious upon hearing this, but he didn't rush to make changes. After all, for him at the moment, participating in the martial arts competition was more important. Everything else could wait. With that in mind, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask Xiaoyi again, "Xiaoyi, I want to participate in the martial arts competition now. What should I do first?" It's very simple. The master only needs to think, and a virtual projection screen can be formed in the room. Entering the Xinjiang Martial Arts Arena module. In this module, the master can choose to watch others compete or personally participate in the matches. However, watching the matches here is free. Participating in the matches, on the other hand, requires some stakes as a prize. By the way, here, Xiaoyi reminds the master that the Xinjiang Martial Arts Arena has defined a total of 9 levels from 1 to 9 based on the comprehensive strength and the number of victories of the practitioners. Among them, level 1 is the lowest and level 9 is the highest. Here, lower level practitioners do not have the qualification to challenge higher level ones, while higher level practitioners can challenge any lower level practitioner at will. So, if the master is powerful and wants to quickly level up, Xiaoyi suggests that the master set the stakes higher so that higher level practitioners will take the initiative to challenge. By defeating higher level practitioners, the master can also achieve the goal of rapid leveling up. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Xiaoyi responded. Hearing this, Lin Yi became interested. Oh, from level 1 to level 9? Interesting. Xinjiang domain. Balefew star domain. Arctic river system. In a gigantic star, a towering man, 2 zhang tall, with a completely red body, red eyebrows, red hair, and even red eyes, was searching for a suitable opponent in the Xinjiang universe space, Xinjiang martial arts module. His name is Flaze, a renowned peak-level practitioner of the 3rd stage of the Divine Body Realm in the Arctic river system of the Balefew star domain. He controls thousands of planets, enjoying immense prestige, and is ranked among the top 100 figures in the entire Arctic river system, worshipped by countless life planets and humans. However, despite his glamorous appearance, he is currently in dire need of money. Just a while ago, he had emptied his entire fortune to buy a treasure that greatly aids in comprehending the true meaning of fire. He even sold off some of the life planets under his command. Yet, even so, he was still short of the required Shenlong coins for that treasure. This forced him to come to the Xinjiang martial arts arena, hoping to earn some money through combat to make up for the Shenlong coins needed to buy that precious item. So poor. So poor. These 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level paupers are really too poor. Even the highest stakes are only 100 million Shenlong coins. 100 million Shenlong coins. What can this amount do? It's not even enough to buy the most worthless life star. Looking at those paupers in the Xinjiang martial arts module, Flaze couldn't help but feel irritated. He is a peak-level practitioner of the 3rd stage of the Divine Body Realm, and his mastery of the true meaning of fire is also at the 3rd peak level. Therefore, his strength is considered quite strong within the Divine Body Realm. Thus, in this Xinjiang martial arts module, where practitioners of the Flying Sky Realm can only battle against each other, and those of the Divine Body Realm can only fight among themselves, he has managed to reach the 5th level through years of accumulation. However, while the 5th level seems to be a tier above the 4th, not every 4th level practitioner enjoys spending time in the Xinjiang martial arts arena. Therefore, among the 4th level practitioners, there are still quite a few who have reached the 5th level. If Flaze thinks he is 5th level and casually challenges a 4th level practitioner, he will likely face a setback before long. And for him now, a setback is something he truly cannot afford. So, to be safe, he can only challenge participants of the 3rd level and below to ensure a 100% win rate on his stakes. This is... Just as Flaze was boredly refreshing the page repeatedly, suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw a piece of news that excited him immensely. Name, Lin Yi, Xinjiang martial arts arena level, 1st level stake, 1 billion Shenlong coins, 1 billion Shenlong coins. Wow, whose young master is this, making such a big bet? 1 billion Shenlong coins, does he really have the strength? Still a blindly confident spendthrift? Seeing the information on the panel, Fryce felt a bit apprehensive, but soon he gritted his teeth. Well, fortune favors the bold. Just a mere 1st-tier martial artist, how strong can he be? He's probably some native from the God Body Realm who just became a cosmic citizen and registered his identity to enter the Xinjiang martial arena. Just because he's used to being a king in a small place, he thinks it's the same in the universe. Fine, let me, Fryce, give you a proper lesson. With this thought, Fryce instantly felt confident and quickly paid 100 billion Shenlong coins, accepting Lin Yi's invitation. Someone accepted the invitation so quickly? And it's a 5th-tier little expert. Seeing the notification that his bet had been accepted, Lin Yi smiled. He initially planned to post a bet of 1 trillion Shenlong coins to attract experts for a duel. However, he later worried that posting such a high bet with a first-tier account would scare others away, so he changed it to a trial bet of 100 billion Shenlong coins. He thought 100 billion was already high enough and expected to wait a while, but he didn't expect someone to accept it so quickly. Since it's accepted, let's go. With that, Linny thought for a moment, and the next second, he disappeared from this private territory. Boom, boom, boom. In the silent void, everything was pitch black, with only the surface of a giant sunstar constantly undergoing fusion and fission, emitting endless light. Swish. At that moment, the surface of the star suddenly twisted, and Linny appeared alongside another man whose entire body was engulfed in flames. You are Linny? You are Freiss? The two met, first announcing their names, and after sensing each other's aura, Freiss laughed. Ha, peek out. The second layer of the god body realm. Linny, you truly have guts. A mere second layer god body, and you dare to wager 100 billion Shenlong coins, even accepting my invitation. How confident. How about this? To thank you for sending me 100 billion Shenlong coins, I, Freiss, have decided to use my strongest move against you today. Linny, take this. As Freiss finished speaking, he waved his hand, and boundless stellar flames gathered beneath him like fiery dragons, quickly forming a 3-zhan-long halberd. Flame-splitting star halberd, slash. Freiss roared, and the halberd in his hand instantly drew a perfect arc in the void, as if tearing through the darkness of the world, appearing incredibly brilliant and dazzling. Is this the power of a 5th-tier expert? Indeed, I shouldn't have too high expectations. This strength is even weaker than the desert giant from the first assessment of the Blood Red Hall Master. Seeing the power of this slash, Linny sighed slightly. The next moment, he pointed, and suddenly, thousands of rays of light illuminated the void, like a completely vertical red beam piercing through the dark void, directly shattering that slash. The remaining force instantly penetrated Freiss's body, completely burning and erasing the divine power within his god body. 5th-tier expert, Freiss, defeated. I lost just like that? How could a second-layer god body be this strong? Seeing himself instantly return from the Tsangjiang martial arena to the Bailiff Star Domain, Polaris system, Freiss's eyes were vacant, mumbling as if in a dream. But the next moment, an immense heartache struck, and his screams startled the entire star. Damn. My 100 billion. I lost it just like that. That's the money I worked hard for months to earn. Damn. How Freiss felt, Linny naturally did not know. At this moment, after defeating Freiss, his information immediately changed. Name, Linny Tsangjiang Martial Arena rank. 5th tier? So fast? Seeing his level in the Tsangjiang Arena, Linny was a bit stunned. He had originally thought that this Tsangjiang Arena would be like the games he played back on Blue Star, where defeating an opponent would grant experience points to level up slowly. Higher tier opponents would give more, while lower tier ones would give less. But judging by the current situation, leveling up was actually much faster than he had imagined. As long as he defeated a high-tier master, he could immediately reach the same level as them. This speed was quite exhilarating. With this thought, a smile appeared on Lingy's face. At that moment, noticing Lingy's confusion, his newly purchased smart assistant Xiaoyi quickly responded, Master, the Tsangjiang Arena is not a game, it is a free, non-profit module specifically created by the Tsangjiang domain for practitioners to compete against each other. In such a non-profit module, there are no fees charged, so there is naturally no need to suppress the levels of participants to make them spend more money. Therefore, there are 2 ways to level up in this arena. One is to consecutively defeat the same tier practitioners 10 times, and the other is to directly crush high-tier practitioners. The method you just used to level up, Master, is the latter, which is also a common approach for high-level participants in the Tsangjiang Arena. Oh, I see. No wonder leveling up is so fast. Lin Yi nodded slightly upon hearing this. In that case, let's continue the competition. Let's raise the stakes a bit this time and set it to 100 billion Shenlong coins. After pondering for a moment, Linny directly announced a figure that was 10 times higher than before. 100 billion Shenlong coins was a lot for a 5th-tier master, but it was quite ordinary for 6th and 7th-tier masters.